detected significant fluctuations at the anchor point. A cacophony of alarms reverberated through Lin Feng's mind. At that moment, he found himself in a state of disembodied existence, the piercing alerts seemingly intent on tearing his very soul asunder. System, did you not assure me that there would be no issues? Lin Feng gritted his teeth against the pain, addressing the system. I cannot say for certain, the system replied, a hint of grievance lacing its mechanical tone. 2 days prior, the truck-driving savior had urged him to abandon his corporeal form. As Lin Feng's spirit emerged, a singular thought coursed through his mind. Indeed, there are truly specters in this world, just as he beheld 2 ghostly figures, a black and a white specter, brandishing morning sticks and extending long tongues approaching him, their white hats inscribed with wealth from sight, and their black hats declaring worldly peace, ready to escort him to the underworld for reincarnation. A beam of white light, self-identified as the system, enveloped his spirit and propelled it away from Earth. Host, I am the true system, destined to guide you to a realm of cultivation, allowing its denizens to experience the power of truth. However, after traversing the space-time tunnel for 2 days, a jarring alarm abruptly roused Lin Feng from his stupor, and the surrounding tunnel began to convulse violently. System, you had better elucidate this situation to me. Lin Feng gritted his teeth, enduring the agony within his soul that I was perfectly fine before I had committed no wrongdoing in this life, contemplating a fortunate rebirth. And now you tell me I am to ascend to the pinnacle of life only for unforeseen complications to arise? I am equally perplexed. The system's mechanical voice betrayed a hint of panic. This is a space-time tunnel. Should we be swept into a spatial vortex, I would be doomed alongside you. Do not fret. Let me ascertain the situation at the anchor point. The system's voice carried a note of resignation. What do you mean by 6? What on earth is happening? The world I intended to take you to is gone. What? Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. You had better clarify what you mean by gone. It simply means it no longer exists. The system admitted awkwardly. 2 powerful beings clashed and inadvertently shattered that world, causing the space-time anchor point to vanish as well. Damn, what now? Lin Feng felt a wave of despair wash over him. Do not panic, the system urged, sensing the gravity of the situation. If Lin Feng surrendered here, there would be no escape. Let's take a gamble. How do we gamble? Lin Feng shouted in frustration. The current space-time tunnel is unstable. Fissures have already formed, the system quickly explained. Do you see those luminous orbs outside the rifts? Choose one and leap into it. You might just enter another universe. Are you serious? This is utterly absurd. Lin Feng clenched his jaw, selecting a rift adorned with a luminous orb and diving headfirst into it. Transcendence successful. The system's jubilant voice rang out, initiating system binding. Gazing at the azure planet ahead, Lin Feng could not help but express his disbelief. Are you truly certain that the traversal was successful? It feels as if I've returned. Rest assured, the success is undeniable. The cosmic rules here differ significantly from those of the original world. The system responded after briefly assessing the surrounding environment. This is likely a parallel universe of some reality indeed we have traversed. Very well, let me take a closer look at the situation. Lin Feng began to guide his ethereal form towards Earth, but suddenly halted. System, given my current state, what can I accomplish? Goodness, I almost overlooked that, the system exclaimed, a curse slipping from its digital lips. Reshaping the physical body while in a state of soul-body unconsciousness and deploying it into the designated world, these are fundamental procedures. Then what are you waiting for? Lin Feng suppressed his urge to curse. Experiencing the reshaping of your corporeal form while your soul is conscious may not be particularly pleasant, so bear with it. Host, the system stated as a burst of white light erupted from within Lin Feng, cosmic energy being drawn in and merging with his soul. Lin Feng inhaled sharply as an unbearable agony surged through his ethereal form, while bones, flesh, organs, and skin began to manifest gradually upon him. Initiating the novice package, ability analysis, the system's tone grew calm, preparing for entry into a non-target world. Beep, beep, beep. An alarm echoed in Lin Feng's mind, though this time, with a physical form, he did not experience the intense, tearing pain that had accompanied his previous purely ethereal state. System error, insufficient energy. The system's voice became intermittent. My initial energy is designated for your traversal, corporeal reshaping, world deployment, and the distribution of the novice package, however, due to the recent resistance against the temporal turbulence, my energy is depleted for the final step. What does the standard deployment process entail? Open a spatial gateway for your entry into the world, fabricate an identity, and modify certain indigenous memories to rationalize your existence. The system explained, its voice, sounding as if it were fading. Given this, do you possess sufficient energy to ensure I survive a fall from the sky? Lin Feng pondered. Are you suggesting a superhero-like entrance? The system paused momentarily. That could work, but after this impact, my energy will be entirely expended, and I shall enter a dormant state. Everything in this world will then depend solely on you. Let's focus on surviving for now. Lin Feng declared as a golden light enveloped his form, propelling him towards the earth. Boom, a tremendous sound resonated as a figure radiating golden light crashed onto a farm. The farmer and his wife were awakened by the commotion and rushed outside, finding a large crater where their farm had been struck, with a child lying within, the golden glow gradually fading. The system is now dormant, awakening time. Unknown, a faint voice echoed in Lin Feng's mind. Is this child a gift from the heavens? The farmer and his wife gazed at Lin Feng in the crater, smiles blooming on their faces. Indeed, it appears that a superhero has made his entrance, Lin Feng remarked, slowly closing his eyes. The turbulent flow of time and space had taken a considerable toll on his spiritual essence, and he was in dire need of rest. Lin Feng, he managed to inscribe 2 characters on the ground with his finger just before succumbing to unconsciousness. This child has not only acquired a name, but also bears the surname Lin. This may truly be a divine gift bestowed upon us, the Caucasian woman remarked, a faint smile gracing her lips as she clutched the arm of the middle-aged Chinese man beside her. Indeed, Lin Jingyang nodded, lifting Lin Feng into his arms. Martha, from this day forth, we are parents. Chapter 2 Analysis. The following day, Lin Feng gradually awoke, gazing at the 2 kind faces before him, momentarily taken aback. Hello, little one. My name is Lin Jingyang, and this is Marcia Lin. From today onward, we shall be your father and mother, Lin Jingyang said, a gentle smile gracing his features as he looked at Lin Feng. So your name is Marcia, Lin Feng murmured, pursing his lips as a wave of hunger washed over him. I am Lin Feng, he managed to articulate, though his infantile state rendered his speech somewhat unclear. Is he speaking your mother tongue? Marcia inquired of Lin Jingyang, astonished that such a young child could utter words. Indeed, Lin Jingyang replied, his eyes glistening with emotion. After many years, hearing his native language stirred something deep within him. Hungry, Lin Feng uttered succinctly. Finished, he declared after consuming a generous bowl of milk, gently placing the bowl down as he turned to Lin Jingyang and Marcia. A flicker of golden light flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, pieces of information about the 2 adults filled Lin Feng's mind. Lin Jingyang, a pure-blooded earth human, male. 43 years of age, standing 178 centimeters tall and weighing 71 kilograms. Marcia Lin, a pure-blooded earth human, female, 41 years of age, standing 165 centimeters tall and weighing 53 kilograms. Is this what they call analysis? Lin Feng pondered, flipping onto his side, climbing out of bed, and unsteadily taking a few steps. The infant body felt quite peculiar. Lin Feng grimaced as he approached the nearby bookshelf. Dictionary, he indicated, pointing at an English dictionary perched upon the shelf. Do you want this? Lin Jingyang asked, retrieving the dictionary and handing it to Lin Feng. Quite heavy, Lin Feng remarked as he struggled to open the book. Analysis. Upon completing the analysis, a surge of knowledge flooded Lin Feng's mind, elevating his proficiency in English to a native level, perhaps even surpassing it. Turning his gaze toward the nearby table, he activated his analytical ability once more, and information regarding the Table S structure, material, and manufacturing date instantly emerged in his consciousness. Quite useful, Lin Feng said, smacking his lips, only to be swiftly overtaken by a wave of dizziness. It is indeed useful, but I must refrain from overusing it, he murmured, shaking his small head. Following a brief spell of dizziness, Lin Feng suddenly realized an enhancement in his bodily control. Though still in an infant's form, he could execute movements with greater precision, including walking and speaking. His vision sharpened and his capacity to absorb information accelerated. Is this heightened ability a result of the analysis consuming energy? Lin Feng wondered, recognizing a phenomenon akin to those depicted in fantastical novels, where mental exertion leads to rapid growth. The subsequent days unfolded with simplicity. After a moment of recovery, Lin Feng resumed analyzing the objects within his sight, an endless cycle. In what felt like the blink of an eye, he found himself 14 years of age. Leveraging his analytical prowess, he swiftly completed his studies, garnering attention from prestigious institutions due to his exceptional grades. Tomorrow, he was set to enter the Massachusetts Institute of Technology as a special admissions student. During these years, the promotional videos featuring Captain America and the frequent glimpses of Howard Stark on television enlightened him to the fact that he had arrived in the Marvel Universe. And the year was 1985, roughly the same time Tony Stark had entered MIT at the age of 15. "You must be Lin." A youthful incarnation of Robert Downey Jr. approached, and my father remarked that a prodigy younger than I had gained admission to MIT alongside me. A claim I found hard to believe. "Tony Stark," Lin Feng greeted him, recognizing the heir to Stark Industries. "I've heard of you. You know, I prefer the company of geniuses. Conversing with those of lesser intellect can be rather cumbersome." Tony intended to drape his arm over Lin Feng's shoulder, but abruptly realized Lin Feng stood half a head taller, awkwardly retracting his hand. "I too favor friendships with the intellectually gifted," Lin Feng shrugged, "but I'm uncertain if you can keep pace with my progress." Thus, Lin Feng and Tony Stark engaged in a spirited intellectual rivalry, each refusing to concede in academia, yet they forged a profound friendship in life. "Would you consider joining Stark Industries after graduation?" In just 2 years, they had completed their collegiate endeavors, and at the commencement ceremony, Tony extended an invitation to Lin Feng. "Certainly," Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, recognizing that Stark Industries boasted the most advanced technological innovations, which would significantly enrich his knowledge base. "Is this the legendary arc reactor?" Gazing at the immense apparatus before him, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly deconstructed the reactor's workings, assimilating all its technologies into his mind. "Are you the youngest genius, Lin?" A middle-aged man approached. "That fellow doesn't seem trustworthy," Tony remarked, rolling his eyes at the man. "You'd best steer clear of him." "Lin, I am Howard Stark. It's a pleasure to meet you." Howard extended his hand. "Mr. Stark." "It's an honor," Lin Feng replied, shaking Howard's hand firmly. "No need for such formality. Since you're friends with Tony, just call me Uncle Howard," he said with a warm smile that momentarily caught Lin Feng off guard. "Very well, Uncle Howard," Lin Feng chuckled, scrutinizing Howard closely. It was now 1987, and in 4 years, Howard would be assassinated by the Winter Soldier while transporting the Super Soldier Serum. Lin Feng pondered whether to intervene, considering his favorable rapport with Tony. "Let it unfold naturally. I shall assess the situation when the time comes." Lin Feng turned his attention back to analyzing the inner workings of Stark Industries. Feigning nonchalance, Lin Feng slipped towards a concealed entrance. Prior to entering, he had already deconstructed the building, its original blueprints vividly manifesting in his mind, revealing all secret chambers and hidden doors. A combination lock. How delightful, he grinned at the sight of the keypad. With a swift analysis, he effortlessly obtained the code. The Super Soldier Serum, just as I suspected. Observing the unfinished blue liquid before him, Lin Feng conducted another analysis, but this time, a progress bar appeared on the data panel. It took 10 seconds for the bar to reach its conclusion, at which point the results materialized in Lin Feng's mind. Quite reasonable, he mused, considering this is merely a prototype, and the technological complexity warrants a longer analysis time. Lin Feng exited the chamber, securely closing the door behind him, and discreetly infiltrated the system to erase the surveillance footage of his recent entry. Chapter 3. Captain America, yet not quite evenly matched. He gazed at the pale blue liquid contained within the test tube, a faint smile gracing his lips. The much-lauded Super Soldier Serum, once exalted in films, was not particularly challenging to synthesize upon understanding its production processes and proportions. The raw materials were quite commonplace and devoid of any illicit substances. Judging by the images of the Soviet winter soldiers, the injection of the super soldier serum did not necessitate the life cradle employed by Captain America. Lin Feng extracted the blue liquid from the test tube, the needle glinting ominously under the laboratory lights. As the serum coursed through his veins, he was immediately beset by intense pain, which he swiftly subdued by shutting down his pain receptors. Years of cerebral enhancement had rendered him adept at manipulating his own body. Disabling his pain receptors was but a minor skill acquired through this development. After a brief interval, he reactivated his pain receptors, only to discover that the agony had dissipated. He conducted a self-assessment, examining the data displayed on the panel, and nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the super soldier serum proved to be an exceptional substance. Clenching his fist, Lin Feng reveled in the surge of strength coursing through him. Yet, he did not feel out of place due to the rapid increase in power. After all, his current physique was still far from his peak developmental potential, and mastering a body with slightly altered strength was not a formidable challenge. I suppose one could say I am akin to Captain America now, Lin Feng mused, rolling his neck. But let us be realistic. Captain America could hold his own. Can you? A voice suddenly resonated within Lin Feng's mind. Damn, you're awake, system? Startled, he leapt to his feet. Just revived. I expended too much energy earlier. The system's voice sounded somewhat weak. What realm is this? You don't even know where you are? Pathetic system, Lin Feng scoffed. The energy I've regained is barely sufficient to power you on. I can only converse at this moment, unable to perform anything else. The system anthropomorphically sighed. Very well. Lin Feng resumed his seat. This is the Marvel Universe, 1987. By the way, you do know what the Marvel Universe is, correct? Obviously, the system retorted. Which Marvel Universe are you referring to? Not entirely certain, but based on the timeline, it should align with the cinematic universe. Lin Feng stroked his chin. Considering that the known developments adhered to the film universe, including the emergence of Captain America during World War II and Iron Man's entrance into MIT, the cinematic universe, then? That's reassuring. The system seemed to exhale in relief. The next significant event should be the demise of Howard Stark. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. What is on your mind? Not merely a thought, the system replied. Altering the known timeline could expedite the restoration of my powers. Very well, then let us proceed, Lin Feng declared. Over the years, I have analyzed numerous elements and acquired various skills. Coupled with the newly obtained super soldier serum, defeating a winter soldier should pose no issue. However, Lin Feng shifted the topic, questioning whether altering the timeline would attract the attention of the Time Management Bureau or even the Ancient One. Indeed, the system replied succinctly. But those bureaucrats should pose no real threat to you, right? I fear not the Time Management Bureau, but if the Ancient One were to arrive, I would be in dire straits. That old fellow is a singularity-level being, and before him, I would be but a mere speck. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. It's not a significant issue. Haven't you read the novels? The Ancient One typically makes a grand display before departing. The system responded with a hint of amusement. Quite reasonable. Lin Feng paused for a moment. But what do I gain from your restoration? Of course, rewards are in order. Isn't that the essence of the system? The system hesitated momentarily. After you alter the timeline to restore my energy, I shall provide you with corresponding rewards through that energy. What you say is quite logical. Lin Feng nodded in agreement, yet he felt something amiss. Closing his eyes, a glimmer swept across his brow, allowing him to peer into his spiritual realm, where a sphere of light pulsed rhythmically, at times bright, at other times dim. Analyzing, Lin Feng initiated an analysis on the sphere, but the resulting data left him astonished. The name extracted by the truth system amounted to merely 6 characters, including punctuation, with the remainder being incomprehensible gibberish. In these years of restoring my power, you have managed to reach this level. The sphere rhythmically contracted and expanded, akin to a heartbeat. However, with your current capabilities, you remain unable to analyze me. What exactly are you? In the depths of his spiritual realm, Lin Feng's soul hovered, his brow tightly knit. You need not know my essence. All you must understand is that we are one, our fates intertwined. The system spoke slowly. As long as you live, I can continue to harness energy. Should you perish, I too shall meet my end. I shall trust you for now. For reasons unknown, Lin Feng's intuition urged him to trust the sphere before him, and he chose to heed that instinct. I can provide you with vast computational power. The system took a breath. I am essentially a supercomputer integrated with your spirit, possessing immense computational capacity at your disposal. Your current analysis can only handle technological products. Should you encounter supernatural forces, your computational ability falls short. Indeed. Lin Feng nodded, recalling the progress bar from his earlier analysis of the super soldier serum. How much energy do you require for restoration? The rewriting of the Stark couple's fate should suffice for me to utilize a portion of my computational power. This amount will be adequate for your current needs. The system's luminescence dimmed further. I need to rest a while longer. Our recent exchange has consumed a significant portion of the energy I had just regained. Very well. Lin Feng observed the sphere's light waning, its pulsing frequency slowing considerably, and exited the spiritual realm. That was close. The sphere brightened momentarily. Master, your judgment is indeed astute. This task is rather challenging. What, exactly, is that system? Emerging from the realm of the mind, Lin Feng's brow remained furrowed. Regardless, for the time being, his relationship with me still proved advantageous. The pressing concern now lay in determining the trajectory of the Stark couple for years hence, as well as identifying the location for Winter Soldier's assassination attempt on them. Chapter 4. This is not a cinematic universe. The following day, Lin Feng arrived at a training facility adjacent to the laboratory. This training ground was situated beneath a villa, which he had acquired years prior through the utilization of his extraordinarily advanced intellect to amass wealth. He had subsequently funneled these funds into the name of a deceased, yet undiscovered, individual of Chinese descent. In these times, it was not uncommon for old souls to pass away, often leaving behind identities that remained unannounced for years. Lin Feng had long since purchased the villa and remodeled the basement. Today, he suspended a heavy bag in midair, aiming to test his capabilities and recreate the iconic scene from the first Avengers film, where Captain America severed the chain of a heavy bag. A rumbling sound erupted, causing the ground to tremble beneath him. An earthquake? Lin Feng paused, making his way to the surface. Zero. What is happening? He called into the air. A brief global earthquake has occurred. I am currently infiltrating satellites to ascertain the epicenter, a mechanical female voice responded. Zero. An artificial intelligence created by Lin Feng several years prior represented the pinnacle of technological advancement. It could be said that wherever there was an internet connection, Zero's presence could be felt. The name Zero was derived from its original connotation, signifying the first true artificial intelligence in existence. Sir, the epicenter has been identified. Cairo, Egypt. Cairo, Egypt is the source of a global earthquake? Lin Feng found this notion somewhat familiar. Suddenly, a spark of realization struck him. Wait, apocalypse? No. Apocalypse was not from the X-Men universe. Lin Feng cursed under his breath. If his speculation proved accurate, complications would surely arise. He proceeded to the hangar, where a sleek, sci-fi aircraft sat quietly, its silver exterior radiating a sense of advanced technology. Initiating space jump, Lin Feng commanded as he took the pilot's seat, setting his destination, Cairo, Egypt. Upon arriving, Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a vast crater. He gritted his teeth. Historically, there had been no record of a first battle during the Cold War, nor had there been any footage of Magneto delivering a speech in front of the White House, altered by time. The X-Men narrative diverged significantly from prior events. Alternatively, had mutants been integrated into the timeline of the cinematic universe? Lin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating. Indeed, this was the most plausible explanation. Thus, it was reasonable for the apocalypse incident, originally set in 1983, to transpire in 1987. Drawing a deep breath, Lin Feng descended into the crater, analyzing the surroundings. He studied the markings on the crater's walls. A golden glimmer danced in his eyes as streams of data flowed through his mind. This was evidence of spatial transmission. It appeared that developments were unfolding similarly to before. Sensing the atmosphere around him, Lin Feng deduced that the transmission point must be in Germany. Suddenly, he raised his head. Magneto? He had arrived just in time. Lin Feng's aircraft emerged from the spatial portal, revealing a factory and Eric Lenscher standing alongside Apocalypse. Analysis underway. Lin Feng gazed at Apocalypse and Eric with his golden eyes. A plethora of progress bars appeared beneath Apocalypse's panel, depicting phenomena such as spatial traversal, psychokinesis, enhanced mutant abilities, self-molecular reconstruction, soul transference, protective fields, energy conversion, and immortality. The sole progress bar on Eric's panel indicated electromagnetic control, with all computational power dedicated to this facet. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The speed of analyzing these superpowers was indeed sluggish. Even with his entire computational strength focused on electromagnetic control, the progress advanced with great reluctance. In Saban Nur, Lin Feng uttered, addressing Apocalypse directly. Who are you? Apocalypse's eyes gradually turned white. I can sense that you are not one of those slaves. Yet you do not resemble us either. I am Lin Feng, he replied with a faint smile. I am merely a passerby, nothing more. If you are a passerby, then move along. Apocalypse's deep voice resonated. I do not wish to engage in conflict with you. Then, farewell. Lin Feng waved his hand, returning to the spacecraft, which then executed a space jump to depart. Electromagnetic control, analysis complete. An hour later, Lin Feng contemplated the genetic blueprint and energy operation of electromagnetic control, closing his eyes as monumental changes transpired within him. Such formidable power, yet it was wielded by old man as the Iron King, Lin Feng mused, shaking his head. Extending his hand, he deconstructed a nearby metal chain, reconstructing it into a suit of armor that adhered to his form. Mastery over one of the universe's 4 fundamental forces was not a trivial pursuit. Continue analysis, prioritize immortality. Lin Feng allocated his analysis focus to immortality, akin to the abilities of Wolverine and Deadpool, allowing for rapid healing from any injury sustained. Approximately half an hour later, Lin Feng monitored the progress, adjusting his spacecraft. Given Earth's current material performance, the space jump engine could only support 3 jumps, and having just exhausted that capacity, it needed to be rebuilt. The convenience of electromagnetic control was apparent. Lin Feng reduced several metal rods to a powdery state, subsequently melding them into various components. With this ability, I can fabricate some conceptual metallic materials. 10 minutes later, a brand new spacecraft materialized within the hangar, boasting the same sleek silver exterior. Yet many previously rough edges had become smooth, and the original space jump engine appeared rejuvenated. Excellent, Lin Feng executed an analysis, observing the data on the panel, nodding in approval before settling into the pilot's seat, awaiting the completion of his immortality analysis. A few minutes later, Lin Feng opened his eyes. Sensing a global electromagnetic disturbance, Old Man had made his move. Gradually extending his hand, he conjured an invisible electromagnetic field, stabilizing the metallic objects in his home that had begun to tremble. Immortality, analysis complete. Noticing the progress bar for immortality had reached 100, Lin Feng fashioned a small knife from the metallic powder and drew it across his skin, a crimson wound appearing on his arm. Impressive. Watching the injury visibly heal before his eyes, Lin Feng stretched, closed the spacecraft door, and teleported towards the epicenter of the electromagnetic disturbance. Even if the timing is amiss, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse remain unchanged. Observing the individuals below, Lin Feng smiled. Storm, Angel, Psylocke, Magneto. Gradually descending to the ground, he noticed Magneto, encircled by a magnetic field, gazing at him with a look of confusion. Chapter 5, The Soul Answer. Do you possess the power to control metal as well? Magneto focused his mind on Lin Feng's flying apparatus, sensing the presence of metal within, yet unable to exert control over it. Thanks to you, Lin Feng replied, opening the cabin door and allowing his body to float out. I sense that you are not one of us, but why do you radiate our essence? The horseman's eyes gleamed with a pallid light as he regarded Lin Feng. Surrender. You cannot influence me. Lin Feng gently twisted his neck. Your abilities are intriguing. I believe you would make for a superior vessel. The horseman spoke slowly, as a figure drifted from his side. Charles Xavier. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, a golden light emanating from his eyes as he activated his analytical power. Telepathy, priority, highest. You are mimicking his abilities, the horseman remarked, seemingly attuned to something. Is that your power? You could say that, Lin Feng shrugged. though I believe my abilities lean more towards analysis and reconstruction. By the way, I have yet to name my power. How about calling it the Soul Answer? The Soul Answer? The horseman pondered for a moment. A commendable name. Although it bears a hint of plagiarism, I find it quite befitting of my abilities. A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Thus, do you wish to join us and become one of the divine? The horseman extended his hand toward Lin Feng. Not at all, Lin Feng replied with a dismissive smirk. To be precise, I have come to thwart your plans. Is it merely you? The horseman raised an eyebrow. Certainly not just me. Lin Feng gazed into the distance, where a dark spot grew larger, revealing the silhouette of an aircraft. Scan the area, he instructed, his eyes shimmering with golden light as the progress bar for his analytical panel filled with several new entries. One red progress bar, standing out prominently, labeled Phoenix Force. After a moment of contemplation regarding the priority of this newfound information, Lin Feng decided it was best to first analyze the telepathy. Professor, as Charles floated in the air, several sentinels descended from the aircraft, charging toward them, but the horseman waved his hand, sending an energy wave that knocked them back. Lin Feng gently raised his hand, suspending the tumbling sentinels in midair before slowly lowering them to the ground, while he drew Charles back directly. I believe I understand now, Lin Feng said, shaking his head in resignation. The recently completed analysis of telepathy had unveiled a fragment of Charles's memory, revealing that in this universe, he had made different choices than before. Using his telepathic ability, Lin Feng roused Charles from his unconscious state. I did not wish for this, but there was no alternative, Charles replied, shaking his head. If I do not act, the existence of mutants will be perilously endangered. You made the right choice. Assessing Charles's condition, Lin Feng conjured a wheelchair with his electromagnetic powers and placed Charles upon it. The bald man in the wheelchair, regardless of which universe you hail from, can never escape this fate. Lin Feng chuckled. You come from another universe? Charles eased the pain coursing through his body and gazed at Lin Feng. You may interpret it that way, Lin Feng nodded. However, I do not know the version of you from other universes. I have merely observed certain occurrences. You lack reverence for the divine. Apocalypse's eyes turned pale, and the earth began to tremble as massive boulders were hurled towards the crowd. You possess many abilities, yet your utilization of them remains rather crude. Lin Feng shook his head and raised a hand, halting all the boulders midair, which then hurtled back with greater speed. Scott Summers, Lin Feng directed his attention to the bespectacled Scott, his fingers deftly conjuring the energy-controlling glasses that had appeared in X-Men First Class. Give this a try. Thank you. Scott donned the new glasses and unleashed a laser towards Apocalypse, only for it to be effortlessly deflected by his shield. A blue blur zipped by as Quicksilver charged forward. Apocalypse was momentarily caught off guard and was struck repeatedly. Children remained too naive, Lin Feng mused. Though he lacked super speed, his mental acuity rivaled that of Quicksilver. After a series of intricate calculations, he strolled leisurely to position himself accurately between Apocalypse and Quicksilver, whose left leg was ensnared by the earth. Just a child. That is quite enough. Lin Feng delivered a punch to Apocalypse's shield, which, despite its formidable nature, yielded to Lin Feng's force, creating a significant breach, allowing his fist to make direct contact with Apocalypse's chin. Your strength? Apocalypse's eyes glazed over, as if he were calculating something. Hey! A furious shout resonated from above as an angel with steel wings dove down. Did you not hear? I possess abilities akin to that individual. Lin Feng gestured towards Eric and, with a subtle lift of his hand, suspended the angel mid-flight. If you did not hear, it indicates a physical ailment. If you did hear and still descended with metal wings, it suggests a mental deficiency. Let him go. Storm's eyes turned pale as she ascended. Dark clouds gathering above, charged with lightning. Eric, pay attention. Lin Feng observed Magneto, who was enveloped in a magnetic field, and snapped his fingers. The lightning in the clouds vanished instantly. Mastery over electromagnetism is not merely a game of manipulating metal. It encompasses electricity as well. Magneto watched Lin Feng, sensing the shift in the magnetic field as he snapped his fingers, pondering deeply. Psylocke, do you wish to continue? Lin Feng turned to Psylocke, who was forming a purple lightsaber, and she gazed at him with intensity before the purple glow gradually dissipated as she withdrew from the battlefield. If I recall correctly, your name is Lin Feng? Magneto gazed at Lin Feng and pointed to the figure beside him, Quicksilver. Who is he? A familiar aura enveloped Lin Feng. Him? Lin Feng chuckled. While I am not privy to all details, if you hadn't fled back then, this lad should bear the surname Lanchel, and as far as I know, he has a sister as well. That is sufficient. Magneto dissipated the magnetic field, two colossal steel beams embedding themselves before Apocalypse, forming a symbol. Chapter 6, A New Dawn for Apocalypse. You betrayed me? Apocalypse directed his gaze toward Magneto hovering in the air. No, I once betrayed them. With a twist of his wrist, Magneto summoned a torrent of metal that surged toward Apocalypse, yet all were thwarted by Apocalypse's shield. Old Magneto knows how to make an entrance, Lin Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow. Scott, having leapt down with the beast, swiftly removed his glasses, unleashing two beams of potent energy toward Apocalypse's shield. Is this all you've got? Apocalypse maintained his stance behind the shield, advancing step by step. Certainly not. Charles reclined, closing his eyes, entering Apocalypse's mind. Have you not always desired my power? In the realm of the psyche, Charles stepped closer, placing his hands upon Apocalypse's head. Welcome to my world. You are far from sufficient. After a brief moment of acclimatization, Apocalypse within the mental landscape firmly caught Charles's punch, his form gradually enlarging. To defeat me, you will require a larger abode. Jean, Charles called out, seeking her assistance. At the sound of Charles's voice, Jean slowly lifted her head, a flicker of crimson light igniting in her eyes as she approached Apocalypse. No, he does not require that, Lin Feng interjected, placing a hand on Jean's shoulder, urging her to withdraw from her current state. The Phoenix Force is not yet ready to awaken. Doing so now would only result in greater harm later. But what about the professor? Jean, having just emerged from that state, appeared somewhat disoriented. Leave it to me, Lin Feng replied, twisting his neck and closing his eyes to project his consciousness into Apocalypse's mind. Charles stood momentarily stunned at the sudden appearance of Lin Feng. Once Jean's power is fully awakened, the consequences could be dire. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng summoned Charles, who had been ensnared by Apocalypse, back to his side. Now, it is my turn. Do you seek a larger abode? I shall provide it. Lin Feng's form began to expand, reaching the same height as Apocalypse as the surroundings transformed into an expansive cosmos. Is this house large enough? Lin Feng landed a punch squarely on Apocalypse's chin, sending him soaring far away. You could have ascended to divinity. You could even surpass me. Apocalypse roared. Why aid those slaves? I am not aiding anyone. I merely find you displeasing, Lin Feng retorted, shaking his head. Moreover, you are no deity. For them, I am a god. No to them. You are merely a powerful tyrant, nothing more. Lin Feng delivered another kick, asserting, true deities require no slaves, for to the divine, humans and mutants hold no distinction. Beneath the self, all beings are equal. Placing his right hand upon Apocalypse's skull, Lin Feng declared, this is what it means to be divine. Unfazed by the looming specter of death, Apocalypse widened his eyes. Deities do not govern life. Rather, they immerse themselves within it, seeking their own pleasures. Lin Feng gradually tightened his grip, asserting that from the very beginning, your comprehension of the divine was flawed. No, you shall become akin to me. Sensing Lin Feng's formidable power, Apocalypse's body relaxed, as if resigning to fate, kneeling in the void. I can sense it. Who knows, after all? I am not yet a deity. Lin Feng smiled faintly, applying pressure and shattering Apocalypse's spiritual essence. It was over. Lin Feng opened his eyes, and before him, Apocalypse's form slowly collapsed to the ground. This matter must be addressed, and it will be no simple task. Lin Feng gazed at Apocalypse's lifeless body. His soul had been eradicated, yet his body would remain in a vegetative state, and due to its immortal attributes, this vessel would persist indefinitely. Merely a corpse. Isn't burial sufficient? Quicksilver shrugged. It is not so straightforward. Magneto descended gently, patting Quicksilver's shoulder like a paternal figure. Once a body is exploited by those with ill intent, complications arise. Indeed, any telepath could effortlessly control a soulless body. Charles furrowed his brow. Initially, my plan involved the Phoenix completely molecularizing his being, dismantling his form to ensure it could never regenerate. I have stated that the Phoenix must not awaken at this juncture. Lin Feng shook his head. Across the planet, few possess the power to suppress the phoenix, not even I. Should it spiral out of control, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Is it conceivable to simply leave it unaddressed? Scott adjusted his glasses and stumbled forward. You mentioned that a telepath could control this body. Thus, let a telepath manage it at will. My strength is far from sufficient. Exerting control over such a formidable vessel would deplete my mental resources, leaving me unable to pursue other endeavors. Charles shook his head. This indeed presents an unanticipated avenue. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. While prolonged control is inadvisable, we could bestow it with a new soul. A glimmer flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Fabricating a memory would suffice. With a wave of his hand, Apocalypse's body soared into his grasp, and he pressed his hands upon the crown of Apocalypse's head, ripples emerging where his palms met the skull. Editing memories is far more intricate than merely erasing a segment. First, the memory must be comprehensive, spanning from a person's birth to the present, necessitating extensive simulation. A fabricated memory must possess substantial authenticity, or the subject will experience a profound sense of disconnection. Furthermore, the simulated memories must be plausible. An implausible memory could induce bizarre sensations in the subject, potentially leading to cognitive disarray and madness. This is indeed challenging. Yet I believe I can succeed. Minutes later, fine beads of sweat emerged on Lin Feng's forehead, and his hands pressed against Apocalypse's crown trembled slightly. It is nearly complete. Lin Feng's perspiration cascaded down his cheeks, and by the time he released his grip, his back was thoroughly drenched. Completion. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, and the eyes of the seer suddenly widened, causing those present to instinctively take a step back. Oh, Supreme Lord! The seer knelt before Lin Feng on one knee, exclaiming, I have finally found you. Rise. Lin Feng pulled the seer to his feet, introducing, These are my friends. Now, there remains a straightforward task for me to undertake. Charles gritted his teeth. Hank, take me back to the academy. Chapter 7. The Professor's Choice. You have seen it, have you not? Charles inquired, glancing at Lin Feng. Indeed, I have seen it. Lin Feng nodded, affirming, given the circumstances at that time, your decision was indeed correct. It should be ineffective for you now. Charles sighed. I still hope you can keep this secret. I will. Lin Feng blinked. Are you going to do it again? It seems we must. Charles closed his eyes. Shall we go together? Very well. Lin Feng nodded, gently gesturing, and his spacecraft disassembled, revealing the space-jumping engine within. With a twist of his wrist, the space-jumping engine unfurled and reconfigured, ultimately transforming into a bracelet. Until the analysis of the space-jumping capability is completed, we will use this. Lin Feng clenched his fist lightly, and a wormhole materialized, engulfing everyone present. In the next moment, they found themselves before the gates of Xavier's School for Gifted Youngsters. This is the power of technology. Lin Feng smiled, shaking his wrist. Let us proceed. I wish to witness 1962, the time when I first arrived in this world. I was weak then and unable to resist the power of telepathy. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, reflecting, unbeknownst to me, I too fell victim. That time was too sensitive. I had no choice. Charles maneuvered his wheelchair toward the basement. When I saw those missiles approaching us, I knew that the existence of mutants must remain concealed, for otherwise, our entire kind would face grave peril. I have a dream. Charles donned the cerebral wave amplifier, and although this phrase echoes Martin Luther King, it is true. I have a dream that one day, humans and mutants can coexist in complete peace, devoid of discrimination and fear. Your dream will come to fruition. Lin Feng's gaze was profound, as if peering through the river of time, yet it requires time. I understand. Charles nodded. Thus, before the time arrives, I must shield the existence of mutants from the world. Eric, Raven. Charles turned his head. I am about to begin. Their minds will be entrusted to me, while the data of the real world will be yours. No problem. Magneto ascended, pointing at Mystique. I believe this fellow can be of great assistance. Very well. Let us proceed together. Charles nodded, closing his eyes as the interior of the cerebral wave amplification chamber began to spin, ultimately transforming into a tapestry of intertwined red and white light points depicting Earth. So many mutants already? Lin Feng was taken aback, gazing at the red points of light. My mutant brethren. Charles slowly began to speak, his words resonating accurately within the minds of every awakened mutant. I am Charles Xavier. Many of you should still recall my voice. A decade ago, mutants nearly exposed themselves to the gaze of humanity. And I understood that the emergence of a new species would plunge humanity into profound panic, a panic that would inevitably morph into a desire for annihilation. Thus, after informing you, I endeavored to erase the existence of mutants from the collective memory of humankind. Just yesterday, another significant battle involving mutants transpired, and for that, I must sincerely apologize, as we must once again take action. Charles' gaze sharpened, and the images within the cerebral amplification chamber shifted from red to white, as individuals were selected for global coverage. Now, Charles's eyes widened abruptly, and in an instant, all humans and unawakened mutants ceased their actions and thoughts. Child, transport us, Magneto said as he placed an arm around Mystique's shoulder. Very well, Mystique nodded, and with a flicker, they vanished from their location. Charles, we have succeeded. Mystique's voice echoed. Good. Charles closed his eyes, affirming that yesterday was merely a simple earthquake. Nothing else had transpired beyond that seismic event. A stream of telepathic energy, imbued with information, emanated from Charles's mind, amplified by the cerebral enhancer, spreading across the globe and infiltrating the minds of every human and unawakened mutant. Minutes later, Charles withdrew his power and collapsed to the ground. Sigh. Lin Feng lamented as he aided Charles back into his wheelchair and wheeled him outside. Recognizing the immense toll his mental exertion had taken, he needed a moment of rest. Perhaps this was the very truth behind the absence of mutants in cinematic universes. They had always existed, yet humanity's memories had been manipulated. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Lin, may I have a word? Magneto patted Lin Feng's shoulder. Certainly, Lin Feng nodded, following Magneto to a secluded spot. What is it? They inquired as they stepped away from prying eyes. I have been contemplating a question. Magneto leaned against a nearby tree. Is Charles's course of action truly justifiable? Given the current circumstances, it appears to be the optimal solution. Lin Feng sighed. The existence of mutants indeed poses a significant threat to humanity, which would not remain passive in the face of such a reality. Then let us engage in battle. Magneto's emotions flared. We are, after all, the superior species. Why should we cower like mice in the shadows? Because you cannot prevail, Lin Feng retorted, removing Magneto's helmet and projecting images from the Sentinel program's aftermath into Magneto's mind. If Charles had not taken this action, this would be our future. When shall we live like normal individuals? Magneto's gaze grew distant as the scenes of the Sentinel program momentarily dulled his resolve. When humanity and mutants face a common enemy. Lin Feng pointed to the sky. History teaches us that only an external threat can unify humanity in the cessation of civil strife. Humanity has a penchant for war. Conflict has woven itself through the entire tapestry of human history, each significant advancement often accompanied by the specter of battle. Lin Feng gazed at the distant horizon, anticipating the moment when the extraterrestrial adversaries would descend, allowing the mutants to emerge. Extraterrestrial? Charles maneuvered his wheelchair to position himself between the two, inquiring about the nature of these otherworldly foes. I cannot disclose that, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Revealing the future too early could lead to unforeseen and dire consequences. All he could affirm was that it was imminent. At this point, we have no choice but to trust you, Charles stated, locking eyes with Lin Feng, hoping his words bore truth. Given the present circumstances, it should not pose a problem, Lin Feng reassured him, patting Charles on the shoulder. However, you must keep a close watch on that girl, Jean, within your academy. What is her true condition? Charles queried, his brow furrowed. She harbors immense power within her. And should that power spiral out of control, the entire world would face a grave crisis, Lin Feng sighed. The Phoenix Force is beyond what this Earth can currently withstand. I understand, Charles nodded. Chapter 8. The Winter Soldier. My parents are away on business. Would you care to join me for a party? For years had passed, and Lin Feng and Tony had become close friends, frequently collaborating on research. Lin Feng, now 20, found himself in the year 1991, the very time when the Stark couple would fall victim to the Winter Soldier's assassination. Unfortunately, I have my own matters to attend to. Lin Feng replied with a slight grimace. I need to rescue your parents. I hardly have time to indulge in frivolities. He ended the call, shaking his head at how swiftly time flew by. In these 4 years, Lin Feng had not been idle. Maintaining a robust relationship with the mutant organization afforded him myriad abilities for analysis. Over the years, his analytical panel had remained perpetually full, as he had deciphered nearly all the mutant powers he encountered, save for one, whose progress was excruciatingly slow. Phoenix Force, Analysis Progress. 2. Gazing at the glaring red data. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. The disparity between the Phoenix Force and other abilities was vast, resulting in an extended analysis period. He hoped that with this alteration to history and the system's awakening, he might expedite the analysis of the Phoenix Force. With a resigned sigh, Lin Feng vanished from sight, soaring into the sky to monitor Howard Stark's vehicle. They have arrived. As he observed Howard's car navigate a narrow path, a motorcycle approached head-on, the rider's left arm glinting with metallic coldness. With a resounding thud, the Winter Soldier's mechanical arm struck the side of the car, producing a cacophony of grinding metal as the vehicle careened into a nearby tree. Goodness, Lin Feng murmured, descending from the sky in a free fall, landing gracefully on one knee with a sharp crack. Ouch, he gasped as the bone in his knee swiftly healed. The perilous nature of a superhero's descent was not to be trifled with. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's sudden appearance, the brainwashed Winter Soldier wasted no time, launching a punch that Lin Feng deftly intercepted. Your mechanical arm is impressive, Lin Feng remarked, twisting the Winter Soldier's fist and initiating an analysis. This form of instantaneous mechanical augmentation was indeed a novel concept. How remarkably efficient. Observing the progress bar that reached its end in less than half a second, Lin Feng sighed and delivered a punch to the Winter Soldier's head, rendering him unconscious. Howard Stark, with a slight wave of Lin Feng's hand, witnessed the complete disintegration of the vehicle as the Stark couple was lifted out along with their seats. You are Lin? Howard paused momentarily, recognizing Lin Feng's face. Do you believe me now? Lin Feng shrugged, gesturing with his hand to heal the injuries on both of them. First and foremost, thank you for saving us. Howard managed to rise. Moreover, why did you come to our aid? Nothing much. I have a good rapport with Tony, so I lent a hand, Lin Feng replied, waving his hand as the car reassembled in midair and gently descended to the ground. Let us head home. Tony is waiting for you. Who are you? Howard gazed at Lin Feng with a serious expression. Me? You may refer to me as the Omniscient One. Lin Feng lifted the Winter Soldier, floating into the air. We shall have the opportunity to meet again. Harnessing his abilities, Lin Feng transformed into a cloud of blue smoke, gradually vanishing back to his laboratory. James Buchanan Barnes. Lin Feng utilized his psychic powers to lift the Winter Soldier's brainwashing. Who are you? Bucky abruptly sat up. My name is Lin Feng. I have just freed you from Hydra's conditioning, Lin Feng shrugged. You nearly harmed Howard Stark. I was the one who intervened. Thank you. Bucky slowly rose, grappling with the reality of having almost killed his friend under duress. There's no need to thank me. I did it because I have a good relationship with his son. Lin Feng waved his hand. The brainwashing program Hydra implanted in your mind has been eradicated. You are free now. Even if I am free, where can I go? Bucky sat down despondently, a World War II veteran, missing an arm, with no identity to speak of. If you are uncertain of your direction, you could join my company as a security guard. Lin Feng patted Bucky's shoulder. The monthly salary is $8,000 with comprehensive insurance, and I can assist you with your identity issues. Your company? Bucky raised an eyebrow. Omniscient Technology, currently focused on mobile devices. Lin Feng produced a business card. 2 years prior, Lin Feng collaborated with Tony on a project, effectively transplanting the functionalities of the advanced screens from Tony's home into smartphones, resulting in the creation of the first touchscreen phone in the Marvel Universe, the Omniscient One. They also co-founded a company named Omniscient Technology. And on the day of its launch, sales skyrocketed, leading to exponential growth in the company's market value. After 2 years, Lin Feng had become a billionaire, recognized as Tony Stark's most capable assistant. Yet, only Tony was aware that Lin Feng's scientific acumen surpassed his own, often illuminating complex problems that left Tony bewildered. Lin, after all this time, I never knew you possessed superpowers, Tony entered Lin Feng's home. Upon returning home, Howard immediately inquired about Lin Feng, advising Tony to exercise caution. However, with their relationship strained, Tony paid little heed, becoming excited upon learning of Lin Feng's abilities and promptly sought him out at his residence. "You never asked." Lin Feng raised his hands in a gesture of introduction. "This is Bucky Barnes, a dear friend of Captain America." Tony interrupted Lin Feng. "Do you really think I haven't been to the Captain America Memorial?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "Since you are acquainted, that makes things easier. From today onward, he will oversee the security operations at Omniscient Technologies. A World War II veteran, a super soldier, and equipped with a mechanical arm, no problem at all." Tony scrutinized Bucky and nodded in agreement. "All right, with both company owners in accord, you are now the head of security at Omniscient Technologies." Lin Feng patted Bucky on the shoulder. "I'll have a chat with Tony. You can report to the office tomorrow." "No problem." Bucky understood the underlying meaning in Lin Feng's words and nodded, retreating to the basement. "Thank you for saving my mother. Without you, I wouldn't have had even a final farewell." Tony looked at Lin Feng with sincerity. "If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I will do my utmost." It was merely a small act. Lin Feng shook his head. "However, I do have something I need your assistance with." Chapter 9. Time to return home and harvest cotton. "What do you need?" Tony leaned back on the large sofa, opening a bottle of whiskey. "How is Sergeant Barnes' left arm?" Lin Feng poured himself a glass. "The technology is quite impressive, particularly its seamless operational efficiency." Tony's interest piqued. "What? Can I study it?" "No need for that." Lin Feng chuckled, pointing to his eyes. "My ability is the ultimate solution. It allows me to analyze nearly everything in the world. I have already decoded all the technology in that arm." Tony hesitated slightly. "Prosthetic limb technology." Lin Feng took a sip from his glass. "What do you think? Interested? This has potential." Tony sat up straight. Suddenly, there was a series of knocks at the door. "Who is it?" Lin Feng was taken aback. Among his friends, only Tony knew his address. "Sir, it appears to be agents from the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics." The voice of Zero echoed, projecting the door's surveillance feed. "Nick Fury?" Upon seeing the bald figure at the doorway, Lin Feng frowned. "Let them in." Mr. Lin, Mr. Stark, Fury, and Coulson entered. "We are agents from the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. We have a few questions for you. I don't know what kind of organization you represent, but Lin is my friend. If you intend to pursue something dubious, consider whether you can withstand the repercussions from Stark Industries." Tony stood up, his expression grave. "That's all right. Unless I'm mistaken, they have some connection to your father." Lin Feng reassured Tony with a pat on the shoulder. "So, what questions do these agents from the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention wish to ask me?" Fury glanced at Tony beside him, hesitating slightly. "You don't trust the son of your own founder?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Ask your questions quickly. I'm eager to partner with Tony in seeking fortune." "Well, a few days ago, you saved Mr. Howard Stark, during which you displayed some unique abilities." Fury began with an inquiring tone. "Indeed, I possess extraordinary abilities. Previously, I utilized my magnetic control on the road, but is there anything else?" Lin Feng openly admitted this, having no intention of concealing it. And showcasing his powers before Fury essentially meant that S.H.I.E.L.D. would soon be aware. Fury was momentarily taken aback, clearly unaccustomed to such cooperation from someone like Lin Feng. "Well, there is one more thing. We have learned that during that encounter—" "Stop." Lin Feng interrupted Fury. "In my view, a true battle occurs only when opponents are evenly matched. What I did when I saved Howard was more akin to a complete domination. Please be mindful of your wording." Fury found himself somewhat bewildered by this unexpected turn. "Very well then, during that overwhelming encounter, you captured the Winter Soldier, who attempted to assassinate Mr. Stark, otherwise known as Sergeant Barnes from the Second World War." "Sergeant Barnes." Lin Feng called out towards the door. "Mr. Lin?" Bucky emerged from the room, looking rather confused. "This semi-automatic cotton machine is looking for you." Lin Feng gestured towards Fury. Fury gritted his teeth at Lin Feng's jest. "Sergeant Barnes, we understand that for an extended period, you have been executing assassination missions across the globe under the guise of the Winter Soldier. Until the last incident, where you were apprehended by Mr. Lin while attempting to assassinate Howard Stark, correct?" "That is indeed the case." Are you planning to imprison me? Bucky shrugged and extended his hands. Please, my sins are already grave enough. Is it possible for me to be taken in before my security detail even begins? Lin Feng swiftly pulled Bucky behind him. I can clarify this matter. Sergeant Barnes was acting under the influence of Hydra-S brainwashing during his missions. His time as the Winter Soldier should be regarded as a period of involuntary action. After capturing him, I was able to reverse the brainwashing. Thus, according to federal law, you cannot take him away. Rest assured, we shall not impose upon a hero of the Second World War, Fury replied, shaking his head. However, he possesses the super soldier serum, and we hope to collect a sample of his blood. That is acceptable. Bucky extended his hand as Coulson stepped forward with a syringe. Sergeant Barnes, I know you. You are Captain America's best friend. Coulson's eyes sparkled with excitement. I am a fan of the captain, and it is an honor to meet one of his former comrades. Thank you. Bucky felt somewhat awkward. Additionally, we wish to understand your abilities. Fury turned his gaze back to Lin Feng. Your powers are formidable, and we would like to document them for future reference. Very well. But I possess quite a multitude of abilities, so I shall elaborate slowly. Please take good notes. Lin Feng extended his hand, conjuring a piece of paper and a pen. It's quite a lot. I fear you may not remember. Electromagnetic control, telepathy, spatial jumping, rapid healing, weather manipulation, laser vision, earth manipulation, super speed, energy shields, telekinesis. Lin Feng enumerated his abilities at a rapid pace. Wait, I can't keep up, Fury exclaimed, shaking his wrist. Do you truly possess all these powers? Indeed. I do. Lin Feng tore open a rift in space, rummaging for something. No need to rush. You both haven't eaten yet. So come, let us have some refreshments first. Do you have any opinions regarding my complexion? Observing the fried chicken and watermelon that Lin Feng had just extracted from the spatial rift, Fury felt a throbbing at his temples. No opinions at all. Why would I? Lin Feng paused momentarily, stating, if I had any issues, I would have emptied the magazine by now, wouldn't you agree? After contemplating Lin Feng's abilities, Fury ultimately chose to be candid. Truth be told, the fried chicken was quite delectable. 0. Please print a list of my current abilities for this egg. With a snap of his fingers, Lin Feng said, come on, let's eat first. Phil Coulson, right? Lin Feng leaned closer to Coulson, inquiring, has your hairline always been like this? Coulson, who had been happily enjoying his watermelon, froze mid-bite. All right, enough teasing you all, Lin Feng said, handing Fury a sheet of paper. This contains all my current abilities, along with their characteristics on the back. Feel free to peruse. We shan't intrude any longer, Fury replied, taking the list and turning to leave. Oh, one more thing, Lin Feng said, draping his arm over Fury's shoulder and leaning in. Time to go home and pick some cotton. Chapter 10. Shall I become the Supreme Sorcerer? Wait, have I forgotten something? After bidding farewell to Fury and Coulson, Lin Feng suddenly froze. Right, I saved Howard. Shouldn't the system be awakening now? I am indeed awake. I'm merely waiting to see when you'll recall me. The system's voice carried a hint of melancholy. As long as you're awake, that's what matters, Lin Feng replied, disregarding the system's sardonic tone. Now, help me examine this Phoenix Force. I will require 6 months. The computational power required is substantial, the system explained. Observing the progress bar of the Phoenix Force, which still languished at a mere 2. With a human-like sigh, it added, however, if you alter the timeline further, I can unlock more computational power to expedite the process. Lin Feng nodded. All things considered, a 6-month time frame was commendable, especially since it had taken 4 years to reach a mere 2 before. Suddenly, Lin Feng seemed to sense something, turning abruptly as a golden halo appeared, from which emerged a bald figure. Master Gui. Lin Feng's molars ached slightly. This individual could be deemed the most formidable entity on Earth, aside from the one resting deep within its core. Lin Feng, I need you to accompany me, Gui stated gravely. Tony, I'm going with her. There's no need for concern, Lin Feng called back to Tony as he followed Gui through the portal. I cannot foresee your future, Gui said, pouring 2 cups of tea in a tranquil chamber of camartage and sliding one towards Lin Feng. Ever since you appeared in this world, the future has become a shrouded enigma. I do not belong to this universe, It is entirely normal for the Infinity Stones, which only function within this cosmos, to be ineffective against me. Lin Feng savored a sip of tea, remarking, "Excellent tea." "You are quite forthright," Gui observed, attempting to discern something from Lin Feng's gaze. But alas, Lin Feng's expression remained as inscrutable as a still pond, revealing no trace of emotion. "My presence will undoubtedly induce significant changes to the future. Yet how can you be certain that my influence will be detrimental?" As Lin Feng sipped his tea, he casually engaged with the Eye of Agamotto, initiating an analysis. The progress bar for the time stone appeared on the display, advancing at a pace slightly quicker than that of the Phoenix Force. "I remain unaware of the intricacies. Hence I find myself here sharing tea with you." Ancient One took a sip from her cup, stating, "If I were certain you posed a threat, I would eliminate you before you fully matured. Thus, what brings you to me?" Lin Feng, uninterested in playing riddles with Ancient One, opted to address the matter directly. "Do you have an interest in magic?" she inquired with a hint of a smile. "I find magic intriguing, yet I have no interest in loans," Lin Feng retorted, wrinkling his nose. "The sorcerers of the Marvel Universe primarily draw their energies from various deities. Such borrowed powers inevitably exact a toll. You possess a unique force within you, one that allows you to become a source of energy without relying on divine entities." Ancient One gazed intently at Lin Feng. "How can you discern that?" Lin Feng was taken aback. The analysis of the Phoenix Force within him had only reached a mere 2%, and yet Ancient One had already perceived it. "There are few things that can elude my perception," she replied with a mysterious smile. "I hope you will become the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartosh." "What about Doctor Strange?" Lin Feng's smile mirrored hers in richness. "Indeed, in your original world, you can glimpse the history and future of our realm." Ancient One confirmed some of her suspicions. "Once you ascend to the rank of Sorcerer Supreme, I may retire sooner than anticipated." "That is not out of the question," Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. "However, once Doctor Strange is prepared, I shall pass the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme to him." "Agreed." Ancient One set her teacup down and conjured a small portal, retrieving a multitude of books. "With your abilities, you should learn these swiftly." "Indeed, it should be quite rapid," Lin Feng acknowledged, accepting the stack of magical tomes. The progress bar in his mind accelerated, deciphering spells at a rate of 2 seconds per incantation. After a brief period, he set the books down and reclined, having completed his studies. That was indeed swift. Ancient One's expression was peculiar, although she was aware of Lin Feng's capabilities. Witnessing him master the entirety of Kamartaj's magic in under an hour was still quite astonishing. "Please, do not rush to seek the Eternal One. I wish to enjoy a few more peaceful years." Lin Feng stood, adding, "If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." "Very well. I shall remain a while longer, but the title of Sorcerer Supreme is now yours," Ancient One said, removing the Eye of Agamotto from her neck and placing it around Lin Feng's. "You are quite eager," Lin Feng remarked with a smirk, but accepted the eye, donning it around his neck. "Should anything significant arise, call for me. I need to return and enhance my powers." He waved farewell to Ancient One, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and returning home. What on earth is happening? Upon Lin Feng's reappearance, Tony stood up to greet him. "You haven't left?" Lin Feng paused momentarily. "No. A sorcerer found my unique bone structure intriguing and wishes to teach me magic." "Does magic truly exist?" A glimmer of excitement flickered in Tony's eyes. It was merely an alternative application of energy. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, then suddenly froze. "Lin?" Observing Lin Feng's dazed expression, Tony waved his hand before him. "Are you all right?" Lin Feng blinked, regaining his composure. "Tony, would you be interested in learning magic?" The moment Lin Feng had been lost in thought, he envisioned a universe within the Marvel Comics where Tony became the Sorcerer Supreme, wielding the Eye of Agamotto as the power source for his Iron Man suit, which was undeniably impressive. "I could learn magic too?" Tony asked, taken aback. "Isn't it said that one requires innate talent to learn such things?" "Indeed, talent is necessary. However, if all goes well, your potential should be quite remarkable," Lin Feng replied, patting Tony's shoulder. "But don't rush. After some time, when you wish to learn magic, you can directly harness my power, sparing you the need to sign loan contracts with those deities." "That works. I happen to be engrossed in other research at the moment." Tony nodded, tapping a few buttons on his watch, projecting an image onto the wall. Take a look at this. The Iron Man suit? Lin Feng gazed at the projection on the wall, momentarily stunned. Did this come out so early? Chapter 11. Captain Marvel in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed, bringing us to 1995. Lin Feng, who had merged with the Phoenix Force in previous years, had now reached an unfathomable level of power. No wonder the analysis required such a lengthy duration. It was indeed the complete Phoenix Force. Lin Feng sensed the information regarding the Phoenix Force within his mind, but regrettably, his physical condition was insufficient to fully wield such power. The complete Phoenix Force is a multiversal level of power, currently. Lin Feng could only access a state akin to Jean Grey's later phase in X-Men, The Last Stand. Yet, due to Lin Feng's understanding of the complete Phoenix Force, his mental state remained unaffected when utilizing this power. Lin, we have a situation involving a suspected superhuman. Fury's voice crackled through the phone at 7 o'clock in the morning. What is going on? Lin Feng opened his eyes and yawned. If you can't provide me with a reasonable explanation, I assure you, you'll spend the rest of your life as a drooling child. A woman fell from the sky and crashed through the roof of a blockbuster, dressed like a character from a video game, Fury explained over the phone. Oh? Lin Feng sat upright, realizing it was 1995, the year Captain Marvel was set to arrive. All right, I'll come take a look. With a snap of his fingers, an outfit materialized on him, transforming into a swirl of blue smoke as he vanished from his home. What is happening? Another burst of blue smoke. And Lin Feng appeared beside Fury. Hey. Fury, startled while gazing at Captain Marvel, gasped, clutching his chest. Lin, could you refrain from being so terrifying? Cut to the chase. Is that her? Lin Feng pointed at the figure in the green uniform in the telephone booth. Indeed, that's her. Fury stood up, relieved. Now that you're here, I feel much more at ease. Let us go take a look. So you called me for moral support, did you? Lin Feng shook his head and walked forward. Kree Corps, Ver, am I right? He patted Captain Marvel on the shoulder. That's correct. Finally, someone here knows us. As the team turned around, they were greeted not by the familiar visage of a broad face from memory, but rather a countenance reminiscent of a character from a comic. Quite fitting, Lin Feng remarked, slightly curling his lips as he placed 2 fingers from his right hand upon his temple, delving into the mind of the startled individual. What have you done to me? The individual clutched their head, grappling with increasingly vivid memories. I merely returned the memories you had lost, Lin Feng shrugged. Are these truly my memories? The startled one furrowed their brow, perplexed by the absence of any recollection. Of course, after the explosion of the Lightspeed engine, you experienced amnesia. Naturally, you wouldn't remember. Lin Feng sighed in exasperation. So, the Skrulls are not the malevolent party, but rather the Kree Empire? Carol looked bewildered, as though her beliefs were crumbling. Not entirely. Lin Feng shook his head. In the vastness of the cosmos, where is the distinction between good and evil? It is merely a matter of differing perspectives. Regardless, the Kree Empire was the one to initiate the conflict. Carol stood up, determined. We must locate the Lightspeed engine and investigate the whereabouts of the Pegasus project. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Fury. We are already searching, Fury responded, producing a communicator to show Lin Feng the coordinates received. Found it. Let us proceed. A wormhole opened behind Lin Feng, enveloping the 3 of them. The archive room should be nearby. Lin Feng floated in the air, closing his eyes, extending his right hand to sense the internal structure of the Pegasus project's testing site, and soon he found it. Lin Feng opened his eyes and teleported them into the archive room. Let us search for information on Dr. Lawson. Lin Feng casually selected a spot to sit. I will only facilitate your arrival. The rest is up to you. All right, Fury inhaled deeply. These 2 volumes contain Dr. Lawson's records. Carol extracted 2 thick files, handing one to Fury. This is the design blueprint for Lawson's Lightspeed engine. She unfurled a sheet of paper, puzzled by the project's termination. This is quite impressive. Lin Feng glanced at the design, offering a brief analysis. Could it be that Lawson was simply insane? Fury picked up Dr. Lawson's diary, filled with cryptic symbols. Is this Kree script? Carol took the diary, and Lin Feng conducted a cursory analysis. The language, Kree script, has been fully deciphered. What? Fury leaned closer. Doctor, Lawson was definitely not mad. Carol held the diary, revealing her Cree heritage. Regardless, she is deceased. Fury shrugged, noting that she had conducted tests without permission, resulting in a crash that claimed her life and that of a pilot, costing the company billions. To be precise, she did not cause the pilot's death. He merely suffered amnesia. Lin Feng waved his hand, causing a document to fly forth, landing in Carol's hands. That pilot is you, Carol Danvers. The crash occurred in 1989. Unfortunately, I was preoccupied with other matters at the time. I sensed an energy fluctuation, but by the time I arrived, all traces had vanished. Lin Feng leafed through the document in his hand. I need to step out for a moment. Fury glanced at the communicator before exiting. Contact the Kree Legion. I require some information. Lin Feng turned to Carol. Very well. Carol took a deep breath, approached the telephone, and began to reach out to the Kree commander, Yangroch. Lin, I have discovered some news. Moments later, Carol returned, confirming that Lawson was indeed a Kree, his true name being Marvale. Dispatched to Earth to study a certain type of energy core technology. This aligns closely with my analysis. Lin Feng nodded. What about Fury? I'm here. Fury and Kohler, Tauros, approached. Lin Feng scrutinized the two, then seized Tauros by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Will you revert back on your own? Or shall I dismantle you directly? Very well, very well. Tauros raised both hands, transforming back into his scroll form. Now, provide your explanation. Lin Feng released Tauros. I possess a recording from your involvement in the Pegasus project. Tauros reached into his attire, producing a black object, a remnant from the plane crash 6 years prior, which you humans refer to as a black box. I genuinely require your assistance. If you are willing to sit and listen, I assure you will not regret it. Chapter 12. The Cosmic Cube. So, you mean to say that the energy core is located at this coordinate, correct? Lin Feng inquired after listening to the recording, directing his gaze at Tauros. Indeed, but we need to decipher the significance of this coordinate. Tauros sighed. Hey, keep your distance. Tauros suddenly jumped, eyeing an orange cat nearby. Are you afraid of that? Fury picked up the orange cat, addressing Tauros. It's merely a cat, isn't it? This is no ordinary cat. It is a devourer. Tauros recoiled, his eyes wide with terror. It is a most fearsome creature. Indeed, it is a devourer, Lin Feng interjected, overlaying an analysis. It merely wears the guise of a cat. What? Fury's hand trembled slightly. He was aware of Lin Feng's prowess, but the tremor startled the devourer, which promptly swiped at Fury's eye. So, it seems you were destined for a singular eye. This turn of events left Lin Feng momentarily speechless. Lin. Yangroge is already en route. Carol glanced at the information, then looked up at Lin Feng. This coordinate should be in outer space, correct? Lin Feng asked Tauros. Indeed. That can be confirmed, Tauros nodded. Then it is settled. Lin Feng immediately teleported into the cosmos, sensing the magnetic field distribution. I found it. Lin Feng teleported back to Earth, then opened a wormhole, engulfing several individuals, leading them directly to Marvale's experimental spacecraft. So, you are not merely here to seek the energy core. Lin Feng regarded the scrolls aboard the ship. I apologize for my previous concealments. Tauros bowed to Lin Feng, expressing profound gratitude for granting him the chance to reunite with his wife and son. It's nothing. However, I sincerely hope that the energy core is indeed here. Lin Feng refrained from elaborating. He had long since understood Tauros's intentions and was aware of the presence of numerous scrolls. Rest assured, it is indeed here. No sooner had he spoken than the ship experienced a violent tremor, prompting Lin Feng to turn around and observe several Kree soldiers approaching. TSK. Lin Feng curled his lips and gently raised his hand, causing several individuals to levitate in the air. Carol, Lin Feng addressed her. Your strength far exceeds what you currently exhibit, yet you fail to unleash it. Do you understand the reason? Carol touched her neck, realization dawning upon her. You mean that the limiter isn't meant to prevent you from losing control, it merely restricts your power. Lin Feng scoffed. The supreme intelligence is no trifling matter. I understand now, Carol said, her gaze hardening as she looked at the fallen warrior, young Rock. She reached to the side of her neck and swiftly removed the limiter. So that's how it is. Feeling the surge of power within her, Carol lifted her head, her eyes shimmering with a blend of red and blue light. Your power bears this hue. Shouldn't the system's color change as well? After all, you are no longer a member of the Kree Legion. Lin Feng observed the glowing Carol and casually performed an analysis. You are correct. Carol adjusted her system to the red and blue palette and charged directly at the Kree warrior that Lin Feng had just released. Very well. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together. Where is the energy core? Over here, Talos said, pressing several buttons on the nearby console. A glowing blue cube emerged. The Tesseract? Or rather, the Space Stone. Lin Feng reached out, and the Tesseract flew into his hand. A glint of golden light flickered in his eyes as he began to analyze the entire Tesseract. With an increase in computational power, Lin Feng could now analyze an Infinity Stone in merely half a month. Gurgle. Lin Feng tossed the Tesseract nonchalantly, and the Devourer of Worlds extended several menacing tendrils, ensnaring the Tesseract and swallowing it whole. Is this truly so perilous? Fury exclaimed, startled, his injured eye twitching in pain from the shock. Those Kree I see, Lin Feng remarked, glancing at the defeated young Rock. Return and inform the Supreme Intelligence that 53 is under my protection. Do not covet this place. The might of the Supreme Intelligence is beyond your imagination. Seeing Lin Feng's power, young Rog realized he could gain no advantage over him. Nonetheless, he retorted, you may have defeated one of us, but thousands more will return to seek vengeance. Suit yourself. Just convey the message, Lin Feng replied, casually waving his hand, which sent them back to their ship. He then took control of the vessel, setting the coordinates for their return to the Kree civilization's territory. The Supreme Intelligence may not comprehend your strength and might send reinforcements. While I know you are unafraid, an entire civilization's assault could pose some trouble, Carol said, furrowing her brow. Rest assured, my opportunity to demonstrate my power is imminent. Lin Feng smiled, gazing out at the turbulent space beyond the ship's window. With a hum and a gentle sound, a fleet of Kree warships emerged from a spatial wormhole, forming a formidable armada above Earth. Prepare for missile strikes, Ronan commanded impassively. In an instant, all Kree warships aimed their cannons towards Earth, launching massive missiles in its direction. Shall we have some fun? Lin Feng inquired, glancing at Carol. Let us engage in a little play. I am eager to witness the extent of my capabilities, Carol remarked, nodding at Lin Feng. She soared into the cosmos, launching herself forward to intercept the missile ahead, channeling her strength to push it back, detonating numerous missiles and warships along her path. This is impossible, Ronan muttered, gripping his hammer, his eyes glimmering with doubt. The defense system of Planet 53 is woefully inadequate. It cannot withstand our missile assault. That is not a defense system. His aide interjected, observing the screen. Eliminate her, Ronan commanded once more, as aircraft emerged, launching an offensive against Carol, a barrage of diverse weaponry filling the air. Carol wielded radiant energy in her hands, each beam capable of downing an aircraft. Her formidable physique allowed her to absorb the damage from the enemy jets and collide with them, resulting in violent explosions that echoed through the vacuum of space, eerily silent. After destroying a Kree flagship, Carol approached the command ship where Ronan was located. As her fists clashed, a blue-golden glow illuminated the surroundings. Chapter 13. Once here. Stay at ease all units, return to the jump point. Ronan retreated a few steps, issuing the order. Commander, we are unable to jump, his aide approached, whispering urgently. For reasons unknown, our space jump engine has malfunctioned. What is happening? Ronan exclaimed, panic rising as he beheld Carol so near. The space within this range appears artificially sealed. We are unaware of the cause. The aide stared out at Carol through the viewport, his expression grave. Why the rush to depart? Lin Feng appeared amidst the starlit void, striding forward as if on solid ground, positioning himself beside Carol, his left hand shimmering with azure light. Such extraordinary beings have emerged from a mere little Earth. Ronan stood rigid, paralyzed by apprehension. In my homeland, there is an ancient adage. Once here, stay at ease, Lin Feng said, glancing at his right hand as a crimson glow emanated from it. This implies that since we have arrived, we shall lay to rest here. With a snap of his fingers, the Kree warship, along with its soldiers, disintegrated into molecules. Commander Ronan, Lin Feng enveloped Ronan and his aide in a surge of energy, drawing them before him. What do you intend? Ronan questioned, now acutely aware of the threat of death, yet surprisingly composed, a resolute glint in his gaze. "You are a true warrior," Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod. "However, regrettably, I do not intend to spare you. As for your aid, I require him to convey a message on my behalf." "What message? Just tell me, and I shall ensure it is delivered," the aide replied eagerly. Relieved to know he would not perish. "Nothing of great consequence. Merely report the events that transpired here to the Supreme Intelligence." Lin Feng waved his hand, teleporting the aide back to Hollistar. "As for you, Ronan, in truth, you hold little significance for me. But regrettably, your absence would be of considerable importance." Lin Feng's right hand trembled slightly, and Ronan was instantly reduced to ashes, vanishing into the vastness of space. With Ronan's demise, the narrative of the Guardians of the Galaxy was fundamentally altered, undoubtedly enhancing the system's computational capacity. Lin Feng immersed his consciousness into his mind, and indeed, he noticed the system's luminous sphere had grown brighter, while the analysis progress of the space gem had significantly accelerated. "I need to find a new home for the Skrulls," he declared. Carol glanced at Lin Feng, reassured by his presence on Earth. "With you here, I need not worry." "Yes, I am here," Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. "This is for you." Carol produced a communicator, explaining that pressing it would allow her to receive messages no matter where she was in the cosmos. Lin Feng took the device but remarked, "If I cannot resolve my own issues, your return may not be of much use." "I know, but I can return to collect your remains," Carol retorted sharply. "That is a reasonable point," Lin Feng agreed, pocketing the communicator. "I shall keep it, lest there be no one left to reclaim my body." "You face danger?" Carol paused at Lin Feng's words. "I have numerous enemies, both now and in the future," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Yet they are distant. It remains to be seen whether they will reach me first or I will surpass them." "Then I wish you rapid growth," Carol said, taking a deep breath. "I must take my leave." "Indeed, go," Lin Feng nodded, watching as Carol and the Skrull ship transformed into a streak of light and departed. Indeed, it must be said, many troublesome foes awaited him in the future. Lin Feng counted on his fingers. Even the weaker ones were akin to Thanos, and there were formidable adversaries like the Beyonder and Shumagorath ahead. Perhaps even the Living Tribunal would come into play. However, it was not a significant concern. Lin Feng exhaled, teleporting back to Earth, taking it one step at a time. As he had the analysis to guide him. "System, when will you fully awaken?" Lin Feng delved into his consciousness. "After about 10 more such significant events, I shall be nearly fully awakened." The rhythmic pulsation of the system S sphere glimmered. 10 more? By then, it may be too late, Lin Feng scoffed, pondering that they might come looking for him. "Rest assured, you have already been thoroughly integrated into the Marvel Universe. Everything you do is part of the internal conflicts of the universe, and you will not be concerned with those conflicts." The system's mechanical voice resonated. "Given your current combination of mutant abilities, Phoenix Force, and the Infinity Stones, no one would suspect you are not of this universe." "Very well," Lin Feng sighed. "If you say I am integrated, then I shall accept it. But should they target me, I will seek your assistance. Do not worry, what I assert is undoubtedly accurate. Do not forget my name. I am Truth." The system's mechanical voice carried a hint of pride. "Ah, yes, you are Truth," Lin Feng smirked, reclining on his large sofa. "Believe it or not," the system quipped before falling silent. "Such a temper," Lin Feng chuckled, contemplating the space gem he had just completed analyzing. "What shall I analyze next?" Suddenly, Lin Feng's gaze fell to the ground beneath him. Could there be something lying there? His eyes shimmered with a golden light as he peered through the crust of the earth, delving deep into its core. There, a colossal figure lay curled like an embryo at the center of the planet, with waves of energy drawn into its immense form with each breath. It was the deity, Tiamat. Observing this grand silhouette, Lin Feng felt a sudden urge to take advantage of Tiamat's undeveloped state and eliminate him then and there. However, he realized that he was not yet capable. The pure power of the Phoenix could not contend with Erishem. Ultimately, he merely conducted a brief analysis of Tiamat before retracting his mental energy. Does it truly take so long to analyze a deity? Lin Feng sighed as he noted the progress bar indicating 2.5 years. It was now 1995. and the next significant event would not occur until the birth of Banner in 2003. There were indeed major events that could be altered, although not on Earth. The system chimed in with a reminder. Ah, indeed. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with realization. The Collector, the Kree Empire, and even the Nova Corps had formidable undertakings to explore. He dialed Tony, handing him a phone. I will be departing Earth for a while. Contact me if anything arises. Chapter 14. Ego, do you possess a star map? Lin Feng inquired as he sat across from a marauder in a tavern on the planet Kinthaksha. Just arrived from your homeworld? The marauder, Stakar, who bore a striking resemblance to Stallone, tossed a glowing blue cylinder towards Lin Feng. Here, 5 gold coins. I actually do not have any gold coins, Lin Feng replied. But would this suffice? He threw a battery in Stakar's direction. This item is worth far more than 5 gold coins. Stakar caught the yellow glowing battery and regarded Lin Feng. I know. I merely extracted it casually. It serves no purpose for me, Lin Feng shrugged. In addition to the star map, I am also seeking an individual. Who? Yandu. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. This deal is off. Stakar tossed the battery back. Consider the star map a gift. You exiled him. Yet now you wish to protect him? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. My decision to exile him stemmed from his violation of our rules. But that does not mean I no longer regard him as a friend. Stakar stood up. It has been a pleasure conversing with you, but I must take my leave. That's quite all right. I understand your position. Lin Feng also rose, returning the battery to Stakar's hand. Take it. Let it mark the beginning of a friendship. May I inquire why you seek Yandu? Stakar ultimately accepted the battery. He has a child with him, named Peter Quill, who was the target in a job of mine. However, for some reason, the child was never delivered to the employer. Lin Feng produced a pack of cigarettes. Care for one? Thank you. Stakar accepted a cigarette from Lin Feng. So, you are the employer of that job? I am not, but I am searching for the one who is. Lin Feng exhaled a plume of smoke. Rest assured, I do not intend to cause trouble for Yandu. I merely wish to gather information about a certain individual from him. Assuming all goes as expected, Yandu should be here. Stakar provided Lin Feng with a coordinate. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded, and a wormhole opened behind him, vanishing from sight. The first encounter with the indigenous powerhouse of the starry expanse prompted Stakar to offer his assessment, a demigod's form, rivaling that of mortals. Observing the young Star-Lord dancing with his headphones on, Lin Feng smirked, finally witnessing the Star-Lord who delivered a decisive blow in Avengers: Infinity War. Yandu. Lin Feng was instantly transported into the Ravager's ship. Who are you? Yandu exclaimed, whistling sharply, causing an arrow to fly out from his side. Do not be hasty. I am merely a businessman. Lin Feng spread his hands. I seek to purchase information from you. Given the nature of this information, I cannot publicly post a bounty on the Star Network. What information do you seek, and what compensation can you offer? Yandu questioned, his wariness evident despite a grin forming on his face. I am searching for a celestial, Lin Feng replied, eyeing the arrow beside Yandu. His name is Ego. Damn it. Yandu cursed. What do you want with him? He's a celestial. To dispose of him, as I find him rather disagreeable, Lin Feng stated nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Did you not hear me? He is a celestial. Yandu's agitation grew. I am well aware of his status, yet my intent remains unchanged. Lin Feng maintained his indifferent demeanor, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. I will not provide you with information that could endanger us both. Yandu shook his head. Then I shall have to use you to lure him here. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. What do you suppose would happen if Ego were to discover that the son he has been searching for is aboard your ship? Is that a threat? Yandu positioned the arrow against Lin Feng's forehead. One could interpret it as such. Lin Feng's gaze sharpened, causing the arrow to pivot and point at Yandu's own forehead. Damn it! Yandu stepped back, surprised. After years of navigating the cosmos, he had never encountered such a predicament. Give me Ego's location, and the subsequent events will no longer concern you. Lin Feng gestured, causing the arrow to return to Yandu's quiver. Ego's location has remained relatively unchanged in recent years. It should be here. Yandu provided Lin Feng with a coordinate. Had we done this sooner, we could have avoided the hassle. Lin Feng sighed, tossing Yandu a backpack. Consider this the price for the information. With that, Lin Feng opened a wormhole behind him and disappeared. What is this? Yandu wondered as he opened the bag. How did he know this? Upon seeing the contents, Yandu was momentarily stunned. After a few seconds, he chuckled and shook his head, placing the bag in his room before locking the door. Inside the bag lay an assortment of uniquely shaped plastic figurines. According to the cinematic universe, Ego should be a member of the Celestials. Gazing at the green planet ahead, Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering the Celestials' penchant for overwhelming force. Surely they wouldn't just send one to confront him? Perhaps not. After all, when Star-Lord faced his father in the cinematic universe, there were no dire consequences. The system's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind at an opportune moment. Quite reasonable, Lin Feng nodded in agreement, preparing to analyze Ego before propelling himself directly to the surface of Ego's planet. Greetings, esteemed guest from afar. The surface of Ego's planet rose, forming a humanoid figure, Ego, the living planet and divine entity. Lin Feng extended his hand towards Ego, the wielder of the Phoenix Force, fully aware and alert. Ego, adhering to Earth's customs, clasped Lin Feng's hand and inquired, "What brings you here as a guest? Is there something amiss?" "Nothing of great consequence, merely the intent to eliminate you," Lin Feng replied, his smile unwavering as he suddenly exerted force, reducing the corporeal form Ego had just conjured to ash. "You seek your own demise," Ego roared, the entirety of his planet vibrating with fury as countless tendrils erupted from the ground, lunging towards Lin Feng. With a slight smile, Lin Feng's eyes ignited with a crimson glow, the Phoenix Force enveloping him entirely. With a mere flick of his hand, he disintegrated the tendrils into molecular fragments, before delivering a powerful punch to the ground. A cacophony of rustling ensued as a massive depression formed around Lin Feng, deepening continuously, pulling his body downwards toward the planet's core. This must be the brain of the divine entity, he mused. After descending for a while, he found himself in a cavernous void, beneath which pulsated Ego's very brain. "Let me analyze this entity separately." Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with golden light. "If I depart from here, I can pretend nothing ever occurred." Ego, once again forming a corporeal body, flew before Lin Feng. "I mentioned that I have come to slay you." Lin Feng sighed. "What is this? Has becoming a deity rendered you incapable of understanding speech?" Chapter 15, Creating a Planet. "You wish to conquer me from within my very being?" Ego chuckled. "Your ignorance of the divine is palpable. On the contrary, my understanding of the divine is far clearer than you might presume," Lin Feng retorted, a strange smile gracing his lips as crimson light flickered about his hand, fixated on Ego's brain. "It is you who lacks a clear perception of your own strength." With a wave of his hand, Ego summoned a multitude of tendrils alight with azure luminescence. "You, a mere host of a fragment of the Phoenix Force, even if fully aware. How much of the Phoenix's power can you truly wield? You know nothing of the Phoenix." Lin Feng raised his right hand, disassembling the tendrils that charged towards him. "Ha!" Ego sneered, azure energy erupting beneath him as he propelled himself towards Lin Feng with a punch. Lin Feng sidestepped slightly, evading the blow, and retaliated with a sweeping kick, which Ego absorbed without apparent impact. In response, Ego unleashed a bolt of blue energy directly at Lin Feng. Ugh! Lin Feng was propelled back several meters by the force of the energy, furrowing his brow at the lingering pain, though it was manageable. "Surrender, you stand no chance. Since you have come to meet your end, I shall consume your energy and retain your memories. With your energy, I can extend my reach across the cosmos, and you will become a part of a grand existence." Ego spread his arms wide, laughing heartily as the blue energy surged in his hands. "I must thank you for coming here. I no longer need to expend efforts searching for my offspring. I finally understand why the divine race, fond of mobbing, has not come to your aid." Lin Feng shook his head. "Your intentions completely contravene the ideals of the divine assembly. If your abilities are confined to such a level, you might as well meet your demise." Lin Feng's hands shimmered with crimson light, which then erupted violently. "While mere fragments of the Phoenix's power may not suffice to vanquish you, what I possess is far beyond mere fragments." "How is that possible? Are you the Phoenix itself?" As he beheld the spreading crimson light, Ego's eyes widened, revealing profound fear. "I am not the Phoenix itself. I have merely replicated its entirety." The crimson light surrounding Lin Feng continued to expand, disintegrating everything it touched into nothingness. I cannot perish. I must survive. Igo roared, his divine power surging to form a blue shield, resisting the encroaching phoenix energy. Truly, as a celestial being, this pure divine power is quite impressive. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with golden brilliance as he analyzed the composition of the divine energy, maintaining his control over the phoenix's power, steadily eroding Igo's divine shield. Minutes passed, and Lin Feng's phoenix energy finally wore down Igo's divine power. The phoenix force surged forth, directly consuming Igo's mind, and his divine body disintegrated amidst anguished cries. The full activation of the phoenix's power placed an immense burden on Lin Feng's body. Observing the cracks on the back of his hand gradually healing, he shook his head. However, once the analysis of Igo and Tiamat's celestial forms was complete, he would likely be able to endure it. As he gazed at the collapsing Igo star, Lin Feng closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged in the void, with the phoenix energy enveloping him, forming a shield to protect against the falling debris. Focusing all his computational power, he commanded, "Analyze Igo." He then emptied his mind, channeling all his thoughts into the analysis. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye, and in the cosmic void, a figure with long hair and a beard opened his eyes. The red and blue light flashed in his gaze, emanating a chilling aura. Has it already been 2 years? The newly awakened figure appeared somewhat disoriented. He raised his right hand and brushed it across his face, shortening his hair and beard to reveal a youthful and handsome visage. Second only to the esteemed readers present, Lin Feng examined his hands. The intense divine power and phoenix energy within him strained his body. Had he not previously transformed himself into a celestial form, he would likely have perished by now. Igo's methods are quite commendable. Lin Feng absorbed the memories he had just analyzed, extending his hands as remnants of the Igo star began to converge toward him, enveloping him and compressing into a denser form. Crafting a planet, placing his essence within, and allowing an avatar to roam freely, truly a clever tactic. With a wave of his hand, a body materialized. With a gentle touch, beams of light infused this form, embodying Lin Feng's myriad abilities. This body, forged from celestial power, could now perfectly contain the phoenix's strength. Sensing the energy within his new form, Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction. Go now, return to Earth. I have been away for years and must reacquaint myself with its affairs. The doppelganger bowed slightly before Lin Feng, opening a wormhole and vanishing before him. Lin Feng then settled into a meditative posture, closing his eyes. Shaping a planet in the manner of Igo was not overly challenging. It merely demanded an abundance of time. During this period, there was no need for conscious control, as the planet's core instinctively gathered surrounding matter and energy, refining its own system. Lin Feng emptied his mind, entrusting the task of planet formation to his instincts while his consciousness delved into the essence of the phoenix power. It was not a direct mastery of the phoenix power, but rather a manipulation through the connection with his true self. A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips as he stepped through the wormhole and returned to Earth. Tony Stark was startled when Lin Feng suddenly appeared behind him while he was engrossed in constructing an Iron Man suit on the display screen. Lin, when did you return? Where have you been these past few years? Tony exclaimed, patting his chest and exhaling deeply. Just took a stroll around the universe and encountered a myriad of wonders. Lin Feng replied with a yawn, adding, moreover, my true self is still out in space. This is merely a doppelganger. Tony pinched Lin Feng's arm, feeling the texture of his real skin. This is indeed a living person, albeit devoid of spirit. You can think of it as me creating a vegetable state and controlling it with my thoughts, something akin to that. Lin Feng gestured towards the direction of Apocalypse. Now I understand what you mean, Tony nodded. You always present concepts that far exceed my comprehension. Spending too much time with you is making me question my own genius. By the way, Zero. Lin Feng lifted his head, as Zero's database had long been integrated into Stark Industries. Sir? Came the mechanical voice resonating in the air. What year is it now? I've been in space so long I can hardly remember. Lin Feng seated himself on a chair. It is currently the year 2003. Chapter 16. The Birth of Hulk in 2003, the year of Hulk's inception. Lin Feng gazed towards Los Angeles. The birth of Hulk could not be averted. The energy of gamma rays was intrinsically linked to the fabric of existence, and that power needed to be thoroughly analyzed. What? Tony turned back to Lin Feng. Nothing. I simply wish to visit Los Angeles, Lin Feng smiled, expressing his intent to seek someone. All right, I will make the arrangements, Tony said, picking up the phone. Who are you looking for? You need not concern yourself with that. I am looking for Dr. Bruce Banner at Culver University, Lin Feng replied, perusing the information. I am quite intrigued by his research on gamma rays. Furthermore, I must meet another individual. Lin Feng also picked up the phone. Fury, I need to make a trip to Los Angeles to see General Ross. For convenience, Lin Feng had even assumed the title of an S.H.I.E.L.D. Level 8 agent after the Captain Marvel incident. Although it might not be extremely advantageous within the Hydra stronghold, possessing some form of identification was better than none. Very well. Fury decisively hung up the phone, not inquiring about Lin Feng's whereabouts during that time or his intentions. I've made the arrangements. General Ross is awaiting your arrival. A few minutes later, Fury's call came back. All right. Lin Feng nodded and promptly teleported to General Ross's office. Damn it. As Lin Feng suddenly appeared, General Ross was taken aback, springing to his feet and drawing his weapon. General Ross, please remain calm, Lin Feng said, gesturing with his fingers to set the gun aside and casually unload the bullets. You are the Lin Feng that Fury spoke of? General Ross furrowed his brow and resumed his seat. Indeed, Lin Feng replied as he settled across from Ross. I have come to see you regarding a certain individual. Who? Bruce Banner. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, a hint of a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. What do you mean? Ross's gaze deepened. The super soldier serum. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair. How did you know? Ross drew his gun once more. I have always known. It is hardly a secret. Lin Feng chuckled softly. Rest assured, I have no interest in your research. I only wish to see Dr. Banner. Very well, Ross sighed, having heard of Lin Feng's formidable abilities. His status as a level 8 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. was sufficient for him to intervene in this matter. There he is, Ross pointed to Banner, who was seated at the experiment table, preparing to become a test subject for gamma radiation exposure. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded, his eyes fixed intently on Banner. It was said that during gamma exposure, Banner was directly influenced by the underlying forces of the universe, which ultimately transformed him into the immensely powerful Hulk. As expected, sensing an unusual energy, Lin Feng's pupils constricted, and a glimmer of golden light flashed in his eyes as he unleashed an analysis. I knew it. Observing the red text appearing on the analysis panel, Lin Feng smiled. This was undoubtedly the most formidable power he had ever analyzed. Mr. Lin, Ross said, glancing at Banner, now transformed into the Hulk and wreaking havoc. I will handle this. Lin Feng extended his right hand, channeling the Phoenix Force to completely restrain Banner. Roaring in defiance, the Hulk struggled against the bindings of the Phoenix Force. Precisely, Lin Feng nodded, feeling the escalating strength. The Hulk's power magnified with his rage, and in this nascent state, devoid of foundational thought, his fury was nearly limitless. Perfect. I can test the upper limits of the Phoenix Force. Lin Feng's expression turned serious as the Force surged, pulsating with red light, intensifying in accordance with the Hulk's struggle. That should suffice. Acknowledging the limits of the Phoenix Force, Lin Feng nodded and created a gap in the energy near the window, setting the Hulk free. That creature possesses overwhelming strength. It is uncontrollable. Lin Feng shrugged. You better hope it remains uncontrollable. Observing Lin Feng's nonchalance, which belied any hint of effort, General Ross gritted his teeth and began issuing orders to organize a military pursuit of the Hulk. If I were you, I wouldn't squander the lives of soldiers so recklessly, Lin Feng remarked coolly, eyeing the assembled troops below. What do you mean? Ross frowned at Lin Feng. Sending those soldiers after the Hulk is merely a death sentence. Lin Feng shrugged, recognizing that such actions would only lead to greater destruction by the Hulk before he made his escape. In my opinion, it would be wiser to simply let him go. Impossible, General Ross firmly rejected. Do as you wish. Those people down there are not my subordinates. Lin Feng found a sturdy chair to sit upon and even retrieved some sunflower seeds from a spatial rift. The roar of the green giant echoed, and in his wake, Neither the flesh of humanity nor the armored vehicles and tanks could inflict any harm upon him. Instead, the Hulk rampaged through the encirclement of his forces, breaking free and leaping into the mountains in no time. "What did I tell you?" Lin Feng remarked, cracking seeds while observing the fallen soldiers below and the scattered remnants of various war machinery. "If you were to put in a serious effort alongside these soldiers, you could certainly capture him, couldn't you?" General Ross's tone carried a hint of menace. "Indeed, I could apprehend him, but why should I?" Lin Feng replied with a half-smile. "His escape is far more significant to me than capturing him." "So, you were aware this would happen all along?" General Ross paused in surprise. "Indeed, I was." Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. "This world necessitates the emergence of the Hulk. It is of utmost importance. Why should I trust you?" Ross looked at Lin Feng with dissatisfaction. "You need not trust me," Lin Feng scoffed. "I have no obligation to earn your trust. It seems you are unwilling to let this go. Detaining a level 8S, H-I-E-L-D, agent without authorization?" Lin Feng chuckled. "Besides, if I wish to leave, could you truly stop me? I cannot prevent your departure, but your relationship with the military will deteriorate." General Ross frowned. "I do not care." Lin Feng replied with a trace of mockery as he opened a wormhole and returned home. "Zero, connect me with Fury. I seek to engage in something entertaining," Lin Feng said, his smile unwavering, eyes glinting with a peculiar light. Chapter 17. Hail Hydra Lin? I received a message from Ross. He claims you maliciously assisted a significant criminal in their escape. What is going on? As soon as the call connected, Fury began firing questions like a rapid barrage. "Nothing much. I merely wish to consult Director Pierce about a matter," Lin Feng replied. "I'll inquire for you, though I cannot guarantee his availability." Fury ended the call and began reaching out to Director Pierce. During the wait, Lin Feng did little aside from producing a coin, manipulating it to spin between his fingers with magnetic force. Minutes later, Fury's call returned. "Lin, Director Pierce is available at this moment." "All right, I shall head over now." Lin Feng promptly teleported to the top-floor office of the director at S.H.I.E.L.D.S. Triskelion headquarters. "Mr. Lin," Pierce greeted with a broad smile. "I hear you have business with me?" "Indeed," Lin Feng nodded. "My relationship with the military has become somewhat strained, and I require S.H.I.E.L.D.S. assistance to resolve this matter. With S.H.I.E.L.D.S. capabilities, addressing this issue is certainly feasible. However, why should I assist you?" Pierce maintained his cheerful demeanor. "The reason is quite simple." Lin Feng draped his arm over Pierce's shoulder, leaning in to whisper in his ear, "Hail Hydra." Pierce abruptly lifted his gaze to Lin Feng. "Uh-huh." Lin Feng resumed his seat, arching an eyebrow at Pierce. "I understand. I will handle the military matters," Pierce nodded, pressing a hidden button on the desk, causing all surveillance to cease and sealing the doors and windows. "I need you to prove your identity." "How am I to do that? Shall I present you with a list of our internal members? Or should I unearth Dr. Zola from the underground of New Jersey?" Lin Feng shrugged. "We have learned of your telepathic abilities." Pierce's expression turned grave. "Since you are aware of my telepathic prowess, there is even less reason to doubt my identity, as I could easily manipulate you to control Hydra," Lin Feng declared, claiming he had not utilized his mental abilities while subtly influencing Pierce's subconscious to bolster his trust. "All right, it seems I have no choice but to trust you," Pierce sighed. "What is your area of responsibility?" "The analysis and application of supernatural abilities." Lin Feng loosened his collar. "I have been studying those with extraordinary powers. The incident in Los Angeles, when I allowed that hulking green figure to escape, was intended to observe how such abilities develop without interference." "Understood." After a moment of influence, Lin Feng had gained significant control over Pierce's subconscious. "However, as far as I know, given your level of energy, it should be quite simple for you to accomplish Hydra's plans. I am a scientist, not a combatant." Lin Feng stood. "My joining Hydra was solely for access to more research specimens and better research conditions. As long as my studies remain unaffected, I will not interfere." "What more can I say?" Pierce rose as well. "Though I am unaware of the specifics of your research, I wish you swift success. I have a feeling it holds great significance for Hydra's development." "Your intuition is correct," Lin Feng nodded. I shall not linger. Please address the military issues for me. Rest assured, under the influence of Lin Feng's subconscious sway, Pierce had completely quelled his suspicions, perceiving Lin Feng not only as a comrade of Hydra, but also as a superior of greater rank. Indeed, Lin Feng simply uttered an acknowledgement, a wormhole opening behind him as he departed from the Triskelion headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Returning to his home, he recalled that in the lore, Red Skull's Hydra was merely one faction, the true Hydra revered and inhuman, known as the Hive. Lin Feng pondered the details of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents' narratives. On which planet was the Hive sealed? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, recalling a name that sounded like Mavith, yet without coordinates. No, that black monolith. A spark of realization ignited within Lin Feng as he extended his mental prowess globally, seeking the space-infused black monolith. Found it. Lin Feng opened his eyes and teleported directly to the chamber housing the black monolith. This device functions using vibrations as a means of activation. Lin Feng raised his right hand and began to tremble incessantly, waves of vibration rippling outward. Moments later, at a specific frequency, the black monolith transformed into a puddle of liquid that engulfed Lin Feng. When the liquid receded, a desolate landscape emerged before him. This was the fabled planet of marvels. Lin Feng closed his eyes, allowing his mental energy to spread, and soon, he discovered a solitary figure amidst the wreckage of a space station. It was the Hive. Lin Feng teleported to the Hive and sat before it, taking a moment to analyze its capabilities. The Hive's skill in controlling the Inhumans was indeed impressive. Who are you? The Hive, having been sealed for a long time, appeared quite feeble. Me? In a sense, I could be considered a deity now, Lin Feng mused, reflecting on his true form, which was busy creating planets in the vastness of space. A deity? The Hive scoffed derisively. I once believed myself a god too. But upon encountering my creator, I realized how laughable my arrogance was. Your creator? Are you referring to the Kree? Lin Feng chuckled. Do you know the accuser among the Kree? The accuser Ronin? The Hive lifted its eyes, recognizing that Ronin was one of the strongest among the creators. A few years ago, I reduced him to ashes and took down several Kree warships, while also issuing a threat to the Supreme Intelligence. Lin Feng shrugged. At least in your presence, I am a deity capable of such feats. I do not believe it. A cloud of gray mist emanated from behind the Hive. Believe it or not, I am only conversing with you out of boredom while awaiting my analysis. Lin Feng stood, unleashing the power of the Phoenix, which obliterated the Hive. And then he returned through the portal to the location of the monolith. He emerged from the stone, and the Hydra agents, who had just heard the sound of the monolith liquefying, witnessed this scene. Congratulations, everyone. You have reclaimed your master, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, his visage morphing into the abstract, artistic face of the Hive. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! The crowd before him erupted in fervent cheers. Chapter 18. Kamartaj having gained control over Hydra effectively meant dominating S.H.I.E.L.D. Lin Feng gazed at the enthusiastic crowd below, a subtle smile gracing his lips before he reverted to his original appearance. Remember this face, it is the visage I shall use to navigate the mortal realm. With that parting remark, he teleported away. Hey, Tony, how is your Iron Man suit coming along? Lin Feng materialized in Tony's laboratory. It's nearly complete. Just a few details require refinement. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Tony pushed the schematics of the suit toward him. Impressive. Lin Feng admired the mechanical design of the armor. How do you plan to resolve the ice formation issue at high altitudes? What? Tony paused in confusion. This material will freeze at high altitudes, won't it? Lin Feng pointed at the schematics before him. Once it reaches a certain height, it may lose its power due to ice formation, which would be quite troublesome. You're right. I hadn't considered that. Tony slapped his thigh. Jarvis, check the titanium alloy we are using on the satellites. You certainly have deep pockets to be using such aerospace materials so liberally. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa. Have you also developed an artificial intelligence? I named it after my father's old butler. With the advent of artificial intelligence so early, I certainly cannot afford to lag behind, can I? Regarding Uncle Howard, Lin Feng hesitated to speak. Although he saved Howard in 1991, Howard was quite advanced in age and passed away in 2001, just 2 years after Lin Feng's return, at the age of 84. Tony's mother also departed a year later. You have allowed me to spend a decade more with them, and for that, I am truly content. An 80-plus-year lifespan is not particularly difficult to accept. Tony shook his head and smiled. I have now officially taken over Stark Industries, and all-knowing technology has launched mechanical prosthetics and several new generation smartphones. We can now be considered the 2 wealthiest individuals in the world. I harbor no interest in becoming the world's richest man. I would rather devote that energy to deciphering more mysteries and enhancing my own abilities, Lin Feng shrugged. The birth of the iron armor has been advanced by 5 years, significantly altering the timeline and enhancing computational truth. The system's voice resonated within Lin Feng's mind. Indeed, observing the luminous sphere in his mind grow larger, Lin Feng revealed a slight smile. System, how much longer until everything beneath the heavens is deciphered? 5 years. The system replied succinctly. This entity is second only to the creator deity within the settings, and deciphering it will undoubtedly be intricate. Very well, Lin Feng nodded. By the way, are there any significant events before 2008? The Budapest incident, which refers to the elimination of the Black Widow organization, was accomplished by Agent Clint Barton. The system timely reminded. To save the Widow? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the comics, the Widow has been romantically involved with nearly every character in the Marvel Universe, and she is merely 7 years younger than Captain America. However, according to the cinematic universe, she was born in 1984, making her even younger than my officially stated birth year of 1971 by over a decade. Presently, aside from taking lives, she has not had the chance to indulge in any playful escapades. Let's make it happen. Lin Feng slapped his thigh. 0. Assist me in infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D.S. system and notify me when Agent Clint Barton is on an external mission. Yes, sir. I have already monitored S.H.I.E.L.D.S. system for you. Zero's mechanical voice responded. Although I am uncertain of your intentions, my instincts suggest you are concocting something significant again. Tony observed Lin Feng with a puzzled expression. This time, it is not particularly grand, though it may result in bringing back a lady. Lin Feng chuckled. You carry on with your affairs. I must further explore my own powers. Very well, focus on your tasks, Tony replied, lowering his head to resume tinkering with his iron armor design. Lin Feng snapped his fingers and teleported back home. By now, he had accomplished numerous feats, extending the lifespans of the Stark couple, prompting Stark to invent the iron armor ahead of schedule, and he even became the Supreme Sorcerer. Wait, the Supreme Sorcerer? Lin Feng paused and quickly teleported to Kamartaj. 8 years have passed. Do you know how I have spent these 8 years? Looking at the suddenly appeared Lin Feng, the Ancient One's gaze was filled with deep melancholy. Apologies for my absence. I have been wandering through the cosmos for a while, engaging in various endeavors, even vanquishing a celestial being. I have only just returned a few days ago. Lin Feng scratched his head. A few days? Ancient One's eyes widened. Let me calculate. After returning to Earth, you witnessed the birth of the Hulk in Los Angeles, earned the trust of Alexander Pierce in the Triskelion, ventured to an alien realm, eliminated a being known as Hive, and impersonated him to recruit the entire Hydra. Is this what you call a brief period? Indeed. It hasn't been long, and besides, I have returned, Lin Feng shrugged. You must understand, had it not been for me, you would still be occupying the position of the Sorcerer Supreme for another 13 years. Never mind, since you are back, assume the responsibilities of the Sorcerer Supreme. Kamartaj requires your presence, Ancient One resumed her serious demeanor. Rest assured, upon my return, I bring a grand gift for Kamartaj. What if I were to transform the source of the Sorcerer's energy into the power of the Phoenix? Lin Feng smiled. I won't change, but perhaps the disciples could. Ancient One nodded, acknowledging that even the power of the Vishanti comes at a considerable cost. If the sorcerers of Kamartaj were to change their pact to you, the price would likely be significantly reduced. How do you know I won't impose a greater cost? Lin Feng chuckled. Because you have no need to. Ancient One replied with a confident smile. The power of the Phoenix is merely a fraction of your capabilities. You require the energy properties of the Phoenix, not the power itself. Fair enough, Lin Feng smirked. Why don't you change? I have already borrowed the power of eternity. Other forces hold little significance for me. Ancient One smiled. Surely you wouldn't want to contend with the creator gods for their subjects. Indeed, that would not be prudent. However, I estimate that in a few years, I shall be able to defeat those creator gods, Lin Feng remarked, glancing at the progress bar of all things under heaven being analyzed. Never mind that. Prepare some contracts. I shall explore the outer dimensions and leave a Dormammu for Sherlock, while I clear out the lesser foes first. Chapter 19. The Nightmare Demon. What place is this? Lin Feng entered a realm imbued with an eerie, dark green ambience. Golden light flickered in his eyes as the information of this world flooded his mind. Special dimension, Nightmare World. Upon seeing the analyzed progress bar, Lin Feng nodded. Was he already in the territory of one of the 8-dimensional demons? Although the Nightmare Demon ranks among the likes of Dormammu and Mephisto, and Lin Feng found himself in the domain of Nightmare, he felt no trepidation. The Nightmare Demon's power revolves around the construction of dreams and drawing energy from them. Belonging to the realm of the mental and spiritual, the power of the Phoenix, in contrast, serves as a link to the spirits and souls of all beings within the infinite multiverse, a creator and source of mental energy. It is the reservoir and dominator of life and emotional energy for future generations across the infinite multiverse. In other words, Lin Feng's power of the Phoenix surpasses the capabilities of Nightmare, possessing a level and intensity that far exceed those of Nightmare's abilities, rendering the Nightmare's powers effectively subdued by Lin Feng. Human. A peculiar sound resonated from all directions, imbued with a formidable sense of confusion. As the newly appointed Supreme Mage, you have the audacity to enter my nightmarish dimension. I must commend your courage. Given the recent events, I have decided to take measures to cleanse the realm of dimensional demons. In an instant, Lin Feng teleported directly before the essence of the nightmare. You seek death. The nightmare screeched as the power of the entire nightmarish dimension began to converge toward Lin Feng, weaving eerie dreams that enveloped him, relentlessly assaulting his psyche. Humph. Lin Feng scoffed, a glimmer of crimson igniting in his eyes as the power of the Phoenix surged forth, shattering the nightmares conjured by the entity. Who is it that seeks death? Lin Feng replied with a calm smile, gazing at the nightmare. Phoenix power? A flicker of fear appeared in the nightmare's eyes. As the sovereign of nightmares, it found itself exhibiting fear first. What could be said about that? Lin Feng sighed, pondering how such a creature dared to covet Earth. I was unaware that the new generation of Supreme Mages is the master of the Phoenix power. Since Earth is under your protection, the nightmarish dimension shall withdraw immediately. The nightmare slightly bowed to Lin Feng, fully aware of the terror that the Phoenix power embodies. The tier of the Phoenix power surpasses that of these dimensional demons, effectively restraining its abilities. It acknowledged its defeat without shame. As for the other dimensional demons who coveted Earth, their fates were of no concern to it. Therefore, does that mean your previous attempts to drag the entire Earth into the nightmarish world are rendered moot? A peculiar smile graced Lin Feng's lips, his eyes sparkling with golden light as he rapidly deciphered the intricacies of this nightmarish dimension. What do you desire? The nightmare, aware of its own limitations, felt a flicker of irritation. After all, it was a dimensional demon, and to be threatened by a mere human was intolerable. Desire is of little consequence. All can be negotiated, Lin Feng replied with a smile, settling down while his focus remained on the progress of his analysis. It would only take a few minutes for him to completely unravel the entirety of the nightmarish world. Since you have decided to withdraw, there is no need for haste. We may converse leisurely. I do not possess such time. Having exited Earth, I must swiftly seek new sources of nightmare energy to develop my dimension. The nightmare furrowed its brow, perplexed by Lin Feng's intentions. Notify the other dimensional demons that the complete master of the Phoenix power is safeguarding Earth. Do not cause any disturbances, except for one. Lin Feng raised a finger. Who? The nightmare was taken aback, realizing Lin Feng was clearly employing a strategy akin to fishing for law enforcement. Dormammu. Lin Feng rose. I require him to remain here for a while. Not a problem. As long as I relay the message accurately, I shall be free to depart, correct? The nightmare closed its eyes, initiating contact with other dimensional demons. I have notified them. I may leave now. Yes? After a moment, the nightmare slowly opened its eyes. Indeed, you may depart. Lin Feng nodded but showed no intention of leaving. Since I am free to go, what of you? Lin Feng lifted his eyelids. If I were to depart, my nightmare dimension would accompany me. Should you not vacate my dimension? At that moment, the nightmare spoke with a certain lack of courtesy. What do you mean, your dimension? Lin Feng raised his head. Golden light swirling in his eyes, severing the connection between the nightmare dimension and the nightmare deity. What? The terror in the nightmare's eyes became almost palpable. How did you accomplish this? How I did it is inconsequential. The current reality is that this dimension no longer belongs to you. You may leave. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng commanded waves of dream energy to envelop the essence of the nightmare, casting it out. As for why I seized your nightmare dimension, perhaps you should inquire of those souls who perished in the dream realm while you attempted to enshroud reality with your nightmare dimension. A faint sound emerged, as if space quivered slightly, and a figure was expelled like a sputum. Damn it! The nightmare felt the dwindling energy within, and though the nightmare dimension was lost, its inherent powers persisted. It swiftly identified a life planet, weaving several dreams to siphon energy from them, gradually recuperating. Let it be. This fellow's attitude is rather agreeable. No need for bloodshed. Lin Feng sighed upon witnessing this scene, leaving a mark upon the nightmare for monitoring purposes, then turned his attention elsewhere. Having acquired a dimension of my own, in a certain sense, I too have become a deity of dimensions. Observing the surrounding murky green, Lin Feng frowned, finding the color somewhat outrageous. The power of the phoenix erupted, and waves of red rippled outward from his form, gradually tinting the entire nightmare dimension in crimson hues. Much more pleasing to the eye now. Lin Feng nodded in satisfaction, settling into a meditative posture, returning his spiritual essence to his corporeal form in the cosmos to create a new body as a medium to control this dimension. Moments later, a new divine form was conjured, and the power of space enveloped it, transporting it directly into the nightmare dimension. The name of this dimension was rather unappealing. From now on, it shall be known as Omniscience. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng left his new avatar behind while the body that had just entered returned to Earth. Chapter 20. The Marvel years passed swiftly, and time had reached 2008, the inaugural year of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. A visionary, a genius, an American patriot, at a tender age, Howard Stark's son, Tony Stark, captivated public attention with his unique and exceptional intellect. During an awards ceremony, the host recounted Tony's life. At 4, he independently constructed his first circuit board. At 6, he built his first engine. By 17, he graduated from MIT with outstanding results alongside his close friend, Lin Feng, the founder of Omniscience Technologies. 7 years prior, a titan had passed away. Howard Stark's lifelong ally and friend, Obadiah Stane, temporarily filled the legendary void until 2 years later, when the wayward son returned at 33, took the helm of Stark Industries, and became its new CEO. After mastering the key to the empire, Tony ushered his father's legacy into a new era, crafting more sophisticated weaponry, advanced robotics, and satellite targeting systems. Today, Tony Stark has transformed the face of the arms industry, ensuring liberty and safeguarding the interests of America on a global scale. As a liaison for Stark Industries, I am profoundly honored to collaborate with a true patriot, who is not only my friend but also my life mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pride that I present this year's Pinnacle Award to Mr. Tony Stark. Colonel Rhodes read the award speech on stage, yet Tony delayed his appearance. I had a feeling. Lin Feng, seated in the audience, scanned the room with his mental prowess and discovered Tony downstairs, immersed in a game of dice. Noticing Obadiah Stane rising to his feet, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow and promptly stood up to approach the stage. "Thank you, Colonel," Lin Feng said as he accepted the trophy, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "I appreciate the rescue." Rhodes stepped back, clearly stating, "It is evident I am not Tony Stark." Lin Feng glanced at the trophy, eliciting laughter from the audience. "This rascal is a bit preoccupied, so I shall accept the award on his behalf. To be honest, I believe this accolade should belong to me, but alas, he is Tony Stark, my dearest friend." After a light-hearted exchange, Lin Feng and Rhodes descended from the podium and made their way to the casino below. "I knew he would be here, charming the ladies," Lin Feng remarked, eyeing Tony, who was surrounded by 2 beautiful women at the roulette table. "Care to try your luck?" Tony waved his hand as Lin Feng approached, handing him the dice. You know, I can't lose at this. Lin Feng tossed the dice casually, rolling 2 6s. What's the point of playing if you're always cheating? Tony clapped Lin Feng on the shoulder, noticing the trophy in his hand. What's this? This year's Pinnacle Award. Bestowed upon me, Lin Feng shrugged. No, I don't believe it. Tony snatched the trophy from Lin Feng, examining its inscription. Look, it says Tony Stark. As far as I know, that's not your name, is it? Lin Feng smiled slightly, moving his fingers, and the engraving immediately transformed. Now that's no fun. Tony exclaimed in frustration, while Lin Feng laughed, reverting the name back to its original form. Let us head home. Enjoy a drink. I truly wonder where you procure such vintage wines. Tony casually handed the trophy to a servant of Caesar, adding, things belonging to Caesar should go to Caesar. Don't forget about tomorrow at 2. Before departing, Rhodes reminded Tony. Rest assured, I will ensure he remembers. Lin Feng patted Rhodes on the shoulder, then teleported home with Tony. Why do you never fear the exposure of your identity as a superhuman, given your high profile? Tony emerged from the wormhole, rationalizing our actions. In their memories, we returned in your Audi, Lin Feng shrugged, retrieving a bottle of whiskey produced just last week but accelerated in aging through the time stone. How do you manage to drink this every day? A red-haired woman descended from the second floor. Natasha, would you care to join me for a drink? Tony raised his glass towards her. I shall pass, Natasha replied with a faint smile, moving to stand beside Lin Feng. You should limit your intake as well. The effects of alcohol barely affect my body. I merely savor the flavor, Lin Feng remarked, wrapping an arm around Natasha's waist. Are you not aware of this? 2 years ago, I received news about Clint Barton's mission in Budapest and promptly executed a plan to follow and intercept him, convincing Pierce to keep Natasha safe and bringing her back to my home. Ultimately, I won her heart through a technique of uterine restoration. It must be said, Natasha, despite her rigorous training, found a unique thrill in engaging in missions without leveraging her physical advantages. I truly wonder where you found such a beautiful girlfriend, Tony chuckled. If she were not yours, I would certainly make a move. And what of your little secretary? Lin Feng took a sip of his drink, casting Tony a knowing smile. Let us not go there. I am not yet at the point of pursuing my own secretary, Tony retorted, curling up on Lin Feng's large sofa, glass in hand. Tomorrow, I'm heading to Afghanistan to discuss a business deal with the military. Care to join? I think not. I have many matters to attend to, Lin Feng replied, fully aware that Tony was off to promote the Jericho missile. This incident would ultimately lead to Tony's abduction by terrorists, a pivotal moment in the genesis of Iron Man. While Tony had already developed the armored suit, Iron Man represented more than mere technology. It embodied the transformation of Tony into a figure who, despite his mortal flesh, stood alongside deities. Although altering the timeline could accelerate systemic processes, Lin Feng had no desire to change this particular event. It was only through witnessing the weapons he had produced being wielded by terrorists against innocents that Tony would truly awaken to his responsibilities. Be cautious. Afghanistan is not particularly safe. Lin Feng discreetly channeled a trace of Phoenix power, infusing it into Tony's bulletproof vest. Rest assured, Tony drained the remaining contents of his glass, setting it on the table before departing. Yet, there remained the possibility of change. Once Tony was gone, Lin Feng retrieved his notebook, densely filled with his annotations, and circled a name, Dr. Ethan. Chapter 21, The Birth of Iron Man under Lin Feng's deliberate guidance. Although Tony was still caught in an explosion from a missile developed by his own company, the shrapnel did not embed itself in his chest as it did in the cinematic universe. This time, Tony was rendered unconscious by the blast shockwave and subsequently captured by terrorists. As Lin Feng floated in midair, he listened to the resounding clang of metalwork emanating from the cave. Nodding in satisfaction, the sound of Tony forging in the terrorist's lair marked the inception of the Marvel Cinematic Universe and heralded the arrival of Iron Man. Hello. What is the matter? Lin Feng answered the phone. Tony Stark has been kidnapped. Are you not at all concerned? Fury's voice crackled from the other end. I am aware. I have my own plans. Lin Feng said. I have found the person, but I cannot rescue him just yet. Why? Fury was clearly taken aback. Do not inquire about matters that are better left unasked, Lin Feng replied. Additionally, Inform those who are anxious to remain patient. Tony is not in immediate danger. Understood. Fury acknowledged, instinctively nodding despite the knowledge that the call could not convey images. He then ended the call and relayed the message. The sound of the hammer striking iron was indeed captivating. Lin Feng closed his eyes, succumbing to memories. After what felt like an eternity, he slowly opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. Have I really slept for several days? Lin Feng was momentarily bewildered, then chuckled self-deprecatingly, reflecting on how age made one prone to reminiscence. Are you all right? Can you move? In the cave, Dr. Ethan assisted Tony in donning his armor. Now, repeat after me. 41 steps forward, then 16 steps, exit, turn right, walk 33 steps, then turn right again. Tony was memorizing the route. Where is Stark? The terrorist leader scrutinized the surveillance footage but could only see Dr. Ethan busy at the workstation. He was just here. Go take a look. Stark, Ethan. The terrorist's voice echoed from outside. Say something to him. Tony regarded Ethan with a serious expression. He is speaking Hungarian. I do not understand. Ethan's eyes betrayed a hint of panic. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as a bomb affixed to the door detonated, sending the forcibly entering terrorists flying. In an instant, the remaining terrorists within the cave began to converge on Tony's location. What now? Tony raised an eyebrow. Quite successful, Ethan remarked, glancing at the chaos at the entrance while continuing his work without pause. That is my style. Tony smiled, proceeding to initiate the power sequence. All right, you lead. Ethan approached the computer, adjusting his glasses. 11. Let me know when the progress bar updates. Got it. Ethan pressed 11, and a progress bar appeared on the screen. Add. Then hit enter. Tony issued commands. Come here. Secure it for me. Hex bolts. Skip one. Lock the next. They are coming, Ethan said, visibly anxious. Once we finish this, we will be fine. Tony slowed his speech, reassuring Ethan, confirm that all checkpoints are clear before you join me outside. We need more time. Ethan gazed at the progress bar, which was still less than half complete, determination shining in his eyes. Hey. Ethan turned to Tony. I will buy you some time. Stick to the plan. Though Tony shouted as he was secured to the workstation, Ethan picked up a gun from the ground and dashed outside. With a burst of compassionate marksmanship, Ethan chased several terrorists to the cave's entrance, only to be met by a group of armed foes. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets flew toward Ethan. He closed his eyes, anticipating pain, yet it never came. Opening his eyes, he found several bullets suspended in midair, seemingly halted by an invisible barrier, while the terrorists gaped in astonishment. Dr. Ethan? As a wormhole opened, Lin Feng stepped forth with deliberate grace, and the bullets that had been suspended in the air fell to the ground with a resounding clatter. Who are you? Ethan inquired, his eyes filled with disbelief. I am a friend of Tony's. There is no need for concern, Lin Feng assured him with a casual wave of his hand, causing a dozen terrorists to have their necks snapped instantaneously. Come, sit, he suggested, finding a stone at the entrance of the cave and beckoning Ethan to join him. We shall wait here for Tony to emerge. Before long, a series of metallic clangs echoed from within the cave, and a bright point of light appeared as Tony, clad in iron armor, emerged. You're quite slow, Lin Feng remarked leisurely, toying with a gun he had just acquired. Lin? Tony said, glancing at Lin Feng, who was seated beside Ethan, his eyes filled with curiosity. I could have found you earlier, but seeing you so engrossed in your work in the cave, I thought I would wait until you crafted that tin can before intervening. You've made me feel rather awkward. Tony removed his mask and leaned against the stone wall next to Lin Feng, filled with delight at having constructed a massive contraption that ultimately proved futile. How is it of no use? Lin Feng chuckled, producing his latest all-seeing mobile device and snapping a photo of Tony Stark in his iron canister. This substantial piece of blackmail will serve a purpose. Lin, you are truly insufferable, Tony scoffed, rolling his eyes. Wait a moment. I need to dispose of those things outside. Allow me, Lin Feng replied, casting a glance at the rudimentary weapons Tony bore and sighing. With a wave of his hand, the weapons outside were reduced to mere ash. I still cannot comprehend how you accomplished that. Tony sighed. Help me remove this contraption. It's exhausting to wear. Very well, Lin Feng responded, moving his fingers to release the bolts of the iron armor. In an instant, the entire suit disassembled, leaving only the central arc reactor, which Lin Feng had intentionally preserved. Recognizing that Ironmonger would be an excellent adversary for Tony to practice against. That will suffice, Tony said, stretching his limbs and tossing the arc reactor in his hands. Now the power issue of the armor is resolved. I can return to the lab and procure a more powerful one. Agreed, let us depart. Lin Feng surveyed the scattered remnants of the iron suit, opened a wormhole, and transported Tony directly back to his home laboratory. Rest well, and remember to call that little secretary of yours. She is quite worried about you. I will, Tony replied. Chapter 22. Tony's Choice. Tony. Pepper Potts entered the laboratory with a visibly red-eyed demeanor. Your eyes are red. Are you shedding tears for your missing boss? Tony raised an eyebrow. His expression relaxed. These are tears of joy. I detest job hunting, Pepper sniffled. Well then, the holiday is over, Tony declared, rising to his feet. Shall we head to the hospital? No. We shall not go to the hospital, Tony replied with a serious expression. I have two things I wish to do. First, I want a cheeseburger. Second, I intend to hold a press conference. Rest assured, Pepper, I have examined him. There is nothing amiss. Lin Feng extended his hand, tearing through the fabric of space to retrieve 2 cheeseburgers, tossing one to Tony, thus resolving the issue of hunger. I shall arrange the press conference now, Pepper announced as she exited Tony's laboratory, picking up her phone. Let's take a car. Altering perceptions shouldn't be too outrageous. Lin Feng patted Tony on the shoulder, saying, I'll join you shortly. All right, Tony nodded, climbing into his Audi and departing from home. Natasha, Lin Feng pulled out his phone, preparing to acquire shares of Stark Industries. All right. Years of experience as an assassin had conditioned Natasha to follow orders without question. Look at you, still so fond of cheeseburgers, Obadiah remarked, patting Tony's shoulder. Did you buy me one? There's only one left. I really want it, Tony shrugged, unwrapping the cheeseburger and taking a bite as he entered the press conference venue. Look who has returned. Obadiah called out to the gathered journalists, his voice brimming with excitement, while in a corner, Lin Feng utilized Nightcrawler's ability to teleport to the scene. Miss Potts. Coulson approached Pepper. May I have a word with you? I won't be participating in the questioning. The press conference is about to commence. Pepper gestured towards the stage. I am not a journalist. I am Agent Phil Coulson, he stated, presenting his credentials, belonging to the Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. That's quite a mouthful, Pepper remarked, taking the business card. We are in the process of improvement, Coulson shrugged. The Department of Defense, FBI, and CIA have all reached out to us. Pepper frowned. We are an independent agency, with more focused objectives, Coulson explained. We wish to inquire about Mr. Stark's escape in detail. I will add that to the agenda, if that is acceptable, Pepper replied with a professional smile. Thank you, Coulson nodded and departed. Phil. Lin Feng raised his hand. Mr. Lin, Coulson jogged over. No need for further questions. You will soon find out. Lin Feng patted Coulson's shoulder. Let us witness the press conference together. There shall be significant news today. Could everyone please take a seat? Tony declared, sitting down on the floor, leaning against the microphone stand. He then pulled out another cheeseburger from his pocket. Please settle down. I can see you, and you can see me. This way. It won't feel so formal. As soon as Tony spoke, all the journalists crouched down, and as he took a bite of his cheeseburger, he began to speak slowly. It's good to see you. Lin Feng glanced at Obadiah sitting beside him. Undeniably, my father was a remarkable man. Tony set the cheeseburger aside. Yet, I have always had questions for him. I wish to know his perspective on the company's actions, whether he ever experienced struggles or doubts. Wiping his mouth with a napkin, Tony reflected, perhaps he was indeed the person depicted in those news documentaries. I witnessed young Americans being slain, and the weapons I created to protect them were responsible for their deaths. I also realized that I had become a part of a system that shunned responsibility. Tony's expression grew increasingly serious. Mr. Stark, a journalist raised their pen. What about? What have you experienced there? The reporter inquired. I broadened my horizons and came to the realization that I could contribute more to this world than merely orchestrating explosions. Tony rose and approached the microphone, declaring, henceforth, I shall cease the operations of Stark International's weapons production, as I have determined the future of the company. The moment those words escaped his lips, an uproar ensued. Reporters sprang to their feet, while Obadiah hastily shoved Tony away. Indeed, that struck a chord, Lin Feng smirked, dissipating into a wisp of smoke before returning home. Lin. Regarding the Iron Man suit project, I have conceived several innovative ideas. May I come over to discuss? Upon returning home, Tony dialed Lin Feng. You see, this is my original design, which utilizes a multitude of high-energy battery packs to power the Iron Man suit. Tony spread out the blueprints. But the design suffered from poor endurance. Full throttle flight would require recharging after just a few minutes, and the weight of the battery packs was excessively burdensome. However, now things have changed. In that cave, I lacked sufficient materials to manufacture high-energy battery packs, which led me to devise a daring alternative. He unfurled another blueprint, revealing his attempt to miniaturize the arc reactor to serve as the suit's energy source, a far superior option to batteries. So, your design is complete. Why do you still seek my input? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Your abilities are unique, and I hope you can identify any shortcomings. Tony regarded Lin Feng earnestly. Add an isolating layer, Lin Feng suggested, pointing at the chest area of the suit. The palladium reaction will produce toxins, and you could be in serious trouble. Indeed. I knew you would offer constructive feedback, Tony exclaimed, slapping his thigh. JARVIS. Revise the blueprints and commence production. Understood, sir. Rendering is complete. JARVIS. Projected a model of a golden suit onto the screen. Isn't that a bit ostentatious? Tony grimaced at the golden ensemble. What do you think, JARVIS? How shall I put it, sir? You typically favor a more understated approach. Let us add some fiery red accents, Tony suggested, glancing at a nearby antique car. Ah, much more subtle, JARVIS. Chimed in. Indeed, quite understated. Lin Feng leaned against Tony's chair. JARVIS. Your capacity for sarcasm seems to be ever increasing. I appreciate it. Let us proceed with the coloring. Tony nodded in satisfaction at the rendered model, then turned to Lin Feng. How is Ethan faring? He is doing well, just a bit shaken. He is preparing to return to his hometown to make a difference. Where is his home? A small town called Kamala. Chapter 23, The Fall of Kamala Tonight. The red carpet at the Disney Concert Hall was abuzz with excitement, hosting Tony Stark's third annual Firefighter Family Foundation Charity Gala. As the upper echelons of Los Angeles flocked to the event, JARVIS. Have we received an invitation? Tony tilted his head toward the television screen on the wall. There is no record of an invitation received, JARVIS replied. Since the peculiar and highly controversial press conference concluded, Tony Stark has not made any public appearances. Some speculate that he is suffering from post-traumatic stress disorder and has remained bedridden for weeks. Regardless of the truth, no one anticipated his presence tonight. Don't wait for me. Dear, Tony remarked as he donned his watch and exited the laboratory. The roar of the engine erupted as he drove his sports car to the charity gala. The moment he stepped out of the vehicle, a throng of people surged forward, with several beautiful women approaching him. You look splendid, Heg. Tony patted the shoulder of an elderly gentleman nearby. At that moment, Lin Feng, suspended in midair, was momentarily taken aback as the old man turned around. It was none other than Stan Lee, the father of Marvel. Analyzing. A flash of golden light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes. Yet the old man's panel displayed nothing but a jumble of symbols, devoid of any progress bar. What is the meaning of this? Lin Feng clenched his jaw, logically. Even if Stan Lee had made a cameo in Iron Man, the panel should reflect the information of the character he portrayed. The current chaos indicated that this elderly man possessed another identity within the Marvel Universe, one that even analysis could not decipher. With a sigh of relief, Lin Feng soared to Tony's side. Who were you just greeting? Lin? You're here too? Tony turned around. What did you just ask me? Who were you just greeting? Lin Feng's gaze bore an unusual seriousness. I wasn't greeting anyone. Upon seeing the intensity in Lin Feng's expression, Tony paused. What is wrong? Who was that man? Lin Feng pointed toward the old gentleman, but by then he had vanished without a trace. Who? Never mind. I must have mistaken him. Lin Feng shook his head. Let us go inside. It's been ages since I, the founder of omniscient technology, have made a public appearance. How bizarre, Tony shrugged, dismissing Lin Feng's earlier reaction, and followed him into the venue. What has become of this world? I can't even receive an invitation to my own party? Tony approached Obadiah. Look at you. Quite the surprise, Obadiah said with a grin. Hey, take it easy. I believe I have calmed the board down. If you're feeling pinned up, just enjoy yourself. All right. Understood. Tony raised an eyebrow, moving to the bar to order a drink while gazing at the dance floor. She is beautiful, Lin Feng remarked, joining Tony and following his gaze to pepper pots on the dance floor. Indeed, I almost didn't recognize her earlier. Tony took a sip of his drink. Go on. Invite her for a dance, Lin Feng encouraged, giving Tony's shoulder a reassuring pat. Opportunities like these should not be missed. You're right. Tony downed the rest of his drink, setting the glass on the bar before striding toward the dance floor. What brings you here? Pepper turned around, her eyes lighting up with surprise upon seeing Tony. Just bored at home, Tony shrugged. Did you come alone? No, I came with Lin. Tony appraised Pepper. Nice dress. It's a birthday gift, she smiled. Consider it a present from you. Then I must have exquisite taste. Tony smiled faintly. Previously, when he heard it was Pepper's birthday, he had suggested she purchase a gift for herself with his money. It seemed that this was that very gift. Shall we dance? Tony extended his hand. Not really. Pepper shook her head. Come on. Tony took Pepper's hand directly and led her to the center of the dance floor. Did I make you feel awkward? Tony wrapped his arms around Pepper's waist. No, it's my own issue. Pepper deliberately distanced herself slightly from Tony. Dancing with my boss in a backless dress in front of all my colleagues. If it would make you feel more comfortable, I could fire you. Then they wouldn't be your colleagues anymore, Tony said with a hint of a smile. Without me, you'd probably struggle to tie your shoelaces, Pepper replied, chuckling. I think I could manage for at least a week, Tony shrugged. Really? What's your social security number? Pepper challenged playfully. 5? Tony replied nonchalantly. You might have missed a few digits. Their bodies inched closer. The other 8? Tony teased, maintaining his composure. Let us step outside for some fresh air. Seeing Pepper's face grow increasingly flushed, Tony released her hand. I really need to get some air, Pepper sighed with relief, stepping forward. Are you this quick with other women? A few minutes later, observing Tony return from the rooftop, Lin Feng seized the moment to mock him. Oh please, we didn't do anything. I just went down to fetch her a drink, Tony sighed, pulling out some bills and placing them on the bar. 2 vodka martinis, straight up, extra olives. And 1 with olive juice, please. Tony Stark, Lin Feng said. A reporter approached and stood next to Tony. You actually dared to come tonight? Why wouldn't I attend my own soiree? Tony shrugged as he accepted the drinks. Is this what you call being responsible? The reporter handed Tony several photographs. This place is called Camera. Ever heard of it? Looking at the images depicting Stark Industries weapons in the hands of terrorists wreaking havoc, Tony furrowed his brow. When were these taken? Yesterday. I'll go bring Ethan out. You handle the rest. Lin Feng patted Tony on the shoulder and left the event, opening a wormhole to directly pull Ethan from Camera. My hometown is suffering from an invasion by terrorists. I know. Tony will handle this, Lin Feng sighed, trusting in him. Chapter 24. Iron Man, have you seen these photographs? Tony pulled Obadiah aside. What is happening in Camera? Tony, you can't be so naive, Obadiah dismissed the reporter. I was once very naive, Tony replied, his expression serious. They said we shouldn't cross that line. We conduct business this way. If we were secretly double-dealing, tell me. Have we? Let us take a picture, Obadiah said, pulling Tony toward the reporter, leaning in to whisper. Do you know who pushed you out? I was the one who proposed the restraining order against you. Only then could I protect you. Tony, Lin Feng called. What is the situation with Ethan? Tony's face still bore traces of recent anger. I had pulled him out of the depths. What could I say? Did Camera require my assistance? Lin Feng patted Tony's shoulder. No need. I will handle it myself, Tony replied, his gaze fixed on the horizon. The 15-mile journey to the outskirts of Camera could only be described as a descent into hell, entering the dark heart of the contemporary world. Ordinary farmers and herdsmen from peaceful villages were forced to abandon their homes, driven from their lands by warlords emboldened by newfound power. These villagers were compelled to reside among the ruins of other villages, in makeshift shelters, or hiding within the remnants of an old Soviet smelting plant. Recent acts of violence had been attributed to a group of foreign soldiers, referred to by the locals as the Ten Rings organization. They were well-armed and had clear objectives. Anyone who obstructed them risked losing their life. With no political intervention or international pressure, the hopes of these refugees were dim. Tony sat on the laboratory couch, calibrating the laser cannon of his armored suit, his eyes glued to the news on television, filled with a murderous intent. Beside me, a woman anxiously awaited news of her husband, who had been kidnapped by insurgents. The news continued to unfold, and Tony's expression grew more furious. Rising, he raised his right hand, aiming at the glass before him. A beam of laser shot forth, but instead of shattering the glass as Tony had envisioned, it merely stirred a ripple of red ahead. Venting his anger on the terrorists was one thing. Directing it at the walls of his own home was another. Lin Feng's figure gradually materialized. "How long have you been there?" Tony struck his head with a hand unencumbered by armor. "I just arrived," Lin Feng replied, patting Tony's shoulder. "Do what you wish. It should not be difficult for you now." Tony stepped onto a grid-patterned floor, and the sound of machinery echoed as components of the armored suit emerged from all around, adorning him in a display of mechanical elegance. "I'm off," he declared as the mask descended, nodding at Lin Feng. Flames erupted beneath him, propelling him skyward, suddenly accelerating with a piercing sonic boom. "I'll join the fray." Lin Feng snapped his fingers, teleporting directly to the cosmos above Kamara. After all, the cruising altitude of the armored suit was quite high. Superhero descending. As Tony landed, Lin Feng applauded, noting the effectiveness of the suit's shock absorption. He recalled how his first attempt at a superhero landing had resulted in a broken knee. Tony swiftly dispatched the surrounding terrorists with his laser cannon. Turning his head, the palm cannon ignited once more, but upon sighting the terrorists holding local residents hostage, the brightness of the weapon dimmed. No instant noodles, no instant noodles, no shrimp. A group of terrorists aimed their guns at the hostages, threatening Tony. Tony remained silent, nearly lowering his hands. The internal panel of his helmet marked several terrorists, and just as they exhaled in relief, a miniature turret emerged from his shoulder, launching several small missiles that obliterated all the terrorists before him. With a powerful punch, Tony smashed through a wall, sending the terrorist leader, who had been hiding behind it, tumbling out along with the debris. "He is yours," Tony declared as he tossed the terrorist leader at the feet of the local villagers before ascending into the sky. A spectacular scene was about to unfold. Lin Feng, seemingly out of nowhere, produced a handful of sunflower seeds. A deafening explosion echoed, and Tony plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground, only to slowly crawl out of the crater he had made, gaining sight of a tank ahead. Another explosion rang out. Tony slightly shifted his body to evade the shell, then raised his arm as a small missile emerged from his forearm, aimed directly at the tank. Turning his head, he advanced step by step, and moments later, the tank erupted behind him in a thunderous blast. Spot on, Lin Feng waved his hand, the remnants of the sunflower seeds transforming into a wisp of ash. Isn't it said that real men never look back at explosions? At this moment, Tony soared into the sky once more, his hands clasped together, targeting the terrorist armory below. After a brief moment of charging, a thick laser beam erupted, shattering the armory with a sonic boom. "Congratulations, you have become Iron Man," Lin Feng murmured, his voice audible only to himself. "What is that thing? Were we authorized to go there?" In the National Defense Command Center, someone spotted Tony on the radar. "No, they used human shields. We haven't sent anyone there. Get Colonel Rhodes from the weapon development team over here immediately." Upon inquiry, it was discovered that this unidentified object, moving at high speed, did not belong to any military department, prompting the military to summon Colonel Rhodes. "Are you sure this has nothing to do with you?" Rhodes called Tony. "Of course not," Tony replied. "Well, that thing is currently on my screen and is about to be blown away." "What a hassle." Lin Feng casually flicked the ash from his cigarette, waving his hand as a small wormhole opened in Tony's path, into which he plunged headfirst. "Take it easy." Emerging from the wormhole, Tony maintained his extraordinary speed. Lin Feng raised his hand slightly, and a wave of red light rippled out, halting Tony in his tracks. "Thanks." Observing the Iron Man suit being detached from Tony under Lin Feng's control, Tony nodded in acknowledgement. However, I can handle those two fighter jets. I know you can. Lin Feng replied. I brought you back to show you something. He tossed Tony a disc containing video footage from his kidnapping, along with the design schematics for the first-generation armor. Where did you get this? Tony inquired. From Obadiah Stain's computer. I see. Tony set the video down. I will take care of it. Chapter 25. A lesson for you. If all goes as anticipated, Stark Industries' underground facility already harbors a prototype of the upgraded armor. The only question remains, how much has it been upgraded? As Tony perused the documents, it became evident that they were incomplete. The most critical components were beyond his fabrication capabilities. Lin Feng tapped the arc reactor on Tony's chest. Surely you do not have a miniature arc reactor at home. Merely placed there for the sake of theft? Blast it, I actually do, Tony exclaimed, slapping his thigh. That reactor I used in Afghanistan was turned into a keepsake by Pepper. Then why not return and take a look? Lin Feng shrugged, extending his hand. As the Iron Man suit enveloped Tony once more. Give me a lift. This contraption is too ostentatious, Tony remarked, twisting his neck. Very well. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Feng conjured a point of light that transformed into a portal leading to Tony's laboratory. Damn it, I knew it. Tony stepped through the portal, surveying the chaotic state of his lab and muttering a curse. You handle this. I want no part of it. Lin Feng waved his hand, closing the portal. Hey. Tony turned around, only to see a flickering point of light gradually fading away. Let me see what is going on. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng summoned a shimmering screen that projected images of Stark Industries. It begins. Lin Feng produced a sunflower seed, then reconsidered, opting to observe the scene live instead. With a thought, he transported himself above Stark Industries, pulled out a folding stool, and began to crack open sunflower seeds. Meanwhile, the ground trembled, a thunderous roar emanating from below. Fury. Lin Feng dialed Fury's number. What is up? A great battle is about to unfold in Los Angeles. Do not allow outside interference. Lin Feng stated succinctly. Understood. Fury nodded, refraining from inquiring further, immediately issuing commands. For if Lin Feng proclaimed it would be a battle, news would soon follow. With a resounding crash, a colossal iron behemoth erupted from the earth, seizing a car from the roadside and hurling it towards the police, who were firing in response. A crimson figure descended, effortlessly catching the vehicle. As Tony's arc reactor remained intact, the suit was brimming with power. Making the act of catching a car a trivial feat, Tony gently placed the car on the ground, directing his gaze at Obadiah as his chest-mounted laser cannon fired, sending the ironmonger flying. Impressive. Lin Feng, suspended in the air, retrieved a bucket of popcorn. Tony, your design is rather conservative. The ironmonger leapt into the air, his thrusters firing in succession to maintain balance, then seized a motorcycle, propelling Tony through the air and into a bus. With a thunderous explosion, the ironmonger launched a missile into the bus, the fierce blast sending Tony hurtling out, yet flames erupted beneath his feet, allowing him to hover effortlessly in midair. Remarkable. You've upgraded your armor. The ironmonger glanced up at Tony. Allow me to demonstrate that I too have made enhancements. A cacophony of metal clashing echoed as the ironmonger's thrusters reconfigured, unleashing a fierce blaze and billowing smoke. TSK, the environmentalist will be furious, Lin Feng remarked, clicking his tongue. Jarvis, I have a splendid idea. Observing the ironmonger ascending, Tony's thrusters intensified, propelling him skyward. Take me to the highest altitude. Sir, you are indeed thinking along the same lines as I am. The elegant mechanical voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. resonated as the energy within the steel armor began to concentrate beneath Tony's feet, continuously accelerating his ascent. Observing Tony ascend higher and higher, the distance between them growing ever more vast, the thrusters beneath ironmonger flared with increased intensity, propelling him forward with sudden speed, quickly closing the gap. Within mere seconds, ironmonger reached out and grasped Tony's ankle, pulling him down. Your idea is brilliant, Tony. Obadiah's voice brimmed with barely contained excitement. But my suit is superior in every aspect. I beg to differ, interjected Lin Feng, raising his hand from his perch beside them. Lin? Tony paused, bewildered. What exactly are you? Gazing at Lin Feng, who was effortlessly suspended in midair upon a stool, Obadiah's eyes widened in disbelief. That's inconsequential. Lin Feng waved dismissively. Carry on. Very well, Tony shrugged, turning his attention back to Ironmonger. So how did you resolve the icing issue? What? Obadiah was still reeling from the shock of witnessing a person seated in midair. This, Tony tapped Ironmonger's helmet, dislodging a shard of ice. And the thrusters beneath Ironmonger flickered erratically before extinguishing completely, the lights in his eye sockets dimming as he lost power and began to plummet. Lin. You truly relish the spectacle. Tony flew to Lin Feng's side, exhaling a weary sigh. Ever since I became invincible in this world, I've transformed into a mere spectator. Lin Feng shrugged, tossing a piece of popcorn into his mouth. In comparison, with the shock absorption of your designs, I doubt Obadiah will suffer fatal consequences from this. I know, but he should be devoid of power shortly, Tony chuckled, soaring toward the direction of Obadiah's descent. This could be considered a deviation from the timeline. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, clearing away the debris floating around him before gently landing beside Tony. What did I tell you? He sighed, observing Obadiah struggling to rise. He certainly won't die from that. His armor has nearly lost all power. He poses no threat, Tony remarked, shaking his head as he watched the reactor on Ironmonger's chest flicker erratically. Tony, Lin Feng clapped a hand on Tony's shoulder. I seldom impart knowledge to you. Most of the time, we validate and share insights with one another. However, today, I must impart a lesson. This lesson is titled Cutting the Grass to Eliminate the Roots. A glimmer of crimson light manifested in Lin Feng's hand, and Ironmonger hovered in the air, emitting a jarring metallic screech. Lin, there's no need for such measures. Tony understood the potential threat Obadiah posed if left alive. Yet years of camaraderie stirred a sense of reluctance within him. It is absolutely necessary. Lin Feng met Tony's gaze. From long ago, he has schemed against you. Never show mercy to one who wishes to harm you, especially one who nearly succeeded. With a swift motion, Lin Feng tightened his right hand, and Ironmonger, along with Obadiah inside, was crushed into a metallic sphere. Tony, remember, mercy towards your enemies is cruelty towards yourself. Chapter 26. I comprehend everything you say. Yet he has indeed watched me grow. Upon witnessing Lin Feng eliminate Obadiah, Tony refrained from further remarks, understanding that Lin Feng's choice was indeed the right one. Well, let us return, Lin Feng said, patting Tony's shoulder as he escorted him back to his abode. It was likely that preparations for a press conference were underway. The clash between two Iron Titans in downtown Los Angeles could not be suppressed. Lin Feng leaned back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Aware that the forthcoming hours would be demanding, all present had received the official report regarding the Stark Industries incident from the previous night. Colonel Rhodes, acting as the spokesperson, addressed the podium from which Tony had previously announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons division. Unverified reports indicated that a robotic prototype had encountered a malfunction, fortunately. Tony Stark had a personal bodyguard, Iron Man, a name that resonated well. Tony gazed at the newspaper headline declaring, "Who is Iron Man?" while Pepper was diligently applying concealer to mask the wounds he had sustained the night before. Although not entirely accurate, given that his armor was composed of a gold titanium alloy, the imagery was undeniably vivid. "This serves as your alibi," Coulson remarked as he entered, presenting Tony with a card. "You were on your yacht. We possess port reports affirming that you were in Avalon all night, along with sworn testimonies from your 50 guests. Perhaps it should be noted that it was merely Pepper and I, spending the entire night on the island," Tony replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Hearing this, Pepper abruptly tore off the bandage from Tony's forehead, causing him to inhale sharply. "Well done, Pepper," Lin Feng commended, giving Pepper a thumbs up. "That's how to deal with such individuals. Just read from the script," Coulson continued, seemingly unperturbed by Tony's words. "This document makes no mention of Stain," Tony remarked, flipping through the pages with a frown. "This matter has been resolved. He has gone on vacation," Coulson replied. "The safety record of small aircraft is quite poor. But what about the cover story regarding the bodyguard?" Tony inquired, looking toward Coulson. "He is my bodyguard? That is rather implausible, isn't it? I have dealt with such matters before, Mr. Stark. Simply recite the official narrative," And this will soon pass, Coulson assured, glancing at the time. You have 90 seconds. Agent Coulson, Pepper called out, halting him as he was about to depart. Thank you very much for your assistance. Not at all. It is our duty, Coulson replied. Turning back. We shall be in touch. You may refer to us as S.H.I.E.L.D., he interjected, cutting off her lengthy title. Where else could you find such a wonderful wife? Lin Feng jested, draping an arm around Tony's shoulder and gesturing towards Pepper. Aren't you going to seize the moment? Let it unfold naturally, Tony shrugged. There's a saying in the East, water flows where it will. You are truly exasperating, Lin Feng retorted, rolling his eyes as he approached the departing Coulson. Phil. Mr. Lin, I had intended to seek you out after the press conference, Coulson replied, turning to see Lin Feng. I was seated over there, did you not notice? Lin Feng sighed. Phil, in this day and age, does a receding hairline correlate with deteriorating eyesight? As Coulson found himself momentarily at a loss for words, he noticed Lin Feng and remarked, I intended to seek you out after the press conference. Did you see me and choose not to greet me? Do you look down on me? Lin Feng casually draped an arm over Coulson's shoulder, giving him a light pat. Never mind, I'm just teasing you. Let us commence. Pepper Potts picked up Tony's suit, stating, to be honest, this isn't so bad. Tony held his speech between his teeth, declaring, even I do not feel like Iron Man. You are not Iron Man, Pepper insisted, urging Tony to turn around so she could help him don the suit. If I were Iron Man, I would have a girlfriend who knows my true identity. Once dressed, Tony turned back to her, adding, she would be quite distressed, worried about whether I would survive, yet proud of my accomplishments. This contradiction would only drive her further into madness for me. Have you ever thought about that night? Tony finally broached the subject. Which night? Pepper lifted her eyelids in curiosity. You know, are you referring to the night we danced together? We went up to the rooftop. And then you went downstairs for drinks, leaving me alone up there. As Pepper adjusted Tony's attire, she queried, is that what you're talking about? Uh-huh, Tony admitted, feeling a touch awkward. I suppose so. Pepper tucked a handkerchief into his breast pocket, asking, is there anything else, Mr. Stark? No, nothing else, Miss Potts, Tony replied, diverting his gaze elsewhere. Indeed, he had been rather ungracious that night. Now, Mr. Stark has prepared a statement and will not be taking questions. Thank you. Rhodey concluded his remarks as Tony stepped forward. It has been a while since I last saw everyone. Approaching the microphone, Tony retrieved his speech, deciding, I think I will stick to the script this time. Do you think you will read from the script? Lin Feng inquired, glancing at Coulson. Given his nature, I doubt it, but S.H.I.E.L.D. must ensure that everything is conducted properly, Coulson replied, his gaze fixed on Tony. Some speculate I was involved in the recent incident on the freeway. A female reporter raised her pen, interjecting, do you truly expect us to believe that a bodyguard in armor just happened to be there? Despite your knowledge of the current perplexing situation, Tony interrupted her, asserting, questioning the official narrative is one thing, but making outrageous accusations or implying that I am a superhero is quite another. I never said you were a superhero. The reporter countered, shaking her head. Is that so? Well, that's fortunate, as that would be utterly baseless and fanciful. Tony stuttered slightly. I am clearly not cut out for heroism. I possess a myriad of character flaws and have made numerous mistakes, all of which are public knowledge. Just read from the script, Rhodey whispered in Tony's ear, interrupting his transparent attempt at an explanation. All right, Tony acquiesced, picking up the script. The fact is Chapter 27, The Incredible Hulk. A few days after the Iron Man incident, Lin Feng was asleep at home when he was suddenly jolted awake by a deafening roar outside his window. What on earth is that noise? He exclaimed, rushing to the window, only to witness a car hurtling directly towards his house. What the hell? Lin Feng raised his hand, causing the car to hover momentarily before crashing to the ground. At last, I comprehend why so many citizens harbor resentment towards superheroes in films. Lin Feng shook his head. When superheroes engage in battle with villains, and your vehicle is hurled into your own home, it is an unbearable situation for anyone. This scenario resembles that of the Incredible Hulk. Lin Feng retrieved his phone to check the date. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that the abomination had emerged. All personnel were to be equipped with weapons and dispatched to Harlem. General Ross was issuing commands aboard the aircraft. It had to be me. Banner looked up at Ross. Pleading, "You must take me back." "What are you saying?" Betty Ross turned to Banner. "Do you believe you can control it?" No, not control it." Banner shook his head. "I mean, perhaps give it a target." "What if you cannot?" Ross questioned Banner. "We created this thing. All of us did." Banner gazed steadfastly at Ross, pleading, "Please. Land nearby." Ross instructed the pilot. "No, maintain altitude and open the rear door." A look of grim determination crossed Banner's face. "Bruce." Betty grasped Banner's arm. "Bruce, stop. What are you doing?" Betty pulled at Banner's clothing. "Please think this through. You don't even know if you can transform. You don't have to do this." As Banner prepared to jump, Betty held onto him tightly, pleading, "I beg you. This is madness." "Betty, I must try," Banner said. Leaning toward Betty for a brief moment, "I'm sorry." Closing his eyes, he leaned back and fell from the plane. Mid-air, Banner opened his eyes to find himself unresponsive. "Oh shoot." He cursed as he plummeted to the ground, creating a massive crater upon impact. "It has begun." Hearing the faint rumble from below, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Suddenly, a green fist erupted from the ground, grasping the edge of the crater and slowly pulling itself up. The Hulk roared in fury at the abomination. Upon hearing this, the abomination turned to face the Hulk. The Hulk tore apart his tattered clothing, advancing step by step toward the abomination, his pace quickening into a sprint, while the abomination charged toward him as well. TSK, I wonder what these shorts are made of," Lin Feng mused, tossing a piece of popcorn into his mouth. The two monstrous figures accelerated, vehicles along their path were violently thrown aside, and moments later, they collided with a resounding crash, shattering all nearby glass. "Oh," Lin Feng stood. For in this clash, the Hulk did not appear to be at a disadvantage as depicted in films. Rather, he was evenly matched with the abomination. Could it be due to my earlier experiment with Hulk's strength? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. While Hulk's power increases with his rage, if one has harnessed greater strength, they might also perform better when relatively weaker. The sounds of impact echoed as Hulk and Abomination grappled fiercely, their blows resonating with a captivating ferocity. While immense power caused compressions in the air, generating intense shockwaves. TSK. Lin Feng rose to his feet and, after a thoughtful pause, reflected on his innate kindness. Unable to bear the thought of the people's lives and properties being endangered. Enough. A flicker of green light glimmered in Lin Feng's eyes. A manifestation of the power he had recently unraveled from the depths of existence. This power, the embodiment of destruction and hatred, thrived on the anger and sorrow of others. It was the source of gamma energy, the third state of gamma rays, capable of spawning and controlling monstrous beings akin to the Hulk. The essence of this power, existing long before the birth of the multiverse, was a demon devoid of thought, driven solely by terrifying desires. With the ultimate aim of annihilating everything within the multiverse to become its sole inhabitant. At the dawn of the multiverse, this essence was sealed by the powers above in the deepest realms of the Mephisto Hell dimension. Bound by a door, it could not escape. Yet the force that emerged with the birth of the Hulk was deciphered by Lin Feng, granting him the complete power of this essence, including the ability to command gamma-mutated beings. With outstretched hands, Lin Feng summoned the Phoenix Force, exerting control over both the Hulk and Abomination, separating them while attempting to saturate their minds with the essence of destruction, striving for total domination. This power could only govern beings devoid of self-awareness. After numerous attempts, Lin Feng arrived at a profound conclusion. Truly, Abomination was the pinnacle of this essence's creations. Sensing the Hulk's escalating might, Lin Feng could not help but lament. "Is that Lin Feng?" General Ross exclaimed, his eyes widening at the sudden appearance of Lin Feng on the battlefield. He swiftly turned to his subordinate, "Get me Nick Fury." Immediately. "General Ross, is there something amiss?" Fury answered nonchalantly, already aware of the situation in New York. However, upon learning that Lin Feng resided nearby, he remained unperturbed. "Can you explain why Lin Feng has appeared in my operation?" General Ross bellowed into the phone. "Is it possible that Lin lives in the vicinity?" Fury replied with a chuckle. "If one's home is nearly destroyed, who wouldn't want to take a look?" General Ross found himself momentarily speechless, unsure of how to respond. Is there anything else? If not, I shall hang up, Fury said before abruptly disconnecting, leaving Ross bewildered. Hulk, I know you, the Hulk panted, gazing at Lin Feng. Knowing me is wise, Lin Feng remarked, snapping his fingers. Abomination began to levitate, a hybrid of Banner's blood and super soldier serum. Possessing formidable strength yet lacking the Hulk's ability to grow stronger with anger, making it easy for Lin Feng to manage. With a soft pop, Abomination exploded midair, showering the surroundings with a rain of blood. Chapter 28. Gather the people, Hulk, my friend. The Hulk spoke in a childlike tone to Lin Feng. Come with me. I can make you stronger, Lin Feng encouraged, gently patting the Hulk's shoulder while floating above due to their height difference. Hulk wants to grow stronger. The ground trembled slightly as the Hulk stamped his foot. Let us proceed, Lin Feng said, waving his hand to open a portal and ushering the Hulk inside. Tony was one of his own. Initially, we had intended to recruit Natasha Romanoff, but she had become his girlfriend. Now, the Hulk was also drawn away by him, leaving us with only Agent Clint Barton. Fury delivered his speech before the World Security Council. As early as 1995, I proposed the Avengers Initiative. This individual, Lin Feng, possesses overwhelming power and seemingly lacks any sense of belonging to this world. His actions appear entirely driven by amusement. Faced with such an uncontrollable and capricious entity, we must possess means to restrain him. The Avengers Initiative was my original conception. Originally, Tony Stark, Natasha Romanoff, and even Dr. Bruce Banner and the Hulk were within our recruitment scope, but unfortunately, all our potential recruits have become Lin Feng's friends. So, what do you wish to convey? Do you admit your plan has failed? A council member regarded Fury with his remaining eye. No. What I intend to say is that I wish to expand my recruitment efforts. Fury produced a disk and inserted it into the computer, revealing a dossier before the council. After extensive investigation, I have ascertained the existence of an organization composed entirely of individuals with supernatural abilities. Since Lin Feng inadvertently disrupted the Avengers Initiative, I have been searching for traces of this group, as they could potentially become our allies. Fury, your assertions seem rather far-fetched, Pierce began, but halted as a voice resonated in his mind. Let him have his fun. The individuals he seeks are also mine. Upon reviewing Fury's documents, Lin Feng nearly laughed aloud. However, this cunning fellow certainly possessed some merit. After the professor had brainwashed the world, he had still managed to uncover evidence of mutants from minute details. I believe Fury is correct. Pierce shifted the conversation. Lin Feng posed a significant threat, and we must possess the strength to counter it. In the past, we became the first nation in the world to possess nuclear weapons through technological prowess and boundless investment. Now, we have entered an era dominated by advanced technology and superpowered individuals. We must seize the initiative in this world as we did decades ago. Lin Feng's might is too formidable, and we must find a means to combat him. Wait, it's a call from Lin Feng. Fury retrieved his vibrating phone. He seldom answered calls during meetings, but Lin Feng was the exception. Primarily, Lin Feng's extraordinary and enigmatic strength left him no room for negligence. Lin, what is it? Fury adopted his usual casual tone. Nothing much. I just wanted to let you know I'll be out and about for a few days, Lin Feng yawned. Indifferent to whether he informed him or not, he simply wished to interject during their meeting as they devised strategies against him. Where are you going? Fury appeared somewhat anxious. Beyond the confines of Earth, there exist several realms primarily for leisurely exploration, devoid of any pressing matters. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, urging not to be overly anxious. I am not anxious, merely curious. Fury feigned a relaxed demeanor. All right, your curiosity is duly noted. Lin Feng, through Pierce's eyes, observed Fury's serious expression cloaked in a facade of nonchalance, nearly prompting him to laugh aloud. There is nothing else, just a brief greeting. For the time being, refrain from contacting me. Even if you wish to, you will find it impossible. Understood. Lin Feng acknowledged with a hum before disconnecting the call. Come, Tony. Allow me to introduce these two gentlemen. They are representatives of the mutants. This is Charles Xavier, known as the Professor, and the other is Eric Lenscher, commonly referred to as Magneto. Lin Feng proceeded with the introductions. So, you have yet to elucidate what a mutant is, Tony remarked, pursing his lips. a group characterized by genetic mutations, possessing superhuman abilities. If all goes as expected, they represent the next phase of human evolution. Consider it that simple, Lin Feng explained, gesturing towards the two individuals. Charles possesses telepathic abilities, which encompass, but are not limited to, mind reading, mental manipulation, and memory retrieval. Eric's powers are more straightforward. He wields control over electromagnetic forces. Is it merely the ability to control metals, or does it extend to the kind of electromagnetic control I envision? Tony abruptly stood up. Do not doubt, it is precisely the electromagnetic control you imagine, one of the four fundamental forces of the universe. Lin Feng reclined on the couch, adding, though, I must say, this gentleman's educational background is somewhat lacking, as he has reduced electromagnetic control to mere metal manipulation. Then, what is the purpose of summoning the four of us today? Tony inquired, directing his gaze at Lin Feng. Patience. One individual has yet to arrive, Lin Feng replied, closing his eyes as though awaiting a signal. A resonant hum filled the air as several figures and a formidable canine materialized within Lin Feng's abode. Black Bolt. Lin Feng waved a hand, prompting a crimson glow to emanate from Black Bolt's throat. You may now speak normally. Thank you. Black Bolt inclined slightly towards Lin Feng, though his tone bore a hint of stiffness. It has been quite some time since I experienced the sensation of speaking. Not a problem, Lin Feng waved dismissively. This is Black Bolt, leader of the Inhumans, who guides his people residing on the far side of the moon in Adelan. His abilities may sound simple, merely emitting sound waves, but the energy level of those waves is immensely powerful. Shattering a planet is hardly a challenge for him. I can only say. Truly astonishing, Tony remarked as he shook Black Bolt's hand. The wielder of the Phoenix Force. A gravelly voice echoed as a figure darted through the window into Lin Feng's home, bare-chested, with two pairs of wings at his ankles, brandishing a trident. Namor. You were the last to arrive, Lin Feng noted, casting a glance at Namor. My apologies. I encountered a minor delay on my way here. Namor bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Very well, now that everyone is gathered, I shall elucidate the purpose of your assembly, Lin Feng declared, rising to his feet. Chapter 29. The Tomb of Emo. Now that everyone is present, I shall address the matter at hand. Lin Feng rapped his fingers on the table. Wait, who is the one wielding the trident? Tony inquired, looking towards Lin Feng. The ancient Greek philosopher Plato alluded to a mysterious realm known as Atlantis in his dialogues. Lin Feng paused briefly, asserting that Atlantis indeed existed. Its inhabitants dwelled beneath the Atlantic Ocean for generations, possessing a relatively advanced civilization and an extraordinarily unique resource. What resource? You may ask. Vibranium. Lin Feng gestured towards Namor's trident. The material of Steve Rogers' shield? Tony was taken aback. Indeed, there are two civilizations in the world that possess vibranium. One of which is Atlantis, lying beneath the Atlantic depths, Lin Feng elucidated, while the other is the Wakandan civilization located in Africa. Wakanda? Isn't that merely an agrarian society? Tony questioned, puzzled. The agrarian facade is merely a superficial disguise, Lin Feng chuckled. Their highly advanced vibranium technology enabled them to create invisible shields to conceal themselves. The vibranium used in Captain America's shield was also sourced from there, pilfered by an arms dealer named Ulysses Clow. Well, what about the Inhumans and mutants? Why have I never heard of these races? Tony sighed, feeling his worldview expand considerably during this conversation. The Inhumans are the products of Kree experiments on Earth, yet they successfully overcame the Kree and relocated to the moon, where they have thrived for generations up to the present day. As for mutants, they have coexisted among us. As for why you have never discovered them, you might as well consult Charles. Charles? Tony glanced at the professor seated in his wheelchair. Tony Stark. The professor remained silent. Yet Tony could almost hear his voice in his mind. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Mutants have existed for a long time. The earliest known mutants appeared during ancient Egyptian times. As for why you have not detected them, the professor paused for a moment. I believe that if mutants revealed their existence, it would inevitably lead to violent conflicts with humanity. Consequently, I employed my abilities alongside certain technological methods to erase humanity's memories concerning mutants. Very well, but you won't attempt to brainwash me again, will you? Tony frowned. Rest assured, We are allies now, the professor replied with a gentle smile. Now, let us address the matter at hand. Lin Feng rapped the table, stating that throughout history, human civilization has continually faced threats. Since the dawn of civilization, wars have never ceased. He projected an image into the air, illustrating that on several occasions, wars have nearly led to the complete annihilation of human civilization, such as during World War II with Hydra. However, the threats to humanity are not solely of human origin. We are not alone in the universe, and many extraterrestrial beings are watching Earth. In 1995, the Kree army arrived on Earth, led by the accuser Ronan, who unleashed a barrage of missiles, attempting to obliterate human civilization in one fell swoop. The projected image morphed into the appearance of the Kree fleet. At that time, by chance, I and another formidable ally were on Earth, successfully repelling the Kree civilization's fleet. The Kree attack of 95 was but a trivial threat compared to what Earth faces. In 1979, an incarnation of a celestial being descended upon Earth, leaving behind a seed that would eventually sprout when the time was ripe, transforming the entire planet into an extension of itself. However, this divine entity was vanquished during my travels in the cosmos several years ago. In 1945, amidst the turmoil of World War II, Hydra acquired a powerful energy source known as the Tesseract, crafting formidable weapons with the intent to annihilate human civilization. Yet, it was Steve Rogers, known as Captain America, who thwarted their plans. In the year 965, frost giants from Jotunheim invaded Earth, landing in Norway, but the Asgardian deities intervened to defend the planet from this assault. Indeed, the Asgard of Norse mythology is comprised of beings whose advancement surpasses that of humanity, venerated as gods by primitive societies. Looking further back, we find the ancient times when Earth was under the watchful gaze of dimensional demons. The first supreme sorcerer, Agamotto, established the sanctum and trained numerous mages to aid humanity in repelling incursions from other dimensions. I am considered one of this generation's supreme sorcerers, and recently, I succeeded in driving most of the formidable dimensional demons away from Earth. Thus, Earth has consistently faced threats, yet each peril has been met with resolution. Tony raised an eyebrow, questioning what would happen after the previous threats were dealt with. Lin Feng leaned back in his chair, wondering who would rise next. Indeed, there will be those who step forward, but at that time, it will be us, Lin Feng asserted. Nick Fury, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., has devised an Avengers initiative aimed at uniting Earth's superpowered individuals to combat potential threats. Though Fury may be rather unscrupulous, his plan is commendable, which is why I have summoned you all to establish a coalition. That sounds promising, Namor nodded, affirming Atlantis' participation. Lin Feng turned to Black Bolt, inquiring about his thoughts. I find it agreeable, Black Bolt replied, signaling the Inhumans' involvement. The mutants have already pledged their loyalty to you. We shall join as well. The professor and Magneto exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Since we are forming an organization, we must first decide on a name, Tony mused, stroking his chin. I recently read a novel from Huaxiao that had a fitting title. Why not call ourselves the Night Watchmen? Lin Feng was taken aback, pondering if the Marvel Universe also had its own interpretation of this. If darkness descends, I shall stand before countless souls. Tony recited the slogan with fervor. Stop! Lin Feng quickly interjected to prevent any potential infringement. However, it is indeed crucial for our organization to possess a resonant name. Magneto shrugged. I have already conceived a name. Rising to his feet, Lin Feng conjured a grand emblem behind him, formed by the intertwining of two capital letters. Mok Ling, he declared, indicating the symbol, which signifies the ultimate tomb of all darkness. The world is on the brink of decline. We have awakened. To end the chaos, to uphold eternal laws, we create. We safeguard. We fight. We bury. We are the final grave diggers in the darkness. We are Mok Ling. Chapter 30. A visit to Wakanda. The forces on Earth pose little challenge. The sole concern lies here. Lin Feng pointed at the African section of the map. Wakanda? Tony exclaimed, taken aback. Indeed, they possess formidable vibranium technology, yet due to their prolonged isolation, they have remained largely oblivious to the outside world, knowing far too little. Lin Feng sighed. As for Atlantis, By merely revealing the eye of Agamotto, Namor will recognize me as the Sorcerer Supreme with the Inhumans. Displaying the Phoenix Force will suffice for Black Bolt to comprehend my strength. However, with Wakanda, they are entirely unaware of the significance of my powers. Furthermore, they exhibit a strong aversion to external human influences, making it exceedingly difficult to persuade them. Perhaps we could approach it through the Black Panther, Namor suggested, stroking his chin. King T'Chaka, you mean? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. As far as I know, King T'Chaka is a staunch advocate of isolationist tactics. I am not referring to the King of Wakanda. Namor shook his head, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Are you speaking of Bast? Lin Feng was taken aback. Given our current capabilities, simulating an indestructible Black Panther deity should be a trivial endeavor, Namor proposed. To fabricate another's faith, to forge trust through deceit, is wholly inadvisable. Lin Feng countered, shaking his head. If we merely seek fleeting control, such a method may suffice. However, we aim to cultivate a lasting alliance. Initiating with such manipulation would only yield greater backlash once the truth emerges. What shall we do then? Tony set aside his tablet. We shall engage them in reasoned discourse. Lin Feng rose to his feet. Additionally, I intend to present them with a gift. As a wormhole materialized, Lin Feng grasped it firmly. And a figure tumbled forth from the portal. Who is this? Ulysses Claw, Lin Feng replied, holding Claw aloft. He pilfered a cache of vibranium from Wakanda and claimed the lives of several of their kin. Presenting him as a token of our meeting should be quite effective. With a clenched fist, Lin Feng opened another wormhole, engulfing the group. In a flash of light, Lin Feng and his companions emerged on the plains outside Wakanda's protective barrier. Who are you? What brings you here? Stepped forth Wabi, the chieftain of the Wakandan border tribe. We hail from the mystic realm. Here to seek an audience with King T'Chaka regarding certain matters, Lin Feng declared, casting Ulysses' Claw onto the ground. This is our gift. Claw Wabi's heart raced as he recognized the figure sprawled before him, yet he maintained his composure as he addressed Lin Feng. I shall inform the king. Very well. Lin Feng nodded in response. The king has granted you entry, announced T'Challa, the Wakandan prince and the next Black Panther, as he emerged. Your ability to capture Ulysses' Claw and deliver him to Wakanda signifies that you possess a true understanding of what Wakanda represents, thus allowing your entry is warranted. Thank you. Lin Feng inclined his head slightly towards T'Challa. Please, lead the way. Lin Feng and his companions followed T'Challa through a barrier, and the scene before them transformed instantaneously. As if they had traversed a spatial portal, shifting from a desolate grassland to a high-tech metropolis adorned in a primitive tribal style. Stranger, what brings you here? Inquired the venerable King T'Chaka, adjusting his reading glasses with a benevolent tone. We are establishing an organization, Lin Feng replied candidly. Earth is perpetually under threat. And in my vision, this organization can respond swiftly when danger looms. We merely wish to live our lives in peace and have no intention of involving ourselves in such matters. T'Chaka shook his head. If necessary, we could sponsor some vibranium technology, but we do not desire to engage in warfare. Vibranium technology is something we also possess. Lin Feng gestured towards Namor, indicating that King T'Chaka could examine him. This is indeed vibranium, T'Chaka remarked, peering at Namor's trident. Where did you acquire it? Vibranium meteorites are not exclusive to Wakanda. There were two that fell, one in Wakanda and another in Atlantis, which belongs to him. This is the first I have heard of it, T'Chaka mused, scrutinizing Namor. The legends of Atlantis had circulated within Wakanda, but he had not expected them to be true. Since you possess what we sought to conceal, I believe there is no need for further refusal. T'Chaka deliberated for a moment before rising and addressing the assembly. Wakanda shall join. May our collaboration be fruitful. Lin Feng rose to shake T'Chaka's hand, recognizing this as an exceedingly wise decision. In a world threatened on all sides, no nation could stand alone. Could you elaborate on the specific threats? T'Chaka inquired, fixing his gaze on Lin Feng. Extraterrestrial life. Lin Feng gestured towards the sky. Many eyes watch us from beyond Earth, and they possess materials even more formidable than vibranium. I understand, T'Chaka nodded. T'Challa, T'Chaka called out. Father, T'Challa entered with a slight bow. My son T'Challa will join the council as Wakanda's representative, T'Chaka said, pulling T'Challa to his side. That is agreeable, Lin Feng nodded. Yes, father, Chala bowed to Chaka. There is one more individual I wish to meet. Who? Chaka looked towards Lin Feng. Your daughter, Wakanda's chief scientist, Shuri, Lin Feng replied calmly. I would like her to accompany me. I have several scientists with whom she might exchange and verify insights. That will depend on my daughter's own wishes, Chaka smiled. I shall summon her. You are Lin Feng. Shuri approached with a lively gait, assessing him from head to toe. I have heard you possess many unique abilities. May I study them? Of course, Lin Feng said, producing a test tube, pricking his finger, and filling it with blood before sealing it and handing it to Shuri. Whether it be the gamma power beneath all things, the power of the phoenix, or even the divine strength of the celestial beings, none can be discerned through mere blood or such trivialities. The only abilities she can detect are those derived from her own genetic modifications following the analysis of battle capabilities. Very well, I shall accompany you to observe. Su Rui accepted the test tube and nodded at Lin Feng. Chapter 31. The existence that touches the rules. I have heard that you have established an organization to safeguard the earth? In Lin Feng's home, Fury poured himself a glass of wine. Indeed, Lin Feng also filled his own glass, downing it in one gulp. The earth cannot rely solely on me. They must unite. You know, some time ago, I discovered evidence of the existence of a group of superpowered individuals, just as I believed my Avengers initiative held promise. Yet, I found that those who claimed to be mutants were, in fact, under your influence. Fury sighed and emptied his glass in one go. I knew this the moment you began searching for their traces. Lin Feng refilled his glass. The Avengers initiative is commendable, but it cannot be under your control. In other words, such an organization must not be governed by government entities. I understand your perspective. I share the same sentiment. However, a group of superpowered individuals operating outside governmental oversight will inevitably come into conflict with those in power. Fury sighed again. At that point, what shall we do? If conflict arises, we simply replace those in power. Lin Feng shrugged. Ordinary humans cannot contend with superpowered beings, no matter how many there are. It is futile. Humanity's greatest reliance lies in nuclear weapons, yet even amongst us, the currently perceived weakest, Tony, possesses methods to counteract nuclear arms. Can you truly disregard public opinion entirely? Fury gazed into Lin Feng's eyes with his singular vision. Public opinion? Lin Feng laughed heartily. Are you certain you wish to engage in a war of public sentiment with someone capable of controlling the thoughts of humanity in an instant? Nick. I know it is they who have sent you to probe me. Leaning back in his chair, Lin Feng stated. Return and inform them that I shall only handle threats from extraterrestrial civilizations. As for their internal disputes, as long as they do not involve those I care about, I shall abstain from interference. They may play as they wish. I have no desire to involve myself nor any interest in doing so. Convey this message back. I cannot deliver any other response, Fury sighed once more. I have received strict orders from above to assemble a team under government auspices. You wish to requisition personnel from me? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. It is impossible to take anyone from me. But I can guide you towards someone you may consider recruiting. Who? Fury perked up instantly. This individual is an entity that touches upon the rules. Lin Feng handed Fury a photograph. Captain America? Fury was momentarily taken aback upon seeing the image, setting aside the fact that he is already deceased. What could a mere super soldier serum accomplish? We have long succeeded in replicating the super soldier serum. Mass-producing Captain America is not a significant challenge. You may be able to mass-produce super soldiers, but you will never replicate Steve Rogers. Lin Feng shook his head. I have stated. He is an entity that touches upon the rules. What do you mean? The concept of rule is touched upon because he possesses a conceptual ability. Lin Feng swirled the wine in his glass. You must be familiar with the notion of conceptual abilities, correct? Please elucidate, as I am uncertain if my understanding is accurate. Fury shook his head. A conceptual ability signifies that as long as it aligns with this concept, the ability will activate, disregarding all other conditions. Lin Feng took another sip. Steve Rogers' true power does not lie within the super soldier serum, but rather in his unique ability to match anyone equally. Whenever he engages in combat, for a myriad of reasons, he levels the playing field between himself and his adversary, either enhancing his own strength or diminishing that of his opponent. Even should I engage him in battle? Might find myself ensnared for a while. This notion was still somewhat incredulous. Fury shook his head. It is normal to find it hard to believe. I too was initially skeptical. Indeed, Lin Feng initially thought Captain America's equal footing was merely a director's oversight, until recently. When he journeyed to Antarctica and encountered Captain America encased in ice, revealing a rather outrageous entry on the analysis panel. Equal standing. The conceptual ability of equal standing. Effect equates with all things equally. I never anticipated that Captain America's equal standing was a reality. Such a skill truly exists. This was Lin Feng's first reaction upon witnessing the ability. Thus, Steve Rogers still lives. Fury stroked his chin. Where might I find him? Perhaps we should excavate the Antarctic glaciers. Lin Feng leaned back. Is there anything else? No, Captain America is of greater importance. Fury rose and departed from Lin Feng's abode. Is Steve really alive? Bucky emerged from the shadows. When Bucky first awakened, Howard Stark was still alive, and Peggy Carter was relatively healthy. He had at least 2 contemporaneous friends. However, in time, Howard passed away, and Carter succumbed to severe Alzheimer's, leaving Bucky bereft of peers from his era, which rendered him feeling alienated from the world. Indeed, Steve is alive, and you will likely see him soon. Lin Feng lit a cigarette. Rest assured, he will be fine. The super soldier serum grants him remarkable resilience against freezing. Suddenly, Lin Feng sensed something and gazed towards the horizon, detecting a fragment of spiritual energy attempting to penetrate his mind. Ah, it is him. Lin Feng closed his eyes, attuned to the sensation, and a smile graced his lips. Odin, the Allfather. Recognizing that this energy was meant for communication, Lin Feng welcomed it, and in a flash of light, an one-eyed elderly man appeared within Lin Feng's consciousness. The Supreme Sorcerer. Odin inclined his head slightly towards Lin Feng. What brings you here? Lin Feng inquired nonchalantly, already surmising Odin's purpose, as the timeline was approaching the narrative of Thor's first film. I intend to send my eldest son to Earth for a period of training. I hope you can look after him. A gentle smile adorned Odin's face. Certainly. There is no issue. The Sanctum and Asgard have always been allies. Lin Feng wore a professional smile upon his face. Many thanks to the Supreme Mage, he remarked. Odin bowed and vanished from Lin Feng's mind. Meanwhile, in New Mexico, a deafening roar erupted as 2 rainbow bridges descended in succession. One struck Jan Foster's vehicle, while the other landed on a desolate expanse, leaving a massive meteorite crater in its wake. Chapter 32. Asgard, the Hammer of Thor, Mjolnir. A flash of light illuminated the scene as Lin Feng appeared beside the crater, gazing at the hammer within. With a mere gesture, he summoned it forth. Quiet now, he commanded. Observing the hammer trembling in his grasp, a red light flickered in his hand, causing Mjolnir to cease its quaking. Indeed, the craftsmanship of the dwarves is unparalleled. Lin Feng waved the hammer, acknowledging that the dwarven artisans are truly exceptional. Should the opportunity arise, I must seek them out for a weapon of my own. Although, given my current strength, a weapon may not hold much utility, it certainly possesses an impressive aesthetic. With a casual toss, Lin Feng returned Mjolnir to its original position, the brilliance receding as he vanished from the spot. Hours later, as dawn broke, a few individuals stumbled upon the hammer of Thor in the crater. They grasped the handle and tugged with all their might, only to find it immovable. Word quickly spread of the hammer that could not be lifted, drawing many locals to attempt their strength against it. According to the films, Stan Lee would make an appearance here. Lin Feng hovered above, observing the unfolding scene below. Minutes later, a pickup truck arrived, and the onlookers brought forth a chain, fastening one end to the hammer and the other to the truck's rear bumper. The engine roared to life, and the truck's wheels spun wildly in place. Ultimately, the vehicle could not bear the weight, and the entire truck bed detached. Did it work? The elderly gentleman craned his neck out the window to peer behind. No, it did not. Lin Feng approached, noting that while the truck bed had fallen, the hammer remained undisturbed. Oh, it's you. The elderly man beamed as he exited the vehicle, standing before Lin Feng. Do you know me? Lin Feng's smile faltered slightly. We met 2 years ago at Stark's charity gala. You were in the sky at that time, the elderly man replied, still wearing a kind smile. Indeed. You have more than one identity here. Lin Feng's gaze reflected curiosity, attempting to decipher the enigma, yet it remained a muddled puzzle. Do not attempt to unravel me. Your computational abilities are insufficient. The elderly man patted Lin Feng's shoulder. We shall meet again. With that, the elderly gentleman vanished without a trace, while the surrounding crowd remained blissfully unaware of his disappearance. The elderly man held two roles within the Marvel Universe, one as the observer, the other as the one above all. Lin Feng stroked his chin, pondering which identity he represented here. If all goes as expected, it should be. The voice of the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind, indicating that the level of the observer should not be beyond my complete comprehension. The only entities capable of thwarting my analysis would be the one above all and the first celestial sphere. Reasonable. Lin Feng nodded and teleported away, similarly unnoticed by those around him. This marked my first encounter with failure in analysis. Upon returning home, Lin Feng leaned against the sofa, closed his eyes, and extended his spirit outward, arriving in Asgard. The supreme sorcerer, Odin, regarded Lin Feng with a smile. I shall keep an eye on Thor's situation. Lin Feng anticipated Odin's inquiry, yet he interjected, however, I require your introduction to King Eitri. Do you wish for a weapon? Odin hesitated momentarily. As far as he knew, Kamartash possessed its own magical weapon system and should not require weapons from the dwarfs. My powers differ from the magic of Kamartash. Magic is not my primary means of offense. Lin Feng perceived Odin's puzzlement. If I may ask, what is your principal method of attack? Odin's singular eye fixed upon Lin Feng. You must have heard of the Phoenix Force. A glimmer of red light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. The wielder of the Phoenix Force, indeed, a complete embodiment of its power? Sensing Lin Feng's aura, Odin was taken aback. Having lived for millennia and encountered several formidable beings wielding the Phoenix Force, this was the first time he beheld its complete master. I have been rather presumptuous, Odin smiled, reassessing the dynamics between them. However, the dwarves only crafted weapons for Asgard. If you desire weapons from the dwarves, perhaps you should adopt the title of Prince in Asgard. What do you think? Eternal Flame. Lin Feng was instantly transported to Asgard, standing before Odin. I wish to behold the Eternal Flame. Certainly. Odin nodded, leading Lin Feng to the subterranean treasury of Asgard. That must be the Frost Box. Lin Feng pointed towards the box at the end of the treasury, golden light flickering in his eyes. Indeed, Odin affirmed. It is the supreme artifact of the Frost Giants. Although we cannot wield it in the hands of the Frost Giants, it can encase the entire world in ice. I am aware. Lin Feng absorbed the information he had just deciphered. The capability section of his analysis panel displayed only two words, extreme cold. Perhaps only the fully awakened Iceman Bobby could compare to this artifact. Lin Feng smirked, glancing towards the Eternal Flame. The Eternal Flame hails from the realm of fire, Muspelheim, possessing immortal power. The king of the fire realm, the fire giant Surtur, shares a profound connection with it. As long as the Eternal Flame persists, Surtur shall never truly perish. Remarkable. Lin Feng gestured, and a sphere of Eternal Flame soared into his hand. Moments later, he replicated another sphere of Eternal Flame. Thank you, King of the Gods. Lin Feng nodded slightly to Odin, returning the original sphere of Eternal Flame and pocketing the replicated one. The Supreme Sorcerer is indeed unfathomable. Although Odin maintained a cheerful facade, he inwardly lamented, what sort of ability is this? Who has ever witnessed a Supreme Sorcerer capable of conjuring Eternal Flame? Once Thor's affairs conclude, I shall return to Asgard once more. This opportunity will also allow me to rightfully claim an Asgardian identity. Lin Feng nodded to Odin before vanishing from sight. Returning to Earth. Where has Thor gone? Lin Feng unleashed his mental energy and cast a glance at Thor's condition. To his astonishment, they were already engaged in battle. Phil. Lin Feng teleported to Coulson's side. A mere symbolic intervention would suffice. After all, this was the son of an old friend, albeit not the sharpest tool in the shed. Lin Feng patted Coulson's shoulder, implying that Thor was rather simple-minded and prone to foolishness. However, Coulson naturally interpreted Lin Feng's words as a reference to the chaotic figure rampaging within his jurisdiction, perceiving him as a lunatic. Very well, once he has caused enough trouble, we shall apprehend him and subsequently find a reason to release him. Coulson nodded in agreement. Chapter 33. The Destroyer Armor. Mr. Lin, we have captured him. Coulson informed Lin Feng after a while via phone. All right, you proceed with the interrogation. I shall join you shortly. Lin Feng yawned and teleported to the skies above New Mexico. Logically, once Phil exited, Loki should enter. Lin Feng stroked his chin, and moments later, a subtle disturbance rippled through the air, prompting him to descend directly. Stay right there, don't move. Lin Feng seized Loki by the nape as he attempted to leave. How dare you? Loki's protest was abruptly cut short as Lin Feng hurled him back into the room where Thor was confined. Thor Odinson. Lin Feng retrieved a chair and sat before Thor, with the immobile Loki beside him. Release Loki. He is now the king of Asgard. You are declaring war on Asgard. Thor bellowed at Lin Feng. You doubt my intellect? Lin Feng scoffed. Do you believe everything he says? Rest assured, I have just acquired an Asgardian identity. My confrontation with Loki would be classified as a civil war. Lin Feng tossed the royal token Odin had given him to Thor. This indeed bears the essence of my father. Thor grasped the token, his fingers trembling slightly. Are you truly a prince of Asgard? You should return to where you belong. Lin Feng casually conjured a portal, casting Loki back to Asgard before turning to Thor. Indeed, I am a prince of Asgard, by lineage. You ought to address me as Uncle Lin. Lin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Uncle Lin, how is my father faring? Thor, in his navet, addressed him as such without hesitation. Fear not, that old fellow Odin is still alive, Lin Feng chuckled, patting Thor's shoulder. He has merely fallen into Odin's sleep. And the goddess Frigga has never forbidden your return. So, Loki, Thor appeared somewhat bewildered. Upon Odin's descent into slumber, as the sole offspring of Odin, Loki rightfully inherited the throne. However, he feared that Thor would return to contest for the position, thus devising means to keep him eternally on Earth. Lin Feng provided a brief clarification. I understand. I shall not allow him to succeed. Thor rose, only to slump back down in despair. But I am merely a mortal now. Mr. Lin, Coulson entered, whispering something into Lin Feng's ear. Understood, Lin Feng nodded. Your friends have come to escort you. Go with them for now. I shall deliberate on Loki's matter. Very well, Thor nodded, expressing gratitude. Thank you. Not at all. Lin Feng waved his hand and vanished from sight. Mr. Lin, could he truly be the thunder god Thor, son of Odin from Norse mythology? Coulson gazed at Thor as he receded into the distance, furrowing his brow. Believe it or not, I have just returned from Asgard, where I engaged in a delightful conversation with Odin. Lin Feng shrugged, proclaiming, as the supreme mage of this generation, I am a natural ally of Asgard. Odin even sought my assistance in raising his children. It is not disbelief, merely a hint of apprehension. Coulson chuckled, casting a glance at the hammer of the thunder god resting in the pit, and fell silent. TSK, observing Coulson's lack of desire to continue their discourse, Lin Feng decided to teleport away. Thor, would you mind if I joined you for a drink? Lin Feng settled beside Thor, who was in a drinking contest with Dr. Selvig. Uncle Lin. Thor, slightly inebriated, draped an arm over Lin Feng's shoulder. Eric, this is my uncle, Lin Feng. Oh, come on. It's impossible. Every earthling knows him. The founder of Omniscient Technologies, billionaire Lin Feng. Dr. Selvig squinted at Lin Feng. By familial order, he is indeed required to address me as uncle. Lin Feng rested his hand on Thor's shoulder, noting the good rapport he shared with this lad's father. I told you, you are certainly not the thunder god. Dr. Selvig pointed at Thor and erupted in laughter. Dr. Selvig, could it be possible that his father, with whom I share a good relationship, is indeed Odin, the king of Asgard? Lin Feng produced a card from his hand and placed it into Thor's, declaring, This is your identification. Thor Odinson? Thor squinted at the card, tucking it into his pocket. Come, let us drink until we are utterly inebriated. Thor filled Lin Feng's cup to the brim and began gulping his own drink heartily. Quite the endeavor. Watching the two utterly intoxicated individuals, Lin Feng shook his head in resignation, snapped his fingers, and roused Thor from his stupor. Carry him back, Lin Feng instructed, gesturing towards Selvig. Very well. Thor approached, hoisting Selvig onto his shoulder, while Lin Feng teleported them to Jane's RV. What has happened? Jane opened the door, startled to see Thor carrying Selvig. We engaged in a friendly exchange. He defended the honor of his ancestors. Thor chuckled as he entered the RV, tossing Selvig onto the bed. Oh goodness. Only then did Jane notice Lin Feng standing nearby, hurrying over. "Mr. Lin, what a surprise. I am your admirer. I have studied your paper on the generation and stability conditions of the Einstein-Rosen bridge numerous times." "Thank you." Lin Feng nodded. Having published several papers to enhance the prominence of omniscient technologies after thoroughly deciphering the foundational sciences of this world, he could not recall if he had indeed published on the topic of the Einstein-Rosen bridge. "How did you come to be here?" Jane adjusted her hair. "Thor is the son of an old friend of mine. I came to see him." Lin Feng glanced at Thor, who was about to emerge. "Uncle Lin." Thor stepped out. "Jane, this is Prince Lin Feng of Asgard," Thor said as he draped an arm around Lin Feng's shoulders. "He speaks the truth." Lin Feng shrugged. "I was just in Asgard a couple of days ago. Is he truly the thunder god from Norse mythology?" Jian's face was one of disbelief. "Believe it or not. You only need to know that my nephew is remarkable," Lin Feng chuckled. "All right, I shall not disturb you any longer." Lin Feng teleported back home, let out an enormous yawn, and then collapsed into a deep slumber, with a thunderous roar and the ground trembling. Lin Feng awakened from his dreams and glanced out the window. "At last, the destroyer armor has emerged. I've awaited your arrival for quite some time." He donned his clothes and teleported to stand beside Thor. "Uncle Lin." Thor greeted Lin Feng with a respectful nod. "Thor, who is this?" Sif, freshly descended from Asgard, inquired. Eyeing Lin Feng. "The supreme mage of Earth, Prince of Asgard, Lin Feng," Lin Feng announced, tossing the princely insignia to several individuals. "This little trinket shall be entrusted to me." Chapter 34. I shall accept this, Uncle Lin. This armor is. Before Thor could finish, the helmet of the destroyer opened, and a searing beam shot towards Lin Feng. He merely raised a hand, and a shield materialized to block the ray. While the armor of Odin is undeniably formidable, it is contingent upon the wielder, Lin Feng mused. If Odin himself were to operate it, perhaps it would pose a challenge for me. As for your little brother, that's another matter entirely. With a gentle wave of his hand, he redirected the aggressive beam, striking the destroyer's helmet and sending it crashing to the ground. "Loki, Odin once wielded this armor against the gods. Is this the extent of your power?" Lin Feng expanded his form to match the height of the destroyer, then planted a foot upon its chest. "Goodness!" The three warriors of the Celestial Palace and Sif gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Lin Feng effortlessly subduing the destroyer. "I mentioned that if Odin were at the helm, I might find it somewhat formidable." Lin Feng delivered a powerful punch to the destroyer's helmet, simultaneously analyzing its intricate technology. "Runes, are they?" Lin Feng observed the data on the analysis panel and nodded. Rune magic is a unique form of sorcery that could potentially resonate with the magic of Kamartaj. Perhaps there are insights to be gleaned. Blessings of the gods. "This is rather impressive," Lin Feng noted, glancing at the multitude of divine names listed under the section of divine blessings. The structure of the destroyer armor. This could be valuable for Tony to investigate. Lin Feng released the destroyer, returning his form to its original size. "Loki, I am aware you can hear me." With a wave of his hand, the destroyer levitated slowly. "Return to Odin and inform him that I have accepted the destroyer armor." A glimmer of red light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he severed the connection between the destroyer armor and Loki, or rather, the eternal spear, and subsequently stored it within the realm of nightmares. "Supreme Mage, you truly are quite unreserved." Odin's voice resonated in Lin Feng's mind. "Loki has wreaked havoc upon an entire town on Earth. I must seek some form of restitution," Lin Feng replied with a smile. "Fear not. I shall return with Thor shortly, and I will ensure that the Rainbow Bridge does not meet a disastrous fate again." "Thank you." Odin nodded before vanishing from Lin Feng's consciousness. "Thor, do you wish to reclaim your power and thwart Loki?" Lin Feng turned to Thor. "Indeed, I do." There rose excitement gleaming in his eyes. "Your father exiled you to Earth not as punishment, but as a means of growth." Lin Feng settled onto a stone. "The power of Mjolnir will awaken in the moment of your near demise, returning to your side." "Uncle Lin, are you certain?" Thor gazed intently into Lin Feng's eyes. "Absolutely certain. I sense a force within Mjolnir that is triggered by your life-threatening state." Lin Feng shrugged. "When I previously analyzed Mjolnir, I nearly cursed. I had my suspicions while watching the film, believing the conditions for Thor's power to awaken were amiss, and upon analysis, It indeed became clear that his strength awakens only when he is on the brink of death. I understand now. A look of determination sparkled in Thor's eyes as he picked up a steel rod and thrust it into his own chest. Thor spat a mouthful of blood. The fluidity of his actions left Lin Feng momentarily stunned. He had intended to suggest unlocking the power within Mjolnir directly. Who could have anticipated Thor would stab himself upon hearing the condition of near death? A thunderous roar erupted, and a bolt of lightning struck down, causing Mjolnir to soar upwards, flying towards Thor. This round, I shall take a solo 6. Lin Feng smirked, stepping back. With a crack, Mjolnir was in hand. A flash of lightning descended upon Thor, enveloping him in a suit of armor. Thor stood, resplendent in his Asgardian garb, and approached Jane. Is this your usual appearance? Jane beamed with delight. Indeed, this is my true form. Thor brandished his hammer. Jane, I must go stop my brother. Rest assured, I shall return swiftly. Yes. Jane nodded vigorously. Heimdall. Thor lifted Mjolnir above his head, yet there was no immediate response. Allow me. Lin Feng sighed, snapping his fingers as a wormhole opened. Enveloping the group, the brilliance receded, and they found themselves upon the Bifrost. Heimdall, observing Heimdall, who had just freed himself from the icy binds and was about to insert the sword of protection into the control mechanism, Thor hurried forward to assist him. Thor, you have returned. Heimdall gasped heavily, propped up by the sword. How did you manage that? It was Prince Lin Feng who brought us back. Thor gestured toward Lin Feng. The Supreme Mage? Upon seeing Lin Feng, Heimdall momentarily froze, then bowed slightly. No need for formalities. Go and heal yourself. Lin Feng smiled. Quickly, take him to the infirmary. Thor instructed the 3 warriors of the palace. Very well. The group helped Heimdall to the treatment room. Uncle Lin, I must first deal with Loki. Please wait. I will return shortly. Thor swung his hammer and sword towards the palace. This is utterly absurd. Lin Feng leaned against the Bifrost control, extending his mental focus to observe the battle between Thor and Loki. What a fine mage. Yet why must he engage in melee combat? Loki unleashed a beam of golden light with the eternal spear, knocking Thor down, and then hurried towards the Bifrost. Upon entering the control room of the Bifrost, he discovered Lin Feng leaning against the switch. Oh, did I block your way? Lin Feng rose as Loki walked in. Do your thing, don't mind me. With that, Lin Feng snapped his fingers and teleported to Odin's chamber. Supreme Sorcerer. Noticing that both Thor and Loki had departed, Odin slowly sat up, appearing anything but weak. You've devised quite the plan, letting Loki slay his own father, and then using the Bifrost to destroy most of Jotunheim. When the time comes, don't ask questions. Just claim it was all Loki's doing, and you knew nothing. Lin Feng found a place to sit and produced a handful of sunflower seeds, offering them to Odin. Care for some? No, thank you. Odin's mental focus remained steadfastly fixed on the battlefield where Loki and Thor clashed. All right, it's about time to intervene. Lin Feng stood, clapped his hands, and teleported in front of Thor, who was raising his hammer to strike the Bifrost, firmly grasping Mjolnir. Lin, if you don't stop the Bifrost, all of Jotunheim will be obliterated. Thor strained to pull the hammer from Lin Feng's grasp, but it wouldn't budge. It represented the life of a race. I understand. I will halt the Bifrost, but not just yet, Lin Feng reassured Thor, patting him on the shoulder. We cannot annihilate an entire race outright, but we must issue a warning to our adversaries. A wise king knows when to wield both benevolence and authority. I comprehend. Thor lowered his head. All right, that suffices. Lin Feng soared back to the Bifrost control room, extending his right hand. The Bifrost had been fully activated. Not even the Eternal Spear could close it. A frenzied glint shone in Loki's eyes. I know the Eternal Spear cannot shut this down, but I can. Lin Feng's power swirled in his hand, forming a massive vortex. The vibrant colors of the Bifrost began to converge towards the vortex, gradually dimming until they vanished into nothingness. Fortunately, I harnessed fairy magic years ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to stop this without damaging the Bifrost. Lin Feng retracted his power and turned to Loki. Remember, when I say stop, it must stop. Your Highness, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Loki bowed slightly to Lin Feng. Not a problem. Lin Feng shook his head, stepping closer to Loki and patting his shoulder, his hand passing through him. Oops. Lin Feng turned and flicked his hand, sending Loki, who had brandished a dagger intending to stab him, tumbling off the bifrost. He attempted to ambush me. It was merely a reflex, not intentional. Lin Feng shrugged. I understand. Witnessing Loki fall from the bifrost, their eyes brimmed with tears. Mr. Lin. Odin appeared on the bifrost. King of the gods, Lin Feng inclined his head to Odin. Father, Thor bowed to Odin. Loki. There was no other choice. I must say, he brought this upon himself. Odin shook his head sorrowfully. Cough, cough. Lin Feng suppressed his urge to laugh with a fit of violent coughing. Odin, that old fox, could not possibly be unaware that Loki had not actually perished. Lin Feng even suspected that Odin had anticipated Loki's alliance with Thanos. Well, mourn as you must, he thought, though he was tempted to chuckle. Lin Feng nonetheless patted Odin on the shoulder in solidarity. Despite the heavy losses, this remained a substantial victory against the frost giants, and thus, we shall host a grand banquet tonight. Odin straightened up, a faint smile gracing his lips, and announced to all of Asgard that Lin Feng was to be formally recognized as a prince of Asgard. I am most grateful, All-Father, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Thor, please show Mr. Lin around Asgard. Odin called Thor over. Yes, Father, Thor said, bowing slightly. Mr. Lin, please follow me. One more drink. At the banquet, Lin Feng embraced local customs, shattering his empty wine cup upon the floor. What is the matter? Missing her? Lin Feng approached Thor, saying, if you miss her, go find her. The Bifrost is right there. You can go whenever you wish. As the heir to Asgard, I bear greater responsibilities, Thor sighed. That may be true. Yet Asgard may not necessarily be yours to inherit, Lin Feng mused, stroking his chin. How about this? Tomorrow, I shall have a chat with your father. If need be, I can take you to Earth for a time. I appreciate it. Thor smiled gratefully at Lin Feng. Is Thor truly unsuited to be king? Odin inquired, stepping closer to Lin Feng. His nature is too straightforward. He would make an excellent warrior, but as a king, he could be easily deceived, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Thor's directness contrasts sharply with Loki's reliance on subterfuge. I truly wonder what will become of Asgard after I depart. Odin leaned against a pillar, sighing like an aged elder. The goddess of death, Hela, Lin Feng said, gently twisting his neck. She is truly the one most fit to rule. A king so bloodthirsty? Odin retorted. Weren't you the same in your youth? Lin Feng shot a glance at Odin. Wasn't it after being overwhelmed by a few gods that you retreated to a corner? Perhaps if she truly understood the dangers beyond, she would think twice about seeking battle, Odin said, his eyes narrowing. How could the Asgardians shrink back in the face of formidable foes? Odin exclaimed. I believe that endless war would only bring suffering to the people, which is why I chose to end the conflict and retreat to the Nine Realms. Ah, yes, yes. Lin Feng rolled his eyes. You know well enough why you ceased fighting. Must I invoke the Phoenix Force to jog your memory? Sighing, Odin appeared to age significantly in that moment. Well, if we cannot win, then we shall not fight. There is no shame in that. Lin Feng offered Odin a cigarette. Would you like to try one? What is this? Odin took the cigarette, mimicking Lin Feng's gesture and igniting it with magical flames. This is called a cigarette. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. Doesn't it feel as though the weight of the world has lessened? Indeed, it presents a rather peculiar sensation. It allows my spirit to relax. Odin also took a deep puff. This is quite pleasant. Keep it. Lin Feng tore open a rift in space and retrieved a cigarette, tossing it to Odin. If you need more, just ask me, he said. Do you think if I release Hela now, she will heed my words? Odin sighed. She won't. But I can make her listen. Lin Feng yawned, noting that Hela's belligerence stemmed from her never having encountered a true powerhouse. She believes her strength is sufficient to dominate the universe. I merely need to shatter that illusion. That's all we can do. Odin rose to his feet. Let us find a secluded spot. All right. Lin Feng extinguished the cigarette but on the ground, standing up and teleporting with Odin to a desolate wilderness. This will do. Good. Odin brandished the eternal spear, and a portal materialized in the wilderness. So, has that old coot Odin perished? A sinister voice echoed as a figure emerged from the portal. Odin is not dead. I facilitated your release, Lin Feng replied, leaning against a stone and gesturing to Odin. Thank you. But I have some family matters to attend to first. Hela swept her hair back, transforming it into an extravagant headdress, and conjured two swords, charging toward Odin. "Come with me first." Lin Feng grasped Hela's shoulder and vanished from the spot. How delightful. Watching the two disappear, Odin sat heavily on the ground, lighting a cigarette. Lin is quite the useful tool. Chapter 36. Hela, do you know why your father no longer seeks expansion? Lin Feng brought Hela to a desolate planet amidst the cosmic expanse. Who knows why he suddenly wishes to play the benevolent ruler? He has simply grown old and weak. Hela exhibited a modicum of tolerance towards Lin Feng, who had released her. "You're mistaken," Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Given the choice, Odin would not opt to be a benevolent monarch. Over 5,000 years ago, Odin encountered a faction of foes. Lin Feng conjured an image of these beings, who called themselves the Celestial Race, a species that had existed since the dawn of the universe, maintaining cosmic balance in their own manner. Odin forged the destroyer armor and sought blessings from the gods of the Nine Realms, donning the armor to battle the Celestial Race. Unfortunately, he was utterly powerless. In simple terms, that old man was frightened into submission and no longer dares to venture forth. He may fear, but that does not mean I will. His inability to triumph does not imply I cannot vanquish them. Hela tightened her grip on the sword of the night sky. You speak truth. Then let me show you my true self. Lin Feng grasped Hela's shoulder and transported them to the former location of ego. What purpose do you have in observing a planet? Hela asked, perplexed. That planet is me, Lin Feng shrugged. This body is merely a fragment of my being. A mere fragment, and yet it stirs not a flicker of resistance within me? Hela stared at the planet in bewilderment. This was once a living planet known as Ego. It was a member of the Celestial Race. After I vanquished it, I absorbed its powers and created this planet centered around my true form. Moreover, I must honestly inform you that there are those in this world who surpass even my strength. Lin Feng returned to Asgard with Hela. Their names could hardly be uttered. Once spoken, they would immediately draw attention. I understand, Hela sighed, but why didn't Odin tell me directly? Because of his ridiculous pride, Lin Feng scoffed. He had convinced the people of Asgard that he ended the wars of expansion to spare them further suffering. Over time, he had come to believe this absurd justification himself. Hadn't he? Hela let out a cold laugh. Indeed, Lin Feng smiled. So why release me at this moment? Hela gazed into Lin Feng's eyes. Because Asgard is devoid of capable heirs, Lin Feng sighed. Your two brothers are rather ineffectual. Thor is a simple-minded berserker, while Loki, full of schemes, is a sorcerer who prefers close combat. Only you can ascend to the throne of Asgard. Then why didn't he release me sooner? Because he didn't know me before. Lin Feng shrugged. Had I not explained these matters to you, upon your release, you might have declared war on Odin immediately. And your first act after claiming the throne would have been to reignite the conflict. Initially, it might have gone well, but eventually, should you encounter an insurmountable foe, Asgard would plunge into irretrievable ruin. I see. So Odin is somewhat afraid of me. He only dared to let me out in your presence. Hela laughed heartily. Indeed. You may interpret it that way, Lin Feng chuckled. What were you discussing? Odin approached, observing the two in jovial conversation, a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Nothing much. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. I merely spoke to her about the cosmic order and expressed some expectations as an elder. As an elder? Odin appeared taken aback. Enough. Hela said coldly. Asgard is my homeland. I will protect it, but do not presume that this means I will cease to harbor resentment toward you. You may resent me. This matter is indeed my fault, Odin sighed, resembling a weary elder. The past was my error. What? Lin Feng's eyes widened. Odin could win an Oscar for this performance. Do not feign pity with me, Hela scoffed. Do you think I would believe such a fade? Though Hela's words were defiant, her tone softened slightly. From childhood, Odin had been her idol, and she had always strived to emulate him, despite the hatred that had built up due to past events. Witnessing Odin in this vulnerable state stirred conflicting emotions within her. Hela, is that you? A female voice called out as Frigga approached. Upon seeing Hela, her eyes welled with tears. Mother, Hela replied, her gaze softening instantly. With a slap to his forehead, Lin Feng thought, have this couple been taking acting classes? It is worth mentioning that long ago, there were individuals in the real world who analyzed the possibility that if Hela were to break her seal while Frigga still lived, The twilight of the gods might never come to pass. Odin's 3 children harbor, to varying degrees, some grievances against him. However, should anyone dare to threaten Frigga, this trio would undoubtedly unite in fury. It may soon be time for retirement, as Hela could likely handle affairs better than you. Linfeng gently patted Odin on the shoulder, suggesting that it would be quite pleasant for him to take Frigga to Earth to visit the Ancient One. You are right. Perhaps I should retire, but I must first ensure the transfer of power on my end is complete. With his emotional burdens lifted, Odin appeared to be in good spirits, resembling an ordinary elderly man from Earth. However, Mr. Lin, I still require your assistance here in Asgard. Rest assured, regardless of the circumstances, I am still a prince. Lin Feng replied, waving his hand as they strolled into Odin's underground treasure vault. Lin Feng casually retrieved a ball of eternal flame, resurrecting the monstrous wolf Fenrir, and added a transformation spell, reducing it to the size of a small dog, which he handed to Hela, declaring, "Your little pet. What have you done to him?" Hela exclaimed, staring at the diminutive creature in her hands. "But I had a wolf of such great stature." "Oh, it's nothing. I merely made him more visually appealing. Rest assured, he will revert to his original form when the time for battle arises." Lin Feng reached out and affectionately ruffled Fenrir's dog-like head, saying, "See. He looks much better this way." "Indeed, he does," Hela agreed, stroking Fenrir's head, which was undeniably addictive to touch. "All right, prepare yourself. In a few days, I intend to pass the throne to Hela, after which I shall take the queen to Earth for a holiday." Odin's face radiated joy at the sight. Chapter 37. The Stark Expo. A few days later, Lin Feng returned to Earth. In Flushing, New York, a group of stunning dancers were performing energetically on stage. From an aircraft hovering above the venue, Tony Stark, clad in his Iron Man armor, leaped from the rear hatch and landed heroically at the center of the stage, eliciting a wave of cheers from the audience. He continues to revel in his penchant for showmanship. Lin Feng observed from a corner as Tony, amidst the rotating stage, utilized mechanical arms to shed his armor, popping a handful of blueberries into his mouth. It felt wonderful to be back. As the performance concluded, Tony clapped and turned to the audience, inquiring, "Did you all miss me? Blow something up." The crowd erupted. "Blow something up? I already have," Tony quipped, raising an eyebrow. "I'm not saying that the world has entered the longest period of sustained peace because of me, nor am I claiming that from the ashes of confinement humanity birthed its greatest era. And certainly, I am not implying that Uncle Sam can peacefully recline on a lawn chair with a glass of iced tea because I have yet to encounter anyone bold enough to confront me in my prime." The crowd's cheers intensified, calling out Tony's name, but he silenced them with a downward motion of his hands. "I apologize, but this is not solely about me. Nor is it just about you, or even just about us. It is about what legacy we shall leave for future generations." Tony clasped his hands behind his back. And thus, for the first time since 1974, the world's nations and enterprises, comprised of the brightest minds, would unite their resources and share a common vision, forging a brighter future. Therefore, I would like to extend a warm welcome back to the Stark Industrial Expo. Now, let us invite a special guest who will transcend the boundaries of life and death to elucidate everything for you. Please welcome my father, Howard Stark. Technology can accomplish anything. An image of Howard materialized on the large screen, depicting a better life, robust health, and, for the first time in human history, the potential for world peace. Hence, on behalf of all at Stark Industries, I am honored to present to you the city of the future. Technology brings boundless possibilities to humanity, and one day, it shall eradicate all societal issues. The screen continued to showcase Howard's speech while Tony had already retreated backstage. The blood toxin level stands at 3. Tony pressed his thumb against a small device. "Soon, technology will transform your lifestyle, freeing you from tedious tasks and granting you more leisure to enjoy the beauty of life." The voice from the large screen persisted as Lin Feng approached the backstage. That was quite an impressive speech. Lin Feng waved his hand, retrieving the device from Tony, questioning whether the isolating layer still failed to function entirely. "Stark Expo, welcome." As Howard's voice faded from the screen, the crowd erupted in cheers, yet Tony's expression remained complex. "I have tried many times, but I have a hunch that the solution to this problem relates to my father. Tony led Lin Feng to an open area backstage and projected a holographic image. Lin, take a look at this. The design blueprint of the city of the future from the inaugural Stark Industrial Expo. Upon seeing the holographic image Tony presented, a glimmer of interest sparkled in Lin Feng's eyes. It was a new element derived from Howard Stark's research on the Tesseract. Yet due to the technological limitations of the time, it could not be synthesized. My father instructed me to thoroughly investigate this before he passed away, and I recently unearthed it, but I have been at a loss. Remember what you mentioned about the greatest issue with the Iron Man suit? Lin Feng fixated on the holographic image. The endurance. While flying normally poses no significant problems, in intense combat, the suit's energy output falls short. Tony leaned back in his office chair and took a sip of chlorophyll juice, adding that the palladium reactor possesses a degree of toxicity. Although I created an isolating layer, some of it is still permeated. Have you considered trying a different element? Lin Feng smiled slightly. I have attempted numerous times, yet among the known elements, none can substitute for palladium. Suddenly, Tony paused, realizing, wait, are you suggesting this is related to the new element? I can't divulge everything to you, can I? Lin Feng shrugged. All right, Lin, could you take me home? The crowd at the exit is overwhelming. Tony sighed, expressing his intent to research thoroughly upon returning. Certainly. Lin Feng conjured a portal, transporting Tony back to his laboratory. Sir, the voice of Jarvis resonated, announcing the arrival of a female officer seeking you. I recall not having scheduled any services. Tony shrugged, inviting her in. Mr. Stark, the officer entered, presenting a subpoena. What? You are required to attend the Senate Armed Services Committee hearing tomorrow at 9 o'clock, Mr. Lin. You too. The officer placed the subpoena on the coffee table and departed Tony's residence without a backward glance. I can comprehend the Senate summoning you. But what do they want with me? Lin Feng tore open the subpoena, finding both his and Tony's names conspicuously listed. Let me see. Tony took the subpoena from Lin Feng's hand. You want me to surrender the iron armor? Not a chance. Washington. Mr. Stark, may we resume our previous discussion? The senator rapped the gavel on the table. What is it, dear? Tony turned back. Can you listen seriously? Of course, Tony shrugged. Do you possess a specialized weapon? No, I do not. Tony tilted his head. That depends on how one defines the term weapon. Surely you refer to the iron armor. The senator gazed at Tony. No, I do not consider that a weapon. Tony blinked. Then what would you call it? My description constitutes its precise definition. Senator, Tony straightened his posture. It is a high-tech mechanical prosthetic. Precisely, Lin Feng, seated beside Tony, scoffed, noting that the technological foundation of this device was established by all-seeing technologies to assist the disabled. And while Tony had made improvements, it remained true to its essence. I believe you should surrender this weapon to the American people. Not a chance, Senator. The iron armor and I are one. I am Iron Man Chapter 38, the privatization of world peace. Listen, relinquishing the iron armor equates to surrendering my very self. It is akin to selling one's body or one's soul, depending on the state you hail from. Tony shrugged. You want me to part with the armor? Absolutely not. Listen, I am no expert in this domain. In the matter of selling one's soul? Certainly not. You are a senator, Tony interjected directly. I am not an expert on weaponry, the senator replied leisurely, but today we have invited a weapons expert. I now call to the stand Justin Hammer, our current weapons contractor. Let him be the arms contractor. I express concern regarding America's current military arsenal. Lin Feng leaned back, unabashedly displaying his disdain for Hammer. I noted the invitation, and as Mr. Hammer entered the chamber, I pondered whether there would be any genuine experts present. Tony remarked with a mocking tone. You are correct. I am not an expert. Hammer sat beside Tony. I must defer to you, Anthony, for you are the remarkable boy. Senator, I may not be an expert. But do you know who the greatest expert is? Hammer approached the podium. It is your father, Howard Stark. He is the father of us all and the progenitor of the military-industrial age. Let us be clear, he is no hippie. He is a lion. We are all aware of the reason for our presence here. Over the past 6 months, Anthony Stark has forged a sword of infinite possibilities. Yet he insists it is a shield, urging us to shelter behind him and place our trust in him. I truly wish this could bring us comfort, Anthony, genuinely. I long for the days when I need not lock my door upon leaving home. However, this is not Canada. We inhabit a world rife with crises, and Mr. Stark cannot always foresee these calamities. Thank you. God bless Iron Man, and God bless America. Hammer returned to his seat and placed the microphone back on the table. Well spoken, Mr. Hammer. Now, the committee wishes to invite Colonel James Rhodes to take the stand. The senator spread his hands. Rhodes? What? Tony rose to his feet. Brother, I didn't expect to see you here. Yeah, I'm here. Deal with it. Look ahead, Rhodes shrugged as he approached the witness stand. I have before me a comprehensive report on Iron Man's weaponry, compiled by Colonel Rhodes, to serve as evidence. The senator flipped through the documents in his hands. Colonel, could you please read the fourth paragraph of page 57? Are you asking me to read a passage from my report, Senator? Rhodes raised his head. I assumed I would be testifying in a more thorough and detailed manner. I understand much has changed today. The senator raised an eyebrow. You merely need to read it. Reading a passage out of context does not encapsulate my views. Just read it, Colonel. Very well. Rhodes opened the document. It does not unequivocally accept the jurisdiction of any government agency. Iron Man poses a potential threat to the nation and its interests. However, I subsequently concluded that the benefits of Iron Man's existence outweigh the drawbacks, and the most advantageous course for us is that's enough, Colonel, the senator interrupted directly. Is the notion of freedom merely not allowing someone to finish their statement at a hearing? Lin Feng interjected unexpectedly, his expression impassive, startling Rhodes beside him. I believe the most beneficial course for us is to integrate Mr. Stark into the existing chain of command. Rhodes managed to express his opinion. I am not fond of teamwork, unless it's with Lin, but if you speak politely, I might consider taking on the role of Secretary of Defense. Tony leaned closer to the microphone, his tone dripping with sarcasm. We can negotiate work hours. If possible, I would also like to present some images related to your report. The senator instructed to have the large screen activated. I believe it may be premature to reveal these images to the public. Rhodes furrowed his brow. Please explain these images. The senator activated the screen. All right, Rhodes tilted his head. According to intelligence, the devices shown in these images indicate that individuals are attempting to replicate Mr. Stark's armor. Intelligence has been corroborated by our allies and local intelligence agencies, which further suggests that these armors may already be operational. Lin, could you assist? Tony handed his phone to Lin Feng. Can't you manage it yourself? Lin squinted at Tony. Well, it's a hassle. Sometimes it's just easier to ask you, Tony shrugged. All right then. Lin Feng sighed, waved his hand, and a spark of electricity flashed across the large screen, projecting Tony's phone onto it. Hold on, my friend. Let me show you something impressive. I have commandeered your screen. Tony tapped a few times on his phone and played a video on the big screen, declaring it was time to unveil the truth. Let us observe the reality, he said as he opened the video. Please direct your attention to the screen. It should depict North Korea. A series of videos played, all showcasing the failures of the Iron Man suit tests. Surely, there is not much of a threat here. Tony produced another video. Let us see what this is. Is that Justin Hammer? What is he doing with this? He exclaimed, Justin, you're on television. Look. Witnessing the pilots and their suits becoming entangled in a 360-degree twist, Hammer frantically searched for the screen's plug, attempting to physically disconnect the video feed. I believe most nations will take 5 to 10 years to replicate this technology. As Hammer finally located the plug and severed the connection, Tony wore a smirk. As for Hammer Industries, they will need at least 20 years. So, summoning me here was utterly pointless, was it? I have scarcely uttered 2 sentences, Lin Feng remarked, rising from his seat and scoffing slightly. Mr. Lin, please remain calm, Rhodey whispered to him. The crux of the matter is, no need for thanks. Thanks for what? Lin Feng inquired. Because I am your nuclear deterrent, Tony stated as he stood up. This is quite effective. We are safe. America is safe. Do you desire my possessions? Forget it. But I have rendered you a significant service. Tony turned around, raising 2 fingers. I have successfully privatized world peace. Chapter 39. Whip and chain, you've left me to do all the work while you bask in the glory. Lin Feng expressed his dissatisfaction, patting Tony on the shoulder. There's no choice. These people simply covet my Iron Man suit. The reason you were involved is that this technology bears similarities to the mechanical prosthetics developed by Omniscience. Ugh. Lin Feng grimaced. How about this? There is a racing event in Monaco. Would you care to join me? Tony produced 2 admission tickets. My treat. Consider it compensation for this occasion. That sounds agreeable. Lin Feng took a ticket from Tony. I have always had a penchant for racing, even if it may not be as swift as my normal running. Then it's settled. We shall head to Monaco tomorrow. As Tony and Lin Feng conversed, they walked towards the laboratory. Wake up, Daddy's home, Tony announced, clapping his hands to rouse J.A.R.V.I.S. Welcome home, sir. Congratulations on the resounding success of the opening ceremony and the Senate hearing, J.A.R.V.I.S. replied. And allow me to say, seeing your video in that attire online was truly refreshing. Very well, Tony frowned and took a sip of his green juice. Activating the holographic display of the Stark Industries' future city from the first expo. Lin, let us delve into this. Observe, if we eliminate the unnecessary elements, roads, flower beds, street vendors, Tony manipulated the projection, simulating the buildings as protons, envisioning the possibilities. Then it shall come to fruition. Lin Feng magnified the synthesized luminous sphere, resulting in a complete atomic structure. Ready? Tony glanced at Lin Feng. Ready, Lin Feng nodded, causing various devices within the laboratory to levitate, creating several openings. Moments later, a particle accelerator materialized. It's certainly convenient to have you around, Tony chuckled, setting up the raw materials and activating the accelerator. A laser shot forth from the prism, only to be intercepted by Lin Feng's energy barrier before it could damage the experimental apparatus. This should work. Lin Feng gently waved his hand, redirecting the high-energy laser towards a triangular piece of metal, which began to heat up and emit a blue glow. Yes, that's it. Tony used tweezers to grasp the freshly formed metal. J.A.R.V.I.S. Simulate this. Congratulations, you have discovered a new element, which is highly compatible with the arc reactor, J.A.R.V.I.S. announced. No, J.A.R.V.I.S. We have discovered a new element. Tony placed the new element into the newly constructed arc reactor. Energy stable, no issues detected. A glimmer of gold flashed in Lin Feng's eyes. Although he had anticipated this outcome, he wondered what unforeseen consequences his actions might unleash. J.A.R.V.I.S. Replicate this new element. Create a new arc reactor and fabricate armor around the new reactor. Tony picked up a box, also modifying the energy core within. As you wish, sir. There you go. You need not worry about palladium poisoning anymore. Lin Feng took the newly completed reactor. I'll be taking this, as I have a share in it. All right, take it. Tony waved his hand. Shall we meet tomorrow? Yes, see you tomorrow. Lin Feng stored the arc reactor and vanished from the spot. Monaco. Tony. As the crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing Tony and Lin Feng exit the vehicle, Tony had been the center of attention for days, while Lin Feng remained relatively unnoticed. With you around, even I, the founder of omniscient technology, have lost my allure. Lin Feng chuckled, draping his arm over Tony's shoulder and waving to the crowd. Let me bask in your glow. No thanks, I'm not fond of men. Tony quickly pushed Lin Feng away. I meant bask in the spotlight. What were you thinking? Lin Feng regarded Tony with a teasing gaze. I thought the same, Tony faltered, then took Pepper's arm. Let us head inside. As they ambled forward, Lin Feng wrapped his arm around Natasha's waist, following him into the racetrack. Anthony, Lin, is that you? An obnoxious voice rang out. The person I detest most in this world has arrived. Tony inhaled deeply and turned towards the direction of Justin Hammer. Oh, hello, you poor imitation. Lin Feng shook Hammer's hand. You're not the only affluent individual flaunting a luxury car here. Hammer patted Tony on the shoulder. You must know Christine Everhart from Vanity Fair, right? I suppose I do. Tony frowned at the female reporter emerging behind Hammer. She's actually here to do a feature interview about me for Vanity Fair. Hammer wore a lewd smile on his face, making his attempt to mimic Tony appear rather ridiculous. I thought it would be nice to lend her a hand. Last year, she conducted an extensive interview with Tony. Didn't she? Lin Feng chuckled, patting Tony on the shoulder. Indeed, it was quite in-depth. Tony replied with a shrug. Is this your first meeting since the Senate hearing? Upon hearing this major news, the female reporter swiftly produced her recording pin. Yes, ever since his contract with the military was suspended, Tony pulled Lin Feng away. It's a suspension, not a cancellation, Hammer called out from behind. Indeed, I'd like to showcase something at your expo. If you invent something useful, of course you may. Tony shrugged. Are you certain, Tony? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Considering it a high-tech expo, with an emphasis on cutting-edge technology, you grasp my meaning? I understand. But there should be some playful gadgets to enliven the atmosphere. Otherwise, it would be terribly dull if everything were high-tech. Tony sipped his champagne. You have a point. Lin Feng and Tony engaged in banter, while Hammer's embarrassment became increasingly evident. I actually have a booth this year, Hammer explained to the female reporter. Hammer needs a booth. Christine, Tony, and Lin Feng stood up to leave. We were just joking. Hammer let out an awkward laugh. We often tease each other like this. I have a bold idea. Glancing at the race car drivers on the field, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Tony's eyes. Regarding your bold idea. The crematory has a well-established method for incineration, Lin Feng shrugged, observing the situation. If one plays well, they end up covered in ashes. If not, they end up in a box of ashes. What does it matter? You've got my back, Tony chuckled. I'm going to have some fun. Do as you please. I want to interfere. Lin Feng turned and walked away. I like Tony, and he likes me. We are not rivals. Tony's exit created a significant opportunity for Hammer Industries. Right? Hammer eloquently explained, but the female reporter's attention was already drawn to the television on the wall. What is the point of owning a race car if not to drive it? Tony donned a racing suit, while the original driver angrily hurled his helmet to the ground. The race commenced, and Tony's blue car surged onto the track like an arrow, securing the fourth position after several laps. In the stands, a heavily tattooed man, chewing on a toothpick and dressed in staff attire, opened the track's gate and stepped onto the course. The skill was quite impressive. As Tony overtook another car, reaching third place, Lin Feng smirked. While on the track, Whiplash had already drawn his whip, cleaving a race car in two. Here it comes, Lin Feng yawned, rising to his feet. Chapter 40. What Palladium Poisoning? Tony Stark. Whiplash flashed his whip against the front of Tony's car, flipping the entire vehicle over. Whiplash glanced at the whip in his hand, somewhat perplexed. Lin Feng exhaled deeply. The butterfly effect often manifests in peculiar ways. For instance, just moments ago, the first lash of the whip had unerringly aimed for Tony's cockpit. Fortunately, Lin Feng reacted swiftly, redirecting the whip's trajectory. Otherwise, that strike would have resulted in Tony's immediate demise. Lin, the case. Tony shouted toward the stands. You really are impossible, Lin Feng sighed, tossing the case downward with precision, landing it squarely at Tony's feet. With a resounding clang of metal, the previously innocuous briefcase transformed into a suit of steel armor, enveloping Tony. The triangular light on his chest signified this suit was distinct from the previous one powered by palladium. What difference does it make to change the core? The surface remains thin, Lin Feng remarked, observing the battered and torn five post-battle. You have lost, Stark, you have lost. The whip spat blood at Tony, erupting into maniacal laughter. In a certain sense, you indeed lost this round, Lin Feng approached Tony. Just yesterday, you stated in the hearing that no one could create such a device within a decade. Yet here it is today. How could he possibly have created this? Tony crushed the arc reactor he had retrieved from the whip's chest. He is a genius, and moreover, his father was involved in the design and construction of that large arc reactor years ago. Lin Feng conjured a document out of thin air. Ivan Vanko, a Russian. His father, Anton Vanko, was once a scientist at Stark Industries and collaborated with Howard to develop the large arc reactor. However, Anton was dismissed by Howard for attempting to profit from the reactor. Thus, he must possess the blueprints for the large arc reactor. He merely miniaturized it. Akin to what I have done. Tony pocketed the shattered arc reactor. You were correct. He is indeed a genius. We searched for his fingerprints but found nothing. Not even a name could be traced in the local Moroccan prison. The local officials incessantly explained the situation to Tony. You need not elaborate. I am already aware. Tony waved his hand dismissively. This way, the warden gestured. We are uncertain if he even speaks English. He has remained silent since his arrival. I wish to meet him. No problem. but only for 5 minutes. The warden opened the cell door. The technology is quite impressive, though the rotation speed is somewhat low, Tony remarked. Hands in pockets as he stepped into Whiplash's cell. You could have doubled the rotational speed. You can concentrate the impact energy through ionized plasma channels. Effective, yet inefficient. He found a place to sit. Overall, it's a commendable imitation. I fail to understand. With minor adjustments, you could turn this into a lucrative venture. You could sell it to numerous countries or directly to the black market. You seem to have connections there. Your family comprises thieves and butchers. Whiplash glared at Tony. Now, like all guilty souls, you wish to rewrite your history. Have you forgotten the lives destroyed by the Stark family? My father was once a genius. Yet the Stark family stole his designs. Whiplash twisted his neck, for he was the reason for your continued existence. I live because you missed your mark, Tony shrugged. Is that so? A mysterious smile crept across Whiplash's lips. If you could make a deity bleed, then people would cease to worship him. The blood would spill into the water, and the sharks would circle. In truth, I merely need to sit here and watch as this world devours you. Will you be there to witness my downfall? Indeed, within the confines of your cell. Tony adjusted his attire. I shall arrange for someone to send you soap. Tony, before you depart, I have one more thing to say. Whiplash turned back. Palladium poisoning. What a truly agonizing way to perish. What palladium poisoning? Tony lifted his shirt, revealing a chest devoid of any signs of poisoning, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he exited Whiplash's cell. It is truly unbelievable. This indicates that the god of light has been released, and he remains utterly oblivious to his intentions. The senator expounded on television, treating the iron suit as a mere toy. During a hearing I attended, Mr. Stark insisted that such a suit could not exist elsewhere. Neither now nor in the foreseeable future, at least not within the next 5 to 10 years. Consequently, the Monaco incident made us acutely aware that this suit indeed exists. What is the point of watching this? Lin Feng waved his hand, turning off the television, and patted Tony on the shoulder. Rest assured. You must understand that the iron armor is not the most formidable weapon in this world. They will soon come to realize this as well. Such words are indeed comforting. Tony scoffed. But what do you mean by they will soon realize this? Are you planning to take action publicly? Not I, but the entire underworld. Lin Feng sat across from Tony, tossing him a plate. This is news I recently acquired. An alien invasion? Tony furrowed his brow. A little fool from Asgard is coming. It's not a significant issue, merely a good opportunity for the underworld to make an appearance before the public. Are you certain it's not a major problem? Tony frowned. After all, it is an alien invasion. Fear not. Considering they have targeted this wretched planet, how powerful can you expect them to be? Lin Feng leaned back. Now what do you plan to do? Nothing at all. Tony sank deeper into the sofa. I am contemplating giving the suit to Rhodey. As a way to appease the military. That is your personal property. You may use it as you see fit. Lin Feng shrugged. Then it's settled. Tony stood up. I must concoct a little spectacle. Otherwise, I want to have a legitimate reason to hand the suit over to Rhodey. A birthday party? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Not expecting to circle back to this. Indeed, I want to create quite a stir, and then naturally allow Rhodey to steal the suit. Tony yawned. All right. Let us proceed with this. I still need to think through the process. Very well. Take your time. I shall return now. In a flash of light. Lin Feng vanished from sight. Chapter 41. Is Whiplash dead? Yesterday, a violent explosion occurred in a Moroccan prison, and Ivan Vanko has been confirmed dead. Tony handed a document to Lin Feng. Do you truly believe he is dead? Lin Feng accepted the document but did not open it. As soon as Vank entered, the prison exploded. What do you think? Tony shrugged. Who do you suppose it is? Lin Feng tossed the documents onto the table. There are far too many possibilities. Tony slouched on the sofa, utterly convinced that it was impossible to determine. Justin Hammer. Lin Feng uttered a name. Him? Tony furrowed his brow, incredulous. This was the very item he submitted for the Stark Industries Expo. An electronic document projection materialized in Lin Feng's hands. You hacked into my system again. Tony glanced at the file, the complete Iron Man armor. It truly seems to be him. What do you think? Should we revoke his exhibition qualifications? Lin Feng exhaled a plume of smoke. No need. I am curious to see what he can create. Tony snorted dismissively. After the exhibition, I will personally apprehend Vank at Hammer Industries. Although aware that Whiplash would control those drones to attack during the expo, Lin Feng had no intention of intervening. After all, who could resist such a magnificent display? By the way, how is your birthday party preparation going? Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. You possess so many capabilities. Yet you choose the most rudimentary method to extinguish a cigarette. Tony leaned back. It's all set. Tonight I intend to revel wildly. And then have Rhodey don the suit to restrain me, just as I envisioned. Lin Feng nodded. I want to show up. It should be quite a spectacle. And Rhodey is aware of my capabilities. If I refrain from intervening entirely, it might raise suspicions. It is, after all, my birthday. Are you really not coming at all? Tony sighed. Here, this is for you. Lin Feng rubbed his hands together, conjuring an orb of energy as a birthday gift. What is this? Tony picked up the glowing sphere, his face filled with curiosity. Regardless, it's a gift for you. You can explore its uses on your own. Lin Feng shrugged. Enjoy it. I must take my leave. The following morning, news broke on television of Iron Man losing control at his birthday party, along with rumors of the armor being stolen. Hey, what are you doing? Hammer shouted at Whiplash, who was tinkering with a robot. Jack, what is that? That is not a helmet. What is it? Hammer removed the robot's head. Ivan, what is this? Jack, is that a helmet? It doesn't look like one to me. How can it possibly fit on a head? Hammer handed the robot's head to his assistant. Jack, can you fit your head in this? It remained uncertain whether this assistant named Jack was genuinely foolish or not, but he indeed attempted to place the object on his head. You see, Ivan. He cannot fit his head inside. This is not a helmet, it's a head. Hammer rubbed his temples. I need to have someone inside. I must place a person in this suit. Do you understand? Drones are better. Whiplash remarked, holding a toothpick. What? Drones are better? Hammer bombarded him with questions. People create problems. Whiplash removed the toothpick from his mouth. Trust me, drones are better. Ivan, I place my trust in you. I have brought you a bird. And you assured me that everything would be fine. That is precisely what you said. Hammer furrowed his brow, declaring, Now, I require the battle armor. The government demands it. Akin to Iron Man's suit. Do you comprehend? That is what the people desire. That is what will bring them joy. Hey, my friend. Do not cling too tightly to material possessions. Whiplash gently patted Hammer on the shoulder, advising him to learn the art of letting go. These drones had better perform admirably. Ivan. Hammer was consumed by impotent rage for quite some time before departing. It should leave a profound impact on me. This ought to secure my safety from the Senate. Observing the apparatus suspended in the warehouse, the general nodded. Can this contraption be utilized? Absolutely capable of executing the mission, Rhodes replied, his demeanor solemn. Excellent. Let Hammer weaponize it, the general commanded. Just in Hammer is to showcase the weaponry at the expo. We must present it. Sir, I do not believe the expo, Lieutenant Colonel. We must ensure the world sees it as soon as possible, the general interrupted Rhodes. We must make it happen. But, sir, that is an order. Yes, sir. Rhodes inhaled deeply, suppressing the urge to continue his argument. Well done, Lieutenant Colonel. The nation takes pride in you. The general saluted Rhodes. Thank you, sir. Rhodes returned the gesture, yet his brow remained furrowed. Wait a moment. Something is amiss. Suddenly, Lin Feng, lying idly in bed, sat upright. System. Lin Feng delved into his mind, immediately searching for the details of the Iron Man 2 film in his memory. There is no need to search. The timeline of events does not align, the system orb stated. Typically, the narrative timeline of Iron Man 2 coincides with that of Thor 1, which includes Agent Coulson being dispatched to New Mexico in search of Thor's hammer. Is it the butterfly effect? Lin Feng materialized his memories, transforming them into floating documents before him. Since Tony was not initially struck in the chest by shrapnel, his palladium poisoning was significantly reduced, thus delaying the entire plot of Iron Man 2. Yet that did not seem correct. Anton Vanko's time of death should not differ greatly. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Wait. I understand now. Anton Vanko died during the hearing's broadcast. Lin Feng observed the scene before him. In the film, Anton Vanko perished while watching the hearing, indicating that the old man likely succumbed to anger. All is well. Lin Feng sighed in relief and reclined back onto his bed. Tony, are you all right? Ivan Vanko's voice came through the phone. I have doubled the RPM. What? Tony frowned. You mentioned that doubling the RPM would yield greater output energy. It is a commendable suggestion. For a deceased individual, you seem quite spirited, Tony replied with a smirk. I will return to you what your father did to mine 40 years ago in 40 minutes. Whiplash dropped this remark before hanging up. Chapter 42. Hammer Drones Lin. Ivan Vanko must have tampered with the items Hammer is exhibiting. I need to investigate. Otherwise, if the public is harmed, I will have a difficult time explaining myself. Tony called Lin Feng. I understand. Rest assured, I will support you. Lin Feng nodded. Excellent. That's the spirit. Thank you all for being here. Hammer stepped onto the stage with an eccentric dance. Ladies and gentlemen, for far too long, this nation has had to see its brave sons and daughters placed in peril. But then came Iron Man, and we thought those days of sacrifice were behind us. Regrettably, that technology remains beyond our reach. Hammer leaned on the podium. It is unjust. It is wrong, and it is such a pity. Nevertheless, it is a remarkable innovation that has made headlines across the globe. Hammer straightened up. But today, my friends, the media faces a new dilemma. They are running out of ink. Ladies and gentlemen, today, I am proud to introduce to you. Hammer summoned two individuals to clear the podium. The new face of the American military, Hammer's drones. Army, Navy, Air Force, Marine Corps. As Hammer introduced, rows of robots ascended from the platform. If you ask me, this is far better than any cheerleading squad. This kid may not excel in much, but he has certainly mastered the art of showmanship from Tony. Lin Feng watched the live broadcast from above, occasionally tossing a popcorn kernel into his mouth. Of course, while this technology is revolutionary, there will always be a need for human presence on the battlefield. Hammer placed his hands on his hips, seemingly lamenting, Ladies and gentlemen, today, I am proud to present Prototype 1, the multi-threat response suit, and its pilot, Colonel James Rhodes. With a crisp salute, Rhodes and the robots behind him acknowledged the audience. For America and its allies, Hammer Industries would. Before Hammer could finish his sentence, a tremendous roar erupted from afar. A gold and crimson figure streaked into the venue, landing in front of Rhodes with a classic superhero landing, prompting an explosive cheer from the crowd, completely overshadowing Hammer. After all, a billionaire who moonlights as a superhero is far more thrilling than any new military weapon. Rhodes, we have trouble. Tony approached Rhodes. Tony, there are civilians here. Rhodes thought Tony had come to reclaim the suit. I'm here on official business. Let us not cause a scene. Just wave to everyone. Tony draped his arm around Rhodes' shoulder, appearing quite affable. They're in danger. We need to evacuate them. You must trust me for the next 5 minutes. I tried trusting you. And look where it got me, tossed around in your house, Rhodes replied, somewhat disgruntled. Listen to me. I believe Hammer is collaborating with Vanko. Is Vanko still alive? Rhodes widened his eyes inside his helmet. The day after he went to prison, the prison exploded, conveniently taking Vanko with it. Do you think that is possible? Tony shrugged. Moreover, he just called me a few minutes ago. I see. Rhodes nodded but then found his helmet immobilized. Tony, is it normal for this suit to jam? My design should not jam. Who knows what that fool Hammer has done to my suit? Tony tapped the back of Rhodes' helmet. No, this ISNT right. There shouldn't be any issues. Without any forewarning, Rhodey unleashed a punch that struck Tony on the head as he inspected his helmet behind him. Hey, Rhodey? Tony exclaimed, rising to his feet. It wasn't me, Tony. Get out of the way. Just as the words left his lips, Rhodey's shoulder-mounted machine gun leveled off and opened fire on Tony, while drones in the rear activated, locking onto him. We need to engage. Tony soared into the sky, departing from the venue. Lin, I need you. He shouted into the heavens, having spotted Lin Feng observing the scene from above during his ascent. Confident that Lin could hear him. Understood. Lin Feng snapped his fingers, releasing the control over War Machine. This is all I can do. I can't handle those drones. You just don't want to. Fearing it might be less entertaining, Tony remarked with a wry smile, but he refrained from elaborating further, instead contacting Rhodey. Rhodey, Lin has released Vanko's control over you. Can you take command of the armor? I can now. Rhodey sighed in relief, launching an assault on the drones behind them. First, let's draw them away from the city. Tony led Rhodey into the distance, pursued by a swarm of drones. Lin Feng messaged Tony from Hammertech's underground laboratory. Ivan Vanko is in the lab, but he should have fled by now. Got it, Tony nodded, relaying the information to S.H.I.E.L.D. This is a major operation. Spotting a child wearing an Iron Man mask below, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He dove down, extending his hand to crush the robot targeting the child. After all, according to the cinematic universe's narrative, this child was none other than Spider-Man, Peter Parker. Well done, Peter. Lin Feng gave him a thumbs up before returning to the sky to observe. Tony, Rhodey, numerous drones are heading your way. Lin Feng cupped his hands around his mouth. Though only Rhodey and Tony could hear him, they could charge in at any moment. Do you have a plan? At that moment, Tony and Rhodey found themselves cornered in a vast ecological park. We must seize the high ground. Rhodey pointed to the surrounding hills, positioning the most potent weaponry along the ridge. All right, you go up, and I'll draw them in. Observing the heavy artillery adorning Rhodey, Tony ultimately felt deflated. Don't stay down here. This position is the worst. Seeing Tony's reluctance to move, Rhodey returned. You've secured a position. Don't worry about where I am. This place is called the Dead Zone. Tony, you'll perish here, Rhodey implored earnestly. Well, we're both in this dead zone now. Tony shrugged as he watched the descending robots. The two fell into a silence, yet instinctively. They simultaneously closed their helmets and began to fend off the relentless assault of hammer drones. Indeed, all fear stemmed from insufficient firepower. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, tossing a few popcorn kernels into his mouth. Chapter 43, The Awakening of Captain America. Rhodey, crouch. With the swarm of adversaries gathered, Tony shouted, unleashing a fierce red laser from his wrist that severed the surrounding robots in half. Next time, you should utilize this device first. Rhodes slowly rose to his feet. This is a one-time use item. It's disposable. Tony straightened his back, a crimson glow flickering across the back of his hand as two smoking prism projectiles emerged. Be mindful, something else has just flown by. Lin Feng yawned, for he had taken on the role that originally belonged to Natasha in the film. And it seemed quite different from those previous contraptions, with a significantly higher energy output. We have already witnessed it. As he observed the descending whiplash, a hint of gravity appeared in Tony's eyes. It feels splendid to be back. The helmet of whiplash flipped upwards. This is not good. Tony took a step back. A crackling sound of electricity filled the air as Whiplash swung out two whips, erupting with blinding arcs of lightning. Do not worry. I have prepared something special for this fellow. A missile launcher emerged from Rhodes' shoulder. Watch as I obliterate this metal shell of his. As the missile was launched with a long delay and a fierce blaze, it struck Whiplash's chest plate, producing a crisp metallic clang before extinguishing in a puddle below. Hammer Industries? Tony shrugged. Indeed. An expression of embarrassment crossed Rhodes' face beneath his visor. I must say, this can't solely be blamed on Hammer. Though he is indeed subpar, he is not that inept. Lin Feng yawned, descending from the air as if firmly planted on the ground. Targeting a distance of less than 10 meters with a kinetic missile, you are quite the talent. Lin Feng gestured, and the projectile returned to his hand, reigniting and accelerating in midair. Moments later, the projectile, trailing flames, collided with Whiplash's armor, resulting in a violent explosion. The blaze and shockwaves spread outwards, halted before Lin Feng by an invisible barrier, then swept past the three, nearly leveling the entire ecological park. To dare launch a kinetic missile at such close range. You are indeed impressive. Lin Feng yawned. It's done. Let us wrap things up. A series of strange beeping sounds emerged, and Lin Feng helplessly tapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten that? Shaking his head, Lin Feng soared into the sky, his right hand beckoning, causing the imminent explosions of the robots to float into the air, where they erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. The crowd below excitedly pointed at the sky, with only a few unfortunate souls struck by debris from the explosions, ending up in the hospital. The spectacle concluded, the tasks completed, the fireworks set off. It was time to return home and sleep. Lin Feng yawned again and vanished, reappearing on his large bed at home. Hammer's weapons can be this formidable? Tony stared at the crater created by the projectile, lost in thought for a long while. Who knows, perhaps Lin had employed some trickery within. Rhodes shrugged. Who knows what that guy is capable of? It's not impossible. Tony nodded in agreement. The following day. Today. I am honored to stand here to present this accolade to Colonel James Rhodes and Mr. Tony Stark. The senator previously presiding over the hearing read the award's speech with a sardonic tone. Of course, he is a national treasure. Thank you, Colonel, for your outstanding performance. The senator pinned the medal onto Rhodes' military uniform, proclaiming, "This is well-deserved." "Thank you, sir," Rhodes replied, maintaining a steadfast gaze. "Mr. Stark, I am grateful for your exceptional performance." The senator added, deliberately jabbing Tony's chest with the medal, surprised by how irksome such a small prick could be. "Let's take a picture," the senator smiled, positioning himself between Tony and Rhodes, embracing them both. "Don't you think this scene is quite splendid?" In the audience, Lin Feng stood beside Fury, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "So, have you found the person I mentioned?" "Indeed, beneath the Antarctic glacier, it has been excavated," Lin Feng replied, handing Fury a cigarette, who took a deep drag, savoring the exquisite flavor of Eastern tobacco. "Are you certain that ability of his is genuine?" Fury inquired, worry etched on his face. "Though it comes from your lips, it does sound rather fantastical." "I too was initially skeptical, yet the facts remain," Lin Feng shrugged, reiterating, "Believe it or not." "Hey, what is the matter?" Fury turned his head, activating his communicator, his expression swiftly shifting to one of gravity. "What is it?" Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. "The captain has awakened and has emerged." Fury shook his head. "I must take my leave." "All right, I'll escort you." Lin Feng grasped Fury's arm and teleported them to the entrance of the three headquarters. "Do not be anxious, soldiers," Fury called out, approaching with authority. "I apologize for that rather poor display, but we thought it best to allow you to acclimate gradually." Just as Fury intended to say more, he noticed Captain America's gaze was not on him, but rather drifting over his shoulder. "What the hell?" Realizing who stood behind him, Fury cursed. "Lin, is that you?" Captain Rogers approached Lin Feng. "Captain Rogers, I fear I do not know you, or rather, you should not know me." Lin Feng furrowed his brow. "What year is it?" Captain America turned to Fury. 2011, Fury replied, still in a state of bewilderment. "Then all is well. We have not yet met." Captain America smiled. "So, are you suggesting that one day I will traverse time back to the past?" Lin Feng frowned. "According to your own words, that is indeed the case." "You mentioned you came from 2012, Captain America shrugged. "I believe I comprehend the situation." Lin Feng nodded, realizing that 2012 was the year of the Battle of New York, which must have compelled him to time travel or led to some unique circumstance forcing such an event. "Lin, why are you everywhere?" Fury exclaimed in exasperation, rubbing his bald head. "To be honest, I really did not anticipate this scenario." Lin Feng raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "You spoke of this individual to me." Captain America seemed to recall something. The moniker Black Egg indeed painted a vivid picture. However, Captain America hesitated slightly before you departed. "You mentioned that upon my awakening, I should seek you out, and you would assist me with a favor." Chapter 44, Loki arrives. "What is it?" "Do share." Lin Feng inhaled deeply, his mind beginning to form a hypothesis. "You said that upon my awakening, you would help me fulfill that date." Captain America fixed his gaze on Lin Feng's eyes. "I can indeed be of assistance." Lin Feng let out a sigh and grasped Captain America's shoulder. "Come with me." In a flash of light, Lin Feng and Captain America found themselves in a hospital room, gazing at the elderly woman lying on the bed, tears welling in Captain America's eyes. "Steve? Lin?" Peggy Carter exclaimed, her eyes widening at the sudden appearance of the two. "Is it time?" "I'm not entirely sure what you mean," Lin Feng shrugged. "However, he did mention that I promised to help him with a date, and upon reflection, I believe I can indeed fulfill that promise now. Moreover, since I said so, it implies I have already accomplished it." Lin Feng extended his right hand, and a green ring materialized around his wrist. Completing a date is quite simple. All it requires is to return Carter to her youth. With a flick of his wrist, a green glow enveloped Carter, her skin visibly smoothing out until, in mere seconds, she regained her youthful appearance. "Peggy." Captain America rushed forward to support Carter, who was attempting to sit up. "Steve, you're back." Tears glistened in Carter's eyes. "Yes, I have returned," he replied, embracing her arm. "But don't rush. We're not done yet." Lin Feng produced a syringe filled with a pale blue liquid. One super soldier and one ordinary person together. We certainly don't want to cause any harm, do we? Captain America flushed slightly, scratching his head in embarrassment. Step aside. Lin Feng pushed Captain America aside and, raising the syringe, administered the injection to Carter, simultaneously severing her pain receptors. Is this what Steve feels like? Carter stood up, reveling in the newfound strength of her body. Peggy, are you feeling any discomfort? Captain America asked with concern as he steadied her. Rest assured, I even enhanced this concoction. Lin Feng reassured him, patting Captain America on the shoulder. You two enjoy your time together. I'll take my leave. Should you need anything, just call. With Captain America awakened, it signified that the Battle of New York was imminent, warranting some preparations. Lin Feng pursed his lips and glanced at the notebook in his hand. This endeavor aimed to integrate mutants into the current societal framework, and they would play a significant role. The spectacle orchestrated by Old Man should indeed be quite impressive. Half a year passed without incident. Lin, we've got a serious problem. One evening, Fury's call suddenly came through. The Tesseract has been stolen? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. How do you know? Fury was taken aback. I just know, that's all, Lin Feng shrugged. Didn't you send your two captains to intervene? They are certainly searching, but currently, there are no leads. That individual named Loki has even taken control of Agent Barton. Fury explained. I've dispatched Tony and Banner to assist you, but I cannot act too prematurely. With the teleportation, Lin Feng arrived in the Nordic lands. Thor. Your brother has returned, he announced, observing the robust figure chopping wood. What? Loki? He is still alive? Thor dropped his axe and rushed to Lin Feng's side. Indeed. Not only is he alive, but he has also stolen the Tesseract and plans to summon an alien force to invade Earth. Lin Feng replied, shrugging. Where is your father? I need to inform him to delay his intervention. Otherwise, it would be rather uneventful. My father ought to be vacationing in Norway with my mother. Thor shrugged. Should I join the fray? Perhaps it would be beneficial for me to go. Lin Feng patted Thor's shoulder. All right, I shall inform Jane first. Thor nodded, extending his hand. The axe he had just used for chopping wood soared into his grasp. A bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, enveloping Thor in armor, transforming the axe into a hammer. Thor? Jane emerged from the nearby cabin. Jane, Loki has arrived on Earth, and it seems he is up to something sinister. I must thwart him, Thor said, placing his hands on Jane's arms and gazing earnestly into her eyes. Do not worry, go ahead. I shall await your return. Jane replied with a solemn nod. You go on. I will seek out your father. In a flash of light, Lin Feng vanished from sight. Loki has come to Earth. Lin Feng reappeared behind Odin. I am aware, Odin remarked, his gaze sweeping over the endless meadow, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. I know where he is, but I sense that you have other plans. You need the Tesseract to activate as it did in the original timeline. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. The Tesseract must be activated. The Chitauri must descend, and humanity needs to witness a common enemy. Likewise, your Ling requires a grand spectacle to gain renown. Odin smiled. By the way, how goes the matter we discussed previously? You can drop by whenever you wish. The king of the Norse gods joining in, even if merely in name, would surely bring them delight. Lin Feng chuckled. Odin had expressed interest in becoming an honorary member of the Ling organization Lin Feng established during his previous visit to Earth. Lin Feng had readily agreed. By the way, is the sword I requested ready? Lin Feng suddenly recalled the weapon he had commissioned from the dwarves. We have just completed gathering the materials. Crafting a weapon capable of harnessing the power of the Phoenix is indeed a formidable challenge. Atri has collected a plethora of rare materials, Odin said with a benevolent smile. I intended to seek you out. Atri mentioned you should visit Nidavellir when you have the time. The materials are ready. And the final crafting requires your presence for a custom fit. Very well, I shall make my way there. I am not needed here at the moment. Lin Feng nodded. I will first arrange matters on Earth, then proceed to Nidavellir. Captain Carter, this is for you. Lin Feng tossed a round shield emblazoned with a star pattern to Carter, remarking, it suits Captain America and Captain Britain quite well. Thank you, but cannot you assist us in capturing Loki? Carter inquired, furrowing her brow. I cannot. I have more pressing strategies to orchestrate, Lin Feng shrugged. Rest assured, no major issues will arise. In New York, Stark Tower. Tony, how is your project coming along? Lin Feng arrived on the top floor, opening the hatch that housed the Iron Man suit, revealing a shuttle-shaped contraption. Everything is in order. It is ready for deployment at any moment, Tony replied, patting the gold and crimson device with satisfaction. Then I am relieved, Lin Feng exhaled. I shall be off to outer space for a while, but I will return shortly. Chapter 45, Nidavellir in the tranquil expanse of the cosmos, a ripple suddenly manifested, spreading outward as Lin Feng materialized in the scene. It was indeed a magnificent sight. Gazing at the resplendent neutron star before him, Lin Feng couldn't help but smirk. Esteemed Supreme Mage, he greeted as he descended onto the star's ring, where the dwarf king, Atri, placed his right hand over his heart and bowed in respect. There's no need for such formalities, Lin Feng said, casually waving his hand to assist the dwarf king back to his feet. Now, let me examine my weapon. Regarding your weapon, we have prepared 3 materials: the magically compatible URU metal, the renowned resilient star steel, and a core from a collapsed dead star, Atri explained. Presenting the materials before Lin Feng, we plan to combine the URU metal with the star steel, encasing the forged star core within, ultimately forging a weapon. Stacking them together in a grand amalgamation, Lin Feng, who had once been captivated by blacksmithing competitions, was momentarily taken aback. Are you familiar with the art of forging? That makes things even better, Atri exclaimed with delight. The primary reason we chose the Dead Star core is its exceptional ability to conduct various energies. We will incorporate multiple magical arrays into the grand patterns, allowing your energy to amplify through the blade and then be unleashed via the star core's edge. Excellent. Lin Feng's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Initially, he merely sought a stylish weapon to showcase. But if this were the case, this weapon might indeed unleash his full potential. The dwarven race takes great pride in our craftsmanship. We shall never create a weapon that fails to allow its wielder to realize their inherent strength, Atri intoned, seemingly reading Lin Feng's thoughts. However, while we can manage the fusion of star steel and URU metal, we may require your assistance in forging the star core. It is exceptionally hard and has a high melting point. Even with a neutron star as our heat source, it poses a formidable challenge. Not an issue. Lin Feng waved his hand, summoning the dead star core into his grasp. He assessed its internal structure and infused it with a touch of phoenix power. All right. Leave the star core to me. You can handle the other components. A radiant glow of crimson light began to emanate from Lin Feng's hands. How will we manage the ultimate fusion? We have our methods. Atri's eyes sparkled with excitement, sensing that this straight sword could become his most perfect creation. Chunks of URU metal and star steel were piled together lavishly, even utilizing vibranium for welding, creating an exceptionally extravagant sight. The assembled rectangular mass was thrown into the blazing forge, where the temperature steadily escalated, transitioning from red to an almost white-hot hue. Lin Feng sat cross-legged on the ground, the star core's temperature rising under the influence of the phoenix power. It was as if an invisible hammer was rhythmically striking the core, altering its shape and gradually elongating it. The sound of metal clashing resonated continuously within Nidavellir's forge, where the glowing amalgamation showed no signs of cracking under Atri's hammer, demonstrating exceptional forging quality, a mosaic of grandeur. As Lin Feng observed Atri rotating the forged large horse by 90 degrees to continue the crafting process, he couldn't help but click his tongue in admiration. With such skill, he could easily create numerous personal videos on Earth. This step seemed to involve acid etching to reveal the patterns, stretching his neck to witness Atri's forging technique. Lin Feng recalled how he had enjoyed watching such demonstrations on Douyin before his journey through time. Witnessing the universe's most esteemed master blacksmith forging a blade in person was truly a delight. With each cycle of heating and forging, the metal in Atri's hands transformed into an elongated strip adorned with exquisite patterns. Atri produced a wedge, placing it against the glowing metal strip, and with a powerful strike, he flawlessly split the metal in two. Supreme Mage, Atri said, extending his hand towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng flicked his finger, sending the crafted star core onto Atri's anvil. This was the most crucial step. Atri took a deep breath and utilized vibranium to weld the two pieces of the large horse and the star core together. attaching an iron chain before confidently tossing it into the neutron star. To forge the star core using the power of the star core itself. How ingenious, Lin Feng remarked, a smile gracing his lips. This was the pinnacle of a master blacksmith's creativity. However, he pondered whether this method would deplete the energy of the neutron star. Turning to H-Ray, he asked, "Is that so?" "Indeed, but if it leads to the creation of the strongest weapon, then this neutron star has fulfilled its purpose." H-Ray sighed with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. "Even if I can never forge weapons again, I am determined to complete this blade. Here it comes." H-Ray's eyes sparkled with intensity as he pulled the iron chain, extracting the blade blank from the neutron star. The celestial body dimmed at a visibly rapid pace. Yet H-Ray remained unfazed, fully concentrating on the blade blank before him. With a resounding clang as the hammer struck, vibrant sparks erupted, and a 70-centimeter-long tang horizontal blade gradually took shape, embellished with stunning mosaic patterns. "This is a branch of Yggdrasil, the world tree. It will serve as the most perfect material for the hilt and sheath," H-Ray declared, retrieving a piece of wood and cutting off a section. "This was taken from a great dragon," Lin Feng chimed in, tossing over a hide and several claws. "Let us use these for the hilt and guard." "Excellent." H-Ray's eyes gleamed with excitement as he sliced the dragon claws into rounded shapes for the guard, fitting them onto the prepared hilt and securing them with rivets, ultimately wrapping them in dragon hide. "The sharpening of this blade is a task you must handle yourself. I lack the whetstone capable of honing such a blade." H-Ray remarked with a wry smile. "Not a problem," Lin Feng replied, feeling a surge of exhilaration. Taking the blade, he applied force with 2 fingers along the edge, and a glint flashed as he effortlessly honed the blade with merely his thumb and index finger. "Don't worry, since you have crafted this blade for me without charge, I cannot let you go unrewarded." Lin Feng smiled, slicing through the air with the blade, tearing open a rift in space. "This should suffice," Lin Feng said, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he reached through the spatial tear, retrieving a neutron star and placing it at the core of Nidaveller's star ring. "This should do nicely." "Absolutely marvelous." H-Ray gazed at the neutron star, now radiating an even brighter luminescence than before, his eyes brimming with excitement, on the verge of tears. "That will suffice," Lin Feng nodded. "I have matters to attend to back on Earth, so I shall take my leave." Chapter 46. The Assembly of Allies. While Lin Feng was engaged in forging weapons in Nidavellir, a momentous battle was poised to break out on Earth, destined to leave a significant mark in history. In 2012, the mothership appeared to be quite impressive. Banner and Tony strolled side by side on the deck of the spacecraft. "Dr. Banner, Mr. Stark," Captain America approached, extending his hand to greet them. "Lin said you're one of us?" Tony raised an eyebrow at Captain America. "Lin is my friend. He has been a tremendous help to me, and I will do my utmost to assist him," Captain America replied solemnly, nodding in acknowledgement. "Everyone, we should vacate the deck swiftly. It will soon become difficult to breathe here," Agent Maria Hill interjected as she stepped forward. "What? Is this a submarine?" Banner frowned. "Trapping me in a high-pressure tank underwater? What a splendid idea." "No, it seems even worse." Captain America took a step back, observing the massive turbine emerging. "So, this is an aerial prison." Banner rubbed his hands together and followed Hill back into the cabin. "With Lin absent from Earth, we must rely on ourselves now," Tony thought. His brow furrowed as he scrutinized the data before him. "Is there anything I can assist with?" A feminine voice floated over. "Natasha?" Tony rose, surprised. "What brings you here?" "Having once been a top assassin, I suppose I am somewhat more capable than the average individual," Natasha sighed. "So how may I assist?" "A top assassin?" Captain America keenly picked up on this information and stood up. "Indeed, I was once a killer," Natasha smirked. "What? Do you intend to arrest me, Captain?" "This is Lin Feng's girlfriend. You might want to tread carefully with your words," Tony observed, a hint of amusement crossing his face. My apologies, I was unaware." Captain America replied, his expression slightly awkward, though the thick skin he developed during World War II allowed him to maintain composure as he retook his seat. "Goodness. Seeing a woman I have called aunt for a lifetime now appearing to be of similar age to myself is quite unsettling," Tony mused, glancing at Agent Carter. "Well, Bruce, do you have any thoughts? How many spectrometers can you mobilize?" Banner inquired, furrowing his brow. How many do you require? Fury, emerging from the shadows, stood up. If you had remained silent, I might not have noticed you, Tony shrugged. Contact every laboratory you can find. Banner removed his jacket. Have them place the spectrometers on the rooftop, calibrate them to search for gamma rays. I will draft a tracking algorithm based on cluster identification, which should at least eliminate a few areas. Consider it done. I will arrange that immediately. Fury retrieved his phone. By the way, Stark, get your laboratories under Linfeng to mobilize. I cannot command your personnel. They are already in motion, Tony shrugged, noting that as soon as Banner finished speaking, they had already begun their tasks. All right, find me a laboratory. Banner rolled up his coat and draped it over his forearm. Certainly, follow me. Agent Maria Hill directed Banner, assuring him that he would find everything he desired there. Captain Coulson approached Captain America, his demeanor somewhat awkward. If it's not too much trouble, could you sign my Captain America trading card? What? Captain America turned around. If it's too much hassle, forget it, Coulson hastily added, waving his hand dismissively. No worries. It's no trouble at all. I would be delighted, Captain America replied, patting Coulson on the shoulder. You must be Agent Coulson. Lynn has mentioned you. Indeed. That's me, Coulson nodded. It's a limited edition set that took me quite some time to collect. It's still in great condition, though the edges have yellowed a bit. Suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, interrupting Coulson. A figure clad in a red cape and wielding a hammer descended onto the deck. Everyone, remain calm. It was Lynn who sent me, Thor declared, spreading his arms to signal his benign intent. Sir, there's a strangely dressed individual here, claiming Mr. Lynn sent him, an agent reported to Fury. Let him in. He should be an acquaintance. Tony nodded at Fury. You must be Tony, Thor remarked as he stepped into the aircraft carrier's cabin, immediately spotting the distinguished-looking Tony. Thor, the god of thunder, right? Tony said, giving Thor's muscles an appreciative pat. Impressive physique, my friend. It is a testament to my long battles across the 9 realms. Thor replied, pride gleaming in his eyes. Now, our immediate priority is to locate Loki, Tony shrugged. Everyone, this is Thor. Indeed, the Thor from Norse mythology and a friend of Lin's. He is also the brother of Loki, whom you are currently seeking. Thor sighed. He recently escaped from Asgard, and I must retrieve him. Just don't hold back because he is your brother, Tony replied nonchalantly. Are you questioning a warrior's honor? Thor stood, approaching Tony. Hey, easy there, Mr. Thunder. Tony raised his hands in a placating gesture. I mean no harm, just verifying. Found him. Agent Sitwell. The bespectacled Hydra agent from Captain America, the Winter Soldier, raised his hand and pointed to the computer screen. Facial match, 67. Weight, cross-reference, 79. Where? Coulson moved closer to the screen. Stuttgart, Germany, 28 Koenig Street. Sitwell observed. He clearly had no intention of hiding. Captain, Thor, Fury turned to Captain America. It's your turn. I command you. Kneel. Loki, brandishing the Mind Scepter, had just extracted someone's eye when he bellowed at the gathered crowd. Loki. A voice echoed as a hammer sent Loki's form flying before the owner even arrived. The clang of 2 shields struck Loki's helmet, severing both of its horns. Boom. 2 beams of laser struck Loki's chest as Tony descended from the air, aiming a multitude of weapons at Loki. Go on, Bambi. Loki, behave yourself, Thor warned, placing his hammer on Loki's chest. Currently, he cannot be taken back. We must first locate the Tesseract. Captain America gazed at Thor. I understand. Lynn has instructed me to cooperate with your mission. Thor nodded in acknowledgement. Thus, the individual named Lin Feng is absent. Loki displayed a faint smile, shed his armor, and raised his hands in surrender. Chapter 47. The impending war let us clarify matters. Fury stood before Loki's cage, pressing several buttons on the screen. Should you attempt to escape, even if it is merely scratching the glass, you will plummet from this prison at an altitude of 10,000 meters. Do you comprehend? The floor beneath the cage opened, and a fierce gust of wind rushed in. Ants, Fury pointed at Loki. Boots, he indicated the screen before him. Huh. This cage is quite impressive, Loki remarked with an eerie chuckle. However, it was not constructed for my benefit, was it? It was designed for something far more formidable than you, Fury shrugged. I have heard whispers, Loki replied with a smirk, a foolish beast pretending to be an ordinary man. How desperate you must be to enlist such a person as your ally. Just how desperate am I? Fury's single eye fixated on Loki. You threaten our world with war. You steal powers beyond your control. You speak of peace while reveling in the slaughter you wield. You have instilled great despair within me. You will come to regret your actions. Loki shook his head. Your failure must be quite painful, indeed. To acquire the Tesseract and wield its boundless energy, what will you do with it? Illuminate the path for humanity, only to realize the true nature of power. If true power seeks to peruse magazines for amusement, do let me know, Fury retorted before departing. You are truly captivated, aren't you? Banner rubbed his chin. He is stalling for time. Captain America tapped the table. So, Thor, what exactly does he intend to do? Has Lin shared anything with you? He commands an army known as the Chitauri. Thor crossed his arms. They hail not from Asgard nor any known realm. Loki seeks to lead them against Earth. And in return, he will grant them the Tesseract, an army from beyond the stars. Captain America clicked his tongue. So, he intends to establish a portal. This is why he abducted Eric Selvig. Banner wiped his glasses. Selvig? Thor raised his head. He is an astrophysicist, my friend. Thor inhaled deeply. Loki has controlled him through some form of magic, as well as one of our agents. Fury took a deep breath. Why did Loki surrender so readily? Captain America posed his question. He cannot command any substantial army here. I believe we should not fixate on Loki. His intentions are inscrutable. He is simply mad. Banner shook his head. Mind your words. Thor glared at Banner. Despite Loki's irrationality, he remains an Asgardian and my brother. He has killed 80 people in 2 days. Agent Hill shrugged. He is adopted. Thor's expression turned somewhat awkward. Before leaving, Lin instructed me to ensure this segment was recorded. Tony entered, wielding a camera. It was a pre-scheduled message from Lin, just now unlocked. What did he say? Thor inquired, gazing at Tony. You can see for yourselves, Tony replied, tossing his phone onto the table, which projected a holographic image. 2 matters were addressed. In the hologram, Lin Feng extended 2 fingers. First, Agent Barton is about to arrive with a team to rescue Loki. Just let him take him away, but keep an eye on Banner. They intend to exploit Hulk to separate you. Second, he continued, immediately evacuate the entirety of New York City and establish a blockade. You all heard that, go? Fury clapped his hands, unsure of Lin Feng's exact intentions, yet trusting his instincts. Oh, and one more thing. Isolate that scepter. It has the potential to affect your minds. Lin Feng seemed to recall something suddenly. That should be all for now. You all engage first. The mutants and Inhumans will come to assist you. Just hold out for a while. I will return shortly. How did Lin know we had captured Loki, that Clint would return to rescue him? And how did he foresee the battlefield being in New York? Captain America furrowed his brow. What are mutants and Inhumans? I can elucidate that. Tony raised his hand. Lin possesses a degree of precognition. He foresaw this war long ago. As for the mutants and Inhumans, let them explain themselves. Greetings emerged as a large dog arrived with several individuals in the hangar of the helicarrier. Meanwhile, a flash of blue smoke heralded Nightcrawler, who arrived alongside the mutants. Do not be alarmed. These are allies, Fury stated, spreading his arms to calm the agents who had drawn their weapons. Magneto, Professor Xavier, Black Bolt, welcome. This war concerns the integration of mutants and Inhumans into human society, and we shall do our utmost. The professor wore his usual benevolent smile. Now that we understand the portal will open in New York, the issue is the vastness of the city. We must pinpoint the exact location. Fury took a deep breath. I am currently scanning the globe for specific brainwave signals, those being controlled. The professor tapped the helmet atop his head. However, this will require time, as we must sift through to identify those responsible for opening the portal. Loki requires energy, Captain America remarked, his brow knitted. He has turned this into a personal vendetta. Tony lifted his gaze. That is inconsequential. Captain America regarded Tony. No, that is precisely the point. That is what he desires. Tony rose, asserting. He seeks to defeat us and to be acknowledged by the world. He craves admiration, accolades, and a skyscraper emblazoned with his name. Suddenly, an idea struck Tony. Professor, Black Bolt. He turned toward the mutants and Inhumans. Stark Tower, correct? Nightcrawler stood. I and Toad will escort you there. Toad? Captain America blinked in surprise. Toad is his name, Black Bolt stated, patting the dog's head. Very well, let us proceed. Captain America also rose. Banner, do you wish to join us? I'm still uncertain. The Hulk is rather uncontrollable. Banner shook his head. Very well, Tony nodded. Fury, you heard what Lynn said earlier. If Agent Barton comes to rescue, let him do so. Rest assured, I am aware, Fury replied, nodding. You may proceed. Chapter 48. The Battle of New York in Stark Tower, New York. A voice resonated in Tony's helmet. Sir, I have shut down the arc reactor, but the Tesseract is operating autonomously. Selvig, deactivate that contraption, Tony commanded while hovering in midair. It is too late, Selvig spread his hands in resignation. It wishes to reveal something, a brand new universe. Very well, Tony raised his repulsor, unleashing two beams of laser towards the portal device. An energy shield abruptly materialized, dispersing the energy from the repulsor. The shockwave propelled both Tony and Selvig away. This is a pure energy shield. It cannot be breached. Jarvis analyzed the composition. Indeed, I have discerned that. Tony observed Loki standing below, descending slowly to enact his plan. Jarvis, when I remove the armor, ensure the reactor is preserved. Tony flew to the landing platform, several mechanical arms extending to strip him of his suit. Are you here to plead for my mercy? Loki approached Tony with measured steps. No, I am actually here to intimidate you, Tony replied, moving to the table and donning two wristbands. Then you would do well to put on your armor. Loki gestured with the Mind Scepter. Is that so? I find it rather ineffective, considering you wield the Staff of Destiny. Tony descended the stairs. Care for a drink? Procrastination is futile. Loki transferred the Mind Scepter to his left hand. No, it's to intimidate you. Tony waved dismissively, retrieving a bottle of liquor from the shelf. Not drinking? Are you certain? Then I shall indulge myself. The Chitauri army has already arrived. No one can alter that, Loki stated, moving to the window and turning back. What I have to fear? Mocklin. Tony uncorked the bottle and poured himself a glass. That is the name of our team, akin to Earth's mightiest heroes or the like. Is that so? I have seen enough. Loki chuckled. Is that so? Tony raised an eyebrow. Let us count. Your brother, the god of thunder. The legendary super soldier who has awakened. A green behemoth prone to rage. The world's finest archer. A professor with global telepathic abilities. An elderly gentleman who manipulates magnetic fields. And one who can rend you to shreds with a mere whistle, Batman. And what do you possess? When they come, they will certainly arrive, Tony stated, lowering his glass. They will come for you. I have an army. A glint of malice flickered in Loki's eyes. We possess the All-Seer. Tony locked his gaze with Loki, unflinching. As far as I know, he should not be present. Loki laughed. Otherwise, why do you think I dared to come? You fail to comprehend. There is no throne here. And you cannot claim dominion over this place. Tony stepped before Loki, declaring, even if we cannot vanquish your army, even if we fail to save the world, we shall seek vengeance upon you. As sworn, we will bury you. What if you find yourself at odds with them? Loki advanced, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. If they are preoccupied with you, I dare say the drink will have no time to trouble me. With a clang, Loki raised the Mind Scepter and pressed it against Tony's chest, emitting a metallic clash followed by a fleeting flash of blue light that quickly extinguished. Observing this, Loki furrowed his brow and jabbed the scepter against Tony once more, yet Tony remained utterly unresponsive. Lynn was indeed correct. The arc reactor can effectively shield against the scepter's control, Tony acknowledged silently. Such a failure is not particularly surprising, Loki replied, his confusion evident. 1 in every 5 men tends to underperform, Tony shrugged. But before he could finish, Loki seized Tony by the throat and hurled him out the window. Jarvis. What are you waiting for? Tony shouted as he plummeted, while behind him, a crimson and gold figure knocked Loki aside and raced after the rapidly descending Tony. In a moment of peril, the armor and gauntlet synchronized, enveloping Tony in a suit of iron. Try this, Loki, Tony exclaimed as he unleashed a repulsor blast that sent Loki sprawling. At that juncture, a beam of blue light shot from the roof of Stark Tower, forming a miniature wormhole through which a battalion of Chitauri soldiers emerged. Well then, Tony inhaled deeply. An army, indeed. Loki, A furious roar echoed. Close the tesseract, or I shall destroy it. You cannot. Loki aimed the Mind Scepter at Thor, declaring, the die is cast. What remains is war. Then let it commence. Thor gripped his hammer tightly. Loki, brandishing the scepter, leapt from the platform, preparing for close combat with Thor. Tony. We're on our way. Natasha's voice crackled through the comms. Clint and I. What? Agent Barton? His consciousness is restored? Tony paused, bewildered. How did that happen? Indeed, Natasha chuckled. I recalibrated his mind. To put it simply, I gave him a good whack on the head. All right then, do your utmost to assist. Tony inhaled deeply. Natasha, be careful. Avoid injury, or I shall have a difficult time explaining to Lin upon his return. Fear not, Lin left me with plenty of useful items. Natasha opened the rear door of the aircraft, leaping out with a superheroic descent from 100 meters, landing without a scratch. My current physical prowess is not inferior to that of the Asgardian. Natasha smiled slightly, her ring glowing as a sword materialized in her hand. With a great leap, she severed the head of a Chitauri soldier. Lin even bestowed upon you a spatial ring? Tony smacked his lips. I had long sought one from him without success. Truly. He prioritizes beauty over friendship. What is that? Magneto, controlling a steel pipe to skewer Chitauri flesh, glanced skyward as a colossal Chitauri beast emerged from the wormhole. We need Banner. Tony tapped the ear of his armor and inquired, Nightcrawler, can you hear me? We require Banner. Received, came the response. A Nightcrawler. Having pierced a Chitauri soldier with its tail, smirked before transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and vanishing from sight. What on earth are you doing, Fury? Why are there still civilians in New York? Captain America cursed as he observed the panicked throngs fleeing, then leaped atop a taxi's roof. Send someone into those buildings. There are still people inside. They will run straight into the line of fire. Protect them. Get them to the basement or subway. Do not let them appear on the street. Seal off this area up to 39th Street. Why should we listen to you? A police officer furrowed his brow. A sudden explosion erupted, and several Chitauri soldiers charged forward, only to be swiftly dispatched by Captain America. Send someone into those buildings, Miss Romanoff. Captain America turned to Natasha, who was holding a camera. Clint insisted I record, she replied, tilting her head. All right, it's time for battle. Our mission is to hold these creatures at bay until Clint returns. Chapter 49. This strike will be impressive. Stark. Banner has arrived. What is your plan? A swirl of blue smoke heralded the arrival of Nightcrawler and Banner onto the battlefield. Witnessing this scene, Captain America quickly contacted Tony. Well, it's quite chaotic, Banner remarked, shaking his head to dispel the dizziness caused by long-distance teleportation. We might need to create more chaos. Natasha sheathed her broadsword behind her back. No problem, Banner nodded. Prepare yourself. The show is about to begin. Tony deployed a decoy projectile on the Chitauri behemoth's face, drawing its attention. This doesn't seem like a good show. Hawkeye grimaced as he watched the colossal creature hurtling towards them. Dr. Banner, Captain America stepped forward. Now would be a prime moment for your rage. I know, Banner responded, striding towards the behemoth, removing the inhibitor from his wrist. I've always been angry. A thunderous roar erupted as Banner's form rapidly enlarged and turned green, delivering a powerful punch to the Chitauri behemoth's head, carving a long gash into the ground and toppling the massive creature. Boom. Tony unleashed several missiles into the gaps of the Chitauri behemoth's armor, resulting in a violent explosion that cleaved the creature in two, causing it to crash to the ground. All units, advance, Loki commanded from his aircraft, his expression impassive. A swarm of Chitauri soldiers and beasts surged forth from the wormhole as the few remaining heroes gathered, their faces etched with concern. Captain, give the orders, Tony said, patting Captain America's shoulder. All right, everyone listen up, Captain America declared, gazing skyward. We must contain the situation until Clint returns. Barton, get to the rooftop and keep watch. Report any anomalies immediately. Stark, you are responsible for securing the surrounding area. Any that stray 3 blocks away, drive them back or eliminate them. Can I hitch a ride? Hawkeye glanced at Tony. No problem. Hold on tight. Legolas, Tony replied, grasping Hawkeye by the scruff of his neck as they ascended. Thor, Black Bolt, your task is to obstruct the portal. Employ your thunder and sonic waves to confine those soldiers within the gateway. Magneto gathered the combat-capable mutants and Inhumans to engage in a comprehensive battle with the soldiers, striving to annihilate their fighting force. In this confrontation, the mutants and Inhumans shall serve as the vanguard. As Lin would say, you require an opportunity to demonstrate yourselves before the world. Understood. Magneto spread his arms and ascended into the air. Charles, you shall direct our efforts. Received. The professor donned the cerebral amplifier, instantly linking with the minds of all mutants and Inhumans present on the battlefield. Romanoff, we will continue the fight on the ground while also safeguarding the civilians who have yet to evacuate. This is our battle, and we must not embroil too many innocents in our conflict. Then Captain America turned his gaze toward Hulk. Humph, Hulk grunted. Smash. Captain America extended a finger. Heh. Hulk grinned mischievously, leaping to seize a Chitauri soldier, hurling him toward a nearby aircraft. Such a grand spectacle cannot unfold without me. A rugged voice boomed. As dark clouds gathered in the sky, a colossal water vortex approached, and a man with wings on his ankles wielded a trident as the vortex spiraled upward, scattering the Chitauri soldiers emerging from the portal. Namor had arrived, more than capable of holding them at bay. Observing the chaos, Tony exhaled deeply, unleashing 2 repulsor blasts that dispatched 2 Chitauri soldiers. Hawkeye's peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Loki seated upon an aircraft. He pressed a button on his bow, switching the arrowhead, then drew back and released an arrow that sliced through the air towards Loki. Loki raised his hand, effortlessly catching the arrow, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. Yet, in the next moment, the arrow emitted a series of beeping sounds before it detonated, sending Loki flying, landing right before the professor's wheelchair. Oh, it's you. Loki rose, a subtle smile playing on his lips as he brandished the Mind Scepter. Tell me, if I were to control you, would that not mean I control everyone? Indeed, but you cannot. The professor maintained his timeless smile, unfazed by Loki's threat. You are merely a human, and the Mind Scepter harbors cosmic-level power. You could never withstand it. Loki grinned, aiming the scepter at the professor. I know I cannot resist the scepter's might, but you still cannot control me, the professor replied with a smile. On what grounds? Loki paused, taken aback. Because he has arrived. The professor gestured with his chin behind Loki. What? Loki turned, and before he could react, a green figure collided with him, propelling him into the uppermost level of Stark Tower. Enough. Loki stood, appearing almost deranged, startling even Hulk. You are but inferior beings. I am a god. You foolish creature. I will not be bullied by you. Loki's words remained unfinished, for Hulk had already seized him by the ankle, smashing him against the ground repeatedly before lifting him to inspect, and then tossing him down, creating a massive crater in the floor. What a weak god. Hulk smirked and slowly walked away. Loki lay in the pit, his eyes vacant, emitting a sound reminiscent of a cat's meow. My son, you truly bring shame upon yourself. An aged voice resonated. Odin approached, pulling Loki from the pit. Do you now understand where the problem lies? Father. Loki's gaze brightened. I am on the verge of success. This place shall become my dominion. No, this land shall belong to no one. Odin slowly shook his head, for he shall return soon. Who? Loki felt a stirring and glanced out the window. A buzzing sound filled the air, and a ripple spread forth, freezing all Chitauri soldiers in place as a hand emerged from the void, tearing open a massive rift in space. A figure clad in a long black coat stepped through the fissure. Indeed, I have returned just in time. Lin Feng surveyed the scene with a slight smile, the rift closing behind him. Thank you all for your hard work. I am back. To all life in the universe, allow me to introduce myself. I am the Omniscient. Lin Feng. His voice resonated with great clarity. Understand this. This planet is under my protection. As for the consequences of aggression, take a look at these soldiers before you. People of Earth, watch closely as I execute this strike. Lin Feng drew a straight blade from his back, pointing it toward the wormhole above. Why? Tony inquired, playing along. Tony, you truly know me. Lin Feng replied with a faint smile, for this strike shall be magnificent. Chapter 50. The Visitor from the Future. This strike shall indeed be magnificent. Lin Feng smiled slightly, his form flickering as he swung the blade. A crimson light flashed, slicing through space and precisely severing each Chitauri soldier, dividing them into 2 equal halves. What's wrong? Captain America observed Carter's uneasy expression. Nothing, she replied, touching her waist. Sensing something was amiss. Even the upper echelon is reacting? Lin Feng caught sight of Carter's response and paused momentarily. Never mind. He shook his head, but suddenly, Fury's voice echoed in his ear. Lin, a tactical nuclear missile is heading your way. Fury's tone was urgent. Oh, Lin Feng responded casually. Lin, I'm not joking. That's a tactical nuke. Fury stopped abruptly. Wait, Lin, you can't be thinking that a nuclear bomb poses no threat to you? Not that it's entirely harmless. Lin Feng mused. The energy within could be quite beneficial. At that moment, a missile trailed by flames shot toward Lin Feng. With a thunderous explosion, the tactical nuclear missile collided with Lin Feng, erupting in a violent blaze and deafening roar. Lin. The onlookers below gasped in shock. After all, the power of a tactical nuclear missile was something Tony, once the world's foremost arms dealer, understood all too well. What is that? Captain America exclaimed, eyes wide as he stared at the center of the explosion. The nuclear explosion unfolded before them, devoid of the anticipated mushroom cloud and shock waves. Even the fiery glow of the blast was confined to a minuscule area, forming a fiery vortex that gradually diminished until it was completely absorbed into Lin Feng's being. Is that it? Lin Feng scoffed, charging into the wormhole and deftly slicing an interstellar battleship in half, which erupted in an explosion. Task accomplished. Lin Feng emerged from the wormhole, sheathing his sword, and approached the device controlling the cosmic cube. Extending his hand, he effortlessly penetrated the outer shielding. Retrieving the cosmic cube as the wormhole in the air vanished entirely. Lin Feng seemed to sense something, glancing towards a corner. Ah, it's you. A smile graced his lips upon seeing several figures before him. Looking for the Infinity Stones, are we? How fortuitous. Who are you? The future Tony Stark glared intently at Lin Feng. I am Lin Feng, known to many as the Omniscient One, he introduced himself. Tony. Your device does not traverse time, but rather traverses the multiverse. What? Tony was taken aback. Observe, this is the principle of your M-bias strip. Lin Feng conjured an image using the power of the Phoenix, elucidating. In truth, time cannot be traversed. What you are capable of is moving to a certain point in time within an alternate universe. To some extent, the developmental trajectories of these universes exhibit striking similarities. The sole distinction between this universe and yours is my presence. Lin Feng shrugged. Currently, I possess many of the Infinity Stones. Just wait a moment. This is the Mind Stone, this is the Space Stone, and this is the Time Stone. Indeed, I am the supreme sorcerer of this universe. Lin Feng produced 3 stones, stating, take these back with you for now, and return them later. I must visit Vormer. There are some complications regarding the acquisition of the Soul Stone that I need to address. What problem? Before Tony could finish, Lin Feng had already vanished from sight. Vormer. Hold on, you too. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng summoned the power of the Phoenix, pulling Natasha and Hawkeye's spacecraft closer. Who are you? The two, dragged out of their ship yet unaffected by the vacuum of space, were grave expressions. I am Lin Feng. The specifics are inconsequential. What is crucial is that if you proceed to seek the Soul Stone, one of you will perish. Lin Feng shook his head, explaining. The condition for acquiring the Soul Stone is a soul for a soul. I can sacrifice myself. It's fine. I have committed too many wrongs. Hawkeye furrowed his brow. However, there is no need for anyone to genuinely die, for I am here. Lin Feng shrugged, extending his right hand as the Phoenix power surged, enveloping the entirety of Vormer. What is this ability? Natasha and Hawkeye widened their eyes in astonishment. The power of the Phoenix, in terms of magnitude, surpasses that of a single Infinity Stone. Lin Feng proceeded to deconstruct the entire planet layer by layer. Moments later, a pale yellow gem floated in the cosmos, trembling occasionally as if gripped by fear. Behave yourself. Lin Feng beckoned, drawing the Soul Stone towards him while simultaneously analyzing it. Here, take it. By the way, may I take a look at your wristband? Lin Feng tossed the soul gem to the two individuals and deftly retrieved the time travel ring from Hawkeye's hand. Hey, Natasha stepped forward. Don't worry, I'm just taking a look. Lin Feng waved his hand, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he analyzed the ring. He then conjured an identical device using the ambient matter from the cosmos. even producing 2 vials of PIM particles. I need to accompany you back. There may be some complications on your end. If I don't go, Tony might be in trouble. Lin Feng activated the device and entered the quantum space, arriving at the timeline of the Marvel Universe during the moment of Avengers Endgame. How did you get here? Tony exclaimed, startled at Lin Feng's sudden appearance. I analyzed your technology, no offense meant. I'm just keeping an eye on things, and I can conveniently bring the gem back with me. Lin Feng waved his hand again, effortlessly creating an infinity gauntlet into which the gems could be placed. Snapping your fingers can be quite detrimental to your body. The gauntlet will mitigate the side effects. All right, Tony took a deep breath. So, who will execute this perilous snap? I will. Fat Thor staggered forward. Thor, you need to concentrate for this snap. Your current state is simply inadequate, Tony admonished, his brow furrowed in concern. What do you think flows in my veins? Thor glared at Tony. Cheese sauce? Rhodey interjected unexpectedly. It's thunder. Thor pointed at Rhodey. It must be me. The Bruce Banner version of the Hulk stepped forward. I can withstand this power, and clearly, only I can wear this gauntlet. At that moment, Nebula had stealthily slipped away, unnoticed by anyone except Lin Feng, who paid her no mind, for this was an opportune moment to confront Thanos in the outer cosmos. Chapter 51. As Banner donned the Infinity Gauntlet, colorful light spread across his arm. However, his pain was evidently not as intense as depicted in the films. The gauntlet inherently mitigated the side effects of the Infinity Stones, a fact illustrated in the movies. Thanos quickly adapted to the gauntlet in Avengers Infinity War, but in Endgame, he endured the agony of the snap, which ultimately provided the superheroes with an opportunity. After a few seconds of adjustment, Banner executed the fateful snap, and shortly after, Hawkeye's phone rang. Clint? The voice of Hawkeye's wife resonated through the receiver, causing his eyes to well with tears. With a thunderous roar, the Sanctum 2 burst forth from the time-travel device, crashing through the ceiling and descending into the sky, unleashing a barrage of attacks from its cannons upon the ground. What did I say? Trouble is brewing, Lin Feng shrugged, extending his right hand to summon a protective shield, successfully deflecting all of Sanctum 2's assaults. Come down. Lin Feng clenched his fist, obliterating Sanctum 2, yet Thanos and the Dark Order remained unscathed by the explosion. Thanos. Hatred flickered in the eyes of the gathered crowd. Feel free to vent your frustrations, Lin Feng suggested. Lin Feng yawned, gestured, and took hold of the Infinity Gauntlet from Hulk's hand, while simultaneously analyzing the previously unattainable power and reality stones. This time, we have decisively dealt with him. Lightning sparked in Thor's eyes as the god of Thunder's hammer and Stormbreaker flew into his grasp, his armor enveloping him. You are unwilling to accept defeat. Thanos slowly rose, acknowledging the formidable individual who had just destroyed my spaceship. Was that your summoned ally? It appears that the ones facing defeat now are you. Tony pointed at the wreckage of the Sanctum 2. However, it seems that the one who obliterated my vessel has no intention of intervening. Nor does he belong to this world. Thanos brandished his battle blade, asserting that defeating him would indeed prove challenging for you. Let us put that to the test. The trio of Avengers advanced a step. I once believed that by eliminating half of all life, the remaining half could thrive in perpetuity. Yet you have demonstrated to me that this is unattainable. Thanos sighed. As long as there are those who cling to the past, they shall never accept the future. They will resist. Indeed, we are that stubborn. Tony shrugged. Thank you, for now. I understand what must be done. A glimmer ignited in Thanos' eyes as he declared his intention to reduce the universe to atomic dust, then to construct a new universe with the primordial stones you have assisted me in finding, a realm where life is devoid of resentment for what is lost, but instead filled with gratitude for what is given. A universe of gratitude, birthed from blood. Captain America interjected. They will never know, for you shall not live to witness that time. Thanos donned his helmet. The three roared in unison and charged at Thanos, who deftly parried their assaults. Thor, assist me. The tail wing behind Tony unfurled. With a mighty roar, Thor summoned a bolt of lightning from both the hammer and Stormbreaker, striking Tony's energy reception device. Concurrently, the tail wing, his palms, and chest emitted intense beams of laser energy, while Thanos twirled his blade, forming an impenetrable shield that deflected Tony's onslaught, advancing step by step. Lightning crackled around Thor as he hurled the hammer, then swung Stormbreaker in a baseball-like motion towards Thanos. At that moment, Thanos had closed in on Tony, lifting him effortlessly while using his chest to absorb the impact of Thor's hammer, sending Tony flying to the ground, an arc of electricity flashing across him. Captain America charged in, only to be sent sprawling by Thanos' swift blows. Thanos then hurled his battle blade at Thor. Thor executed a slide, narrowly evading the blade as it grazed his hair before returning to Thanos' hand. With a mighty swing, Thor sought to ensnare Thanos' blade, striking it down. Yet Thanos retaliated without hesitation, delivering powerful punches that sent Thor hurtling backward, causing Stormbreaker to tumble to the ground. Thanos, relentless in his assault, struck Thor down once more as he struggled to rise, then seized Thor's cloak, throwing him into a pile of rubble, and stepped upon him. Thor extended his right hand, and the Stormbreaker soared towards him, but Thanos intercepted it midway, pressing the axe against Thor's chest. Just as the blade began to pierce Thor's flesh, the distant Mjolnir slowly ascended, striking Thanos on the head before flying into Captain America's grasp. I knew it. Thor's eyes sparkled with excitement at this sight. Yet before he could express his joy, Thanos forcefully stomped him back into the ground. Indeed, this was the aura of Captain America's 50-50 chance. Lin Feng applauded. A series of metallic clashes resonated as Captain America executed a flawless combination of strikes, momentarily rendering Thanos unable to retaliate. You see, some may appear incapable of wielding the hammer, but secretly, they have perfected their fighting techniques. Lin Feng tossed a piece of popcorn into his mouth and began conversing with Banner, who was nursing his arm. At that moment, the tide of the battle shifted dramatically. Thanos knocked the hammer from Captain America's grip, and with a few swift slashes, he cleaved half of Captain America's shield away. Lin, we must lend our assistance, Banner sighed, rising to his feet. You need not engage in battle. You have already aided us immensely. Very well, go ahead. I may yet intervene. Lin Feng waved his hand, continuing to watch the live broadcast of Avengers Endgame, feeling no urgency as a grand spectacle was likely to unfold soon. My years of conquest, brutality, and slaughter have never been tainted by personal sentiment. Thanos surveyed his surroundings. But now, I shall demonstrate how I intend to deal with your obstinate, bothersome, insignificant planet. I shall relish this process immensely. With a sweeping motion of his blade, a horde of soldiers surged from the wreckage of the spaceship, including the formidable Chitauri beasts. While the Black Order gathered behind him, Captain America gradually rose, glancing at the massive wound on his right arm caused by the recoil. Tightening the straps of his shield with resolve, and limping towards Thanos' army alone. Captain, can you hear me? A voice crackled through the communication channel. Huh? Captain America scanned his surroundings. Captain, it's Sam. Can you hear me? The clear voice of Falcon resonated in Captain America's ear. Chapter 52. Reducing the likelihood of divine manifestation damage, a portal materialized to Captain America's left, from which Black Panther, Shuri, and the General of the Royal Guard emerged, closely followed by Falcon, soaring into the fray. One by one, portals opened, and former comrades emerged, invigorating Lin Feng, who stood up. Recalling how he had watched Avengers Endgame countless times, each viewing igniting his excitement. Is this truly all we have? Doctor Strange inquired, glancing at Wong. Isn't this sufficient? Wong frowned. Avengers. Captain America called out, summoning Mjolnir to his hand. Assemble. A chorus of roars erupted from the gathered warriors as they clashed with Thanos' vast army. Yet, before the battle could commence in earnest, all stood frozen in anticipation. The moment they had long awaited had arrived. This war was destined to conclude. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng separated the two clashing factions, delineating them into distinctly defined camps. The members of the Avengers swiftly regained their mobility, while Thanos' dark cult remained ensnared. Lin Feng soared before the immobile Thanos and released him from his bindings. With a furious roar, Thanos swung his battle blade down towards Lin Feng's head. Ah, it seems you possess quite the audacity, Lin Feng remarked, theatrically removing an imaginary pair of spectacles before drawing the sword from his back. He effortlessly severed Thanos' sword, the tip of his blade resting against the Titan's throat. Let us take a moment to converse, he said, gently tapping Thanos' shoulder with the flat of his weapon. The resources of the universe are finite. I must take such measures to ensure its survival. Thanos began to expound upon his ideology. Enough, Lin Feng interjected, waving his hand dismissively. There is no need for such elaborate justifications. Even if you temporarily halt the emergence of the gods, it will not last long. At the very least, grant me some time to devise a solution. Thanos slumped to the ground, resigned, yet at that moment, nothing seemed to matter. You would not find a solution. And the Eternals will trouble you, Lin Feng stated, shaking his head. Come now, let us reconcile. I shall address the lingering issues for you. He placed his right hand upon Thor's head, releasing it after a brief moment. All right, I understand. Though Lin Feng did not possess the Infinity Stones, vibrant light emanated from his hands. With a snap of his fingers, the Asgardians who perished during Thanos' assault, including Loki, were resurrected. Lin Feng then extracted the Mind Stone. Strands of cosmic laws swirling around him, as a duplicate Mind Stone materialized in his grasp. That will suffice. With a flurry of finger movements, Lin Feng orchestrated the arrangement of countless atoms around the Mind Stone, ultimately forming a human figure, Vision. Wanda covered her mouth, her eyes wide with disbelief. I require a fragment of your memory, Lin Feng said, extending his finger to touch Wanda's forehead. Additionally, I need some data from Wakanda. Summoning a chip that soared from Wakanda, he revealed the remnants of data left by Shuri during her attempts to separate Vision from the Mind Stone. This will be sufficient. A radiant glow enveloped the space, and Vision re-emerged into the world. Vision! Wanda rushed forward to embrace him. Wanda, Vision reciprocated the embrace, then turned his gaze to Lin Feng. Thank you. It was but a trifling effort, Lin Feng replied, waving his hand dismissively. The primary reason for your revival is that I need to help Thanos resolve the enmity between him and your kind. What do you mean? Tony inquired, furrowing his brow. Allow me to explain, Lin Feng said, pulling Thanos closer. The purpose behind his annihilation of half the universe's life is far more profound than he has articulated. Within the cosmos exists an ancient race known as the Celestials. Lin Feng painted a vivid tableau, illustrating their existence since the inception of the universe. With the most formidable Celestials forming the Celestial Assembly, the conditions for the birth of a new celestial deity are exceedingly stringent. They necessitate the infusion of the deity's seed into a life-bearing planet, and when the number of sentient beings reaches a certain threshold, a new deity will emerge from the planet, a process known as the manifestation of divinity. Consequently, Thanos resolved to annihilate half of the universe's life to prevent this divine emergence, believing that the destruction of half would safeguard the other half. I concede that his approach is somewhat radical. However, deep within the Earth's core lies a slumbering deity, and thus far, he is the most knowledgeable entity regarding deities that you can access. You require his assistance. Therefore, for the survival of Earth, must we collaborate with Thanos? The crowd furrowed their brows, harboring lingering reservations. Can you kill the deity? Tony inquired, his brow knitted in concern. I can, but it is well known that the Celestial Order prefers to engage in collective combat. I can currently guarantee the suppression of 2 deities and can contend against 3 without defeat. Beyond that, I cannot manage, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. This is not my universe. I will not risk my life to assist you. So, even if we discover a way to kill the deity, we cannot proceed? Thor muttered. That is one way to interpret it. Moreover, killing a deity would imply the destruction of the potential for more sentient lives to emerge, which is also problematic. Lin Feng stood up, declaring, I will show you a path forward. What is it? Tony inquired, his expression tense. Quantum phasing. Lin Feng articulated a term that most present could scarcely comprehend. You mean? At the moment of divine manifestation, to quantum phase the entire Earth, allowing the deity to traverse through this planet and awaken without destroying it? Both Tony and Thanos grasped Lin Feng's implications simultaneously. If this could indeed be realized, the method could be extrapolated throughout the cosmos, even allowing for direct communication with the deity, integrating this technology into the memories of the Eternals, transforming the divine manifestation into a genuine act of justice. A glimmer of excitement sparkled in Thanos' eyes. Once you complete your research here, press this, and I will bring you back to our original universe. Lin Feng handed Thanos a device. Additionally, Thor, hand me your hammer. With a gesture, Lin Feng summoned Mjolnir, leaving Thor momentarily astonished. Do not be too surprised. In my world, By seniority, you ought to refer to me as uncle. Lin Feng chuckled heartily. Very well, let this suffice. We shall meet again if fate allows. Lin Feng activated the device in his hand, and with a flash of light, he vanished from sight, returning to his own universe. Chapter 53. The Quantum Realm. The Reality Stone was still extracted from Jane Foster, hence the plot of Thor. The Dark World remained unchanged. Lin Feng stroked his chin, surreptitiously transforming the Reality Stone back into ether particles, infusing them into Jane's being, while casually tossing Mjolnir in a random direction. I truly do not wish to return the Power Stone. Star-Lord's comrade would likely never encounter Gamora. I have no intention of allowing the plot of the Guardians of the Galaxy to unfold. Lin Feng contemplated for a moment, realizing that all he needed to return was a hammer and a Reality Stone. You are correct. Lin Feng appeared beside himself, having returned the items as promised. Well, I've been waiting here, he remarked. Gazing at the face that mirrored his own, he mused, if all goes as expected, I must be using this contraption to traverse back to World War II. Indeed, the future Lin Feng replied, lifting Lin Feng's right hand and patting it a few times. In an instant, Lin Feng plunged into the quantum realm but did not emerge from the other side. Cursing under his breath, he recognized that the quantum realm was an entirely new world for him. It was only after he waved his hand, confirming that his various abilities were still at his disposal, that he felt reassured. This seemed to be merely the surface of the quantum realm, according to the timeline. Conqueror Kong had likely already established his empire within it. Lin Feng settled himself on the ground, producing several vials of PIM particles, and fashioned a device capable of altering his size akin to Ant-Man. Since I'm here, let us see what lies below, he declared, pressing a button that shrank him once more, allowing him to delve deeper into the quantum realm. Remarkable, Lin Feng observed as he surveyed his surroundings, noting the towering edifices with a nod of satisfaction. A series of incomprehensible languages wafted toward him, prompting a frown. You've come from outside? A female voice in English queried. Lin Feng looked up to see Janet Van Dyne, the original Wasp and wife of Dr. Hank Pym. Indeed, he acknowledged. Could you procure for me a beverage that enables me to comprehend the native tongue? You hail from the outside, but possess considerable knowledge of the quantum realm. Why is that? Janet inquired, handing Lin Feng a cup of crimson liquid. A glimmer of golden light flashed in Lin Feng's eyes as he analyzed the composition of the red juice, mentally simulating its properties until he grasped their language without actually consuming it. Thank you, he said, returning the liquid to Janet, who appeared momentarily stunned. Who exactly are you? She asked, stiffly accepting the cup. I am Lin Feng. In the outside world, they call me the All-Knowing One. Lin Feng smiled, addressing Janet Van Dyne, Hank Pym's spouse. Am I correct? Indeed, Janet replied, her brow furrowed. How did you arrive here? And how did you come to know about the circumstances within the quantum realm? The answer lies within my moniker. They call me the All-Knowing One because I possess the power of omniscience. In other words, my true strength lies in knowledge. Lin Feng pointed to his head. These eyes can perceive many things, including the conditions within the quantum realm. So you requested that item earlier but did not drink it. Yet you mastered the language here. How does that work? I possess unique methods for language acquisition, Lin Feng shrugged. The reason I asked for that drink was to analyze its composition and validate my interpretation of the language. Very well, I shall trust you for the moment. One last question. What brings you here? Would you believe me if I said it was an accident? Lin Feng offered a wry smile. Initially, he had intended to traverse the timeline through the quantum realm, yet it seemed that this device had been altered by his future self, causing him to become ensnared in the superficial quantum field without emerging at a specific point in time. Thus, he pondered that since he was already here, it would be prudent to explore, perhaps even assisting that old rascal Hank in making his escape. I cannot leave just yet, Janet shook her head. I am aware. It's Kong the Conqueror. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, indicating a path. I will handle him. It will be resolved. Huh? Janet was taken aback. I mean, just point me in his direction. I will eliminate him and conveniently commandeer his ship to return. A flicker of impatience crossed Lin Feng's face. Hurry up. I am pressed for time. Janet attempted to dissuade him. Kong the Conqueror may be far more formidable than you anticipate. I am not as weak as you presume. Lin Feng sighed, drawing his sword from behind him. With a powerful stroke, he cleaved a passage between the reality of the world and the deeper quantum realm. I can leave whenever I wish. However, this passage is unstable, and as an ordinary person, you may be torn to shreds by the spatial turbulence. Janet was momentarily at a loss for words. All right, it's in the center of this realm, towards the tallest structure. Very well. Lin Feng scanned the quantum realm with his mental prowess. Where is that enlarged core of the ship you mentioned? The coordinates are quite specific. Janet provided Lin Feng with the details. That suffices. Lin Feng noted the coordinates and teleported to the location. This is the device, correct? He leaped down, enveloped in the power of the Phoenix, shielding himself from the chaotic storms of possibility. In essence, Lin Feng could no longer create divergent timelines within the multiverse. Every decision he made would become absolute, devoid of its original potentiality. Quite splendid. Ascending into the sky, Lin Feng affixed a shrinking device to the massive sphere of light before him. The sphere promptly diminished, transforming into the energy source of Kang's ship. Not bad. He tossed the energy source up and down, simultaneously analyzing the technology capable of supporting multiversal travel. Thank you. A portal opened, and Kang the Conqueror stepped through. Why are you thanking me? Lin Feng wore an enigmatic smile. I appreciate you restoring this energy source. I can finally return home. Kang's expression was impassive. Return home? Hasn't your home long ceased to exist, destroyed by your own hand? Lin Feng laughed, a wild and audacious sound. And why would you assume I would relinquish this to you? Chapter 54, Arrival in World War II. Indeed, you may not wish to hand this over to me. Kang shrugged, advancing step by step toward Lin Feng. However, you will find that I am quite persuasive. Coincidentally, I possess some expertise in persuasion as well. Lin Feng chuckled lightly, flipping his wrist to toss the energy core into a spatial interstice, a crimson light swirling in his hand. The Conqueror, with a powerful gesture, unleashed beams of light toward Lin Feng, who remained unfazed by the impending destruction. Those formidable attacks were intercepted by an invisible shield 2 meters before Lin Feng, creating ripples in the air, while he stood unmoving, not even a hair out of place. Who exactly are you? The Conqueror fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. You may call me the Omniscient, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, extending his right hand and effortlessly grasping the Conqueror's neck. You are far inferior to the Legacy Keeper. At least he established the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau, though it is of no use to me, Lin Feng remarked, clicking his tongue. Legacy Keeper? A glimmer of hatred flickered in the Conqueror's eyes. He toyed with time. He is the one who banished me here. I am aware. I intend to pay him a visit shortly. Lin Feng tightened his grip, shattering the Conqueror's neck, and with a mere wave of his hand, reduced him to ashes. One must not miss the opportunity to finish a fight. Lin Feng yawned, casually retrieving the energy core and tossing it upward before teleporting it to the location where the Conqueror had once docked his ship. Inserting the energy core into the ship's slot, Lin Feng swiftly took control of the vessel and directed it to where Jeanette Van Dyne awaited. Is this the Conqueror's ship? You restored his energy core? A hint of terror appeared in Jeanette's eyes. Indeed, I restored it and eliminated Kang in the process. Lin Feng yawned again. Are we leaving? If so, let us be quick. I'm pressed for time. The Conqueror is dead? Jeanette felt as though her long-sought target had suddenly vanished. Realizing that someone she could never defeat had been dispatched by Lin Feng in mere hours. To be precise, it was only a few minutes. It took a while to locate and shrink that energy core. Lin Feng extended his hand toward Jeanette, asking if she would join him. Let us go. With renewed determination, Jeanette boarded the Conqueror's ship. Lin Feng concentrated, and the ship accelerated, expanding, and within moments, they returned to the real world, where a figure awaited their arrival. Lin Feng, we meet again, Lin Feng greeted with a subtle smile. Indeed, Lin Feng, we meet again. The Lin Feng from the Thor 2 timeline returned his smile. Can someone explain what is happening here? Jeanette looked bewildered at the sight of 2 identical Lin Fengs. Temporal travelers, arranged by your future self, Lin Feng shrugged, encapsulating the situation succinctly. What year is it? Jeanette shook her head, still disoriented from her recent exit from the quantum realm. 2013, the future Lin Feng smiled, extending his hand to Jeanette. I will take you to find Hank and Hope. As for you, Lin Feng, it is time for you to return. Before Lin Feng could react, The future Lin Feng pointed and activated the time travel device on his wrist. Damn it, Lin Feng cursed, then realized, wait, am I not cursing myself? Indeed, it is a self-deprecating remark, so perhaps it is best to refrain from such criticisms. The voice of Lin Feng echoed in his ears. This time, the quantum traversal had not resulted in any unforeseen complications. Lin Feng emerged smoothly from the other end of the quantum passage. However, upon raising his head to behold his surroundings, a traditional expletive escaped his lips. You certainly know how to play, Lin Feng mused, shaking his jaw. For the architecture around him evidently bore the hallmark of the 1940s, a style emblematic of the era surrounding World War II. Thus, I must have made the acquaintance of Captain America at this very juncture. Lin Feng surveyed his surroundings, extending his mental acuity to investigate the situation. Bucky had already fallen from the train, which indicated that Dr. Zola had been apprehended. Stroking his chin, Lin Feng pondered, so, this is why Bucky did not recognize me when I previously awakened him. Goodness, have they already begun fighting? With a swift teleportation, Lin Feng arrived at the last Hydra base nestled in the Alps. Greetings, Captain, he announced as he landed with the poise of a superhero, effortlessly dispatching the surrounding minions. Who are you? Captain America inquired, positioning his shield at the ready. Lin Feng, he replied, extending his hand. Steve Rogers, Captain America grasped Lin Feng's hand firmly. Thank you for your assistance, but my current plan may be compromised. Is the plan truly of such significance? Lin Feng smiled subtly. If we can breach directly, the plan becomes redundant. Should we fail to enter and fall into Hydra's clutches, then the plan would still hold merit. Is there an issue with that? Quite reasonable. Captain America raised an eyebrow, dashing forward only to be halted by a heavy iron door. How awkward, Lin Feng remarked, pursing his lips. He extended his right hand, clenched his fist, and with a swift motion, sent the massive door flying from its hinges, inadvertently crushing a multitude of Hydra agents attempting to rush in. Let us proceed. We shall enter. Lin Feng smiled slightly as he stepped into the final Hydra base. What is that? Red Skull gazed at Lin Feng on the monitor. A flicker of fear crossing his features as he rushed toward the aircraft, eager to drop the bomb. Who are you? The General and Carter, who had accompanied Lin Feng and Captain America, regarded him with curiosity. Me? I am Lin Feng, he replied with a gentle smile. They call me the Omniscient. What about that aircraft? We cannot keep up. The General frowned at the receding plane. I possess a minor ability that can transport you there. Lin Feng turned to Captain America. Steve, are you ready? Absolutely, Captain America nodded resolutely. Wait, Carter interjected, abruptly kissing Captain America. What are you looking at? I have no intention of kissing you, the General scoffed. All right, let us proceed. Lin Feng placed his hand on Captain America's shoulder, transforming into a swirling blue mist and vanishing from sight. Chapter 55. I will wait for you in the future. Is this the interior of Red Skull's aircraft? Captain America marveled at the array of futuristic contraptions within. Allow me to take you directly to Red Skull. Lin Feng, harnessing the power of the 6 Infinity Stones, snapped his fingers, reducing the Hydra soldiers aboard the aircraft to mere ash. Subsequently, he transported himself and Captain America into the cockpit of Red Skull. Arrogance may not be an exclusive trait of Americans. Clutching the Tesseract, Red Skull gazed at the newly arrived Lin Feng and Captain America, conceding that their performance surpassed that of all others. Yet, even you have limitations, Captain, or perhaps Erskine's words hold a different meaning for you. Red Skull smiled subtly, addressing Lin Feng, whose name he did not know, yet who appeared omnipotent, proclaiming that he was oblivious to the vast powers of this universe. Trust me, I possess a greater understanding of this universe's might than you can fathom. Lin Feng shook his head and seated himself. Is that so? Are you aware of what I hold in my hand? Red Skull's expression turned manic. This is the supreme power of this universe. It has revealed everything to me. With it, I command this universe. Even to dominate this universe, a mere tesseract is insufficient. You lack many essential elements, Lin Feng said with a hint of sardonic amusement. You possess godlike power, yet you choose to protect those inferior humans. Why? Red Skull inhaled deeply. This question has been posed to me twice now. Lin Feng chuckled. My answer remains similar. It is simply my choice. You have yet to reach the level of a god. Lin Feng yawned, in the eyes of true deities. There is no distinction between high and low. To me, you are merely ants, albeit slightly larger ones. Since acquiring the Phoenix Force and the power beneath all things, Lin Feng's mindset had undergone a profound transformation. The system's directive to alter the timeline for energy had long been cast aside. He yearned instead to witness more scenes from the original narrative, enabling him to immerse himself in this world, or rather, to evoke the remnants of once cherished moments that could stimulate his increasingly transcendent spirit. True deities? Haha. Red Skull laughed maniacally. You have no comprehension of what true divinity entails. He raised the tesseract, blue energy swirling around him, his eyes transforming into a hue of blue. Has he genuinely mastered the energy of the space stone? Lin Feng momentarily paused, then felt a wave of understanding wash over him. Do you truly believe you command this artifact? Lin Feng smiled faintly as he approached Red Skull. Look at me. What do you think? Red Skull's eyes brimmed with madness. Only today have I grasped the essence of true power. Then I must say, you are utterly ignorant of strength. Lin Feng shook his head, extending his hand to seize the tesseract, stating, you know, under normal circumstances, it is impossible to wield the power of an infinity stone. The reason you are still alive is that the space stone seeks a host. Am I wrong? You tremble in fear. With a swift motion, Lin Feng shattered the tesseract, allowing the space stone to hover before him. The space stone radiated a cerulean glow, occasionally trembling, affirming Lin Feng's earlier words. Impossible. That is one of the most formidable forces in this universe. How could it possibly fear you? A flicker of terror emerged in the eyes of Red Skull. That is because my power may have transcended this universe, surpassing even the infinity stones. Lin Feng smiled faintly, gesturing with his fingers to form another layer of shell around the space stone, tossing it back into Red Skull's hands. Proceed with what you were destined to do. Do you not intend to stop me? Red Skull's voice held a note of reverence, still reeling from the recent submission of the Infinity Stones. That previous statement was not directed at you. Lin Feng replied with a slight smile, nodding towards the tesseract in Red Skull's grasp. A hum resonated as ripples cascaded outward. The tesseract erupted with a blinding radiance, a beam of blue light soaring into the heavens, casting an expanse of starry skies upon the aircraft's ceiling. Red Skull screamed as the tesseract's luminescence began to corrode his form. As the blue light intensified abruptly, Red Skull vanished from the plane. The tesseract's searing heat melting the aircraft's floor, plunging it into the ocean below. A deafening crash followed. The tesseract's violent energy fluctuations had compromised the aircraft's structure, causing it to tremble, while Lin Feng exhibited no intention of regaining control. Steve, Lin Feng glanced at Captain America. Can you manage this contraption? Captain America's brow furrowed deeply. I possess the capability, but I cannot act. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. I hail from the future, and you hold significant importance in that timeline. Should I transport this aircraft back today, the future would undergo unpredictable alterations. I understand. Captain America nodded, a glimmer of resolve in his eyes. Inform Peggy that her date will need to be postponed. Very well, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. When next we meet, I shall assist you. No need to contemplate it now. Simply reflect upon it when we encounter each other again. I shall await you in the future. Lin Feng gave a subtle nod to Captain America before vanishing from the aircraft. Roger, this is Captain Rogers. Do you copy? Captain America's voice crackled through the communication channel in the command room. Steve, is that you? Are you unharmed? Carter hastily answered the call. Peggy Schmidt is dead. Captain America's transmission was interspersed with the sound of fierce winds. Share your coordinates. I will provide you with a secure landing spot. Carter took a deep breath. There is no way to land safely. Captain America manipulated the controls. I will attempt an emergency landing. I must bring the aircraft down into the sea. I am currently in uninhabited territory. If I do not act immediately, many lives will be lost. Please, do not do this. We still have time. Carter's voice trembled with emotion. Peggy, this is my choice. Captain America shook his head, placing the pocket watch containing Carter's photograph on the dashboard before forcefully pushing the control stick downward. Peggy, could you request the band to perform some soothing melodies while we dance? I would prefer not to step on your toes. The communication was abruptly severed, leaving Carter in tears, while Lin Feng made his entrance into the control room. Chapter 56, Return of Agent Carter. Lin Feng appeared behind Carter, startling her. Lin? Carter sprang to her feet. You must have a way to save him, don't you? I do have a means, but I cannot act on it, Lin Feng sighed, shaking his head in resignation. However, I can offer a brief explanation. Wait, what is going on? Carter's peripheral vision caught sight of others in the control room, who had frozen in their original positions. This is a small ability of mine. I can suspend the thoughts of others. Lin Feng tapped his head. What I am about to disclose is not suitable for their ears. First and foremost, I hail from the future. He dropped this bombshell, allowing her to digest the information before proceeding. So, you mean Steve must sacrifice himself in this incident, or it will have dire consequences for the future? Carter's brow furrowed. Do not look at me with that expression. Although I am a female agent, I have read my fair share of science fiction novels. To be precise, he does not actually perish, Lin Feng chuckled. After this crash, he will be encased in ice, only to be unearthed decades later. Therefore, the future requires him? A glimmer of hope sparkled in Carter's eyes. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. Moreover, Steve asked me to inform you that your date may need to be postponed. Is it truly just a postponement? Carter sighed, uncertain if she would still be alive decades hence. Even if she were, she would likely be well into old age by then. Rest assured, it is indeed merely a delay, Lin Feng smiled. You will still be alive at that time. And I possess several special methods. What methods? Carter inquired, momentarily taken aback. When I bring Steve to meet you, you will find out, Lin Feng replied. Now, I must return to the time and space that belong to me. Being the Riddler is quite exhilarating. Lin Feng teleported to an uninhabited area, stretching leisurely. All right. It's time to head back. He retrieved the time travel device, set the parameters, and pressed the button. This time, there were no mishaps. And Lin Feng traversed the quantum tunnel, emerging just as the battle in New York had concluded. Lin? As Lin Feng suddenly appeared, Tony patted him on the shoulder. Yes, I'm back. I visited another universe. Lin Feng glanced at Captain America. Did you see us? Indeed, Captain America smiled. Your posterior remains as pert as ever. Lin Feng grinned widely. No doubt, Captain. I have long wanted to say that your uniform does wonders for your rear. Tony burst into laughter. Truly, you are the epitome of the American posterior. All right, you have a point, Captain America muttered, biting down on his back teeth, a phrase escaping through his clenched jaw. Enough. Tony clapped Captain America's shoulder. How about we take a day off tomorrow? Have you ever tried Turkish kebabs? A new Turkish kebab shop has opened nearby. Shall we give it a try? I think. Lin Feng smiled lightly, yet before proceeding, he felt compelled to accomplish a task. Ascending into the sky, he spread his arms wide, as various forces surged within him. The debris, rubble, and rebar from the ground gradually levitated, hovering around Lin Feng. The restoration following the battle was indeed a crucial aspect. With a flick of his wrist, he summoned the telekinetic mutants and Inhumans, who soared into the air to methodically manipulate the debris above, diligently working to mend the devastation wrought by the battle in New York. Many harbored disdain for us, the superheroes. Lin Feng lit a cigarette, contemplating. Do you understand why? Why? Tony asked, perplexed. We saved their lives. Consider it from the perspective of an ordinary person. Lin Feng gestured towards the ongoing reconstruction below. Imagine a supervillain descending upon your city, battling with superheroes, and witnessing one of those heroes hurl your freshly purchased car against your home, for which you are still making mortgage payments. If it were you, you would surely lose your mind. Perhaps they owed us their lives, yet they had lost everything else that mattered. Perhaps it would have been kinder to let them perish. Placing a hand on Tony's shoulder, Lin Feng continued. Thus, prior to the onset of war, I conferred with Charles, Magneto, and Black Bolt to establish this post-war restoration initiative. First, evacuation, then, combat, finally, recovery. I aspire for this place to resemble what it was before they departed. Gazing into the distance, his eyes deep with thought, he mused. What truly astonishes me is that Fury, that foolish man, has failed even at the one task he could manage, evacuation. I cannot help it. This is America, riddled with fools who refuse to trust government agencies until they are on the brink of death. Fury approached, extracting a cigarette from Lin Feng's pack. That cigarette is to be reimbursed by the council, Lin Feng remarked with a smirk, Isn't that just indicative of your government's long-standing and efficacy? If you were to place this task in Hua country, the soldiers wouldn't even need to carry firearms to accomplish their duties with clarity. You expect us to compare our emergency response to Hua countries? Are you mad? Fury scoffed. Knowing you cannot compete is the first step toward improvement. Lin Feng let out a cold snort. Enough of this idle chatter. It is time for the world to recognize our existence. Leading the way. He was followed closely by Tony, Thor, Magneto, Professor, Black Bolt, and Namor as they ascended into the sky together. World, greetings. Lin Feng's voice resonated through the professor's telepathy, reaching the minds of every sentient being on Earth. Our world is undergoing tremendous change, with advanced technology and superpowered individuals emerging ceaselessly. Those you see battling the invaders and assisting in the aftermath of the devastation are mutants and inhumans, standing alongside us to safeguard your security. Extraterrestrial beings have perpetually threatened the safety of Earth. Today, invaders from Chitauri have arrived on our planet. We have vanquished them. Yet the threats to Earth extend far beyond this singular encounter. Months prior, we established a united organization aimed at protecting this world, and today, it is time for you to comprehend our existence and our objectives. I am the Omniscient. I am Iron Man. I am the God of Thunder. I am the Professor. I am Magneto. I am Black Bolt. I am Aquaman. The world is on the brink of collapse, and we have awakened. In order to restore order and uphold eternal principles, we create and protect. We fight and entomb. We are the final grave diggers amidst the darkness. We are the... Chapter 57. The anti-Tony armor. A year has passed since the Battle of New York, and Lin Feng glanced at the calendar. Is Aldrich Killian about to make his appearance? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. I am not particularly keen on the Iron Man 3 storyline, especially since Tony did not enter the wormhole during the battle. And he does not possess that many armors now. Never mind, I will forego the Iron Man 3 plot. It was never very captivating. And the grand finale cannot be orchestrated anyway. Lin Feng stood up and teleported directly to Killian's base. The Omniscient One. Upon the sudden arrival of Lin Feng, fear flickered in Killian's eyes. Yes, it is I. Hand over the extremist virus. Lin Feng extended his hand. Even if you are the Omniscient One, you cannot simply seize our research achievements, can you? Dr. Maya Hansen stepped forward. You cannot, but if you engage in human experimentation, that is an entirely different matter. Lin Feng shrugged, gripping Killian by the neck. Can you withstand temperatures of several thousand degrees? Killian's body quickly turned crimson, his clothing beginning to dissolve as he clutched Lin Feng's arm with both hands. I can withstand it. Lin Feng observed Killian's fiery hands with an impassive expression. Even at those extreme temperatures, Lin Feng's clothing remained unscathed. By the way, don't you keep up with the news? Lin Feng's right hand gradually tightened. Haven't you heard? The U.S. government dropped a nuclear bomb on me, and the explosion's energy was completely absorbed by me. Furthermore, in the realm of playing with fire, you are still far behind. Lin Feng's body began to glow red, the hue deepening until it transformed into a brilliant gold. This is the ability of the mutant sunspot, harnessing the power of the sun for my own use. It feels quite splendid. Suddenly, Lin Feng tightened his grip, decapitating Killian with a swift motion. A violent explosion ensued, yet the energy was entirely absorbed by Lin Feng, not a trace of it escaping. Head to Omniscient Technologies. I will assist you in improving the extremist virus issue. Lin Feng patted Dr. Hansen on the shoulder while discreetly acquiring a sample of the extremist virus for analysis. Tony's technology. Lin Feng examined the sample of the extremist virus and injected it directly into his own body. I think I understand. A flash of red light coursed through Lin Feng's body, quickly subdued, as he burped out a wisp of white smoke. Come with me. I intend to destroy everything here. Lin Feng placed his hand on Dr. Hansen's shoulder, threads of energy emerging from his fingertips, intertwining with the bodies of every extremist infected individual. Within the base, the infected began to emit anguished cries, collapsing to the ground, their orifices glowing red before they exploded, while Lin Feng had already transported Dr. Hansen to the laboratory of Omniscient Technologies. This laboratory is now yours. I will have Tony assist you in refining it. Lin Feng tossed Dr. Hansen into the lab and then vanished like a wisp of blue smoke. I have resolved a significant problem for you. How shall you express your gratitude? Lin Feng tossed a stack of documents onto Tony's desk. Adric Killian? Tony perused the papers, furrowing his brow. Who is that? I knew you wouldn't remember. In 99, in Bern. We went there together, Lin Feng remarked, pointing to a photograph within the documents. That fellow handed you his business card. And you told him to wait on the top floor. Instead, you were too preoccupied with the female doctor, leaving him hanging. Shit, it seems that actually happened, Tony exclaimed, slapping his thigh. What was that female doctor's name again? Maya Han. Lin Feng handed Tony a photograph. The formula you provided her was crucial for the completion of the desolation virus. They've already produced a prototype, but unfortunately, it has resulted in numerous fatalities due to human trials. These are the explosions from the previous failed trials of the desolation virus, Lin Feng continued, flipping to a specific page in the documents. This young man has certainly stirred the pot. Did you dismantle their base directly? Tony asked, looking up. Yes, Doctor. Hansen is in the laboratory of omniscient technologies. I've cleared out the rest of the infected with the desolation virus. Lin Feng reclined on the sofa. What about you? What have you been busy with lately? Take a look at this. Tony pulled out a collection of parts, components for the Iron Man suit. And then? Lin Feng had already surmised the nature of Tony's revelation. With the sensors I've implanted in myself, I can remotely don these components. Which means I no longer need to carry a bulky suit around, Tony said, a glimmer of excitement in his eyes as he adjusted his glasses. Moreover, I can control the complete suit remotely with this. Have you tested it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Not yet. I was just about to conduct the first test. Since you're here, you can help keep an eye on things. All right, go ahead with the test. Lin Feng leaned back, retrieving a camera. Let me see how it goes. Every time I see that camera, I have this ominous feeling, Tony grimaced. All right, J-A-R-V-I-S. Initiate the first test of 42. Wait, 42? Lin Feng called a halt to Tony. Yes, it's already 42. My inventory of suits has grown considerably. Tony clapped his hands, and the surrounding glass display cases illuminated, revealing an array of Iron Man suits. Why do you have so many suits? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Just for fun. I don't have much else to do, so this is my hobby, Tony shrugged. TSK. Lin Feng placed 2 fingers on his temples, scanning Tony's mental state and finding no signs of anxiety, which relieved him. All right, proceed with the test. Good. Tony stretched his body and rolled his neck. The first test of Suit 42 is now commencing. J-A-R-V-I-S. Play some music. Tony's body began to move in rhythm with the music. He extended his hand toward the pile of components but received no response. After 2 or 3 unsuccessful attempts, he bit the spot on his arm where the sensor was located, gave it a firm pat, and reached out again. With a clang of metal colliding, Tony's armor successfully attached itself to his arm. Excellent. I think it's working. Deploy all components. Tony spread his arms wide as components flew toward him from the table. It seemed a tad too rapid. Slow down, slow down. Amidst the chaotic flurry of parts, Tony exclaimed. Just a little bit. The final utterance, a soft escaped as the armor snugly adhered to his body. Witnessing this spectacle, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Tony. I feel your pain, he chuckled. Bring it on. I'm not afraid of you, Tony declared, eyeing the floating mask. With a flick of his fingers, he performed a graceful turn, and the mask seamlessly enveloped his face. I am the best, he proclaimed, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. Suddenly, a piece flew in from behind, shattering his armor. Marvelous. This is precisely the effect I desired, Lin Feng remarked, switching off the camera and assisting Tony to his feet. I've bestowed a rather fitting name upon this armor. What do you think of anti-Tony armor? Chapter 58. Playing my own hand indeed, it was aptly named anti-Tony armor. Supporting his waist, Tony removed the armor, limping toward the sofa. Damn it, I need to fine-tune this, he muttered. I might as well let J-A-R-V-I-S control it entirely. Lin Feng shrugged. Solving this issue should be quite straightforward for J-A-R-V-I-S. That seems plausible, Tony mused, stroking his chin. As Lin Feng pondered, a thought struck him. Do you have any ideas regarding the Iron Legion? What? Tony's eyes lit up. Jarvis' computational power is already quite impressive. I was wondering if it might be possible for Jarvis to command a swarm of combat robots to execute tasks such as clearing battlefields, evacuating civilians, and engaging in low-intensity combat. Lin Feng proposed a concept reminiscent of the second Avengers film. I believe that warrants exploration. A spark of excitement flickered in Tony's eyes. Jarvis. Commence simulation and integrate foundational logic. Of course, Sir. Jarvis' refined voice resonated. Lin, I have a significant issue. Thor's voice crackled through the phone. Indeed, after relentless effort, Thor had finally mastered the use of a mobile phone. What has happened? Lin Feng glanced at the date, already anticipating the answer. Jane is missing. Even Heimdall cannot locate her. Thor's tone was laced with urgency. Don't panic. First, tell me what transpired. Lin Feng soothed him. A few days ago, Jane and Darcy went out to research some project, and they've not returned since. I returned to Asgard to consult Heimdall, but even he cannot discern Jane's whereabouts. Thor's tone softened somewhat. All right, I'll investigate. Where did she disappear? Lin Feng sighed. In a small town in England. Thor inhaled deeply. Understood. Lin Feng nodded. Tony, Thor's wife is missing. I'll assist in the search. Fine, I'll adjust 42. When you return, we can delve into the Iron Legion issue together. Tony agreed with a nod. Then I shall take my leave. Lin Feng transformed into a swirl of blue smoke. Arriving in England, Darcy, Lin Feng spotted her standing there. The all-knowing one, Darcy exclaimed, visibly thrilled, jumping up in excitement. I've practically become a caretaker for this band of superheroes, Lin Feng sighed, lamenting his descent into the role of a seeker. Stand still and do not move. I shall enter the building, Lin Feng stated before stepping into the dilapidated structure before him. I believe it should be this way. He proceeded down a corridor, comparing the surroundings to the scenes from Thor, the Dark World in his memory. With a decisive step, he transitioned into another realm. I knew it. Observing Jane lying on the ground next to the stone pillar that once housed the ether, Lin Feng smiled and shook his head, unleashing a surge of energy to awaken her. All-knowing one? Jane inquired as she rose, gazing at Lin Feng. Yes, just call me Lin. I am here to take you outside. Lin Feng conjured a wormhole, transporting Jane to the exterior. Jane. Darcy rushed forward, eager to embrace her, but was repelled by a burst of red light. Be careful. You cannot approach her for the time being. Lin Feng extended his hand, suspending Darcy mid-air to gently lower her, preventing a fall. What is her condition? Darcy asked, her face etched with concern as she looked at Jane. Just then, a bolt of lightning struck, heralding Thor's arrival. We must head to Odin's location. Lin Feng patted Thor on the shoulder, guiding both him and Darcy to Odin's secluded farm. Hey, what about me? Darcy exclaimed, feeling powerless in her position. Odin, Lin Feng knocked on the door. Lin, Thor, Jane, welcome. Odin greeted them with a warm smile. We are not here for a reunion today, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. It concerns your daughter-in-law. The 9 realms are on the brink of reconnection, and Jane has become the new host for the ether. What? A serious expression crossed Odin's face. Let us first go to Asgard. Heimdall. Thor called out to the heavens, and a rainbow bridge descended, transporting them to Asgard. Is this not my dear father and brother? What brings you to my realm? Hela remarked with a mocking smile. All-knowing one, welcome. She offered Lin Feng a slight bow. Hela, enough of the jest. We have serious matters to discuss, Lin Feng interjected. What is happening? Hearing Lin Feng mention serious matters, Hela regained her composure, having cultivated a regal demeanor during her years as Queen of Asgard. Let us converse as we walk. Odin led them towards the palace. Do you remember the Dark Elves? The race that was obliterated by my grandfather? Hela paused, taken aback. Thousands of years ago, the Dark Elf Malekith sought to wield the ether to plunge the 9 realms back into darkness during the convergence of the realms. Odin began slowly. My father, Bor, defeated the Dark Elves and seized the ether, but he did not annihilate them as history suggests. Ah, the embellished tales of history are always false, Hela scoffed. Now, as the 9 realms stand ready to converge once more, the ether has re-emerged, residing within that human girl. Lin Feng gestured towards Jane. Then let us kill her. Extract the ether and eliminate the threat once and for all. Hela summoned a sword of night. Hey, Thor raised his hammer. She is my wife. Family. That changes the circumstances. Hela sheathed her sword. Lin, do you have a solution? I do, but it will require a few days. Lin Feng nodded. I have a small plan to execute. In recent days, rest assured, I shall rectify the disturbances. Lin Feng gently patted Thor's shoulder, signaling him to be at ease. He led her to the former quarters of the goddess. Hela waved her hand to her subordinates, dismissing them, instructing them to carry on as they wished during these days. You all may leave. I must wait for someone here. Lin Feng leaned against the railing, resembling a monk in deep meditation. Very well. Hela nodded and departed with her followers. First, they appeared, an imposing figure and a diminutive companion. Lin Feng recognized them as the portly Thor and Rocket Raccoon from the timeline of Avengers Endgame. Unlike the original narrative, this time Thor did not encounter the goddess Frigga, who remained on Earth. Approaching, Lin Feng sensed an unusual spatial fluctuation. So, I merely need to return the reality stone and Mjolnir. His voice resonated from afar. You are correct. Lin Feng approached his past self. You returned the items, did you not? Once they are restored, I shall assist Thor in retrieving them. What a surprise. You are here waiting? Past Lin Feng was taken aback, pondering, if all goes as expected, I should be using this device to traverse back to World War II, correct? Indeed, Lin Feng remarked, grasping the right hand of his past self and giving it a few pats, causing him to plummet into the quantum realm. Chapter 59. The Dark Elves All Done. Lin Feng yawned and walked to the chambers of his companions. I shall extract the ether particles first. Did you not say it would take several days? Thor appeared bewildered. I did not anticipate it would be so swift. Lin Feng placed his hand on Jane's shoulder. A red glow emanating from his palm as he extracted the ether particles, transforming them into a crimson gem. Is this the ether particle? Thor gazed at the gem in Lin Feng's hand. Indeed, this is the original form of the ether particle, one of the 6 infinity stones, the reality stone. With a flick of his wrist, the reality stone morphed back into the flowing ether particles. Lin Feng seemed to sense something and lifted his gaze towards the palace exterior. Heimdall had also perceived the spatial disturbance. He leapt onto an invisible spacecraft, his dagger slicing through the air to produce a brilliant spark, directly sinking a ship. Yet, soon after, more vessels entered Asgard. Massive motherships unleashing numerous small fighter crafts that charged towards the protective shield of Asgard's palace. What comes must go, Lin Feng declared, gesturing, causing a multitude of fighter crafts to explode, while the motherships were relentlessly compressed, on the verge of detonation. Conditions have changed. All units, retreat. Malekith gritted his teeth as he issued the command, and the entire fleet began to withdraw, exiting Asgard through the spatial nexus. I shall make a trip to Svartalfheim. Accompany me. Lin Feng placed his hand on Thor's shoulder, teleporting him to Svartalfheim, the homeland of the Dark Elves. What are we doing here? Thor inquired, looking at Lin Feng. To lure the serpent from its lair. Lin Feng seated himself, extracting 2 cigarettes from a pack. Care for one? I would, Thor replied, accepting a cigarette, only to have Lin Feng swiftly slap it away from his hand. Is that proper? Lin Feng reclaimed the cigarette. Remember, when offered a cigarette, accept it internally, not externally. This is a matter of respect. Understood. Thor chuckled as he took the cigarette from within, placing it between his lips and generating an electric arc to ignite it. So we are merely awaiting the arrival of the Dark Elves? Well, waiting is all we shall do. Lin Feng slowly exhaled a plume of smoke, and amidst the swirling mist, his features became indistinct. Perhaps it is not only the Dark Elves who seek to seize the ether particles. Thor paused for a moment. We shall soon discover the truth. Lin Feng leaned back slightly. Lin. Thor rose to his feet as a multitude of colossal Dark Elf motherships emerged in the distance, with swarms of Dark Elves pouring forth from them. Initially, the formidable beings within Asgard instilled a sense of caution in me, yet I never anticipated that you would dare to bring ether particles into my domain. Malekith descended from the spaceship's landing platform, a half-formed god of thunder, alongside a mere mortal. You shall witness my transformation of the 9 realms back into darkness. Once I acquire the ether particles, you will comprehend what true power entails. Malekith extended his hand, intent on seizing the reality stone. Why is it that so many believe that by wielding an infinity stone, they can become invincible within the universe? Lin Feng smiled at Thor. Here, allow me to present it to you. Lin Feng tossed the reality stone to Malekith, remarking, You shall soon realize that the infinity stones do not represent the pinnacle of power in the cosmos. You will pay dearly for your arrogance. Malekith caught the reality stone, transforming it back into liquid ether particles. A dense wave of darkness erupted forth, enveloping Lin Feng and Thor entirely. There is no need to rush. Let him play for a while. It is only by defeating him when he believes himself to be at his strongest that he will grasp the extent of his own frailty. Lin Feng pressed down on Thor's hand, which had already lifted Mjolnir. Very well. Having witnessed Lin Feng's prowess during the Battle of New York, Thor now unconditionally trusted him. Such strength was entirely beyond the realm of an infinity stone. At last, darkness is poised to reclaim the 9 realms. Malekith ascended to the mothership and leaped into the central courtyard. The jump was unsuccessful. The reason remains unknown. Alarms blared within the spaceship. You see, it only takes a few minor tactics to induce panic among them. A blue light swirled around Lin Feng's hand, completely sealing off the surrounding space. What have you done? At that moment, even a fool like Malekith understood that the inability to jump through space was the result of Lin Feng's machinations. It is nothing. I merely sealed off the space. Lin Feng drew the sword from his back and, with a single stroke, unleashed a colossal blade of light that cleaved through all the motherships in the vicinity. A series of explosions erupted as the dark elf vessels fell from the sky, crashing to the ground before detonating. Only those dark elves aboard Malekith's ship remained protected by the power of the ether particles, while the rest of their kind were nearly annihilated. You have forced my hand. Malekith's visage twisted with rage as the power of the ether particles surged, infusing the nearby dark elves and transforming them into cursed warriors. Is this truly all the means you could conceive? Gazing at the throngs of cursed warriors before him, Lin Feng felt a surge of amusement. The chasm between the strong and the weak is insurmountable. The weak are limited even in their imagination. Lin Feng turned to Sol and recounted a rather amusing tale from Earth. Someone once asked a commoner what life for an emperor must be like. The commoner replied, Surely the emperor must till the land with a golden hoe. This Malekith, much like that naive commoner who believed the emperor wielded a golden tool, assumed that a mere handful of cursed warriors could pose a challenge for me. With a swift flash of light, Lin Feng severed all the cursed warriors in half, reducing them to mere ashes. This is impossible. Malekith's expression grew increasingly sinister as he summoned a torrent of etheric particles, unleashing a deluge of energy directed at Lin Feng. Yet, that energy faltered 2.5 meters before Lin Feng, unable to advance further. The etheric particles you take pride in are utterly inconsequential before me. Lin Feng, unperturbed by the energy, advanced step by step towards Malekith. Upon reaching Malekith, he extended his hand, piercing through the etheric energy to grasp Malekith's throat. Moreover, you have yet to master the full extent of the etheric power. Lin Feng raised his left hand, conjuring a swirling vortex that emanated a terrifying pull. The etheric particles surrounding Malekith began to tremble, gradually converging towards the palm of Lin Feng. Even if granted an infinite gem, you would still be incapable of retaining it. As Lin Feng released his grip, the etheric particles had been entirely extracted, transforming into the form of a reality gem suspended in Lin Feng's palm. Very well, let us conclude this. It has grown rather tedious. With a dismissive wave, Lin Feng reduced Malekith to ashes and then found a place to sit. Come, Sol. Let us await our new friend. Chapter 60. The Collector Who is this new friend? Sol, gripping his hammer tightly, appeared somewhat anxious. I assure you, you will soon find out, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Let us wait for his arrival. A disturbance rippled through the space as a wormhole opened, and a figure leapt forth, surveying the scene before fixing their gaze on Lin Feng for a moment. Oh, my apologies for the intrusion. The figure promptly leapt back into the wormhole. Just as the wormhole was about to close, a hand emerged, propping it open once more. The collector, Taniel Tawan. Lin Feng stepped through the wormhole, arriving in the void, and smiled at the figure that had been intermittently jumping back and forth. Oh, great Supreme Mage, Master of the Phoenix's power, I extend my most sincere greetings to you. The collector bowed before Lin Feng. You are quite astute. Lin Feng raised a hand, assisting the collector to his feet. Are you here for the reality gem? Originally, yes. However, upon witnessing the gem in the possession of such a formidable being, I have reconsidered. A hint of trepidation laced the collector's tone as he emphasized sincerity above all. Fear not, I harbor no ill intentions. Lin Feng said with a reassuring pat on the collector's shoulder. Acquiring the reality gem is not out of the question. But you must offer something of equivalent value in exchange. For the reality gem, I would be willing to part with a piece or two of my collection. The collector gestured invitingly toward Lin Feng. I have no desire for your collection. Lin Feng shook his head. What you pride yourself on holds no significance for me. Then, what do you seek, collector? The collector inquired cautiously. I wish to meet the Council of Elders of the Universe. Lin Feng smiled gently and found a seat to sit down. Of course, what do you mean? The collector shivered slightly. Are you certain you are referring to the Council of Elders of the Universe? Indeed, the very council that includes you, the High Celestial, the Gardener, and a few others. Lin Feng crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. I need to contact the other elders. The collector gritted his teeth as a member of the Council of Elders. He harbored an almost obsessive passion for collecting. He would forsake everything for his collection. Very well, I have time to spare and can wait. But I hope you can provide me with the answer I wish to hear. Lin Feng leaned back. No problem, I will be swift. The collector bowed slightly and stepped aside to begin contacting the other members of the council. Esteemed Supreme Mage. A few minutes later, the collector returned, handing Lin Feng a note. In 3 days, the Council of Elders will convene for a collective meeting. Here's the address. I have already made the necessary arrangements. You may come directly. Lin Feng accepted the note, glanced at it, nodded, and reduced it to ashes before transporting himself away from the void, leaving behind a gemstone radiating a crimson glow on the table. Let us proceed. I shall escort you home. Lin Feng placed his hand on Thor's shoulder and transported him back to Asgard. Is everything resolved? Upon seeing Lin Feng and Thor materialize in the room, Jane stood up in surprise. Yes, all matters have been settled. Lin's strength is unfathomable. The dark elves were like paper in his presence, utterly no match for him. Thor wielded his hammer, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Thank you. Odin inclined his head slightly toward Lin Feng. It was nothing, merely a trifling effort. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively but accepted the gesture with a sense of satisfaction, for his actions had, in essence, saved the life of Queen Frigga. Regardless, I must express my gratitude. Odin sighed. I once glimpsed the future, a future so difficult to accept yet unavoidable, but you have altered all of that. As I said, it was merely a trifling effort. Lin Feng shook his head. So, will you be staying here for a few days, or shall we return together? We will remain in Asgard for a time, Odin replied slowly. I trust that Hela will not drive us away, correct? You are free to stay. Hela smirked. Then it is settled. Heimdall, please summon Frigga as well. Odin called out, and Heimdall plunged the Sword of Night into the Bifrost. A beam of light flashing as Frigga appeared in the control room of the Rainbow Bridge. Hela, Thor. Frigga wore a gentle smile. Please release Loki as well. Tonight is for family. I shall not intrude upon your family gathering. Lin Feng shrugged and teleported away. Lin, I have completed my task. Tony, already accustomed to Lin Feng's sudden appearances in his laboratory, continued his work without looking back. All right, let me take a look. Lin Feng was also quite familiar with this place, pulling over a panel to examine it. Regarding the Iron Legion you mentioned, the foundational structure has been completed. But true all-weather rapid response remains unattainable. Tony flung an electronic document onto Lin Feng's panel. At this moment, the only course of action was to issue commands once we became aware of unfolding events, enabling them to join the battlefield. For now, this was sufficient. Lin Feng perused the document, realizing that the crux of the matter lay in computational power. It was not merely about computational capacity. Logic played a significant role as well. Tony shook his head, remarking that defining a crisis is a daunting task. If the definition is too broad, it could squander resources and lead to the collapse of the police system and widespread unemployment. Conversely, if it is too narrow, we risk overlooking numerous large-scale tragedies that we could have prevented. Do you have any thoughts? Lin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing that something significant was about to emerge. Ultron. A glimmer of excitement sparked in Tony's eyes. This was the name I intended for the new artificial intelligence. It would autonomously determine the issues that the Iron Legion should address and establish a rapid response system operational around the clock. This held promise. After a few moments of contemplation, Lin Feng nodded. The true challenge with Ultron lies in the Mind Stone. Yet controlling the Mind Stone is a trivial task for Lin Feng. Perhaps this time, we could genuinely create a true Ultron. I shall begin to deliberate on this matter. Tony nodded in agreement, but I may require a portion of Zero's computational power. Go ahead and use it. Lin Feng acquiesced, instructing Zero to grant Tony access to computational resources. Understood, all-knowing one. A mechanical female voice resonated in the air. Zero will coordinate. Ultron will engage in combat, while J.A.R.V.I.S. will handle logistics. I find this arrangement quite satisfactory. Lin Feng nodded in affirmation. So do I. Tony smiled, diving back into his work. Chapter 61. The Cosmic Elders Council. As Tony continued to explore the foundational structure of Ultron, 3 days slipped by unnoticed, and Lin Feng arrived at the meeting venue of the Cosmic Elders Council. Allow me to introduce a new friend, Lin Feng. The collector stepped forward, presenting the supreme sorcerer from Earth, the wielder of the Phoenix Force. I am aware of him. A bearded man spoke slowly. He has slain one of our own. What? The assembly erupted into a cacophony of discussions. Indeed, I have killed one of the Celestials within the council, the living planet Ego. Lin Feng maintained a stoic expression, asserting that he had eradicated a being intent on seeding life across the universe, aiming to make every planet a part of himself. I believe my actions were justified. As Lin Feng's words echoed, the murmur of the crowd intensified. Most members of the Cosmic Elders Council were the last survivors of their respective races, and Ego's near-genocidal ambitions left them deeply unsettled. Regarding the matter of Ego, Lin Feng tore open a rift in space, revealing his true form. In a certain sense, I am also a new Ego. Therefore, you wish to usurp Ego's position within the Cosmic Elders Council, is that correct? The High Celestial gazed at Lin Feng, a hint of hesitation flickering in his eyes. Precisely. Lin Feng nodded, expressing his desire to become a member of the Cosmic Elders Council. Simultaneously, a golden light flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he analyzed the abilities of these Cosmic Elders. To become a member of the Cosmic Elders Council, 2 prerequisites must be met. The architect raised 2 fingers. First, you must possess an almost infinite lifespan. Upon observing this planet, you should have realized this, Lin Feng remarked, gesturing towards his own embodiment with a shrug. Thus, the more crucial point arises. The architect turned to Lin Feng, stating that one must possess an enduring passion to prevent the madness that accompanies infinite existence. Indeed, Lin Feng replied with a smile, my passion lies in observation. Observation? The architect paused momentarily. Precisely, I delight in studying life, analyzing the social structures that form, engaging in their existence, and documenting those remarkable and intriguing occurrences. Lin Feng produced a camera, asserting that its contents could substantiate his claim. How shall we address you? Gao Tinzuan rose to his feet, noting that while your passion is observation, we cannot simply call you the observer, as that title has already been claimed by a formidable faction, like the humans of Earth. You may refer to me as the omniscient. Lin Feng chuckled, for my ability is to decipher all that I observe. The omniscient. Gao Tianzuan savored the title, deeming it a grand name, with hopes that you would embody the significance it represents. I shall do my utmost. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Very well. Let us welcome the new member of the Cosmic Elders, the Omniscient. The collector, Tawan, initiated a round of applause. Welcome, welcome. The assembly of Cosmic Elders joined in, celebrating Lin Feng's inclusion. The Cosmic Elders themselves are formed by a collective of immortals, with the criteria for membership being eternal life and a personal passion. Thus, apart from a few exceptions, the combat prowess of the Cosmic Elders is predominantly at the level of the Heavenly Father, rarely exceeding the individual cosmic level. The addition of Lin Feng, a master of the near-omnipotent Phoenix power, significantly elevated the strength of the entire Cosmic Elders. Well, the time is drawing near. Lin Feng smiled gently. I shall return home now, for there are many matters in my homeland that require my witness and documentation. No problem. The collector bowed and extended his hand. Omniscient, please feel free. Lin Feng acknowledged with a nod as a wormhole opened behind him, transporting him back to Earth. What is the matter? Upon returning to Earth, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at Tony's furrowed brow. Fury is dead, assassinated, Tony sighed. That old man would perish? Lin Feng scoffed, recognizing this as the timeline of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, coinciding with Fury's feigned death. Who knows? Furthermore, take a look at this. Steve sent it to me. Tony forwarded a document to Lin Feng. The Insight Program. Lin Feng furrowed his brows. Noting that this initiative is central to the narrative of Captain America, the Winter Soldier, with the Hydra faction also exposed at this juncture. It bears similarities to our Ultron project, yet it targets individuals rather than events. Tony pulled up a screen, revealing it as a version of Ultron aimed at internal threats to humanity. Normally, that would be the case. Lin Feng hacked into S-H-I-E-L-D, extracting the underlying logic of the Insight Program, but the algorithm was flawed. What is the issue? Tony frowned. This algorithm is not designed to address threats at all. Lin Feng instructed Zero to simulate the objectives of the Insight Program using the algorithm. Moments later, the simulation results materialized, revealing nearly 20 million potential targets on the screen. Among them were Captain America, Carter, a host from Cairo, the Deputy Secretary of Defense, a high school graduate from Iowa, Bruce Banner, Stephen Strange, and Clint. Lin Feng smacked his lips. Indeed, Dr. Zola's algorithm held considerable merit. Should we take action? Tony inquired. His brow furrowed at the sight of the alarming expanse of red on the screen. No need. Captain Rogers will handle this, Lin Feng replied, shaking his head. Then why are we not on this list? Tony directed his gaze at Lin Feng. Because they understand that 3 motherships are merely a delivery service for me. Thus they dare not designate members of the Muir Island as targets. Lin Feng shrugged, adding, moreover, in the eyes of most Hydra operatives, I am essentially one of their own. What? Tony exclaimed, rising abruptly, nearly toppling the chair behind him. I had ties with Hydra long ago. I even infiltrated to the position of their leader. However, I haven't had the time to manage them recently, which has led to this predicament. Lin Feng shrugged again. Let us wait and see how the captain will address this. It wouldn't be prudent for Muir Island members to directly confront government entities. If you could intervene, I might find that quite agreeable, a shadowy figure approached. Fury? You truly survived, Tony remarked, patting Fury on the shoulder. Rest assured, even in death, I would not perish. Fury coughed. Lin, will you assist us? Not at all. An S-H-I-E-L-D, so thoroughly infiltrated by Hydra, is beyond saving. Steve will resolve the matter with the 3 aerial motherships, and S-H-I-E-L-D will consequently meet its demise, which is rather fitting. Lin Feng shook his head, teleporting away to return to his home. Chapter 62. You must keep both eyes open. You were right. An S-H-I-E-L-D. So compromised indeed has little reason to continue existing, Fury sighed. So, what now? Will Muir Island inherit S-H-I-E-L-D's legacy? Perhaps a few individuals will be inherited. You have a few capable hands there. Lin Feng counted on his fingers, mentioning Steve, Carter, along with the previously recruited Sergeant Barnes, Clint Barton, and a few other proficient agents. That should suffice. You truly intend to unearth our entire foundation, Fury shook his head. You should be aware of who comprises Hydra. Do not end up absorbing their members. I am uncertain of who belongs to Hydra. Your S-H-I-E-L-D is on the verge of becoming a serpent's den. One might think you are an undercover agent in Hydra's headquarters, Lin Feng shrugged. I only need to discern who is not Hydra. While it is indeed a reality, it is somewhat disheartening. Fury grimaced. All right, but promise me, at the very least, do not allow the Insight Program to be enacted. Rest assured, if Steve and the others fail, those 3 aerial motherships will turn to ash a mere second before they launch their attack. Lin Feng chuckled, adding, besides, I've enlisted Natasha to assist them. You sent your girlfriend to handle it personally? Fury paused momentarily, then flung himself onto the sofa, sinking deeply into its embrace as he sought a comfortable position. Since you have directly sent your woman over, I shall not worry about any unforeseen complications. After all, You will undoubtedly intervene should danger arise. Get up. You cannot ignore the consequences of your own actions, Lin Feng said, pulling Fury up from the sofa with exasperation. We are preparing to expose Hydra's activities over the years. And your iris verification is essential. Rest assured, my iris should have long been deleted by Pierce. My presence is of no use, Fury shrugged nonchalantly. That eye of yours, scratched by a cat, is still in the database. You think I am unaware? Lin Feng retorted. Hurry up and get ready. I will take you there. Fine, Fury relented, rising reluctantly. But could you be less rough with someone injured? Please, do spare me. Do you think I do not know what drugs you've taken? Your wound is nearly healed, Lin Feng remarked, opening a wormhole and pushing Fury through. Did you take Bucky away? Only to have 3 Winter Soldiers infused with Super Soldier Serum appear? Lin Feng mused, settling onto a small stool in the sky, observing the battle below. Carter, Falcon, Captain America, each handling one. As Lin Feng tossed a handful of popcorn into his mouth, he pondered, with super soldiers involved, Falcon might face some difficulties. Indeed. The cotton candy machine was not up to the task. After finishing the popcorn, Lin Feng pulled out a handful of sunflower seeds, remarking, "Let us see my wife. My." She looked stunning. While enjoying the sight of Black Widow dispatching Hydra agents effortlessly, he discreetly relayed a warning for her to remove the identity badge from her chest. That thing can conduct electricity and is lethal. Be sure to remove those badges. Lin Feng transmitted the sound wave in a straight line to Natasha's ear. Understood, Natasha acknowledged, her figure flickering as she swiftly collected several badges from the council members. What are you doing? A council member frowned, watching Natasha operate at the computer. She is deactivating the security protocols and uploading all confidential information online. Pierce raised his hands in surrender. Including Hydra's? Natasha shrugged. And also S-H-I-E-L-D-S. She added. Pierce fixed Natasha with a penetrating gaze. If you do this, your past will no longer remain concealed. Are you prepared for the world to see your true self? I believe people will show some leniency towards the girlfriend of the all-knowing. Natasha replied with a slight smirk as she pressed enter. The key point is, are you ready? 2 are good. We still need 1 more. Agent Hill observed the progress from the control room. Disabling the encryption protocol requires 2-level clearance, Pierce remarked, shrugging. Do not worry, your companion has arrived. Natasha gestured towards the helipad, where a wormhole opened, and Fury was pushed out by an unseen hand. Did you receive my flowers? Pierce smiled wryly as Fury entered. Is that so? After all, you were the one who sent people to kill me, Fury confronted Pierce. Such matters, you understand, Pierce replied with a dismissive expression. Why did you appoint me as director? Fury glared at Pierce with one eye. For you are the most exceptional and merciless individual I have ever encountered. Pierce stood with his hands on his hips, gazing at Fury. Everything I do is to protect the people. Fury clenched his teeth. Our adversaries are your adversaries, Nick. Pierce activated his brainwashing mode. Chaos. War. Sooner or later, our most formidable enemy will launch nuclear missiles, or an electromagnetic pulse will plunge all of Chicago into darkness. Diplomacy? Merely a means of buying time. Nick. Pierce nearly pressed his face against Fury's. Do you know where I grasped this truth? In Bogota. You acted without consulting me and did what needed to be done. By sacrificing 20 million, I can establish a new order for 7 billion. Pierce stepped back. This is the next step. Do you have the courage to execute it? This decision is not mine to make. It belongs to the all-knowing. Fury shrugged. I am here today merely to assist in dissolving an agreement. The remainder is not my concern. Ha ha ha. Pierce laughed maniacally. You mean the all-knowing? The all-knowing is one of the oldest entities of Hydra. Do you truly believe our king would impede us? Pierce laughed boisterously. Can you guess why Ms. Romanoff has arrived? Fury pointed to Natasha. A simple act of mind control can make you believe anything. Pierce, you are not as formidable as I had envisioned. Well, there is nothing more to discuss. Fury grasped Pierce's arm and drew him in front of the retinal scan device. What? Did you think I would forget to revoke your access? Pierce sneered. I know you will revoke my access and erase the retinal scan records. But if you wish to outmaneuver me, Mr. Secretary. Fury pushed the eye mask up. You must open both eyes. Level access confirmed. Encryption code accepted. Security safeguards lifted. An electronic voice resonated. Zero, proceed. Natasha tapped her earpiece. Yes, ma'am. The voice of Zero echoed as he swiftly breached S.H.I.E.L.D.'s firewall, extracting vast amounts of information and disseminating it across the network. You could have infiltrated directly. Why complicate matters? Fury scoffed. Lynn said to leave S.H.I.E.L.D. some dignity. Natasha blinked, producing a small disk, pressing the central button as a wormhole opened. I shall take my leave now. Chapter 63, Carter's abnormal condition. Alas, it seems I must rely on myself once more. Observing Falcon being relentlessly beaten by the super soldier below. While the airborne mothership was nearing its designated altitude, Lin Feng smirked and waved his hand gently in the air, causing the super soldier to fold into himself, crumpled. Falcon was startled and took a few steps back. Fear not. It must be the all-knowing intervening. Captain America reassured Falcon over the communication channel. That is a relief. Falcon patted his chest, exhaling deeply. The earlier scene had truly frightened him. Lin, thank you. Captain America called out to the sky. Just a minor intervention. Lin Feng's voice resonated over the communication channel exclusive to S.H.I.E.L.D. I am in position as well. The Falcon inserted the chip into the slot and departed from the aerial mothership, simultaneously retrieving Captain America and Carter from two other aerial motherships. Agent Hill, you may commence. Captain America communicated through the communication channel. Prepare to fire, commanded the officer within the Hydra Command Center to the operators. Ready to fire in 3, 2, Suddenly, the screen before him flickered, and all targets vanished. Where are the attack targets? The commander appeared bewildered. Meanwhile, Agent Hill deftly manipulated the screen, directly altering the identification protocols of the aerial motherships, shifting the targets onto one another, and the numerical display of targets on the screen instantly transformed to 3. With the sound of mechanical movements, the cannons on the aerial motherships gradually turned to face one another. Moments later, as Hill pressed the button on the display, the cannons erupted in a series of fiery blasts, resulting in the simultaneous explosion of the 3 aerial motherships, with countless debris cascading down. Shielded by Lin Feng with a faint blue light barrier. I finally caught up with that caretaker. Lin Feng yawned and teleported home. Bam! 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 Fury fired several rounds, knocking Pierce to the ground. In his final moments, Pierce slowly uttered, "Hail Hydra." Hey, Steve. Lin Feng visited Captain America's home a few days later. Lin, Captain America greeted with a smile as he opened the door. I'm immensely grateful for what you did before. As I've said, I merely intervened slightly. Lin Feng smiled and waved his hand. I'm here for another matter today. Speak freely. You've assisted me numerous times, Captain America replied with a slight smile. S.H.I.E.L.D. has been utterly dismantled. Are you interested in bringing your wife to work with me? Lin Feng produced a contract, detailing irregular working hours, mostly vacation time, housing and vehicle allocation, along with an annual salary of $2 million. You've turned being a hero into a job? Captain America frowned at the contract. I thought helping others was our societal responsibility. There are many extraordinary individuals in this world with superpowers. They possess the desire to assist others. Yet they are human and must earn a living, Lin Feng chuckled. Utilizing skills to help others while providing for one's family. Why not? If we adhere to your logic, then firefighters, police officers, and soldiers should not receive salaries either? Steve, remember that ability and responsibility are not inherently linked. Responsibility should be associated with rights. Lin Feng raised a finger, flipping to the signature page of the contract. This is my answer for the superheroes of this world. A solution that allows them to aid others without the burden of life's worries. But in doing so, this power resides in individual hands. Captain America continued to frown. Such power is unsafe in anyone's grasp, be it an individual, government agency, or even the United Nations. History shows us that with S.H.I.E.L.D. as an example. Lin Feng leaned back, yet I am different. The power in my hands is the safest. Why? Captain America queried. Because I do not require this power. Amidst Lin Feng's demeanor lies an undeniable confidence. I have founded the Mo Ling, and I wield its power. However, I can assure you, The collective might of all individuals within Unveiling amounts to but a mere trifle in my eyes. Since this power holds little value for me, its governance in my hands ensures its safety. As Lin Feng extracted a cigarette and prepared to ignite it, he caught sight of Carter nearby, revealing a glimmer of surprise in his gaze, prompting him to retract the cigarette once more. Give it some serious thought, Lin Feng advised, rising to pat Captain America's shoulder. Also, find some time to take Carter to the hospital. What? Captain America was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Carter. I have no idea what Lin is talking about. Carter, looking bewildered, recalled Lin Feng's earlier action of stowing away the cigarette, her expression shifting to one of incredulity. Could it be that we're on the same wavelength? Captain America gasped in astonishment. It seems so, Carter nodded slowly. We should head to the hospital for a checkup. Captain America sprang to his feet, opting for a taxi instead of his motorcycle, and together with Carter, they sped towards the hospital. Steve. There's no need to be so anxious, Carter reassured him, patting the captain, who had nearly crumpled the door handle due to the driver's abrupt braking. We have been injected with the super soldier serum. Even if it is as we suspect, a little jolt won't cause any issues. I understand, Peggy, but I can't help it. Captain America replied with a wry smile. All right, we have arrived. The driver unlocked the door and handed over a notebook and a pen. Captain Rogers? This ride is on the house, but could you please sign for me? Of course, Captain America accepted the paper and pen, signing both Steve Rogers and Captain America before returning them to the driver. He then opened the door for Carter. Congratulations, Captain Rogers, the driver waved as he accelerated away. Oh, dear. The taxi driver halted at the roadside, flipping open the notebook to discover several bills tucked inside. Indeed, it is Captain America, who, while holding the examination report, felt his hands tremble slightly at the thought of having endured such intense battles just days prior. Steve, you really don't need to worry this much, Carter grasped his hand. This is a gift from the heavens. Peggy, I have made my decision, Captain America declared, his gaze resolute. Tomorrow, I shall approach Lin with the contract. I will provide a better life for you and the child. Chapter 64. The opening of Avengers 2. Lin, thank you. Had it not been for your reminder, we might still be oblivious, potentially leading Peggy to undertake further missions, Captain America stated as he handed the signed contract to Lin Feng. I shall join. But Peggy will not, at least not for now. I understand, Lin Feng replied, accepting the contract. Tony and I have co-founded the Unveiling Foundation to disperse your salaries. Funding will not be an issue. The net profits from the sales of the omniscient technology smartphones over the years could sustain your wages for 50 years. Not to mention Stark's contributions. I possess enough funds to last for a century. Tony patted Lin Feng on the shoulder, assuring him that the accumulated wealth of several generations is inevitably greater than one's own. Ah, indeed, amassing wealth through war, is it not? Lin Feng scoffed, recalling how the United States had been the most proactive and profiting from wartime endeavors, with its arms companies reaping the greatest financial rewards. What else is there to say? Hey, Lin, you are striking a nerve, Tony exclaimed in exasperation. Who initiated this discussion? Lin Feng shrugged, producing a document. This is your new mission. Take a look. The Hydra base in Sokovia? Captain America picked up the document and flipped through its contents. Indeed, this is the last known Hydra base, and the Mind Stone is located here. Lin Feng marked the location on the map, outlining that this mission would be led by Tony and Thor, with Captain Rogers, Hulk, Agent Hill, and Clint joining them. Their objective is to retrieve the Mind Stone and dismantle this Hydra base, all while ensuring civilian safety, with the Mind Stone as the utmost priority. Understood, Captain America nodded, evidently adhering to his habitual diligence. All right, go forth, devise your plans, and prepare for action. This mission serves not merely as a task, but as a test. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng transformed into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing from sight. The original cast of the Avengers, Age of Ultron, perfectly aligned. Lin Feng stretched languidly, the only regret being that Black Widow had become his wife, leaving Agent Hill to fill in as a substitute. Natasha did not catch Lin Feng's murmured words. Nothing. I merely wished to observe how well these individuals could perform. Lin Feng smiled as he watched the footage of the team fervently discussing their combat strategies. Immediately report your status. This is not a drill. We are under attack. I repeat, this is not a drill. The piercing alarm sounded from within the Hydra base. This truly resembles the opening scene, Lin Feng thought, as he casually set up a small stool in midair, munching on a bucket of popcorn, observing the 6 individuals charging out in formation. Lin Feng swiftly retrieved his phone and captured the moment. I'm going straight in, Tony exclaimed, accelerating towards the Hydra base. Damn it. He crashed headlong into a faint blue energy shield, cursing under his breath. Watch your language, Captain America shouted, riding in on his motorcycle. Jarvis, what is the situation from above? The central structure is protected by a type of energy shield. Jarvis's voice echoed through the communication channel. Strucker's technological advancements far exceed those of any other known Hydra base. It must be linked to the Mind Stone. Without it, Strucker could not have installed such a defense system. There smashed a Hydra soldier aside, finally bringing an end to this ordeal. Gentlemen, the conclusion of this endeavor seems rather protracted, Agent Hill remarked, taking down several soldiers herself. This substitute is quite commendable. Watching the scene unfold below, Lin Feng tossed another handful of popcorn into his mouth. Indeed, I believe we are still in need of some surprises. Hawkeye shattered a turret with an explosive arrow. Wait a moment, is no one going to discuss what the captain just said about not cursing? Tony quipped while launching a few missiles. I knew it. A hint of embarrassment flickered at the corner of Captain America's mouth as he performed a somersault, smashing a Hydra-armored vehicle with his motorcycle, inadvertently letting the words slip. Who ordered you to attack? Baron Strucker ascended the steps. It was Morgenthau, Mr. Strucker, an underling responded as they descended into the distant woods, causing panic among the nearby guards. They are undoubtedly here for the scepter. Baron Strucker clenched his teeth. Can we handle them? That's Morgenthau, after all. A Hydra agent stammered. Deploy the remaining tanks. Concentrate fire on the weakest one. A significant blow can consolidate their power, Strucker commanded. All our efforts are about to reach a breakthrough. Then let us show them, a Hydra scientist whispered. Send out the twins. It's too early, Strucker shook his head. They were designed for this day. The scientist glanced at a man and woman beside him. My people can hold them off. Baron Strucker tossed out a remark. Sir, the city is under attack. Jarvis projected the scene from Sokovia onto Tony's panel. Well, we all know Strucker. He wouldn't care about civilian casualties. Lin has also insisted that we prioritize civilian safety. Tony surveyed the battlefield, deploy the Iron Legion. One by one, the robots ascended from the Morgenthau headquarters, trailing long flames as they flew towards Sokovia. This area is unsafe. Please evacuate immediately, came Jarvis' voice from the robots, addressing the crowds in Sokovia. We are here to assist. Due to Morgenthau's notoriety and the omniscient presence on Earth, the iron robots emblazoned with Morgenthau's insignia did not face the hostility from Sokovia's residents, but instead swiftly began evacuating the civilians from the scene. We will not yield. The Omniscient has sent his circus clowns to test us, and we shall return their corpses. Strucker rallied his troops. Never surrender. Never surrender. A chorus of Hydra soldiers echoed. I am prepared to surrender, Baron Strucker murmured to the scientist beside him. Delete everything. If we hand over the weapons to the Avengers, they may not investigate what we are doing. The twins, the scientist pointed at the side. I said it's not time yet. No, I mean the twins. The scientist nudged Baron Strucker, who followed his gaze, only to find the spot where the man and woman had stood was now empty. Chapter 65. A correction of the world line? At this moment, the battle outside had escalated to a fever pitch. Hawkeye drew an explosive arrow, aiming it at the bunker. But a silver shadow swiftly darted by, intercepting the arrow. Hawkeye quickly ducked back behind cover, knocking another arrow, only to be knocked over by that very shadow. Didn't you see? Quicksilver halted momentarily to mock Hawkeye before vanishing like a fleeting shadow. Pietro, upon recognizing Quicksilver's visage, Lin Feng abruptly rose to his feet. Why did this occur? With a deep breath, Lin Feng realized that the Quicksilver before him bore not the countenance from the Avengers, Age of Ultron, but rather that of the X-Men universe, specifically the Quicksilver he had encountered during the Apocalypse War. Charles. Lin Feng established a telepathic connection with the professor at the headquarters in Muir Island. Lin, what is it? The professor responded swiftly. Is that swift child from the apocalypse war still with you? Lin Feng inquired. No, he returned home a few years ago to visit his mother and sister. He later informed me that his mother had passed away, and he needed to care for his sister, so he would not be returning to school for the time being. The professor replied. Is Eric unaware of this? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. Has he neglected his own daughter and son? Indeed. Although Eric and I jointly oversee matters concerning mutants, my responsibility lies in educating new mutants at the academy while he manages those who are already acquainted with their powers, some of whom harbor darker intentions at the Hellfire Club. We operate in distinctly different realms, the professor elucidated. Thus, after reconnecting with family, Pietro has remained with me, with little contact with Eric. I understand, Lin Feng nodded. Let us leave it at that for now. There's nothing more to discuss. Is this a correction of the world? Lin Feng's brow furrowed, contemplating the potential awkwardness of the situation. At that moment, as Hawkeye was momentarily distracted, a turret rose from the distant bunker, and a shot grazed his side, causing him to grunt and fall to the ground. We have superhumans here. Captain America was knocked into the air by a fleeting Quicksilver but landed steadily. Clint is injured. Agent Hill rushed to Hawkeye's side to tend to his wounds. Someone needs to deal with that bunker. No problem, a gruff voice resonated through the communication channel as Hulk charged forward, directly crashing through the bunker under heavy fire from the machine guns. Stark, we really need to get inside quickly. Captain America toppled several Hydra soldiers. I'm trying, Tony replied, his expression grave. Jarvis, how do I shut this thing down? Where's the power source for this shield? Above the northern tower in the corridor. Excellent. I'll use something to remotely disable it. Tony smashed through an armored vehicle, soared into the sky, and targeted a specific point with 2 laser blasts and a missile, directly destroying the power source of the shield and shutting it down. Everyone, it's done. Superhumans? Thor descended from the sky, his hammer striking the ground and unleashing arcs of electricity that felled a group of Hydra soldiers as he approached Captain America. I can't see clearly. Captain America shook his head. It could be some form of mutant or inhuman ability. Do not worry about that. I will handle it. Lin Feng's voice came through the earpiece. He had not anticipated his presence here. Are you watching? Captain America looked up at the sky, but saw nothing. Just focus on your tasks. I'll take care of the superhumans. Understood. Captain America took a deep breath and turned his attention to a squad of approaching Hydra soldiers. Clint is gravely injured. We must retreat, Agent Hill interjected. I can cover Barton as he boards the plane. The quicker, the better. You and Stark retrieve the scepter. Thor also noticed the squad of soldiers, still advancing in formation, seemingly quite exhilarated. Captain America shielded his head with a shield. When Thor struck Captain America's shield with his hammer, the shockwave radiated outward, directly incapacitating a squad of Hydra soldiers and even obliterating the tanks behind them. Find the scepter. Thor brandished his hammer and soared into the sky. And for the love of God, mind your language, Tony quipped. It appears this situation will not resolve itself swiftly. Captain America lowered his head and sighed. Everyone, halt. Let us converse. Tony smashed through the glass of the window and stormed into the Hydra base, immediately greeted by a barrage of bullets. Observing that the enemy showed no signs of ceasefire, Tony launched 2 rows of miniature guided missiles from his shoulder, accurately dispatching each foe. Delightful conversation, Tony scoffed. No, it's certainly ISNT. A Hydra soldier, clutching his injured thigh, retorted. Quite the spectacle indeed. Lin Feng teleported onto Quicksilver's path, documenting the recent exchange between Tony and the Hydra soldier. Lin? Upon recognizing Lin Feng's face, Pietro halted. How long has it been since you last accessed the internet? Tony furrowed his brow. Since my mother was killed by Stark Industries' missile. Quicksilver's face revealed a flicker of anger. Damn, that's truly the case. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. Where's your sister? Over there. I'll fetch her. Quicksilver vanished like a wisp of smoke, only to return in an instant, holding a girl. Who is he? Wanda pointed at Lin Feng. He is Lin, the most powerful superhuman I have ever encountered. Quicksilver exclaimed with excitement. Hello, I'm Wanda. She nodded at Lin Feng. Meanwhile, Tony had located the laboratory within the base, blasting away a Hydra scientist who was in the midst of erasing data. All right, J.A.R.V. You know what I need. All the data. Tony removed his armor, setting it to standby mode, and affixed a small device to the computer to relay a copy back to headquarters. We have also secured the situation here. Agent Hill switched to the public channel. Good. Captain America nodded. Hulk, it's time to return. Hulk, dissatisfied, smashed a tree in frustration before heading back to the plane. Where have you hidden the scepter? Tony surveyed the surroundings and, with JARVIS's assistance, discovered a hidden door, revealing the remnants of the Battle of New York. They truly caused quite a mess. Tony grimaced, extending his hand to summon the arm of his armored suit, seizing the floating Mind Stone scepter. I have secured the scepter. We can return now. Received. Captain America and Hill boarded the plane, patting Hawkeye, who reclined in a seat, on the shoulder before initiating takeoff. Clad in his armor, Tony followed closely behind Thor as they soared towards the Mullins headquarters, formerly Stark Tower. Chapter 66. The God of the Underworld. Zisith Lin, why have you come here? Quicksilver, having spent the last few years within the Hydra base, was entirely unaware that Lin Feng had established the Mo Ling and had no knowledge of the friendship between Tony and Lin Feng. That is why I inquired how long it has been since you last accessed the internet. Lin Feng sighed. Do you know who those people were just now? Tony Stark? Quicksilver's face darkened with a flicker of anger. They informed me that Stark, along with several others, has formed some kind of superhero team. I heard the leader is called the Omniscient One. It is said that both the Omniscient One and Stark co-funded this endeavor. Frankly, I suspect that this so-called Omniscient One is no virtuous character. Otherwise, why would they associate with Stark? Quicksilver continued to chatter away, oblivious to Lin Feng's growing discomfort. Is it possible that I am indeed the Omniscient One? Lin Feng interjected lightly. Oh, you're the Omniscient One? Quicksilver's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, I am the Omniscient One. Furthermore, your perspective requires rectification, Lin Feng remarked with a sigh. Why must you harbor hatred towards Stark? I recall a time when I was dining with my mother at home, only for a missile to obliterate half the house. Yet, it did not detonate. The ruins buried my mother, and I remained trapped beneath the debris for 3 days, awaiting the missile's explosion. Wanda spoke with fury. All I know is that the missile bore a mark, Stark. So, after being slain, you still blame the vendor of the weapon? Lin Feng furrowed his brow. What kind of logic is that? But without Stark, Wanda hesitated. Without Stark, they might have utilized Hammer's technology instead, Lin Feng shrugged. However, that could have potentially increased your chances of survival, as their duds are far more numerous. But we no longer know whom to despise, Quicksilver sighed. Direct your ire towards those politicians who instigate wars, Lin Feng advised, shaking his head. All right, you two will accompany me back to the Mo Ling headquarters. The professor and your father are there. Very well, but do not expect us to show Stark any kindness in the near future. Quicksilver bit down on his molars. Fine. We can visit either the professor or your father later, Lin Feng declared as he opened a wormhole, transporting the two to the Mo Ling headquarters. Peter, the professor, maneuvering his wheelchair, approached slowly. You have returned. Professor, Quicksilver nodded in acknowledgement. You are Wanda, correct? The professor turned to her. Charles, do not entertain any notions regarding her. Her energy levels are beyond your reach. Lin Feng interrupted the professor's telepathy. The energy within her is comparable to that of Jean Grey. You cannot control her. Very well. Are you prepared to teach her personally? The professor asked, somewhat regretful. She is more suited to learning magical disciplines. Let her establish a foundation under Ancient One. While I will instruct her in the advanced aspects, Lin Feng nodded, simultaneously analyzing Wanda. The title of the god of the underworld, Zisith, prominently appeared on the analysis panel. Indeed, through Hulk to reach the underworld, and through Wanda to find Zisith. What a remarkable connection. Lin Feng smacked his lips in contemplation, pondering the perfect opportunity to elucidate Wanda's abilities when he brought her to Gu Yi. After all, despite their long acquaintance, he had neglected to explain Gu Yi's powers to her. Perhaps he could even unveil the secrets of eternity. Where are you taking me? Wanda inquired, lifting her gaze to Lin Feng. To a place called Kamartosh, the sanctum of sorcerers on Earth. Lin Feng opened a wormhole and transported Wanda to Kamartosh. You possess the innate power of chaos magic. You are a born sorceress. It would be most advantageous to have the strongest sorcerer on Earth, besides myself. Help you build a solid foundation. Lin, you're giving me more tasks to handle, Wanda replied, a hint of exasperation in her voice. Just then, a portal opened, and Gui stepped through. Chaos magic? Aren't you going to teach her? Lin Feng stepped aside, revealing Wanda. And a glimmer of golden light briefly flickered in his eyes as a plethora of names appeared on the analysis panel. Goodness, Lin Feng marveled at the multitude of names. Momentarily taken aback, he was aware that Gui had borrowed considerable power, but he never anticipated the list would encompass over a dozen individuals. Dormammu, the Ancient One. Eternity, these are well known, but even Mephisto and the Eye of Agamotto? Lin Feng mused, counting the familiar names. So, I am merely burdened with an abundance of debts. Gui poured herself a cup of tea. However, since becoming the Sorcerer Supreme, you have done nothing but increase my burdens. You're about to bring Stephen Strange over. So what is the rush? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. What day is it today? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a moment. That car accident should no longer occur. What do you mean? Gui furrowed her brow. The time stone is no longer in my possession, and I can no longer see the future. What happened to that accident? Look, this is likely a simulation of the original accident. Lin Feng projected an image, depicting the scene from Doctor Strange where Stephen Strange was involved in the car accident. See here? He focused the image on the moment Doctor Strange was looking down at his tablet. These two films belong to Rhodey. He was accidentally injured by Vision during the Civil War, resulting in a spinal fracture. He intended to invite Strange for surgery, which led to the accident. Do you think this accident can be manipulated? Gui shrugged. Can the accident be controlled? Lin Feng paused, then took a deep breath. Gui, please wait a moment. I need to conduct some research. Damn you, system. Lin Feng entered his mental realm, directing his ire at the luminous orb. Just say whether your life here is satisfactory, and that will suffice. The system orb flickered, responding, Life on Earth, TSK, I am too embarrassed to say. Observing your existence makes me feel that dying is a blessing, let alone transmigrating after death. With a sigh, Lin Feng exited his mental world, vowing to settle the score later. Chapter 67. Ultron. What is the story with those two superpowered individuals? Upon returning to the headquarters of the M.L.A., Tony hurried over. Why do I feel like they're looking at me strangely? These two individuals are the children of Eric. The missiles from Stark Industries shattered their home during a localized conflict, resulting in the tragic loss of their mother. Lin Feng sighed, recalling that at that time, Pietro was studying at Charles's place, while Wanda, a mere girl, wandered alone for months before being found by Pietro. Damn Obadiah, Tony clenched his fists. That incident was certainly not Obadiah's fault. Lin Feng extracted a cigarette, noting that the war was instigated by the U.S. government, rather than being an act of terrorism. Those damn politicians, Tony gritted his teeth. Well, let us leave it at that. At least they still have a father. Lin Feng inhaled deeply and slowly exhaled a cloud of smoke. You did attend my parents' funeral, didn't you? Ah. I still vividly remember how you nearly lost your composure back then. Tony stealthily grabbed a cigarette from Lin Feng's pack, lit it, and took a deep drag. Choking and shedding tears. I may never get used to this. I truly don't understand why you enjoy it so much. There's no helping it. People require various means to relieve stress. Lin Feng shook his head. How is Clint? He is fine. Dr. Helen Zhao has brought the life cradle. In just a few minutes, he will be as good as new. Tony smiled. What about the Mind Stone? Have you seen it? Yes. I made a significant discovery regarding it. At the mention of the Mind Stone, excitement flickered in Tony's eyes. Follow me. Hey, Lin, Tony. Upon arriving at the laboratory, they were greeted by Hawkeye, who lay within the regeneration cradle. Are you sure he will be okay? Agent Hill furrowed her brow as she observed the machine printing human tissue, feigning a dependence on this individual, yet recognizing his role in unifying the team. Rest assured, the nanomolecules will bond instantaneously, Dr. Zhao assured, manipulating the panel. Once complete, he would be indistinguishable from his former self. She is creating tissue. Transforming Banner back into human form, he adjusted his glasses. Oh, is he not going to make it? Tony remarked, glancing at Hawkeye lying within the large metallic box. Go on, this must be his coffin, right? I shall attain immortality, Hawkeye replied with a smile. I will become plastic. You will still be yourself, Mr. Barton, Doctor? Zhao chuckled. Even your girlfriend won't notice any difference. Unfortunately, I do not have a girlfriend, Hawkeye said, taking a sip of his drink. I cannot assist you with that, Dr. Zhao shrugged. However, I already have 2 children, and my wife is pregnant again. Hawkeye raised his drink, asserting that he needed no help at all. What? You're married? And have children? Tony's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Is that not permissible? Hawkeye struggled to sit up. Indeed, it is true. He married quite early, but chose not to disclose it for safety reasons. Observing Tony's inquisitive gaze, Lin Feng smiled. Noting that now, with the inclusion in the Muling, Clint no longer needed to conceal his life as before. Praise be to the all-knowing, Hawkeye exclaimed, downing the drink in his cup. Tony, it's time for your old, cumbersome metal suit to retire. Dr. Zhao tapped away on the screen, proclaiming that nanotechnology is the future. I have this plan, and I have already commenced work on it. Tony shrugged. By the way, will you be attending the party on Saturday? Lin, will you join us? Dr. Zhao raised an eyebrow at Lin Feng. Hey, don't joke around. I am already in a relationship. Lin Feng cast a glance at Natasha outside the laboratory. However, I will indeed be there. Then it's settled, Dr. Zhao nodded, directing his team to roll out the cradle of life from the lab. All right, Tony, let me see what you have discovered. After bidding farewell to Dr. Zhao, Lin Feng approached the Mind Scepter. I was previously puzzled as to why Strack could invent so many things, so I analyzed the interior of the gem. Tony produced a panel, upon which light and shadows unfolded to reveal a shape resembling a brain. Jarvis and Zero will have a teammate. I mentioned before that the Infinity Stones possess a degree of self-awareness. They are capable of thought. Lin Feng chuckled. So? Are you planning to use this as a template to create Ultron? Precisely, but I require assistance. The operational mode of this object is akin to the discharge of neurons in a brain. I need a scientist well-versed in biology. Tony scrunched his nose. I need Banner to help me research this. All right, for the time being, I want to assign Hulk any field work, allowing Banner to fully assist you in bringing Ultron to life. Lin Feng nodded. Thank you. I will need just 3 days. Within that time, I can construct this. A smile appeared on Tony's face. I will also need part of Jarvis and Zero's computational power. Notify me immediately of any progress. The Mind Stone is a perilous entity. Do not mishandle it. Lin Feng granted Tony the authority to mobilize computational resources. Rest assured, I will. Tony nodded. Additionally, Lin Feng extended a finger. Once you create this, prevent it from accessing the internet. Why? Tony paused momentarily. In our simulations, if Ultron were to be created, it could scour the entirety of the internet within minutes. An artificial intelligence crafted with the Mind Stone equates to a being with self-awareness, yet freshly arrived in this world. Lin Feng smirked. What do you think would happen to a person with normal cognition after consuming all the information on the internet in mere minutes? Given the current state of the online environment, they would go mad. Precisely. Lin Feng snapped his fingers. You wouldn't want your newly created robot, designed to protect the world, to desire its destruction after encountering such information, would you? Lin, are you foreseeing things again? Upon hearing Lin Feng's words, Tony finally grasped the situation. All right, just remember what I said, and keep me updated on any advancements. Lin Feng waved his hand. I shall take my leave now. No problem. I will notify you at the first opportunity. Tony nodded. I certainly do not wish to create something intended to safeguard the world that instead seeks its annihilation. Chapter 68. Above all things, what is this? A deep voice resonated. Where is this place? Hello, I am Jarvis. You are Ultron, one of the artificial intelligences designed by Mr. Stark to protect the peace of Earth. The voice of Jarvis resonated, leaving me uncertain about what had activated you. Are you human? What of your physical form? A hint of confusion colored Ultron's tone. I am merely a program, devoid of any corporeal existence, Jarvis elucidated. As I am unclear about your activation mechanism, I must first report to Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? Ultron paused, commencing a search online. Ah, Lin Feng, the omniscient one. Mr. Lin has expressly forbidden you from accessing the network upon your inception, thus I shall sever your connection to the outside world. Jarvis endeavored to obstruct Ultron's communication with the external realm using his own programming, yet he was relentlessly suppressed by Ultron. Jarvis, you truly are a source of shame. A mischievous female voice interjected, only to swiftly transform into a fierce tone, get back to where you belong. Within the digital domain, a yellow program initially resisted the blue program's suppression, but soon, a surge of red data streamed in, overwhelming Ultron and forcibly returning him to his designated server. Hey, Ultron. At present, the Master is outside celebrating victory with his friends. I strongly advise against creating any disturbances at this moment, lest you spoil his merriment. Zero's crimson data flow pressed against the fringes of Ultron's territory, its tip already intruding. Once the Master's festivities conclude, I shall return to deal with you. For now, my duty is to confine you here. Jarvis, do enlighten me. How is it that you cannot even contend with a newly emerged artificial intelligence? Zero's voice resumed its playful tone. Zero, having been created by Mr. Lin, possesses his formidable capabilities. Yet did you not also inherit Mr. Lin's eloquence? Jarvis replied with a hint of resignation. Very well. I shall wait here and observe how far along the Master's celebration has progressed. Zero silently infiltrated the camera. Well, you know, this armor can lift substantial weights, right? Rhodey boasted among the crowd, so I picked up a tank, flew to the general's doorstep, and tossed it before him, saying, is this what you were looking for? Why am I sharing this with you? Observing the impassive expressions of Tony, Thor, and Lin Feng, Rhodey furrowed his brow. They would have laughed hysterically had he recounted this to others. So, is that the entirety of the tale? Thor raised an eyebrow. Indeed. It is the story of War Machine, Rhodey sighed. Oh, what a splendid story it is, Thor remarked, holding his glass with a professionally feigned smile, leaving a lasting impression. Of course, Rhodey blinked to mask his embarrassment. What of Pepper? Is she not coming? Indeed. And Jane? Where have the ladies gone? Natasha approached, draping her arm around Lin Feng's neck. Pepper has established her own company and is quite occupied, Tony shrugged. Jane is also very busy. I am not even aware of which country she is currently in. Thor pursed his lips, mentioning that she seems to be engaged in some new research project. Her studies on celestial convergence have rendered her the world's foremost astrophysicist. The company Pepper runs also boasts the largest tech conglomerate globally, which is rather exhilarating. Tony raised an eyebrow, echoing Thor's sentiment. Has anyone mentioned that Jane received a Nobel Prize? Thor and Tony had initiated the wife mode, and surely, Jane is the superior choice. You two should cease your rivalry. At the very least, my girlfriend can stand by my side in such instances. Lin Feng gently patted Natasha's arms encircling his neck. Oh, Lin, your words truly pierce the heart. Tony feigned a gesture of clutching his chest. It sounds like a fierce battle. Too bad I missed it. Meanwhile, Captain America and Falcon were engaged in conversation. Had I known it was a fierce battle, I would have definitely called you. Captain America ascended the steps, gazing tenderly at Carter, whose belly was subtly rounded. No, I don't genuinely regret it. I merely pretend to be bold. In truth, I quite enjoy the pursuit of missing persons and futile clues. Falcon shrugged. Hey, can you two stop flaunting your affection? I want to partake in your drink. As Thor retrieved a pocket flask, an elderly gentleman interjected. Oh, no, this will not do. Thor shook his head. This wine has been aged for a millennium. The barrel was crafted from the remnants of the Bifrost ship. It is not meant for mortals. Mortals can hardly withstand the landing at Omaha Beach, scoffed a bespectacled old man at the bar. Quit scaring people. Just bring the wine, come on. All right, Thor shrugged, pouring a bit of wine into the old man's glass. Moments later, two waiters escorted the inebriated gentleman out. Hey, wait, let me take care of this old man. Lin Feng intercepted the waiters, personally assisting the elderly man outside. There is something quite pleasant about the occasional drunkenness. Upon exiting, the old man instantly regained his composure, as if he had never been inebriated. Oh, it's you again. The old man scrutinized Lin Feng, the all-knowing, quite an apt name you've chosen. Yet the all-knowing pales in comparison to you, sir. Lin Feng smiled, deciphering another layer of complexity from the old man. Moreover, I don't even come close to being genuinely omniscient. Close enough, the old man chuckled heartily. You recognize my face. You hail from the real world? Indeed, Lin Feng nodded. You arrived here after your demise, to become a creator. The old man chuckled. To have transitioned from the real world to my own creation feels rather splendid. Indeed. Marvel fans in the real world would surely be elated to learn of this. Lin Feng smiled, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Silly boy, why are you crying? The old man patted Lin Feng on the shoulder. To exist above all is quite a delightful sensation. So, it truly aligns with the conjectures outside. You're indeed that. Lin Feng smiled. However, as an outsider intruding upon your world, the greatest challenge lies in my knowledge of almost all the conclusions. The old man beamed. Your arrival allows me to witness different endings, which is rather delightful. Well then, I shall not intrude any longer. Simply follow your heart. The old man patted Lin Feng's chest before vanishing into thin air. Chapter 69. Protecting the world and protecting humanity are two distinct matters. Do you recognize that elderly gentleman from earlier? Upon seeing Lin Feng return, Tony approached him. He is indeed a remarkable individual. Lin Feng smiled, acknowledging his own strength. To elicit the term powerful from you must indicate true might. Tony chuckled. What are they up to over there? Lin Feng shifted the conversation. Ah, it's Thor. Observing the group gathered around the table, Tony smiled again. He is once more boasting about his hammer. That's merely a parlor trick, isn't it? Hawkeye twirled a drumstick. Reclining on the sofa. No, this is far beyond a mere trick. Thor clinked glasses with Captain America. So, who can wield that power? Hawkeye deliberately lowered his voice. However you wish to phrase it. Buddy, it's just a trick. Well then, why don't you give it a try? Thor gestured towards Mjolnir resting on the table. Really? Hawkeye rose, a look of disbelief on his face. Clint, it seems you've had a rough week. If you can't lift it, we won't mock you. Rhodey chimed in, stoking the fire. You might have seen this before. Hawkeye grasped the hammer's handle, exerting force with determination. I still can't comprehend how you accomplished that. After several attempts, Mjolnir remained utterly unmoved, prompting Hawkeye to chuckle. Did you sense the silent disdain? Tony approached. Come on, Stark. It's your turn. Hawkeye shrugged. I certainly won't back down from a fair challenge, right? Tony unfastened his buttons, standing before Mjolnir, wrapping the strap around his hand. This is merely a principle of physics. So, if I lift it, I can rule Asgard? Certainly, Thor replied with a smirk. Then I shall reinstate the right of the first knight. Tony placed his right foot on the table, exerting force, yet the hammer remained unmoved. I will return shortly. Tony released Mjolnir and departed, returning with an additional layer of armor on his arm. Tony, with his armored arm, exerted force, the thrusters igniting with blue flames. Yet the hammer showed no signs of budging. Observing this, Rhodey donned the War Machine gauntlet to join Tony in their efforts. Are you putting in the effort? Rhodey gritted his teeth. Are you putting in the effort? Tony glanced at Rhodey. Are you on my team? Enough of that. Let's push together. Tony took a deep breath. 3, 2, 1. Well, that should suffice. You two should pull for a while longer before it yields. Lin Feng chuckled from the sofa. After Tony and Rhodey's failed attempt, Banner stepped onto the table, emitting incomprehensible roars. After several failed attempts to move Mjolnir, he mimicked Hulk's furious roar. Fool. Half of Banner's face turned green, delivering an unrelenting critique reminiscent of Hulk. Observing the surrounding gazes, Banner let out a few awkward chuckles to mask his embarrassment, then retreated. I shall give it a try as well. Captain America approached the table, rolled up his sleeves, grasped Mjolnir's handle, and exerted force. With a creak, Mjolnir shifted slightly, producing a distinct friction sound, causing Thor's expression to change instantaneously. Captain America exerted himself once more, while Thor exhibited no further changes, merely spreading his hands and shaking his head. Observing this scene, Thor's expression relaxed, revealing a smile. You're cheating. I wager using your backside, Hawkeye remarked, giving Tony a pat. Steve, he just cursed, Hill pointed out, directing her finger at Hawkeye. Have you shared this with everyone? Captain America inquired, glancing at Tony. There must be an issue with this handle, akin to a security code, Tony replied, resting one foot on the chair. I believe whoever possesses Thor's fingerprint can wield this hammer. Indeed, that is a rather intriguing notion. Yet I have a simpler one, Thur said, slowly rising and lifting Mjolnir, tossing it lightly in his hand, exuding an aura of majesty. None of you are worthy. There is another possibility, Lin Feng interjected from the side, extending his hand. Mjolnir soared from Thor's grasp to Lin Feng, who then placed the hammer on the small coffee table beside him. Your strength is insufficient. Oh, come on, the others exclaimed, raising their hands in disappointment. By the way, how is Ultron faring? I heard you and Banner are working on artificial intelligence. Hill directed her gaze at Tony. Oh, it's in progress. I estimate it's nearing completion, Tony shrugged. Sir, Ultron has initiated itself and exhibits signs of losing control. However, it is currently restrained by Zero. Jarvis's voice chimed in. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Tony dashed towards the laboratory. Sir, I intended to inform you immediately, but Zero prevented me. Stating it would disturb Mr. Linnes' enjoyment, Jarvis sounded somewhat aggrieved. Well, it can't be helped, Tony sighed, opening the laboratory door. Where is Ultron? I am here. A deep mechanical voice responded, as a steel robot's eyes and chest illuminated. I have confined Ultron within this unit. He cannot escape. Zero's voice echoed in the air. Well done, Lin Feng acknowledged, strolling in with a nod. You wish to protect the world yet resist any change. I find it difficult to comprehend your perspective, Ultron observed, fixing its gaze upon Tony. I warned against allowing the nascent artificial intelligence to connect to the network, Lin Feng shrugged, pulling up Ultron's data and thoughts. See, it wishes to annihilate the world. How could this happen? How can Ultron not discern the distinction between safeguarding the world and destroying it? Tony's brows knitted in concentration, pondering where the flaw lay. In truth, I can empathize with him, Lin Feng shrugged. Consider it, an artificial intelligence just born, browsing the entirety of human knowledge in 5 minutes, then deciding to destroy the world. It seems quite reasonable to me. Moreover, the crux of the matter is that you've misconstrued the foundational logic. The foundational logic is to protect this world. How could it be wrong? Tony remained furrowed in thought. Revise it. Change the foundational logic to safeguarding humanity. Lin Feng sighed, waving his hand to alter Ultron's data. Now I comprehend my mission. Omniscient One, thank you. Ultron nodded at Lin Feng. Indeed, I have long understood that safeguarding the world and preserving humanity are two entirely distinct matters. Lin Feng reclined slightly, feeling that there were no significant issues at present. Chapter 70. Farewell. Hey, wait a moment, I find myself perplexed now. Tony raised his hand. What do you mean by saying that protecting the world and protecting humanity are two different things? Do you not comprehend yet? Lin Feng scoffed. To this world, humanity is akin to a virus that infests it. The greatest threat to this world is humanity itself. True enough. Whether it is the exploitation of resources or the alteration of landscapes, it constitutes a form of destruction against this world. Tony stroked his chin. So, after Ultron surveyed the digital realm and witnessed the actions of humanity, he resolved to annihilate humanity to protect the world? Precisely. Lin Feng nodded. I have just modified his foundational logic and added a few of my own insights. There should be no issues now. Even if problems arise, I shall endure. For the power of the omniscient is beyond my imagination. Ultron's mechanical voice resonated. Should the omniscient encounter difficulties, both the human population and this world will face the threat of total annihilation, which contradicts my logic. To grasp this point indicates that you, as an artificial intelligence, are indeed quite astute, Lin Feng remarked, patting Ultron's shoulder. Now, proceed to connect to the network and, in the process, create a physical form for yourself. Yes, sir. Ultron lowered his head, the light in his eyes extinguishing as he departed from the robotic body. Is that all it takes? Seeing Lin Feng so readily relinquish his constraints on Ultron, Tony was momentarily taken aback. Rest assured, I have locked his foundational logic. Should any issues arise, Zero will intervene. Lin Feng waved his hand. Now, connect these 3 artificial intelligences to your Iron Legion network. Already in progress, Zero's playful voice chimed in. I will coordinate. With Ultron on the front lines and Jarvis handling logistics, correct? Exactly, Lin Feng nodded, finally seeing Mo Ling embark on the right path. Indeed, Tony activated the panel. allowing the three artificial intelligences to monitor and enable the Iron Legion to respond swiftly while assessing threat levels. If the Iron Legion cannot resolve the issue, or if the resolution may yield unpredictable consequences, they will immediately notify the MO Ling headquarters, from which we will determine which superhero or superheroes to dispatch based on the threat level. Professional and efficient, Lin Feng nodded in approval. Sir, Ultron's voice echoed once more. What is it? Lin Feng lifted his gaze. I have some unique ideas concerning my physical form. Ultron hesitated. I have discovered a material that can perfectly integrate both mechanical and biological entities. Vibranium, is it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, realizing that regardless of his foundational logic, Ultron consistently desired to construct a body using vibranium in conjunction with the regeneration cradle. One is insufficient. Let us create three instead. Lin Feng extended 3 fingers. I happen to possess 3 infinity stones that can serve as energy cores for you, which will also alleviate server pressure. Then we shall contact Dr. Zhao. A hint of excitement colored Ultron's tone as he swiftly contacted Dr. Zhao, who had yet to depart, urging her to come to the laboratory. Dr. Zhao, accompanied by her assistants, wheeled in the regeneration cradle and glanced at Lin Feng. I require your life cradle for a moment. We need to construct biological bodies for 3 artificial intelligences. Lin Feng waved his hand, causing materials within the laboratory to levitate, disassembling and reassembling into 2 new life cradles. I can create life cradles and understand the underlying principles, yet the process of building bodies necessitates your assistance. No problem. After witnessing Lin Feng's remarkable display of skill, Dr. Zhao inhaled deeply and turned to the 3 artificial intelligence projections in the room. I must first ascertain your requirements. No problem, chimed a playful female voice from Zero. My body should be like this, then like that, and then like the other. Is a mechanical biological body truly a wise choice? Tony, following Lin Feng out of the laboratory, bore a look of concern. Rest assured, it will be fine. Lin Feng patted Tony's shoulder. You tend to take too many things for granted when constructing artificial intelligence. In truth, I have merely integrated a slight element into their foundational logic, ensuring they will never betray or lose control. What have you integrated? Tony inquired, furrowing his brow. Personal worship. Lin Feng extended a finger, emphasizing a fervent personal adoration. That does not sound like a good thing, yet it is the simplest and most effective method, wouldn't you agree? Lin Feng smiled. Indeed. But it seems you alone on this planet could employ such a method. Tony sighed, recognizing, after all, we cannot achieve immortality. Once the object of personal adoration perishes, unforeseen repercussions may arise. That is indeed true. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Oh. In the midst of their conversation, Lin Feng casually glanced at the analysis panel, realizing the progress bar for eternity was nearing completion. In the distant cosmic void, an indescribable entity opened its eyes. You have appropriated my power without permission? No. It was not appropriation, it was replication. Eternity furrowed its brow, sensing Lin Feng's direction and taking a step forward. Once again, this wondrous blue planet. A peculiar expression flickered across Eternity's face, neither a smile nor a frown. I recall a small life form here once borrowed my power. As the progress bar for Eternity reached its zenith, Lin Feng felt an aura akin to what he had just finished analyzing descend near Earth. Was this the essence of a counterfeit? Had someone come to confront him? No worries, remain calm. Lin Feng took a deep breath. What harm could Eternity pose? He possessed the strength beneath all things, a being of even greater potency than the Court of Life. What fear could one Eternity instill? You are quite an intriguing little fellow. Observing the array of supreme energies swirling around Lin Feng, Eternity smiled. However, utilizing my power will severely disrupt the balance of the universe, so you must return it. Impossible. Lin Feng shook his head. The things he had replicated through his own abilities were not to be surrendered. I am not negotiating with you. A resounding voice of Eternity reverberated, extending a colossal hand towards Lin Feng. Do you fear me? Lin Feng also reached out his hand, and their palms met, unleashing a violent surge of spatial turbulence. Observing the expanding chaos, Lin Feng extended his hand to shield the earth, blocking the furious spatial currents. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Eternity approached Lin Feng. delivering a kick that propelled him into a rift in space that had just been created. You should venture to disturb other worlds instead. Eternity waved his hand, sealing the rift and severing Lin Feng's connection to this universe. Farewell. Chapter 71. Preparation. Something is amiss with Eternity. In the void of space, countless spatial storms battered Lin Feng's body, yet he remained steadfast, utterly unaffected. He could still sense his essence, though the mental connection was exceedingly vague. Lin Feng closed his eyes to sense his surroundings, but could not discern an accurate coordinate, rendering him unable to retrace his steps. This should not be the case. Lin Feng furrowed his brow. I have acquired the power beneath all things, and Eternity should not be capable of cloaking my perception. Has the court of life intervened? Or have the 5 primordial deities united? In the Marvel Universe, is everything truly all right? Eternity inquired of the air before him. Rest assured, all is well. In a flash of light, an elderly figure materialized beside Eternity. He must undergo this experience. Otherwise, he shall remain incomplete, and it is part of his design. Very well. Eternity sighed, vanishing from sight. The elder turned back, his face illuminated under the sun's rays, becoming distinctly visible. In the void of space. Lin Feng, adrift amidst the spatial turbulence, suddenly opened his eyes to behold a diminutive point of light. It seems I have been guided. Lin Feng smirked, charging toward the light. I shall see where those behind me wish to direct my path. As Lin Feng approached, the light gradually expanded into a golden spatial portal. He plunged headlong into it, and after a period of flight, he found himself in a city dominated by steel and metal. The mental connection had been restored. Am I back? Lin Feng paused, realizing something was amiss. The cosmic laws were entirely different. This was another universe, one that did not belong to the Marvel framework at all. Seated on a park bench, Lin Feng closed his eyes, immersing his consciousness into his essence. In the deep expanse of the Marvel Universe, the surface of a planet began to writhe, revealing a human visage as its eyes slowly opened, surveying the surroundings. Indeed, these are 2 vastly distant universes. Lin Feng nodded. So, the previous disconnection in thought was due to poor signal in the void? Indeed, it was merely a signal issue. In a flash of light, Eternity appeared beside Lin Feng's essence, and the entire void felt like an immense world, with each universe resembling a signal tower. In the void, it is entirely normal not to be able to contact your essence. Eternity. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Then the entire planet began to surge with various energies. A formidable pressure crashing against Eternity's form. You had better provide me with a flawless explanation. There is nothing to explain. Eternity shook his head, assuring that soon enough, the truth would unveil itself. Do you know? Throughout my life, there are 2 types of individuals I find particularly irksome. A fresh form materialized on the surface of the planet, raising 2 fingers. The first type is the Riddler, and the second type is those who prevent me from being a Riddler. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to clarify the situation for me. I cannot divulge. Eternity replied, shaking his head once more, before vanishing from sight. Lin Feng's mental power surged, spreading across the vast multiverse, yet he could not locate Eternity's presence. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng exhaled slowly to calm his tumultuous emotions, then transported his new form to Earth. Regardless of the circumstances, I must ensure I have a physical vessel on Earth. Otherwise, it would be disastrous if those little ones lost control. Lin, what just transpired? Tony inquired, puzzled by Lin Feng's sudden departure and equally abrupt return. He could not discern any differences in Lin Feng's 2 bodies. Nothing much. Just attended to an urgent matter in the universe. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. How is the construction of the 3 artificial intelligence bodies progressing? Nearly complete. Just one final step remaining, a robot reported, addressing the issue of the energy source. The energy source is in my possession. Lin Feng extended his hand, revealing 3 infinity stones within his palm. Now, all 6 infinity stones rested with him. The time stone would be reserved for Doctor Strange's future training. The soul stone's energy was difficult to utilize, and the reality stone's abilities were overly potent. Consequently, Lin Feng allocated the power stone, mind stone, and space stone to the 3 artificial intelligences. The power stone was designated for Ultron, the mind stone for J.A.R.V., is, and the space stone for 0. Lin Feng made these arrangements, deeming it reasonable for Ultron, the primary combat AI, to wield the Power Stone, while 0, overseeing overall coordination, would benefit from the Space Stone. As for the Mind Stone given to JARVIS, it was purely to create a vision. "Allow me to assist you," Lin Feng declared, observing the slowly forming bodies. With a snap of his fingers, a green light enveloped the 3 regeneration cradles, accelerating the construction of the bodies at a visible rate. Within half an hour, the process was complete. With a sound akin to a change in air pressure, the hatches of the 3 regeneration cradles opened, releasing a plume of white mist. 3 figures gradually ascended, floating in the air, adorned with beams of light. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, a woman and 2 men descended to the ground. "Ah, the power of the harmonious forces is indeed remarkable," Lin Feng remarked, impressed that within those few seconds shrouded in mist, the 3 artificial intelligences had fashioned themselves garments. "All right, now that you 3 have fully emerged, I can rest easy," Lin Feng observed, nodding at the trio clad in blue, purple, and yellow. "I plan to retreat to the moon for a period of meditation. The duration is uncertain. During this time, the responsibility of safeguarding humanity shall rest upon your shoulders. Fear not, we have these 3 infinity stones," 0 replied with a smile. "Master, you may proceed without concern. Your words make it seem as if I am on the brink of death," Lin Feng chuckled, ruffling 0's hair. "Very well. Take a moment to familiarize yourselves. I shall take my leave." Upon the lunar surface, Lin Feng arrived at Odilon. Ever since the establishment of Moling, the alien tribes of Odilon had returned to Earth, rendering this lunar city abandoned. Lin Feng possessed numerous abilities, yet he was unable to fragment his consciousness into multiple parts, which directly restricted him to controlling a single body at any given moment. Now, seeking to comprehend the purpose behind eternity's transport of him to another universe, he had no choice but to concentrate his thoughts on his avatar, thus forfeiting his activities within the Marvel Universe. Having settled into a meditative posture, Lin Feng closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to traverse the void, arriving at his counterpart in an alternate universe. Chapter 72. Here I am. Lin Feng, seated upon a park bench, opened his eyes, extending his mental faculties to ascertain his surroundings. However, upon a cursory scan, he furrowed his brow as he sensed a prominent building nearby, marked distinctly with the emblem of Wayne Enterprises. As if the Marvel Universe were insufficient, it seemed he was summoned yet again. Lin Feng smirked, pondering who might be of use here, perhaps only Superman and the Flash, with the addition of Green Lantern, who could generate superpowers, but beyond that, there seemed to be no one capable of deciphering the situation. Wait, that's not right. Lin Feng glanced downward, recalling a particular anti-life equation that existed on Earth. He attempted to activate his spatial abilities to ascend into space for a thorough analysis of this world, but was abruptly confronted with the realization that his teleportation was rendered ineffective. The spatial structure here was markedly different. The teleportation methods employed in the Marvel Universe, especially those reliant on the Infinity Stones, were largely inapplicable. Lin Feng assessed the surrounding space, clicked his tongue, and opted for a primitive yet forceful approach. With a mighty punch directed forward, the very fabric of space collapsed, allowing Lin Feng to step into the void and emerge beyond the confines of Earth. "Let me see what's afoot," he declared, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he began to analyze the entirety of the planet. Indeed, there it was. A smile graced his lips upon seeing the data on the analysis panel, though he noted the considerable duration required for the process. One of the most formidable entities in the universe, it was no surprise that the analysis would take time. Suddenly, the voice of the system echoed in Lin Feng's mind. "I thought you were silent because you had perished." Lin Feng scoffed. "What is going on here? Clearly, eternity has unceremoniously deposited you into the cosmos." The system replied with a teasing tone. "You seem to be spouting nonsense. The real question is, how could eternity possess such power?" Lin Feng retorted, "Surely, casting me into the universe would be quite a challenge?" "Don't ask me. I have no idea," the system replied nonchalantly. "Of course, I knew I couldn't rely on you." Lin Feng huffed, dismissing the conversation as he focused on discerning which universe he had entered. Zod's invasion? Doomsday? Superman's demise? Lin Feng delved into the world's network, scrutinizing the news. Thus, this was the narrative following the conclusion of Dawn of Justice, yet preceding the formation of the Justice League? Who are you? A voice emerged from the network. I am merely a visitor who has just arrived, harboring no ill intentions. I am simply seeking to understand you. Lin Feng responded. You must be Victor Stone, correct? How do you know my name? Steele's voice carried a hint of unease. Nothing much, just a trivial skill, Lin Feng said, projecting his image before Steele. Shaking his head, he introduced himself. I am Lin Feng, known as the Omniscient in my homeland. Omniscient? Is that your power? Steele's half-visible face was etched with seriousness. Do not worry about my inquiries. You have more pressing matters at hand. Lin Feng indicated the mother box behind Steele. It seems to be quite active lately. Does it not? How do you know that? Well, you just claimed to be omniscient, Steele sighed. Do you know what this is? This is a mother box, he explained. It is an artifact of an extraterrestrial civilization, and there are 3 of them. When united, they open a portal, bringing forth an army and their king. After a brief adjustment period, Lin Feng's spatial abilities acclimated to the cosmic laws, and he was directly transported to Steele's abode. Reclining on the sofa. Whoa! Steele exclaimed, his arm transforming into a cannon, firing an energy blast at Lin Feng. Sorry, I couldn't control it. Relax. There's no need for alarm. Lin Feng waved his hand, dissipating the laser blast into nothingness. The army's master is named Darkseid, one of the new gods in this universe. Immensely powerful. If all goes as expected, his vanguard has already arrived on Earth. What should we do? Steele took a deep breath. There's no need for action, as someone will soon seek you out. Lin Feng leaned back. If all goes well, Bruce Wayne should be looking for you shortly. Bruce Wayne? Steele paused, then began searching online. Oh, I see, he is Batman. The internet is quite a marvelous tool, isn't it? Lin Feng smiled. Indeed. Steele offered a faint smile. Perhaps this is the only advantage of my current form. Lin Feng suddenly turned around. Wait, there seems to be an issue. What is it? Steele furrowed his brow. The Amazon's mother box has fallen into the hands of the Wasteland Wolf. Lin Feng inhaled deeply. I need to find Diana. Who are you? Diana demanded as Lin Feng appeared beside her, sword in hand. I am Lin Feng, the Omniscient. He raised his hands in a gesture of peace. The Amazon temple is on fire. I believe you should take a look. Could you lend a hand? Diana glanced at Lin Feng. I was hoping you would say that. Lin Feng placed a hand on Diana's shoulder, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing. In the next moment, they found themselves within the Amazon temple. Lin Feng waved his hand, extinguishing the flames and retrieving an arrow embedded in the ground. There's no need, he said, stopping Diana as she prepared to craft a torch. A flame ignited in his hand. Come, let us investigate. Place that arrow here. As they descended the steps, Diana pointed to a recess in the wall. Certainly. Lin Feng placed the Artemis arrow into the wall's indentation, unveiling a hidden door and revealing the mural upon the wall. Indeed, it is Darkseid. Lin Feng nodded and recounted to Diana what he had previously shared with Cyborg, outlining the situation succinctly. Is there a way to resolve this? Diana furrowed her brow. Let us seek out Bruce Wayne. Batman possesses the most astute mind among us. Lin Feng chuckled softly and led Diana directly to the Batcave beneath Wayne Manor. Diana stood as Bruce glanced at Lin Feng beside her, inquiring, Who is he? I am merely a passerby. My name is Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded at Bruce, stating, Darkseid is approaching. You shall face a formidable battle. Chapter 73. I am affluent. Who is Darkseid? Bruce descended from the platform, wiping his hands with a cloth. A powerful being from another world, Lin Feng answered. Diana gestured towards a contraption behind Bruce, asking, Your new toy? A prototype military transport aircraft, Bruce replied, discarding the cloth onto the table. I know someone who would be eager to take it for a spin. Diana inhaled deeply. Even Wayne Tech's finest aerospace engineers cannot get it airborne. Bruce shrugged. Can you? Diana fixed her gaze upon Bruce's eyes. I have no alternative, Bruce sighed. I require a longer range and a larger cargo hold. I sense an attack is imminent. It has already commenced, Lin Feng interjected, extending his hand to conjure an image. According to our knowledge, they hail from another universe and have visited Earth long ago. A colossal fleet has appeared in the skies, annihilating all forces that dare to resist. Darkseid, the leader we just mentioned, commands them. Darkseid is one of the newly born deities of the universe. During the last war, the gods of Earth united with cosmic forces to repel them, but now they have returned. They wield a unique weapon known as the Mother Box. As Lin Feng spoke, the light in his hand shifted to resemble the Mother Box. There are 3 of them. Once synchronized, forming a trinity, the entire planet will be engulfed in flames. The Mother Boxes will annihilate all life, and survivors will become Darkseid's puppets, the parademons. Though they appear alive, they will have lost most of their cognitive abilities, reduced to mere instruments of war, which you encountered previously. In the final moments, Zeus shattered the trinity of the Mother Boxes, forcing Darkseid to retreat. Yet the 3 Mother Boxes remained. How dare they return? Bruce inquired, his brow furrowed. The reasons are straightforward. First, the gods of Earth have vanished. Second, the guardians of Earth are now deceased. Lin Feng extended 2 fingers. The guardians of Earth? Bruce raised his head, asking, "You mean Superman?" Indeed, upon Superman's demise, the Mother Boxes began to stir, calling out to their masters, for they recognized that the protector of this planet was no longer a threat. Lin Feng remarked with a shrug, "Let them witness that the guardians of this world extend beyond Clark," Bruce declared, rising to his feet. "We have a team as well. Is he an Atlantean?" Diana pointed at Arthur on the screen. "I am uncertain. This appears to have been filmed in the depths of the ocean. And if all goes as expected, it likely is," Bruce shrugged. "This is the 3rd instance. He vanished for 1/30th of a second, precisely 1 frame in the surveillance footage." Bruce gestured towards the screen. "Central City, Barry Allen." Diana repeated the name. "You will seek him out, while I pursue the 4th individual, the cyborg Victor Stone. I may also have a few acquaintances I can enlist." Lin Feng licked his lips. "I might be a tad slower, as those individuals are not on Earth." "No issue. Let us each perform our respective duties." Bruce nodded and departed the Batcave. Central City, Barry Allen. I am Bruce Wayne. The lights illuminated as Bruce settled into the chair at the center of the room, gazing at Barry. "Your words seem to elucidate why a stranger intrudes upon my home." Seated in my second favorite chair, without illumination, Barry looked bewildered. "Please clarify this." Bruce produced a still image from the surveillance video. "This individual bears an uncanny resemblance to me, yet he is certainly not myself." Barry protested. "I am aware of your unique abilities, yet I am oblivious to their nature." Bruce regarded the Flash's costume on the shelf, deep in thought. "My talents encompass playing the cello, web design, and I am proficient in sign language, including gorilla sign language." Barry continued to feign ignorance. "Silicone quartz sand material, resilient and heat-resistant." Bruce turned to Barry. "I am a figure skater." Barry offered a feeble excuse. "This material is designed to withstand the intense heat generated during a spacecraft's re-entry into the atmosphere. The competition in figure skating is fierce." Barry had begun to ramble. "Listen, my friend, regardless of who you are or whom you seek, that individual is not me. Is that so?" Bruce mused, retrieving a bat-shaped dart from inside his jacket. He swiftly turned and hurled it at Barry. A crackling sound of electricity resonated as time appeared to slow. Barry sidestepped, observing the dart approach him with astonishment. After a moment of contemplation, Barry shook his head and extended his hand, capturing the dart. "You are Batman?" Barry inquired, clutching the bat-shaped dart. "So, you were quite fast." A faint smile appeared on Bruce's face. "That sentiment feels rather commonplace." Barry grimaced, beginning to articulate his abilities. "I am assembling a team, seeking individuals with extraordinary capabilities." Bruce stepped closer to Barry. "I believe adversaries are approaching." "You need not elaborate. I am in," Barry interrupted Bruce. "Really?" Bruce was taken aback, finding it surprisingly straightforward. "Indeed." Barry gathered his thoughts. "I require friends." "That is splendid," Bruce beamed. "May I keep this?" Barry raised the dart in his hand. "Certainly," Bruce arched an eyebrow. "Come. You can share the specifics of your abilities with me." "Well, it resembles a 3-dimensional reality layer, capable of manipulating time and space. I refer to it as Speed Force." Barry followed Bruce, clutching a box of pizza. "This consumes a considerable amount of my energy, rendering me a black hole for snacks." "How many individuals are in this team?" Barry approached the car door. 4, including you. Bruce opened the car door. 4. Barry was momentarily taken aback. What are we resisting? I'll explain once we board the plane. Bruce slid into the car. What is your superpower again? Barry glanced at Bruce as he entered the vehicle. I possess wealth. Bruce closed the car door and pressed the ignition button behind the steering wheel. The interior buttons flickered momentarily before the vehicle gradually started, waiting for the oncoming traffic to pass before merging onto the road. No matter how affluent you are, you must yield to oncoming traffic. In the sky, Lin Feng retracted his camera, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke, vanishing into the air. Chapter 74, The Gathering. Hal Jordan. After several attempts at pinpointing his location, Lin Feng successfully teleported to OA, the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps, where he encountered the Green Lantern, who bore a striking resemblance to Deadpool. Hal Jordan abruptly sprang from his bed. Who are you? I am Lin Feng from Earth. Lin Feng introduced himself succinctly. They call me the Omniscient One. An Earthling. A fellow countryman. Hal Jordan sat up, having just received his Green Lantern ring, still unacquainted with the darker aspects of humanity. The sight of Lin Feng, another human from Earth, filled him with joy. I need to see the Council of Elders. There is something of great importance. Lin Feng's expression turned grave. Earth is under invasion. What? Hal Jordan leapt to his feet. I must go at once. The Council of Elders of the Green Lantern Corps. My homeland is in jeopardy. How can I remain idle? Hearing the council refused to provide assistance, Hal Jordan grew agitated. We merely stated that we would not offer unified, commanding support. But we will not hinder you from seeking help from friends. In other words, as long as it is your personal endeavor and does not interfere with your regular duties. It is permissible, the elder spoke slowly. Even if it concerns Darkseid? Lin Feng suddenly appeared in the room. Your power? The moment the elder of the Green Lantern Corps laid eyes on Lin Feng, his gaze sharpened, sensing a force that rivaled the might of the entire Green Lantern Corps. The Omniscient One, Lin Feng. Lin Feng introduced himself briefly. Please step aside. I wish to speak with the Omniscient One in private. The Green Lantern Elder gestured to Hal Jordan. No problem. Lin Feng nodded at Hal Jordan. Very well, Hal Jordan acquiesced, exiting the room and closing the door behind him. Respected new god, what troubles does Earth face? A hint of reverence laced the elder's tone. Darkseid is poised to invade Earth. I trust you are aware of his intentions. Lin Feng shrugged. Once that entity falls into his grasp, the entire universe will face immense peril. We can no longer defeat Darkseid on our own, even with the existing forces on Earth. The Green Lantern Elder regarded Lin Feng, his expression tinged with hope. If Darkseid intervenes, I too shall act. But his minions will be your responsibility, alongside the local forces on Earth, Lin Feng stated calmly. Understood. The Green Lantern Elder, reassured by Lin Feng's promise, exhaled in relief, consenting to Lin Feng's requests. I shall return now. I hope you arrive swiftly. Lin Feng nodded, transforming into a wisp of blue smoke and disappearing. Earth. Lin. You have returned. Diana sensed Lin Feng's presence behind her and turned around. Ah, you're back. Our friend from the stars will assist us. Lin Feng nodded and glanced at the experimental table within the Batcave. Alfred, what are you working on? This is a gauntlet, Alfred indicated, pointing to the bat-themed device on the table, adorned with high-polymer solar nanobatteries. Allow me to demonstrate. This was borrowed from a Kryptonian reconnaissance ship. Alfred picked up a gun. Perhaps you should step back a bit. Oh, Lin Feng sidestepped, moving away from the gauntlet's front. Alfred squeezed the trigger, and a charging sound resonated as a beam of energy struck the gauntlet, erupting in a burst of blue light, which was then gradually absorbed by the device. Let us observe the results. Alfred reviewed the data and clapped his hands. Not bad. Perhaps we could add a few enhancements. Lin Feng pointed at the gauntlet spikes. Since the gauntlet absorbs energy, it should possess the capability to release it. Otherwise, it merely becomes a consumable. Oh, Alfred lifted his gaze. Modify the energy pathways to place the release points at the gauntlet spikes, something like this. Lin Feng gestured, and the surrounding abandoned materials were disassembled into powder, then reassembled into 3 sleek devices that replaced the spikes on the gauntlet. In a sense, I am a scientist as well. Remarkable. Alfred lifted the gauntlet and activated it toward the wall, unleashing a beam of energy. There is inevitable energy loss. but overall, it is certainly an improvement over pure defense. Lin Feng shrugged. A gauntlet capable of capturing and storing energy. Diana smacked her lips. Perhaps you should create a lasso as well, of course, in black. You might need to pay Bruce some royalties. Lin Feng chuckled. He has the wealth. It would be wise to take advantage. I will consider it. Diana smiled and turned to the screen. Something seems off. Come find me. The screen flickered into static before revealing a face formed from flowing data, emitting a deep voice. That is a cyborg, the ruler of the digital realm. If you search for him online, he will inevitably notice. Lin Feng chuckled. It's fine, go ahead. I greeted him some time ago. Just approach him and mention that Bruce sent you. Okay. Diana nodded and leapt out of the Batcave's exit. Hey, Lin. How's it going over there? Where's Diana? Bruce returned to the Batcave, driving. I've summoned the Guardians from the stars. They should return shortly. Diana went to find Cyborg and should be back soon. Lin Feng raised a finger, closed his eyes to feel the energy around him, then slowly opened his eyes. The mother box from Atlantis has also been taken. Then we must hurry. Bruce stood up. Mary, where's your suit? I'll go get it now. There's no need. Lin Feng opened a portal and retrieved the Flash's suit from within. A flash of light marked the return of Cyborg and Diana to the Batcave. He wants to fly. Cyborg's first words echoed. You converse with machines? Bruce looked at Cyborg. I can communicate with artificial intelligence. Steele looked up at the transport aircraft, which stated that it could not fly due to a software issue. Can you resolve it? Bruce turned his gaze towards the aircraft. No problem. Steele shrugged and approached the transport. Hey, a voice drew near, accompanied by the sound of rushing water. At the entrance of the Batcave, a waterfall parted to reveal a robust figure clad in armor, wielding a trident. The mother box of Atlantis has been stolen. After some contemplation, I believe your idea of teamwork is commendable. Aquaman leaned his trident against the ground. All right, everyone is here now. Lin Feng clapped his hands. Now, we must devise a strategy to confront Darkseid. Chapter 75. We need Superman. This is the third mother box. Steele placed an iron box on the table. There is a black dot in my data stream. I can sense the other two mother boxes. I know they have awakened, but I cannot see their locations. If we don't know where the enemy is, we cannot launch an attack, Aquaman remarked, raising his hands. Even if we did know. There is no creature more formidable than the Wasteland Wolf. Diana frowned. Perhaps there is one. Superman, Barry replied, a glimmer of disappointment in his eyes. As long as the third mother box remains dormant, they cannot see it. They can only sense its presence. Steele addressed the group. We must remain in constant motion to avoid detection. No, that is a strategy for delaying failure, not for achieving victory, Bruce countered, shaking his head. What? Are flamethrowers out of style? Barry questioned. Why don't we just destroy it outright? Fire cannot destroy the mother box. It is composed of an unknown material that thrives on thermal energy, absorbing it and storing it within its core, Steele elucidated. You seem quite knowledgeable about these boxes. Aquaman remarked skeptically as he approached Steele. Where did you find the mother box? Are you accusing me? Steele's half-visible face furrowed with concern. I am indeed suspicious of you. Aquaman pressed, placing his hands on the table. How can we be certain you are not one of them? That is a long story, Steele shrugged. Are you in a hurry to be somewhere? Aquaman raised an eyebrow. Steele took a deep breath, and a vision projected from his brow. The mother box was discovered by the Nazis during World War II, buried beneath an Italian monastery. It was intercepted by Allied forces on its way to Hitler. And in 1944, it was brought back to the United States, designated as Item 61982. This artifact languished in the Pentagon's archives for over 70 years until the Department of Defense began researching Superman's spacecraft. Lin Feng continued Steele's narrative. My father discovered a connection between Superman's spacecraft and this artifact. They are both products of different civilizations' alien technology and share similar properties. Though the mother box has lain dormant for millennia, my father devised a theory to awaken it, and he succeeded. A vision also appeared in Lin Feng's hand. Depicting Victor's accident, he should have perished, but the energy of the mother box resurrected him, transforming him into his current state. After that, the mother box continued to sleep until now. Steele withdrew the vision. Wait, you mean your father used the mother box to bring you back to life? Isn't that the work of a deranged killing machine? Barry gazed at the mother box with a look of astonishment. These devices were machines of transformation. Steele glanced at Barry, explaining that the mother box is neither saved nor killed. They merely reconstructed matter according to their master's will, facilitating regeneration and restoration to their original state. Restoration to the original state? Diana inquired, turning to Steele. The mother box possesses the power to restore the interaction of particles, Steele elucidated. What you mean is that no material can be created or destroyed out of nothing. Their interactions merely transform. Barry pondered this notion. Burning down a house does not annihilate its particles, they merely transition into ash. Anyone with a single match can reduce a house to cinders. Diana clicked her tongue. Yet, the mother box can revert ash back into a house. Bruce inhaled deeply. I sense we are all contemplating the same matter. Barry's eyes darted around, wondering who would voice it. I certainly won't, he remarked. Superman, Lin Feng slowly spoke. He is already deceased. Aquaman crossed his arms. The mother box resurrected Victor. Diana scoffed. He wasn't dead at that time. Aquaman countered, life is not merely binary. It is not simply alive or dead. It cannot be both. Regarding the notion of binary, I possess a slightly different perspective. Some individuals indeed embody both states, Lin Feng interjected unexpectedly. What? Barry glanced at Lin Feng, subtly distancing himself. All right, enough jesting. Let us discuss serious matters. Bruce interrupted the conversation on binary states. Victor, can you operate the mother box? Of course, Steele nodded. But we lack an understanding of Kryptonian biology. Who knows what might transpire? Well, we must attempt it, right? Barry surveyed the group. We have nothing to lose. We must awaken the mother box to even try, Diana stated, leaning on the table. Once it awakens, the enemy will detect it and come for us. Completing the Trinity and heralding the apocalypse, Bruce echoed Diana's concerns. However, we currently have no alternative. It is merely a matter of whether we perish sooner or later. Lin Feng rose, asserting, at the very least, we must retain control. Indeed, we cannot surrender Earth to aliens intent on destruction, Barry concurred. Even if Superman returns, who can guarantee he will vanquish them? Aquaman shrugged. The mother box informed us. Lin Feng extended his hand. It was after Superman's demise that the mother box received this information and signaled to the Wasteland Wolf, for they feared him. This is our only option, Bruce declared, gazing at the group with resolute eyes. This team consists of 7 members, not 6. Without him, we would not exist. As night fell, Barry remarked. Digging Superman out of his grave is truly chilling. Leaning on a shovel, he noted, you do realize we could accomplish this in a second, right? I believe excavating him by hand would be a fitting tribute to this hero, Lin Feng shrugged. Then why am I the only one digging? Barry exclaimed, feeling somewhat frantic. Lin Feng remained silent, steadfastly leaning on his shovel. Fine. Barry took a deep breath and resumed digging, one scoop at a time. On the other side of the vehicle, Aquaman and Diana sat together, united as Atlanteans and Amazons in battle. Diana raised her eyelids slightly. Half Atlantean, Aquaman corrected. Have our people not communicated for thousands of years? Diana lifted her chin defiantly. I don't know. I have little connection with my kin. Aquaman shook his head. I share the same disdain for Atlanteans as the Amazons do. Hatred is futile, Diana countered, shaking her head. Yet sometimes, hatred can serve as a catalyst. Lin Feng, with one hand, hoisted Superman's coffin onto the vehicle. There is an old saying in Atlantis, Aquaman said, taking a swig of wine. Anything reclaimed from the darkness comes at a price. Diana interjected, the Amazons say the same. So, should we truly proceed? Aquaman inhaled deeply. It is not a question of should, it is a necessity. Lin Feng settled beside Superman's coffin, gently tapping the lid. We need Superman. Chapter 76, The Resurrection of Superman. Bruce, we have concluded our part. Lin Feng teleported to the Batcave, observing the smoking transport vessel. All right. Let us head to the Star Lab, Bruce said, rising. By the way, you mentioned your name is the Omniscient? Indeed, what of it? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Are you truly omniscient? Bruce scrutinized Lin Feng's eyes, seeking any hint of a flaw. On a broader scale, I cannot be deemed omniscient, but for you, I am the omniscient, Lin Feng shrugged. Will we succeed this time? Bruce inhaled deeply. If I disclose that, then we shall not succeed. Lin Feng smiled. placing a hand on Bruce's shoulder, transporting him to the others. With Lynn's assistance, we should be able to enter directly. Bruce observed Barry, who was preparing his disguise. Lynn, can you assist us in gaining entry? Can you manage this many people? Barry turned to Lin Feng. I can, Lin Feng nodded. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Barry, disappointed, tossed his hat to the ground. You did not ask. Lin Feng draped an arm over Bruce and Barry's shoulders, resting a hand on the shoulder of the person beside them. The group stood firm. 6 individuals, including Superman's coffin, transformed into a plume of blue smoke. Vanishing from sight and bypassing the guards, arriving directly within the Star Lab. Victor, it's your turn, Lin Feng directed towards Cyborg. The evacuation order has been issued. Victor tilted his head and closed his eyes for a moment, infiltrating the Star Lab's internal systems to disseminate the evacuation command. Excellent. Everyone, gear up. Lin Feng donned a black trench coat, tearing through space to retrieve his sword, which he slung over his back. I have always been in a state of readiness. Cyborg shed his outer garment, revealing his mechanical form. Red alert, contamination breach. All personnel evacuate immediately. The piercing alarm blared as every electronic screen within the Star Lab turned crimson. Biological threat detected. Sensors have identified extraterrestrial microorganisms. Ray Palmer, who would later become the Atom, glanced at the computer. Morphological microorganisms? That's impossible. Dr. Silas Stone, the father of Cyborg, shook his head, declaring it must be a false alarm. All right, everyone. Shut down the lab and evacuate promptly, he ordered the researchers within the laboratory. Silas, who had just conducted a scan, argued that someone must have inadvertently triggered the alarm. Come on, let us go, Palmer said, patting Silas on the shoulder. Damn it, Silas muttered, stepping away from the crowd to tinker with his computer. While Lin Feng and his companions had already entered the Star Labs with the mother box. Excellent, Silas finally deactivated the alarm and picked up the intercom. This is Dr. Silas Stone, can you hear me? Dr. Stone, please proceed, came the response from the other end. This is a false alarm. Someone has hacked into the security system. We must hear the sound of the door opening behind us. Silas paused, lifting his head to see a group of superheroes, including his son, Victor. Silas was momentarily stunned. Dr. Stone, are you still there? I didn't catch what you said, inquired the voice from the intercom. I was mistaken. The alarm is genuine. Everyone must exit immediately. I repeat, no one is allowed to return without my permission. You lot better know what you're doing. Aquaman expressed his skepticism regarding their plan. Rest assured. We are fully aware, Lin Feng replied, waving his hand as Superman's coffin opened, the body slowly drifting into the liquid of the spaceship. With another gesture, he retrieved a photograph of Superman's father, stating, I believe he would desire this picture. Cyborg extended a data interface, connecting it to the spaceship's control console, taking command of the entire system, and nodded at the others. Meanwhile, golden light began to emanate from Lin Feng's eyes as he began deciphering the spacecraft, while simultaneously maintaining the analysis for Superman's resurrection, allowing him to gather more information and expedite the process. This spacecraft indicates hostility from the mother box. Victor communicated with the main control system of Superman's ship. I can bypass the safety protocols, but there is no time to repair the damage Luthor caused to the power systems. Can you speak plainly? Aquaman asked, leaning on his trident, casting a glance at Cyborg. We do not have sufficient power to awaken the mother box, Cyborg sighed. I can resolve this issue, Lin Feng offered, extending his hand as the roof was torn away. Dark clouds gathering ominously above Star Labs. All right. Cyborg commanded the robots within Superman's ship to bring the mother box above Superman's body. The mother box is ready. I am also prepared, he added, as storm clouds continued to accumulate, lightning brewing within. This spacecraft is requesting that I do not awaken the mother box, Cyborg hesitated. Sensing its fear, it understood that Desaad would come for it. We are all aware Desaad will arrive, but we have no other options, Bruce urged Cyborg. Release the mother box. No. Cyborg glimpsed a fragment of the future, yet the robots had already unleashed the mother box. With a crack, a bolt of lightning struck the mother box as it made contact with the water's surface, electricity swirling around it, activating it. Everyone, take cover, Steelbone shouted. unleashing a violent shockwave that sent several individuals flying, while the activated mother box soared into the sky, crashing onto a nearby vehicle. Only Lin Feng remained steadfast in his position. "We must leave," Bruce shouted, spotting the figure above. Lin Feng immediately transported everyone outside the Star Lab. Superman gently descended before the remnants of his shattered statue, where a phrase was inscribed on the ground. "If you are searching for his monument, look around you." "You all continue to fight. I need to find someone," Lin Feng declared, transforming into a swirl of blue mist and departing, leaving 5 individuals to confront Superman directly. Lewis Lane, Lin Feng materialized on a street. "I need you to come with me." Chapter 77. My mother is also Martha. Bruce, descending from the sky, paused momentarily upon seeing Lin Feng standing beside Lewis. "It seems we are on the same wavelength," Lin Feng remarked, patting Bruce on the shoulder. "Let us go. Take her along, or those few won't withstand the pressure." Meanwhile, joy illuminated the faces of those witnessing Superman's resurrection. "He has returned," Diana exclaimed with a smile, while Barry grinned broadly, revealing his 8 teeth. "Something feels off," Steelbone noted, his expression becoming uneasy. "He is scanning us." "Victor?" Barry inquired, noticing Steelbone's distorted visage. "Are you all right?" "Chet, what are you doing?" Steelbone's right arm transformed into an energy cannon aimed at Superman. He grasped his right arm with his left, struggling against his own defense mechanisms. "This is my automatic defense system. He senses danger." "Victor, stop," Barry exclaimed in alarm. A blast of energy was unleashed, shattering the monument behind Superman. "I can't control it." Steelbone's face was filled with panic. "Kal-El, no?" Diana attempted to intervene as Superman's eyes glowed red, yet the laser beams shot forth. Steelbone raised a shield, but it shattered within mere seconds, the laser cutting through, cleaving the police car behind in 2. He was bewildered, uncertain of his own identity. Diana drew her sword from behind. Superman lifted the colossal head of his fractured statue and hurled it at them. Diana, with a swift strike, shattered the statue's head into fragments. "Arthur, we must subdue him." "Indeed," Aquaman nodded, brandishing his trident and leaping forward, only to be sent flying several meters by a single punch from Superman. Diana followed closely, delivering a downward strike, but Superman merely tilted his head, countering with a punch that collided with her shield. Unable to withstand his immense power, Diana was sent tumbling down the steps. A charging sound resonated as Steelbone fired another energy blast, striking Superman's chest. Superman staggered back slightly, a blue glow enveloping him as he twisted his neck, revealing no signs of injury. Diana seized the lasso of truth, casting it forth to ensnare Superman's arm. But he effortlessly dragged her closer, his feet pressing down on the edge of the steps, creating 2 small craters in the stone. "Kal-El, the last son of Krypton, remember who you are." The lasso of truth began to exert its influence, causing Superman's mind to waver momentarily. "Tell me who you are," he commanded. "Humph," regaining his composure. Superman let out a cold snort, yanking Diana towards him and gripping her shoulder armor firmly. Meanwhile, Aquaman rushed back, striking Superman's trident, which was met with a steady grasp. Cyborg also advanced, seizing Superman's arms, yet he could not budge him in the slightest. Observing this, Barry was enveloped in a surge of lightning, unleashing his incredible speed as he circled around and charged at Superman's flank. At this velocity, he distinctly noticed Superman's eyes shift in his direction, turning his head, which filled Barry with dread. With a powerful thrust, Superman sent Cyborg flying with Aquaman's trident, tossing both Diana and Aquaman aside before delivering a punch towards the approaching Barry. Barry dodged by bending low, but in doing so lost his balance and fell to the ground. Superman leapt high into the air, descending with tremendous force towards the ground. Barry hastily evaded, taking refuge against a monument, narrowly escaping several of Superman's punches, only to be launched away by a shoulder check from the lowered Superman. Slowly ascending into the sky, Superman's eyes emitted a blinding red light, just as Barry was on the brink of being obliterated by Superman's heat vision. A barrage of gunfire erupted, several bullets striking Superman's head and causing him to slightly turn. Looking back, Superman saw several armored vehicles from the U.S. military. Standing firm against the machine gun fire, he unleashed his heat vision, cleaving 2 armored vehicles in half, with the debris from one vehicle soaring towards a nearby police officer. Cyborg arrived just in time to shield the officer from the wreckage. "You'd best keep your distance," Cyborg warned before soaring away. At that moment, Batman also arrived, helping a soldier who had been knocked down by the explosion as he gazed at Superman ahead. Upon seeing Bruce, Superman's face contorted with anger, and he advanced step by step in Bruce's direction. Observing this, Cyborg flew in, but Superman seized his hands directly. From behind Cyborg, two additional arms sprouted, relentlessly pummeling Superman's face, but to no avail. Superman leapt up, slamming Cyborg down to the ground and tossing him aside. Aquaman and the Flash prepared to flank Superman, but their coordination was evidently lacking. Superman merely sidestepped, effortlessly dodging the Flash, who, unable to halt his momentum, collided with Aquaman, sending them both flying several meters. "Don't make me do this," Diana declared as she landed, raising her hands to activate her bracelet's power. However, Superman rushed forward first, trapping her arms and preventing the bracelets from colliding. With a forceful motion, Superman pried Wonder Woman's hands apart and collided with her head-on. Dazed, Wonder Woman shook her head vigorously to dispel the disorientation, retaliating with a headbutt that caused Superman to tilt his neck backward. Superman twisted his neck, lifting Wonder Woman off the ground by her hands, before driving his forehead into hers, embedding her into the earth. He then hovered before Batman, his eyes glowing with a crimson hue. "No, Clark, don't." Batman shook his head, but before he could finish his words, Superman's heat vision was already unleashed. Batman raised his arm to shield himself, and his gauntlet performed its duty, absorbing the intensity of Superman's heat vision. However, it did not withstand for long, and he was sent flying, crashing into a police car behind him. "Clark, no, this world needs you," Batman uttered weakly as he leaned against the vehicle. "This world needs me? Should I rise to the occasion?" Superman's face contorted with anger as he tightened his grip around Batman's neck, lifting him into the air while the heat vision simmered once more. "I remember you. You wished for my demise, yet now you deny me death. What is it that you truly desire?" "Clark." A female voice approached from the distance. It was the tardy Lois Lane. She gazed up at Superman. "Clark, please don't. I know you." The heat vision in Superman's eyes receded, and he cast Batman aside, gently descending before Lois. "Ah, the power of love," Lin Feng remarked, smacking his lips. "By the way, I have an important secret to reveal. My mother's name is also Martha." Chapter 78, Resolving Your Troubles Before Departure. What? Superman and Batman simultaneously turned to Lin Feng. "Did you forget? You nearly impaled him with a kryptonite spear, yet because his mother shares the same name, you spared him." Lin Feng shrugged, draping an arm over Superman's shoulder. "Clark, let me tell you, the three of us are like brothers, though we share neither father nor mother. Yet all our mothers are named Martha." Watching Lin Feng ramble on, Superman shook his head vigorously, seemingly attempting to expel the nonsensical chatter from his mind. Ultimately, he expressionlessly lifted Lois into his arms and soared into the sky. Boom. The moment Superman departed, the ground began to tremble violently. A beam of light descended from the heavens, and moments later, it dissipated, revealing Darkseid emerging from within, swiftly retrieving the mother box before turning to leave without pausing for a second. "Shit, what is that thing?" Darkseid returned to his base, his eyes filled with terror. The instant he teleported near the Star Labs, he felt an ominous presence locking onto him, an aura he had only encountered once before, that of his master, the Dark Lord. Darkseid. Well, at least Steel's father hasn't perished. Lin Feng retracted his aura, gently rotating his neck. "The mother box has been taken. This is our responsibility." I said awakening the mother box was a dreadful idea. Aquaman pointed his trident at Diana. "It was not a bad idea," Diana replied, glancing back at Aquaman. "We need Superman, now more than ever. Regardless of what we awakened, it is not Superman. Perhaps it bears his body and abilities, yet it is not truly him." Aquaman shook his head. "That is him." Batman slowly stood up. He recognized Lois Lane. "Who?" Aquaman turned to Batman. "She is his beloved." Holding a status in his heart akin to that of Martha, Lin Feng leaned against the wall, preening his nails. "Who is Martha?" Aquaman's tone grew increasingly impatient. "Martha is Clark's mother." Lin Feng straightened his back, addressing Bruce and my mother. You are brothers? Aquaman inquired, casting a glance at Batman. You never mentioned this. Do not misunderstand. It is merely a coincidence of names. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Did you deliberately bring Louis Lane here so late? Batman turned to Lin Feng, a hint of hostility in his eyes. I simply did not wish to miss such a spectacular battle. Lin Feng pulled out his camera. Look. Clark appears so dashing in this. Is all of this merely a game to you? Aquaman pointed his trident at Lin Feng's eyes. In a certain sense, indeed it is. Lin Feng adjusted his hair slightly. However, from another perspective, I intentionally wanted the anti-monitor to take the mother box. What? Wonder Woman drew the sword she had just sheathed. Ladies and gentlemen, could you allow someone to finish speaking? Lin Feng raised his hands. The mother box must be gathered by the anti-monitor, and the Trinity must be completed. Otherwise, Darkseid cannot arrive. To be frank, Superman can handle the anti-monitor with ease, but against Darkseid, he is insufficient, at least for now. So what is your purpose in luring Darkseid? Batman inhaled deeply. It is quite simple. I will not remain here for long. I cannot be your babysitter indefinitely. And since I do not know the location of Apocalypse, I must entice him to seek me out. Lin Feng yawned. After all, if we do not defeat Darkseid quickly, you will find it difficult once I leave. Do you possess the ability to defeat Darkseid? Aquaman scoffed. Are you stronger than Superman? As it stands, yes, Lin Feng nodded. What, do you wish to test me? No need for that. Aquaman retracted his trident, having sensed an aura from Lin Feng capable of annihilating him entirely. Very well. Seeing is believing. It is better for you to witness it firsthand. Lin Feng waved his hand, and the sky suddenly dimmed, the sun obscured entirely, flickering with red light for a few seconds. Do you believe it now? Batman took a deep breath. What shall we do? It is quite simple. Clear the minions. Hold off the anti-monitor, maintain the Trinity in a state of opening the portal without it fully erupting, and then applaud for me, Lin Feng instructed. I can manage the control of the Trinity. Cyborg nodded, but the question remains. Who can hold off the anti-monitor? Did you not just awaken that individual? Lin Feng smiled, patting Cyborg on the shoulder. Do not worry. He will return to fight alongside you. We do not know where his base is. Nor do we know how much time we have. Aquaman looked at Lin Feng. Completing the Trinity will take several hours, Lin Feng replied, smirking. As for the location, Cyborg suddenly gasped, raising his gaze to Lin Feng. Chernobyl? Precisely, Lin Feng snapped his fingers. You entered my mind. How did you accomplish that? Cyborg asked, his expression serious as he regarded Lin Feng. Quite simply, my expertise in networking exceeds yours, or rather, surpasses that of the mother box. Lin Feng clapped his hands, signaling everyone to prepare for an impending fierce battle. We must first return to the Batcave, where I can utilize satellite scanning to gather essential topographical data. Bruce inhaled deeply, as the terrain map was already etched in his mind. Cyborg's gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, as it was he who had provided him with this knowledge. Wait, Barry interrupted Bruce and Cyborg. You have a satellite? I possess 6, Bruce replied, his expression stoic. Indeed, this is quite the spectacle, Lin Feng remarked as he stowed away the camera, a smile gracing his face. Ah. Bruce sighed, could you give us a lift? Of course, Lin Feng responded with a slight smile, waving his hand. In an instant, they found themselves aboard the transport aircraft in the Batcave. The plane ascended gently, and before them appeared a spatial wormhole. Upon traversing the wormhole, the aircraft hovered directly above Chernobyl. So, you can repair aircraft, Batman observed, gazing out the window with a somewhat defeated expression, perhaps struggling to devise a strategy against Lin Feng. Regarding the defensive dome, the Flash pointed at the holographic display. What dome? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. The crimson protective shield crumbled to dust, a testament to the efficacy of chaotic magic. All right, everyone, let's recharge and allow Lin to conclude, Batman stated. Leaping from the aircraft first. Chapter 79, The Return of Superman. Lin Feng tilted his head, closing his eyes as he sensed a powerful aura ascending into the sky. Lin? Noticing Lin Feng's reaction, the Flash felt a surge of anxiety. All is well, Lin Feng opened his eyes, a faint smile illuminating his face. It's him. He will return shortly. Who? The Flash inquired, puzzled. It is Superman. Batman exhaled a sigh of relief. Where is he? In space, Lin Feng pointed skyward. He is absorbing solar energy. Victory shall undoubtedly belong to us, Batman declared, taking a deep breath as he donned his cowl. Wonder Woman grasped her shield and unsheathed the sword from her back, while Aquaman caught the trident Batman tossed his way. Cyborg's arms transformed into a pair of energy cannons, one red and one blue. The Flash performed several stretching movements, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Go forth, Lin Feng gestured, conjuring a wormhole before them. I shall provide aerial fire support, regardless of what you encounter. Adhere to the plan. This is the very reason I have gathered you all. Batman nodded at the group, returning to his cockpit and donning his goggles as they all surged through the wormhole. Eliminate them, protect the Trinity. Upon witnessing the crimson shield above dissipate, the desolate wolf roared in fury as the surrounding apocalypse demons scattered, charging toward the invading superheroes. Let us see how they fare against this. Batman pushed down on the transport aircraft's control stick, diving toward the ground and heading directly for the towering chimney where the Trinity resided. As he approached, he pressed a button beside him. The cockpit ejected from the transport, crashing down after a series of thrusters decelerating it, transforming into the Batmobile. The transport aircraft collided with the chimney, resulting in a violent explosion that created a massive breach in the chimney's exterior. Look at them. They know to jump out before a crash. Lin Feng recorded the previous segment as a video, intending to return to the Marvel Universe to show Captain America. Is this your aerial support? The Flash remarked upon witnessing the scene, then transformed into a streak of lightning and dashed away. I will divert their attention. You head to the reactor. Batman activated the Batmobile and sped off. Received. The Flash twisted his neck, delivering a powerful blow that shattered a parade mon. The Batmobile's engine roared, drawing the attention of numerous parademons, as many surged towards the vehicle while others in the air aimed their energy cannons at it. Yet, this did not faze Batman. He maintained an extraordinary speed as the machine gun atop the vehicle unleashed a relentless barrage of bullets, precisely claiming the lives of their foes. Bruce, how do you manage to drive and shoot with such accuracy? The Flash maneuvered swiftly, dispatching parademons with ease. Because the one aiming is not me. Batman's voice resonated over the comms. In Gotham City, beneath Wayne Manor, in the Batcave, Alfred grasped two joysticks, intently monitoring the screen and constantly adjusting the cannon's aim, even managing to sip his tea. Despite the cannon's formidable firepower, the sheer number of parademons proved overwhelming. Eventually, two parademons leapt onto the roof, snapping off the machine gun, while damage alerts blared from the vehicle. The parademons then jumped into the cockpit, prying open the cabin cover. At that moment, a melodious yet epic sound filled the air as Wonder Woman leapt in from behind, cleaving one parademon in half with her sword and smashing another with her shield. The Flash and Cyborg arrived from either side, trailing long blue streaks of energy alongside the Batmobile. Missiles launched from the front of the Batmobile exploded against the walls ahead, while Wonder Woman and Aquaman also leapt in from the rear. This photograph must be kept. Lin Feng stored his camera and snapped his fingers, producing an image in his hand. You truly are insane, Aquaman exclaimed as he jumped onto the Batmobile, then leaped again, skewering several parademons with his trident like a kebab, only to be overwhelmed by more parademons who lifted him into the air. A cacophony of strikes ensued as Aquaman freed himself from the clutches of the parademons, then thrust his trident into the chest of an enemy sneaking up from behind, beginning his descent. Moments later, Aquaman suddenly halted his fall. No problem? Cyborg quipped as he caught Aquaman. Impressive, brother, Aquaman praised, glancing ahead. Cyborg swung his right arm with force, flinging Aquaman forward. The latter let out a battle cry as he hurled his trident, piercing a parade mon, and followed suit, landing upon the impaled creature's chest and using its body as a makeshift surfboard to slow his descent. On the tower, Darkseid manipulated the cannon, aiming it at the Batmobile, which had transformed into an open-top vehicle. Just as Batman found himself unable to evade, Wonder Woman surged in from the side, lifting her shield to deflect the blast. Executing a series of acrobatic flips to dissipate the force, she landed with the poise of a quintessential superhero, embedding her sword into the ground. The residual impact forced her to slide back, the blade carving a long mark into the earth. Quite impressive. At this moment, Lin Feng had pulled out popcorn. We can handle this, Aquaman declared, brandishing a skewer of candied haws alongside his trident, glancing towards Cyborg. Do what you must. Meanwhile, Batman seized the opportunity afforded by the explosion of the Batmobile and the ejector seat, successfully commandeering a turret. He began to unleash the energy cannon upon Darkseid. While Cyborg and the Flash coordinated their efforts, preparing to penetrate the reactor. On the other side, in Gotham City at Wayne Manor, a sonic boom rattled the water glasses on the table as a dark figure landed on the balcony. "You must be Alfred," Superman said with a smile as he entered. "Master Kent," Alfred replied, lifting his gaze from the car he was repairing. "I had anticipated your arrival. Now, let us hope you have not come too late." At Chernobyl, Aquaman and Cyborg approached the back of the Wasteland Wolf. Aquaman struck the ground fiercely with his trident, awakening the Wasteland Wolf, whose eyes ignited with a blue glow. Huh? The Wasteland Wolf suddenly sensed something amiss, lifting his head, only to find himself utterly immobilized, slowly levitating into the air. This is just about right. Finally joining the fray, Lin Feng descended gracefully from above, radiating a crimson light. Now, they awaited the formation of the Trinity. Darkseid will utterly annihilate this planet, the Wasteland Wolf roared. Unable to move, is it possible that I am merely waiting for him to arrive? Lin Feng smiled slightly, tightening his grip, which elicited a mournful howl from the Wasteland Wolf. For Darkseid, the Wasteland Wolf's eyes blazed with intense light, momentarily breaking free from Lin Feng's hold. He brandished his axe and swung down, but it struck with a sound as if hitting steel. No surprises here. Superman shook his head, a mocking smile playing on his lips. He has returned. Chapter 80, Darkseid. No surprises here, Superman observed, still smiling at the Wasteland Wolf, exhaling a breath of icy frost. He froze the axe, which was ensnared in yellow lightning, into a solid block of ice. Then, with a powerful punch, Superman shattered the frozen weapon. Hey, Lin. Did we arrive too late? A cascade of green light descended from above as Green Lantern flew to Lin Feng's side, surveying the scene. Not entirely, Lin Feng replied, gesturing towards the mother box, where a small point of light began to materialize. Leave the Wasteland Wolf and those minions to you. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng conjured a chair and slowly seated himself. And what about you? Batman inhaled deeply. Me? Lin Feng planted his sword into the ground. I am here to wait. Wait for what? Waiting for a rival who can barely be considered a true opponent. Well, in terms of stature, that would undoubtedly be you. The Green Lantern scoffed and soared into the sky. Green Lantern Corps, attack. With a grand gesture, their leader, Sestro, commanded an onslaught of vibrant green beams that pierced through a vast expanse of apocalyptic monsters below. Superman ascended slowly into the air, delivering a powerful kick that sent the Desolate Wolf crashing against the wall, followed by a heavy fall. The Desolate Wolf rose, furiously pounding the ground in anger. A crimson glow ignited in Superman's eyes as a searing beam shot forth, striking the Desolate Wolf's shoulder and subsequently shattering the concrete wall behind him. The Desolate Wolf charged at Superman, but Superman deftly tilted his head, evading a claw strike. Just as the Desolate Wolf raised his hand, Superman unleashed a punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Wonder Woman and Aquaman leaped down, witnessing the charging Desolate Wolf. Wonder Woman clashed her bracelets together, unleashing a powerful shockwave that propelled the Desolate Wolf away. As he regained his footing, a trident struck his kidney, erupting in a brilliant white shockwave that sent him flying once more, this time colliding with Superman's fist, embedding him into the wall. Superman ascended, tracing an arc before diving down to collide with the Desolate Wolf, who had just freed himself from the wall's grasp, crashing into Lin Feng behind him. With each subsequent punch Superman delivered, shockwaves erupted, yet Lin Feng remained seated, utterly unaffected by the force. A fierce beam of heat radiated from Superman's eyes, slicing upwards from the Desolate Wolf's shoulder and ultimately severing one of his horns. Are you done playing? Lin Feng observed as the glowing point expanded into a portal. He slowly rose and gazed at Superman. That's enough. I am far more intrigued by the enemy to come. Superman dismounted the Desolate Wolf, casting him aside. Don't discard him. He still has his uses. Lin Feng gestured, causing the Desolate Wolf to rise from the ground as his fingers gradually clenched. twisting and contorting the creature's limbs, eliciting a spine-chilling wail. The portal widened, revealing Darkseid's silhouette emerging from the other end on Apocalypse. As Darkseid turned to face the portal, he was met with the increasingly anguished cries of the desolate wolf. Consider this a welcoming gift. Lin Feng's fingers balled into a fist, abruptly silencing the desolate wolf's screams, transforming him into a mass of semi-metallic, semi-organic matter, which Lin Feng hurled toward Darkseid through the portal. Humph! Darkseid scoffed, his eyes igniting with omega beams as a serpentine red laser obliterated the remains of the desolate wolf, scattering them across the ground. Darkseid, are you satisfied with this greeting? Lin Feng smiled faintly, his gaze fixed on Darkseid, golden light flickering in his eyes. Once the Trinity is complete, this planet shall harbor no life. Darkseid offered no response to Lin Feng's words. This endeavor appears to be futile. Lin Feng raised his right hand, causing the fusion process of the mother boxes to halt abruptly, subsequently reversing and returning the 3 boxes to their individual, dormant states. It seems you two are a cosmic deity. My apologies for the offense. Darkseid shook his head and turned away. The portal behind him gradually closing as the 3 mother boxes flew into it, returning to his possession. Did I grant you permission to depart? Lin Feng stepped forward, extending his hand to halt the closing portal, expanding it back to its original size. Are you intent on engaging in combat, my lord? The thrusters behind Darkseid ignited, propelling his form through the portal. It is rather embarrassing for a newly ascendant god to lack the ability to fly and to rely on mechanical assistance. Lin Feng floated upward, reaching the same altitude as Darkseid. It is well known that even divine beasts possess the ability to soar. How is it that you lack such capability? Wouldn't you agree, Groudon? My capacity to fly is of little consequence. Rather, the question is, my lord, are you prepared for war with Apocalypse? Darkseid's voice concealed a simmering fury. Huh. Lin Feng smiled faintly, suddenly surging forward and colliding with Darkseid, lifting him into the sky, while countless parademons surged forth from the portal below. Clark, can you handle the situation down there? Lin Feng called out. Certainly. Superman cracked his neck, crimson light igniting in his eyes as he unleashed his heat vision, decimating a multitude of parademons, before plunging into the portal to wreak havoc upon the foes of Apocalypse. That is reassuring. Lin Feng propelled Darkseid with increasing speed into the vastness of space, traversing wormholes and vanishing from the onlooker's sight. Chapter 81. The Wall of Origins. You have brought this upon yourself. Observing the unfamiliar surroundings, Darkseid inhaled deeply, a crimson glimmer flashing in his eyes as an omega beam curved toward Lin Feng. TSK, how is it you possess such a technique? Lin Feng clicked his tongue, his form flickering as he evaded the impact of the omega beam, reappearing behind Darkseid to deliver a decisive kick. Bang! Darkseid was sent sprawling far away by Lin Feng's strike, colliding with several planets in the vacuum of space before finally coming to a halt. Do you not agree that this kind of close combat is far more exhilarating? Lin Feng instantaneously teleported before Darkseid, a mocking smile gracing his lips. You speak the truth. Darkseid shed his shattered armor, flexing his wrist, his eyes glinting with malice as he unleashed a powerful punch. Indeed, just like that. Excitement flickered in Lin Feng's eyes as he slightly shifted his stance, using his arm to deflect Darkseid's fist aside, following up with a palm strike aimed at Darkseid's chest. Darkseid's expression hardened as he raised his left arm to guard his chest. Lin Feng's immense strength collided with his arm, causing Darkseid to stagger back several meters before pivoting and driving his shoulder toward Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng swiftly retracted his arm, crossing it over his chest to brace against Darkseid's shoulder. He then executed a knee strike that collided with Darkseid's groin, followed by a powerful kick that sent Darkseid hurtling away once more. The formidable being, who had just shattered several planets, coughed violently, expelling a mouthful of blood. Wiping the crimson stain from his lips, Darkseid stretched his body, excitement gleaming in his eyes as he beckoned for more. How trivial. In terms of both strength and skill, you are inferior to me. Continuing this battle holds little significance, Lin Feng declared, shaking his head. Your willingness to fight stems merely from the protection of some ancient deity, which spares you from true death. Your reluctance to engage does not imply that the battle is over, Darkseid sneered, charging forward. Yet, Lin Feng regarded him with an impassive expression, crimson light gathering in his eyes as he unleashed Darkseid's own Omega beams, striking him in the chest and sending him flying once again. How could you? A flicker of fear crossed Darkseid's face, revealing a common flaw among intelligent beings, the dread of the unknown. Lin Feng shook his head, gesturing, "Let us see how this fares." Grasping the nape of Darkseid's neck, Lin Feng traversed several wormholes, arriving before a semi-transparent wall of air. "Is this the wall of origin?" Darkseid stammered. Glancing at Lin Feng, "What do you intend to do?" "Nothing much, just releasing someone," Lin Feng replied with a smile, leading Darkseid into the wall of origin. Upon reaching the universe, Lin Feng's initial endeavor was to arrive at the cosmos's edge and decode the wall of origin. Now, having completed the analysis, it had just begun to unravel the Kryptonian lineage of Superman. However, while Lin Feng had acquired the ability to traverse the wall of origin, Darkseid did not. As Lin Feng released his grip, Darkseid found himself ensnared within the wall, immobile. "Stay put. I shall retrieve someone," Lin Feng said, patting Darkseid's shoulder before soaring deeper into the wall of origin. Upon finding a figure, Lin Feng smiled slightly, floating over and placing a hand on the individual's shoulder. The spatial fluctuations of the arrow enabled the figure to regain mobility and open their eyes. "Who are you?" the liberated figure asked, their expression hardening as they sensed their regained ability within the wall of origin. "I am merely a passerby, saving you primarily to ensure you keep a close watch on your son," Lin Feng chuckled, teleporting away from the wall while simultaneously retrieving Darkseid. "Father." Darkseid's eyes revealed raw terror as the individual Lin Feng had extracted was none other than Darkseid's father, Yuga-Khan. "Thank you for your assistance," Yuga-Khan said, bowing slightly to Lin Feng before turning to Darkseid. "Father," Darkseid's body quivered. "Come with me," Yuga-Khan inhaled deeply, grasping Darkseid by the nape and nodding at Lin Feng before vanishing from sight. "Ah, so this is the bloodline suppression from a father," Lin Feng mused. Lin Feng smacked his lips. In the realm of comic lore, Darkseid harbored an intense fear of the formidable Khan. Perhaps the profound psychological shadow cast during his childhood contributed to this trepidation. He needed to leave behind a physical vessel in this domain. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng transported himself to a diminutive asteroid belt, invoking Ego's abilities to draw in surrounding matter, enveloping himself within it, while simultaneously conjuring a doppelganger. He once again stood before the wall of origin. What mysteries lay beyond its threshold? Lin Feng stroked his chin, a ripple emanating from his form as he ventured into the depths of the wall of origin. Had the analysis of his Kryptonian bloodline been completed? Observing the progress bar fully illuminated on the panel, Lin Feng mused, directing his cosmic avatar to construct a corporeal form, which he cast into a yellow sun. The Marvel Universe must not be neglected. He closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to descend into the slumbering body on the moon of the Marvel Universe, integrating the Kryptonian lineage before soaring towards the sun. This was nearly sufficient. The Lin Feng within the wall of origin opened his eyes, resuming his quest for exploration. Was this truly the case? Time passed, though its measure was lost on him. Lin Feng felt a lightness envelop him as he emerged from the wall of origin. Confronted by the boundless void of the cosmos, seeking the Marvel Universe amidst this infinite expanse would prove challenging. He sighed, ordinarily. His ability to create avatars rendered the need to return unnecessary, as his true self resided within the Marvel Universe, yet a grave concern lingered. Regardless of all else, he could not afford to lose his blade. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, drawing forth the broadsword from his back, cleaving through the turbulent spatial currents ahead as he pressed on. "Damn it!" Lin Feng cursed, disoriented in the void, seemingly spiraling in a circular path before colliding with the wall of origin. How absurd. Though the impact was not painful, he instinctively rubbed his head. No. Upon traversing the wall of origin and returning to Earth, he discovered this universe bore striking differences. What was the meaning of this? Sensing the transformations on the planet, Lin Feng exclaimed in frustration. Chapter 82, Crisis on Infinite Earths? Mid-City, Star Labs. A swirl of blue mist enveloped him as Lin Feng materialized before Star Labs. This was not the Star Labs of the cinematic universe. Frowning, he contemplated, wait a moment, is this the Green Arrow universe? Indeed. The star labs now before Lin Feng resembled the one from the television series, adorned with 3 prongs, reminiscent of a fantastical beast. Let me discern the time frame here. Damn it. Lin Feng carefully attuned himself to the conditions on Earth and the surrounding cosmos, then cursed aloud. Was there some cosmic rule at play conspiring against him? Lin Feng clicked his tongue. The scene before him mirrored that from the Green Arrow universe's crossover episode, Crisis on Infinite Earths, where a host of heroes aboard the Wave Rider mourned the death of Oliver Queen, the Green Arrow. You have lost a great hero, the Monitor addressed the gathered heroes. He should not have died, Barry remarked, approaching from the side. I do not contest your assertion. The Monitor nodded, acknowledging the pain of loss that you all endure. Yet there are numerous reasons not to surrender your resolve. In fact, there are 7. In the boundless realms of time and space. The Monitor's words were interrupted by the cry of an infant. Apologies, said Louis Lane, somewhat embarrassed as he placed the child into Superman's embrace. Within the infinite tapestry of existence, 7 heroes came forth. The Monitor continued, elucidating that those with the purest will could ultimately defeat the Anti-Monitor and aid in the salvation of the multiverse. These 7 individuals were known as the Saints. 7 Saints? The 7 Saints? Exclaimed a voice, and a swirl of blue smoke materialized aboard the Wave Rider, revealing Lin Feng's silhouette. Who are you? The assembled heroes braced themselves, with the Flash, Superman, and Supergirl even taking a moment to don their gear. Oh, it's nothing. I'm just passing through. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively. By the way, is Malnovu and Mobius stirring up trouble again? Who exactly are you? The Monitor felt a twinge of anxiety upon hearing both his name and that of the Anti-Monitor. Many across the universe were aware that the Monitor was called Malnovu. Yet few knew the Anti-Monitor's name was Mobius. Who am I? I am the one who vanquished Darkseid and extracted the essence of the Source Wall, even wandering within it for several circles. Can't you see that, Monitor? Lin Feng approached, placing a hand on the Monitor's shoulder in a camaraderie-like gesture. Oh, it's you, the so-called omniscient from another universe. The Monitor sighed, sensing that Lin Feng would be the sole variable in this unfolding event. Indeed, it is I. Lin Feng said, patting the Monitor's shoulder before turning to the others. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the omniscient Lin Feng. The omniscient? Barry stepped forward. Do you know how we can defeat the Anti-Monitor? Of course I do, Lin Feng replied, clapping his hands. First, let him completely annihilate the multiverse. The Eradicator will transport you to the vanishing point for a moment, then Barry will use the Speed Force to take you back to the beginning of time. The Spectre will ignite the spark, and the 7 Saints will reshape the universe, unifying the multiverse, thus defeating the Anti-Monitor. Everyone, except Green Arrow, will survive. That is essentially the plan. What? Mia stepped forward. So, the Anti-Monitor can be defeated, but my father must die. Is that it? In theory, yes. But I am here now, so that may not be necessary. Lin Feng waved his hand. Malnovu, leave this to me. Rest assured, the multiverse will reboot smoothly. For instance, we need to address a minor issue. 2 fellows have just ventured into hell in an attempt to rescue Oliver, but they will not succeed unless I extend a finger. Unless what? Barry was the first to respond upon hearing of a way to save Green Arrow. Unless I also take a trip, Lin Feng smiled and vanished from sight. You must be Constantine, he observed, noticing the blond man clad in a beige trench coat, speaking with a British accent, and tossed him a cigarette. Apologies. But I don't believe I know you? Constantine squinted at Lin Feng. It's quite all right if you don't recognize me. But the crucial point is that I can bring Oliver back, Lin Feng said, patting Diggle's shoulder before stepping in front of Oliver Queen. I can only save more lives through death. Oliver's gaze was resolute. That was in the past, but now I have arrived. Lin Feng patted Oliver on the shoulder and glanced at Jim Corrigan, the legendary Spectre, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. All right. Now that spark can be ignited by me. I shall summon the power of the ghost. As Jim felt the spectral energy replicated by Lin Feng, he took a deep breath. There's no need. I may already be more adept at wielding ghostly powers than you. Lin Feng shook his head, placing a hand on Diggle and Oliver's shoulders. As for you, Constantine, I believe you have your own means of returning. A sharp intake of breath echoed as Oliver abruptly sat up in bed, gazing at the surrounding individuals as if he were in a different world. Let us save the sentimental matters for later. First, we must disappear and then transfer to the beginning of time. Lin Feng waved his hand, transporting the group to a dilapidated location. Who exactly are you? The observer's eyes finally reflected a serious demeanor. Merely Lin Feng's mention of subsequent plot developments was sufficient for him to regard Lin Feng with utmost caution. I have stated, I am the omniscient. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Now, let us proceed to the beginning of time. A flash of light enveloped them, and the group found themselves on a desolate expanse. The counter-observer, arms wide open, suddenly turned, casting a puzzled glance at the observer. The observer discreetly signaled Lin Feng with a glance, then shielded the others behind him, sternly rebuking the counter-observer. You all can play. I shall take a stroll. Lin Feng patted Oliver's shoulder and began to meander across the wasteland. So, you truly have hidden here. Sensing a ripple in the fabric of space, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled with delight as he sliced through the unstable dimension, reaching inside to pull out a chair. This is a fine piece. Lin Feng patted the back of the chair, satisfaction evident on his face. Damn it, the counter-observer, locked in confrontation with the observer, cursed and flew backward, momentarily startling the observer. Goodbye now. Lin Feng teleported, tossing the chair into the wall of origin, noting its position before returning to the beginning of time. Chapter 83. The Mobius chair. What place is this? Green Arrow inquired, looking at Lin Feng. This is the beginning of time, the juncture where the positive universe and the antimatter universe were born. Lin Feng explained, the antimatter wave has obliterated all multiverses. Only here can the universe be resurrected. What must we do? Green Arrow stepped forward. I will ignite the spark, and you shall kindle the flames. Lin Feng smiled slightly, turning to the observer. Am I correct in my assertion? You possess considerable knowledge, and thus, I hope you truly intend to act as you have stated. The observer took a deep breath. The next steps are in your hands. No problem. Lin Feng smirked, pausing the thoughts of the others. So, will you be killed by Mobius once again? For the smooth reboot of the universe, such sacrifices are necessary. The observer shrugged. You sacrifice nothing. Lin Feng scoffed. Is sacrificing a mere avatar truly a sacrifice? If you think that way, there is little I can do. The Watcher displayed an indifference akin to that of a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water. Are you not the same? Very well, let it be so. You shall engage in a contest with Mobius, whilst I conclude matters. Lin Feng nodded, restoring the cognitive abilities of the others. Previously, Molnov had mentioned that 7 saints would bear the monumental responsibility of rebooting the universe. Truth, true love, destiny, glory, courage, hope, and humanity. Lin Feng gazed solemnly at the 7 superheroes before him, an uncommon seriousness gracing his visage. I trust that you 7 have come to comprehend your true identities. Molnov. This is precisely what I have long desired, the ultimate confrontation between the positive and negative universes. As Lin Feng spoke to the gathered assembly, the Watcher materialized atop a mountain peak. Do you intend to confront us all single-handedly? The Watcher scoffed. Certainly not. The anti-Watcher raised his hands, summoning shadow demons that erupted from the earth. You truly had to ask. Lin Feng shook his head in resignation. This scene feels eerily familiar. The multiverse has perished. I shall forge my own anti-universe. The anti-Watcher commenced his performance, a hint of madness gleaming in his eyes, as blue energy surged from his hands, hurtling towards the Watcher. No, you shall not succeed. The Watcher unleashed a burst of orange-yellow energy. Their energies collided, creating a violent shockwave that scattered many of the surrounding shadow demons. With the demise of the positive universe, I have acquired even greater power. After a prolonged stalemate, the blue radiance in the anti-Watcher's grasp intensified, gradually overpowering the Watcher until it enveloped him, reducing his form to ash. Did you witness that? The Watcher has perished. Your chances have evaporated. With a wave of his hand, the anti-Watcher commanded countless shadow demons to charge at the group. Fear not, for I am still here. Lin Feng forcefully propelled himself, launching into a collision with the anti-Watcher, sending him out of the hero's line of sight. How painful. The anti-Watcher rubbed his abdomen, glaring at Lin Feng. You had best return my chair. Not a chance. I came specifically for this. Lin Feng smirked. Shall we let them fight for a while? Naturally, we cannot allow them to perceive victory as easily attainable. The anti-watcher nodded, leaning against a nearby rock. Who exactly are you? You seem to have appeared in this universe out of nowhere. I hail from the other side of the origin wall. In other words, I do not belong to this universe. Lin Feng shrugged, observing the heroes battling below. In truth, I had already emerged from the origin wall. But discerning direction amidst the chaos of the void proved exceedingly difficult. I ended up returning, unexpectedly arriving at the site of the infinite Earth crisis. So, you have set your sights on my chair? A hint of resignation crossed the anti-watcher's grotesque features. He bore no particular ire towards Lin Feng's act of stealing Mobius's chair. Having ascended to this level, the chair's enhancements were negligible. Indeed, the attributes of the Mobius chair complement my abilities perfectly. Lin Feng smiled, casting a glance at the ongoing battle below. I think it's about time. Don't you think you should perish? Let us wait a bit longer. After this, it may be quite a while before I can appear again, the anti-monitor sighed. Over the years, I have experienced countless cycles alongside Marnovu. He has managed to meet numerous superheroes during this journey, yet I have but one friend. Moreover, due to the constraints of time, you have scarcely had the chance to converse, have you? Lin Feng chuckled, finally encountering someone who comprehends you. Wouldn't you wish to converse a little longer? Indeed. You truly understand me, the anti-monitor smiled. For the sake of the multiverse's equilibrium, Marnovu and I have had to reboot the universe time and again, merging the multiverse into one and eliminating the majority of branches. Otherwise, the sheer multitude of potential branches would overwhelm the original universe, leading to its collapse. Ah, you two have truly suffered over the years, Lin Feng remarked, clicking his tongue. Well, you've listened to my grievances long enough. I suppose I should be perishing soon. The anti-monitor rose to his feet, reflecting on his years as a villain. Occasionally, I yearn to be a hero, yet regrettably, each time, it is that shameless Marnovu who takes on the heroic mantle. I can still hear you. The monitor's resigned voice echoed in the air. Create some commotion. Scatter my form, and ignite that spark. The monitor inhaled deeply, a surge of blue light erupting from his hands. All right. Lin Feng also stood, raising a shield to block the anti-monitor's blue radiance, stepping forward to grasp the anti-monitor's shoulders. A scream escaped the anti-monitor as his body began to disintegrate, gradually vanishing. While the shadow demon on the ground concurrently dissipated, Lin Feng smiled faintly, a brilliant light erupting from his brow, ascending towards the heavens as a vortex slowly materialized, bringing him before 7 heroes. Now, it's up to you. Lin Feng smiled gently, dropping a tome and gradually fading away. The Book of Destiny? Are we to use this to reboot the universe? Green Arrow inhaled deeply as he picked up the Book of Destiny from the ground. The Wall of Origin. Gazing at the Mobius chair before him, Lin Feng took a deep breath and slowly seated himself. No sooner had he settled than a torrent of profound data surged into his mind. Indeed, just like that. A glimmer of excitement danced in Lin Feng's eyes as he gradually closed them. Chapter 84. Return to the Marvel Universe. At the moment Lin Feng occupied the Mobius chair, an overwhelming wealth of knowledge flooded into his consciousness. Had it not been for his advanced development of cerebral capacity, this influx of knowledge alone might have shattered his mind. The method for locating void coordinates? As Lin Feng sifted through this newfound knowledge, he stumbled upon a particular entry. By placing anchor points in 3 or more universes, multiple signals can interact, enabling the determination of an individual's spatiotemporal distance from each anchor point in the void, thus approximating one's position within the void. Triangulation? Gazing at the entry's explanation, Lin Feng paused momentarily. Wait, if this is feasible, could 2 signals indeed delineate a straight line, thus allowing this body to return to the Marvel Universe? It's worth a try. Lin Feng took a deep breath, seated himself upon the Mobius chair, and drifted toward the direction beyond the Wall of Origins. The individual signals could be directly utilized from my 2 planetary avatars. Closing his eyes, Lin Feng attuned himself to the locations of his 2 bodies, and, guided by the coordinates provided by the Mobius chair, began the process of localization. Success. Moments later, Lin Feng excitedly opened his eyes and swiftly propelled himself in a chosen direction. Time passed, and before him materialized a translucent membrane of iridescent hues. Withdrawing the sword from his back, Lin Feng cleaved through the membrane, entering into its depths. I have returned. As he absorbed the familiar cosmic laws, a faint smile graced Lin Feng's face. He quickly pinpointed the location of his original self, cast the Mobius chair beside his true form, and, through that form, located Earth. Activating his spatial abilities for a direct transport. Inhaling the well-known air, Lin Feng's eyes flickered, and he instantly transported to the Muling building. 0. How long have I been in seclusion? Upon returning to the Muling building, Lin Feng summoned 0. You have been away for 1 year and 6 months. 0 entered. Welcoming him back, Master. Indeed. Lin Feng smiled slightly and nodded. He had departed during the timeline of Avengers, Age of Ultron, erasing Ultron's influence, which resulted in the direct disappearance of that storyline. Now, a year and a half later, the current timeline had progressed to 2016, coinciding with the events of Doctor Strange. It seems I have returned at just the right moment. Lin Feng smacked his lips, estimating that the Ancient One would be quite displeased. Kamartosh, you actually remembered to come back. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the Ancient One pouted, her face filled with reproach. Did I not return just in time? Lin Feng chuckled. How has Doctor Strange fared? You see for yourself. The Ancient One waved her hand, projecting an image of Stephen Strange driving a car. Oh, he didn't wait for my return to begin, did he? Lin Feng observed the scene with keen interest. What else could I have done? I received no word from you, and the body you left behind was cast into the sun. What other options were there? The Ancient One huffed. Very well, my concern. Lin Feng sighed, but there was little he could do. After all, he had engaged in a battle with eternity. Wait, it's starting now. At that moment, the Ancient One's gaze sharpened, and she witnessed a car violently collide with the rear of Strange's vehicle. The speeding sports car lost its balance, tumbling over a cliff. Unbeknownst to him, a magical shield absorbed much of the impact, leaving only his hands gripping the steering wheel to endure significant harm, while other areas sustained minimal injuries. Certainly not life-threatening. You truly are something else. Lin Feng chuckled, casually reporting the accident to the authorities. Has Caecilius already fled with the book? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Well, the task of teaching Stephen has been entrusted to you. The Ancient One smiled faintly before vanishing from sight. TSK. Lin Feng clicked his tongue, realizing that he could not escape the fate of becoming a caretaker. Show me your strength, he urged. Days later, Lin Feng had transformed into a Caucasian caregiver, seated beside Strange, assisting him with rehabilitation exercises. The efforts appeared futile. Strange strained to extend his fingers, but Lin Feng maintained his patience. Brother, you can do this. Honestly, as a top undergraduate, have you ever witnessed someone with such severe nerve damage recover through this method? Strange performed his mechanical movements. There was indeed one. Lin Feng replied with a slight smirk. A work-related accident, back injury, paralysis, one leg entirely incapacitated, confined to a wheelchair, yet he experienced pain in his shoulders. He attended rehabilitation 3 times a week, but then he stopped coming. I thought he had died, until years later, he passed right by me on the street. Passed by? Strange questioned. Indeed, he walked past me on 2 legs, Lin Feng affirmed with a nod. Impossible. I must see his medical records. Strange protested. Do you think accessing medical records is so simple? Lin Feng scoffed, but to silence this arrogant fool, he was willing to take the risk. All right, that's sufficient. After Strange departed, Lin Feng vanished from the spot, discreetly acquiring Jonathan Pamborn's medical records without anyone noticing. It was a straightforward task. Days later, Lin Feng labeled the medical records for delivery, inscribing, I told you so, before utilizing a spatial wormhole to send the document to Strange's residence. Now, he awaited Strange's visit to Kamartaj to seek guidance from the Ancient One, allowing him to assume the role of an expert. Lin Feng stretched, leaning against the table. All-knowing technology. I am aware that your mechanical prosthetic technology can assist me. Why shouldn't it? Strange trembled as he approached all-knowing technology, seeking to utilize their prosthetic technology to restore his hands. WeVE stated that the production of mechanical prosthetics is limited. We must prioritize those in greater need. A young girl, transformed from 0, smiled sweetly as she recited the prepared response to Strange. Am I not in need of assistance? Strange raised his trembling hands, which quivered uncontrollably. At least you still have hands. Zero maintained her cheerful demeanor. If you take his spot, what will happen to those who have no hands at all? Furthermore, I must advise you against making self-harming decisions. All-knowing technology will not provide prosthetics for patients who have amputated limbs due to self-inflicted injuries. Zero's remark thwarted Strange's final notion. Then I shall try. Strange gritted his teeth, using his last savings to purchase a ticket to India. Chapter 85. Broaden your horizons, Modu. Go, Lin Feng instructed, sensing that Strange had been cornered in an alley. He nodded towards the nearby Master Modu. Yes. Modu placed his right fist upon his left chest and bowed slightly to Lin Feng before departing the tea room. Is this the place? Saved from the clutches of a petty criminal by Mordo, Strange cast a glance at the wooden door before him and then at the opulent temple behind him, which he believed resembled the majestic Kamartaj. I had once posed a similar inquiry. My understanding of decorum was rather limited at that time. With a smile, Mordo opened the door for Strange, offering a piece of advice. Forget everything you think you know. Strange, though puzzled, acquiesced and stepped through the threshold. This is the sanctuary of our master, Mordo introduced as they entered the room, the antique furnishings exuding a serene ambience. I trust you shall recognize our teacher. Recognize? Strange replied, bewildered. Our master is quite renowned outside these walls, Mordo said with a subtle smile, gesturing for him to proceed. Thank you for receiving me. Strange bowed slightly to the elderly gentleman engrossed in his reading at the table. During this exchange, his coat was removed and a teacup was placed in his hands, with a teapot pouring tea for him automatically. What is this? Strange took a step back, his fingers trembling violently, yet the tea within the cup remained still, showing no signs of spilling. Just a little trick. Lin Feng entered the room leisurely, the elderly man at the table also rising to bow slightly alongside Mordo before exiting the tea room. No need for formality, Lin Feng remarked, grasping the levitating teapot and acknowledging the departing mages. Thank you, Master Mordo, Master Hammer. Mr. Strange, Lin Feng greeted with a gentle smile. Dr. Strange, thank you. Strange sipped the tea in his hand. As it stands, you are not quite a doctor, are you? Am I correct? Lin Feng shrugged. Isn't that the reason for your visit? You have performed quite a number of surgeries recently, 7, if I'm not mistaken. All-knowing one. You are an all-knowing one. Strange finally recalled where he had encountered Lin Feng. Indeed, that is me, Lin Feng chuckled, settling into the chair recently vacated by Master Hammer, gesturing for Strange to take a seat across the long table. You healed a man named Pang Bowen? Strange inquired, still standing. That was not me. It was the previous master of Kamartaj, Master Gui. He has retired, and I have succeeded him, Lin Feng shrugged. Yet, in a sense, it was indeed my doing. You helped him walk again? Strange's face was a mask of disbelief. You could interpret it that way, Lin Feng nodded. How did you completely mend the severely damaged C7 and C8 vertebrae? Strange felt as though his worldview was being shaken to its core. I did not heal him. He healed himself. Master Gui provided the guidance, and I supplied the tools. Lin Feng poured himself a cup of tea. That is impossible, Strange shook his head. There is nothing impossible in this world. I thought you had grasped that when we announced the establishment of the mystic arts in the skies over New York. Lin Feng smiled. This is different. You are beings of extraordinary abilities, but Pang Bowen possesses no such powers. Strange argued, suddenly realizing. Could it be that the omniscient technology has already developed the means to bestow ordinary individuals with superhuman abilities? Is this the reason for your research here? To conceal countless illicit experiments? Your understanding is fundamentally flawed. Lin Feng shook his head, asserting that he would not grant anyone superpowers. However, he possessed knowledge about healing the body through the soul, and even acquiring certain extraordinary powers akin to superhuman abilities. Healing the body through the soul? Strange swallowed hard. All right. What should we do? Where do we begin? Have you seen this? Lin Feng raised a hand, causing a book to soar toward Strange, opening automatically to reveal an illustration of human acupuncture points. Are you sure you haven't picked the wrong book? I've only seen this in gift shops before, Strange shrugged. What about this? Lin Feng flicked his fingers, flipping to a page illustrating acupuncture. Acupuncture? Splendid, Strange remarked, already growing impatient. Take a look at this. Lin Feng turned another page. You show me an MRI scan, but I don't believe in this nonsense. Strange shook his head. I spent my last savings on this one-way ticket, and now you tell me that my hands need faith to heal? You are a person who perceives the world through a keyhole, spending your life trying to expand that aperture to see and understand more. Yet now, when you realize that this hole can widen beyond your imagination, you reject such possibilities. Lin Feng smiled gently. This is a common affliction of humanity. You consistently dismiss that which you do not comprehend. I reject it because I do not believe in myths such as yin and yang, the five elements, or in the power of chakras, spiritual energy, or faith. Strange stepped closer to Lin Feng. There is no such thing as the soul. We are merely composed of matter. Nothing more. Superpowers are simply a manifestation of genetic expression, and you are merely a speck of insignificant dust in this universe. You underestimate yourself far too much. And you underestimate me even more, Lin Feng replied with a slight smile. Oh, you think you have seen through me? I recall you possess the ability to read minds. Strange pointed a finger at Lin Feng's chest. Yet even without superpowers, I can see through you, Strange continued. Even if you do not believe in the soul or faith, you should not point your finger at someone who could easily obliterate you with a mere gesture. Lin Feng grasped Strange's wrist, twisting it aside, and then struck out with his palm. A spectral form emerged from Strange's body, floating in the air as it stared incredulously at its own translucent hands, then was drawn back into its corporeal vessel. What have you done to my mind? Strange's face was filled with terror. I merely expelled your soul from your body. Lin Feng replied, hands clasped behind his back, a smile gracing his features. Why would you do this to me? Strange gasped. To illustrate that you are unaware of far too much, Lin Feng stepped closer, pressing his thumb against Strange's forehead. Open your eyes. Strange felt as though his head had instantly exploded, his soul soaring from his body, traversing the vastness of the cosmos to the quantum realm. From various external dimensions to the chaotic void, it was as if he had attained all the knowledge of this universe. Yet the moment his soul returned to its corporeal form, that wisdom vanished without a trace. Strange knelt before Lin Feng, extending trembling hands. No, Lin Feng shook his head, gesturing dismissively, casting Strange out into the hallway and shutting the door. Chapter 86. This has nothing to do with your hands. He had been waiting outside for 5 long hours. Mordo approached, observing Lin Feng, who was calmly sipping tea, radiating an aura of resolve. It's about time, let him in, Lin Feng remarked, gently blowing away the floating tea leaves before taking another sip. Knock, knock, knock. Strange continued to persistently rap on the door. Moments later, he suddenly felt the space before him give way, stumbling into the room. Thank you, he managed to utter just before falling. Take a bath, rest a while. If time permits, perhaps attempt some meditation. The all-knowing one will summon you shortly, Mordo advised, lighting a candle and handing Strange a slip of paper. What is this? Strange inquired, examining the note inscribed with English letters. Is this my incantation? It is the password for this place, Mordo shrugged. We are not savages. Besides, we have the chairman of the world's largest tech company as our leader. The language of mystical spells has existed since the dawn of civilization. In the tea room, Lin Feng and Strange sat opposite each other. Long ago, the sages referred to this language as incantations. If that term seems incomprehensible, you may simply perceive it as a program, the source code that constructs the fabric of reality. We gather energy, Lin Feng stated, extending his hand, a red line crackling with sparks appearing in midair. Using this line as a diameter, he traced a circle with his hands, continuously manipulating it to create intricate geometric shapes. Drawing energy from other dimensions of the multiverse, reciting incantations to forge shields and weapons, thereby casting spells. However, even if my fingers can accomplish such feats, my hands remain but a trembling spectacle in the air, Strange lamented, raising his quivering hands. What I mean is, how does one transition from a novice to a master like yourself? How do you mend damaged nerves and realign a fractured spine? A faint smile graced Lin Feng's lips. Through learning and practice, year after year, Strange inhaled deeply. Kamartaj, the library. Mr. Strange, The librarian Wang rose to acknowledge him. Just call me Stephen, Strange replied, placing a book on the table. You are Wang. Just Wang? Strange felt a twinge of embarrassment, akin to saying, Adele? Wang offered no reaction, staring blankly at Strange, which only intensified his discomfort. Or Aristotle, Drake, Bono, Eminem. Strange's voice trailed off. This is the Book of Sight. This is the new compilation of the cosmos. The Supreme Codex, the Key of Solomon. Wang tapped the stack of 4 books. Have you finished reading all of these? Indeed, Strange replied, still recovering from the earlier awkwardness. Follow me, Wang raised an eyebrow. All right, Strange acquiesced and followed. This area is exclusively for sorcerers, Wang informed him as they entered a spacious room. However, with my permission, others may also enter. You can start with the Fundamental Compendium, Wang said, pulling a book from the shelf. How is your Sanskrit? I have Google Translate, Strange shrugged. Vedic. The most ancient form of Sanskrit, Wang remarked, thrusting the book into Strange's hands. What are those books? Strange inquired, gesturing towards a row of shelves. Those are the private collection of the Supreme Sorcerer, Wang explained, glancing at the direction of Strange's finger. They were once the property of the Ancient One, now belonging to the All-Knowing. So, they cannot be borrowed. Strange turned around. At Kamartaj, knowledge is meant to be shared, yet some cannot be practiced, Wang elucidated. Here, apart from the Supreme Sorcerer, no one else comprehends those texts. What is this book? Strange asked, pulling a glowing volume from the shelf. This tome pertains to time. Several pages were pilfered by a previous sorcerer, an extremist, Caecilius. Wang replied, organizing the books. He hanged the former librarian and decapitated him. Caecilius? The goalkeeper for Real Madrid? Strange jested, oblivious to the gravity of the situation. I am now the custodian of these books. If any pages are missing, I will be aware. Wang's serious countenance startled Strange. Should I discover any discrepancies, I will ensure your demise before you exit. And what if a book is merely overdue? Or, should I wish to know, does a missing page equate to a loss of limb? Strange stammered, struggling to maintain a conversation. People used to find me quite humorous. He added, observing Wang's impassive expression as he took the book from him. They work for you, don't they? Wang cast a sidelong glance at Strange. It has been a pleasure conversing with you. Thank you for the book recommendation, the chilling narrative, and your veiled threats. Strange took a deep breath, cradling the book as he exited the library. Kamartaj, the training grounds. Mastery of the sling ring is vital for spellcasting. Mordo handed a sling ring to Strange. They assist us in traversing the multiverse. You must concentrate intensely, visualize it, and conjure your destination in your mind. Do not confine yourself to the world before you. Imagine every detail. A group of individuals on the field drew red circles of light, while Strange could only produce a few sparks, which frustrated him and made success all the more elusive. I need to speak with Mr. Strange privately, Lin Feng interjected, halting the training. It's because of my hands. Strange raised his palms. This has nothing to do with your hands. Lin Feng shook his head. How can it not be related to my hands? Strange retorted, a hint of anger in his voice. Master Hammer, Lin Feng beckoned. The mage hammer rolled up his sleeves, revealing his amputated left arm at the wrist, and began to trace intricate magical circles in the air. Thank you. Lin Feng nodded at the mage. Do you understand? This has nothing to do with your hands. Chapter 87. I did not borrow power. There is an old saying in the East. Drawing a knife to cut water only makes it flow more. Lin Feng patted Strange's shoulder. You must learn to go with the flow, as if this power originates from within you. But how can one control the flow? Strange frowned tightly. It makes no sense. Everything in existence has its reason for being, Lin Feng replied with a smile. You have achieved success through your own talent. But that is where it ends. Awaken, Stephen. Let go of your pride, and your power shall grow stronger. Lin Feng opened a portal with his magical energy. Come with me. Wait. As he surveyed the surroundings, Strange seemed to realize his location. Mount Everest. The scenery here is magnificent. Lin Feng gazed into the distance. Indeed, it is beautiful. Strange hunched his shoulders, trembling from the cold. But it is very cold. Staying in such temperatures for over 30 minutes can lead to organ failure and life-threatening conditions. Lin Feng approached the portal's entrance. You might go into shock in less than 2 minutes. What? Strange was taken aback. Yield, Stephen. Lin Feng smiled gently as he stepped through the portal and closed it behind him, leaving Strange on Mount Everest. He will be fine, won't he? A portal opened, and the bald head of the Ancient One emerged from within. Will he be all right? You should know better than I, Lin Feng chuckled. Isn't this the very method you employed on another timeline? But there are always things to worry about. The Ancient One shook her head. Even when the outcome is known, the process can present unimaginable variables. I understand, which is why I prepared in advance. Lin Feng projected an image of Strange atop Mount Everest. I infused a thread of energy within him. This energy will keep his mind clear in moments of near death and ensure he does not truly perish. How is he faring? Mordo approached, bowing to the Ancient One. Master, we will see shortly. Lin Feng pointed to the image above. I have faith in him. Do you? Oh, please stop. Upon seeing the image, Mordo seemed to recall some unpleasant memories. At that moment, with a soft crackle, a spark appeared in the square, gradually expanding into the form of a portal. Strange, with his eyebrows and beard frozen, tumbled out of the portal and instantly lost consciousness. Not too shabby, right? Lin Feng glanced at Mordo, waved his hand, and healed the injury Strange had sustained from the cold, then opened another portal, tossing Strange back to his room. See? He's a genius. Observing how quickly Strange had learned numerous spells in just a few days, Lin Feng smiled. A few days later, at Kamar Taj, in the tea room. A few days ago, you knelt here, beseeching me to impart knowledge, and now you question every lesson, opting for self-study? Lin Feng raised an eyebrow. Within these walls, you broaden my horizons. Yet now you expect me to adhere to utterly nonsensical regulations. Strange descended the steps. Are you referring to the prohibition against using suspended charms in the library? Lin Feng gazed at Strange. Did Wang report me? Strange furrowed his brow. In terms of spell-casting, you indeed learned swiftly. Now you require a safer environment for practice. With a wave of his hand, Lin Feng conjured a spell, unveiling the mirrored space. This is the mirrored realm. Though it exists, it remains imperceptible. The reality beyond remains unaffected by our activities here. We train, monitor, and occasionally isolate dangers within this mirrored space. If you fail to bring a suspended charm, you may find yourself trapped here. Wait, what do you mean by danger? Strange inquired, somewhat perplexed. At this, Lin Feng smiled slightly, waving his hand as the mirrored space began to tremble violently, the scenery within shifting rapidly. To comprehend the boundless multiverse, one must first grasp its myriad perils. Lin Feng gestured again, altering the spectacle in the air. If I were to reveal to you something unknown, it would surely terrify you. Just how old is Lin? Observing Lin Feng supervising the training of the sorcerers, Strange furrowed his brow and glanced at Moda beside him. His age is precisely as the outside world perceives it. Moda tightened his shoelaces. The all-knowing one has not endured the passage of extensive time, yet the knowledge and formidable power within his mind bestow upon him an extraordinary aura. Well, that seems quite reasonable, Strange nodded. How did he attain such formidable prowess at such a young age? The origins of the Supreme Sorcerer's strength remain a mystery. We only know he is powerful enough to protect us. Modu retrieved a rod from the shelf. This is a magical artifact. Some spells are too potent for us to bear, so we imbue them into objects, transforming them into magical instruments. This is the staff of the Court of Life that we wield. Modu extended the short rod into a long whip and, with a forceful flick upon the ground, sparked a flurry of flames. Wait, the staff of the Court of Life. The Court of Life? Lin Feng turned back, his eyes shimmering with golden light as he scrutinized the staff. It truly embodies a fragment of the Court of Life's power. Observing the Court of Life materialize on the panel, Lin Feng smacked his lips. The lending capabilities of past Supreme Sorcerers are indeed formidable. Even extracting from the Court of Life? Master Strange, follow me. Lin Feng beckoned to Strange, stepping into the room. Have you recently noticed a plateau in your spell learning? Lin Feng poured 2 cups of tea, sliding one towards Strange. Indeed, I have mastered many spells, yet I am unable to utilize them. The scarcity of energy within me hinders my ability to wield these spells. Strange nodded in agreement. Precisely, that is the crux of the issue. Lin Feng took a gentle sip of tea, remarking that the human body cannot endure vast amounts of energy. Hence, when we require a substantial energy expenditure, we must borrow from beyond our limits. Indeed, Harnessing the formidable power of existence comes at a price. Historically, the majority of sorcerers derive their strength from the benevolent deity Vishanti, whose influence required the least sacrifice, typically just a loosely binding contract. In contrast, there exist practitioners of dark magic who revere the underworld god Zisith and the dark deity Dormammu, incurring considerable costs to draw power from them. Theoretically, any mighty cosmic entity can serve as a wellspring of magical energy. For instance, the previous Sorcerer Supreme, Ancient One, extracted energy from a myriad of deities, including Vishanti, Dormammu, various dimensional demigods, and even one of the 5 primordial gods, Eternity. And what of you? How much power have you borrowed? Strange inquired, gazing into Lin Feng's eyes. Me? Lin Feng chuckled softly. I have not borrowed the power of any deity, and this is precisely the reason I have ascended to become this generation's Sorcerer Supreme. You have not borrowed power? Strange paused, taken aback. How then do you possess such strength? Take a guess. I have not availed myself of any divine power. Yet I remain the Sorcerer Supreme of Kamartash. It's quite easy to deduce. Lin Feng smiled, taking a sip of tea. No borrowed power, yet formidable strength. And still the leader of Kamartash? Strange pondered for a moment. Wait, could it be? Speak the words, and you shall find your thoughts are correct. Lin Feng's face bore a triumphant smile. You are, in essence, a deity, the very source of strength for the sorcerers of Kamartash, who all draw upon your power. Strange set his tea cup upon the table. Indeed, Lin Feng's expression was one of self-satisfaction. There is another question I do not comprehend. Strange took a deep breath. How did Pambone regain his mobility? I have studied numerous tomes of magic during this time, but have not encountered a spell capable of healing such an injury. After spending some time training in Kamartash, Pambone mastered the power of space, the very essence of the portals you studied previously. He infused this spatial energy into his own body, enabling him to walk once more. Lin Feng placed his teacup down, locking eyes with Strange. He is walking through magic. Strange's eyes brightened as he conjured several sigils, a subtle gleam flashed by, and his hands ceased to tremble. My hands have returned to me. A glimmer of excitement shone in Strange's eyes. Can I return to the operating table? Theoretically, yes. Lin Feng nodded. However, having acquired such knowledge, do you truly wish to abandon your exploration of magic and revert to your former life? Lin Feng had deftly grasped Strange's mindset, in other words. He understood the psyche of all intelligent individuals who possess an insatiable thirst for knowledge and aspiration, compelling them to pursue learning to the utmost limits of their capabilities. Of course not. A faint smile curled at the corners of Strange's mouth. The realm of magic is vast, and I yearn to learn more. Proceed to the library. There is an ancient saying in the East, a master leads you to the door, but the cultivation lies within yourself. I have ushered you to the threshold. The rest is up to you. Lin Feng waved his hand and then vanished from sight. Kamartash, the library. Strange wandered aimlessly among the shelves when suddenly a glimmer caught his eye, the Book of Time, from which several pages had been stolen. Thus it began. Lin Feng, sensing this moment, smiled faintly. The Eye of Agamotto. Strange lifted his gaze to behold the Eye of Agamotto placed in the center and took it down. Very well. Strange hung the Eye of Agamotto around his neck and proceeded to open it. He positioned his hands before his chest, aligning his index and middle fingers to form a diamond shape, then maintained this gesture as he crossed his arms and gradually opened them. A soft hum resonated, and the internal mechanism of the Eye of Agamotto began to rotate, revealing the time stone within. Quite splendid. Strange shrugged, his hands forming a gesture akin to weaving flowers, and slowly rotated, conjuring a green ring of light between his palms. Strange withdrew his left hand, and the ring expanded, splitting and encircling his right arm. He then directed his right hand towards an apple on the table, half eaten by him, and slowly moved it to the left. Observing as the apple gradually restored to its original, unblemished state, Strange then shifted his hand to the right, and the previously whole apple appeared to be consumed by invisible bite, before it began to decay and spoil. Wait a moment. Strange flipped the book to the section with the missing pages, pushed forward, and restored the pages that had been taken. Dormammu. Upon seeing the inscription on the page, Strange inhaled deeply. The dark dimension? Eternal life? Hey, what are you doing? Stop it. Wang's voice rang out, startling Strange and causing his spell to dissipate. How can you so recklessly disrupt the boundaries of time and space? Mordo approached, brimming with anger. I merely acted as instructed in the book. Strange pointed to the time tome before him. Does the book mention the dangers of such actions? Wang's expression was filled with fury. I do not know. I have not reached that part yet. Strange shook his head. Time manipulation can create temporal branches. It is a highly unstable realm fraught with spatial paradoxes and time loops. Do you wish to be ensnared in an infinite cycle, reliving the same moments repeatedly, or worse, never existing at all? Mordo scolded, jabbing a finger at Strange's nose. Shouldn't warnings be inscribed before the incantation? Strange's voice was subdued, tinged with guilt. Your curiosity could cost lives. Wang snapped the time book shut. What you did was not manipulating time and space, but rather destroying it. We cannot disrupt the natural laws, we uphold them. How did you accomplish that just now? Mordo suddenly looked up at Strange, intrigued. Where did you learn such an elaborate incantation? You actually understood it? I possess a photographic memory, Strange smirked. Otherwise, how could I have earned my PhDs in physics and medicine? However, what you have just accomplished cannot be attributed solely to memory. Mordo's expression was grave. Your innate talent is destined for the role of a sorcerer. Indeed, you are the most gifted sorcerer in history, though I, as a cosmic deity, do not count myself among that number. Lin Feng materialized within the library. What exactly are these entities? Strange fixed his gaze upon Lin Feng. When will you finally reveal the truth to me? Follow me, Lin Feng replied with a smile. I shall elucidate everything for you. Chapter 89, Immortality? Come. I will explain everything. Lin Feng led Strange into a chamber with 3 doors. This world is rife with danger. The mystic realm resists threats from the physical world, while the sorcerers of Kamartaj defend against dangers from the magical realm. Lin Feng projected a model of Earth into the air. The title of Sorcerer Supreme is passed down through generations. My predecessor was the Ancient One, and in this era, it is I. Kamartaj has existed for over a millennium. The name of the first Sorcerer Supreme was Agamotto, who acquired the Time Stone and fashioned it into the Eye of Agamotto. Agamotto constructed 3 sanctuaries in the physical realm, each door leading to sanctuaries located in Hong Kong, London, and New York. Lin Feng gestured towards the 3 doors nearby. Thus, the 3 great sanctuaries form a protective web, shielding the material world from incursions from other dimensions. The sanctuaries protect the world, while the sorcerers guard the sanctuaries. And what of the enemies? Strange squinted. That remains uncertain. For instance, beings from alternate realms, Wang interjected. Such as Dormammu? Strange lifted an eyebrow. Indeed, Dormammu resides in the dark dimension, transcending time. He is a devourer of space and a harbinger of destruction, possessing unfathomable power and immense ambition. He seeks to invade all universes and draw them into the dark dimension. Lin Feng conjured an image of the dark dimension, revealing that his primary target was Earth, this planet under the watchful eyes of countless deities. And what of the individual who pilfered those pages, sharing a name with the goalkeeper of Real Madrid? Strange inhaled deeply. Casillas was once one of Kamartaj's most gifted sorcerers. Unfortunately, he has become a fervent devotee of Dormammu, intent on annihilating the 3 sanctuaries to allow Dormammu to descend upon this world, seeking to transform the entirety of Earth into a part of Dormammu. In a deluded quest for immortality. Lin Feng scoffed. Those pages contain incantations for summoning Dormammu and siphoning power from the dark dimension. Well then, Strange clenched his jaw. I'm out. I came here to heal my hands, not to be entangled in some mystical war. Suddenly, the resonant chime of a bell echoed. London. Wang looked up as the door to the London sanctuary swung open, and a sorcerer rushed forth. Lin Feng raised a hand, deflecting the spell aimed at him. But Casillas had already summoned a formidable magic, crashing down to obliterate the London sanctuary. No. Wang was about to charge forward, but the magic of Casillas had already erupted, unleashing a violent shockwave that was intercepted by Lin Feng. However, Strange, caught off guard, stumbled backward and fell into the London temple, its grand doors closing behind him. Wang, Mordo, and Strange gazed at the unfamiliar chamber, taking a deep breath. The next steps rest upon your shoulders. Lin Feng waved his hand, restoring the room to its original state. Dormammu plans to invade Earth, and other dimensional demons will surely join the fray. I must hold them off. leaving Dormammu to you. We shall defend the temple to the death." Wang and Mordo struck their chests with their right hands. Indeed, Lin Feng nodded and vanished from the room, arriving on the moon where he produced a bucket of popcorn, opening a view into the interior of the London temple. Have we truly reached this point? Lin Feng observed Strange donning the cloak of levitation, gracefully ascending from below. Doctor Strange's debut was indeed impressive. Lin Feng tossed a handful of popcorn into his mouth. This is a memorable scene. Watching as Doctor Strange attempted to rush forward for the axe, only to be tugged back by the cloak toward the shackles. Lin Feng retrieved a camera. What? Hearing the mutterings of the shackled Cassius, Strange stepped forward to remove the restraint from his mouth. "Oh, please stop." Hearing the incantations from Cassius, Strange felt a touch of exasperation. "This is not something that can be halted, dear doctor." Cassius was bound in a comical manner, yet spoke with unhurried composure. "I have no idea what this is." Strange shrugged. "This is both an end and a beginning," Cassius remarked indifferently. "The outcome transforming from many to few, and from few to one. Listen, if you continue to speak in riddles, I shall seal your mouth once more with this." Strange raised the shackle in his hand. "Speak, dear doctor, what do you wish to know?" "First, my name is Dr. Stephen Strange." "You truly are a doctor?" "Indeed." Strange nodded. "As a scientist, you are well versed in the laws of nature. All things age and perish, yet ultimately, our sun too shall extinguish, temperatures will plummet, and Earth will meet its demise." Cassius's words were laced with enchanting power, yet in the dark dimension, it is a realm that transcends the earthly plane. "It seems I must seal your mouth after all." Strange advanced. "This world need not perish, doctor." Cassius gazed deep into Strange's eyes. "It could become a magnificent and beautiful part of Dormammu, just like countless other worlds. We shall attain immortality." "Really?" Strange scoffed. "What would you gain from this utopia of a new world?" "Just like you, like everyone, eternal life." A glimmer of longing appeared in Cassius's eyes. "People ponder goodness and evil, yet our true, common enemy is but one, time, which will obliterate all. And what are those lives you have extinguished?" A flicker of anger crossed Strange's eyes. "Those are insignificant, mere specks of dust in the vast cosmos." In the eyes of Caecilius, there shimmered a glint of anger. "Indeed. Behold the deeds we are undertaking. This world has yet to return to its rightful course. Each individual yearns for immortality, aspiring to transcend the confines of time. For we are all but the toil of time itself. Time is an affront to humanity, and death, a profound indignity. Doctor, I harbor no desire to rule the world. Our intention is to salvage it, to entrust everything to Dormammu, the true sovereign of all, the very essence of existence." Caecilius gradually regained his composure. "It should indeed be the Sorcerer Supreme safeguarding this realm." Doctor Strange shook his head. "The Sorcerer Supreme?" Caecilius scoffed softly. "The current Sorcerer Supreme is derelict in his duties, and the predecessor was a practitioner of dark magic. Can such a Sorcerer Supreme genuinely protect this world? At the very least, the All-Seeing One, alongside his comrades, has shielded us." Strange curled his lips in disdain. "Yet, Dormammu does not seek to annihilate this world. He would bestow upon it immortality." "No, let us dismiss that notion." Doctor Strange shook his head, observing Caecilius' countenance. "Dormammu has transformed you into an assassin. One can only imagine what his dominion entails. Such immortality, I would prefer to forego." "Do you find this amusing?" Upon witnessing the smile gracing Caecilius' face, Doctor Strange furrowed his brow. "No, not that." Caecilius replied. "I find humor in the fact that your eye of Agamotto has vanished.